A girl stood looking up at the ancient, solemn castle. Her hair obscured her eyes, but her resolute and focused demeanor was evident. The girl clutched her document tightly, her hair fluttering in the wind. He was writing when he suddenly paused upon hearing the announcement. "Sir, your fiancée, Karina Leopold, has come to visit." Duke Mirion Pastelio, Lord of Genta, asked with little interest, "Isn't the wedding still about a year away?" He respectfully replied, "That is correct, but sir—" The butler continued, "She has traveled a long way to get here, so I believe you should go meet her." He suddenly stood up in anger and snapped, "How rude! Even though we are engaged, how dare she come here unannounced without sending a letter beforehand?" He grumbled as he walked. Furthermore, winter is approaching, a busy season with countless tasks. The butler didn't know how to react and simply glanced at him, following behind. "We need to prepare food reserves for winter and also deal with those monster beasts." He stopped, standing in front of the room's door, looking straight ahead. Mirion Pastelio asked him, "Would it be difficult to call off the engagement now?" Karina Leopold, hearing this, cheerfully said, "Calling off the engagement would be wonderful." He hadn't expected her to hear everything, but was quite surprised as he asked, "What did you just say?" She stood casually opposite him and said, "I said I'm going to call off the engagement."
Karina Leopold continued, "Instead, I want to stay here for about half a year to 10 months. He asked in surprise, "Who?" She replied, "Me." Mirion Pastelio was a little confused. "Are you crazy? There's no way that's happening." She said hesitantly, "It doesn't have to be here. A small annex would be fine. I've also brought the annulment papers." She pulled a piece of paper from her person. "Here are the annulment papers." Beneath her clothes, one could see something shaking, swaying. He asked, "Is the Count's family in a difficult situation?" Karina Leopold was surprised. "What?" He assessed her attire, which looked quite disheveled, and said, "Did you only bring this with you? What about your other belongings?" She quickly replied, "Oh, I was afraid something might happen on the way, so I didn't bring many things to make it easier to move." He didn't believe her words and asked, "How exactly did you get here?"
Karina Leopold thought for a moment, then said, "Well, I paid and took a carriage here, then got off and walked when I reached a suitable place, and then I took another carriage." He asked, "When did you set off?" Karina Leopold replied, 2 months prior to that." Mirion Pastelio held his head in one hand, unable to believe it, and that she hadn't contacted him even once. But no matter, would a noble lady choose such a perilous path to get here? Don't be so naive. She quietly replied, "Perhaps." Karina Leopold smiled comfortably. "This is my first journey, and it might also be my last." Her eyes held into sadness, so I wanted to use my own strength. During her journey, she had discovered a world she had never known before, so Karina Leopold was even more delighted. I wanted to try walking on my own 2 feet. He listened to her words, then thought, "That's right, there's no way a noble lady could undertake such a risky journey a second time."
Karina Leopold looked at him and asked, "Can't I stay here?" He faced her sternly and asked, "What if I say you can't?" She thought with a little hesitation, "If not, I'll have to run errands for some merchant guilds." Looking at him, she continued, "Then I'll find my way back." He was completely helpless, with no other plan. Mirion Pastelio was skeptical. Is she really the person from the engagement ceremony? Her appearance when she was engaged to him looked completely different. She was a beautiful, noble lady. Her beauty was so captivating that it made him glance at her. But when their eyes met, he saw the innocence in those eyes. Mirion Pastelio thought, "I didn't think she would be so stubborn." While he was thinking, she said, "But you won't refuse, will you?" He asked coldly, "Why do you think that?" Karina Leopold looked at him. "Because you don't like me." She cheerfully held up the annulment paper and innocently said, "I know that very well. As you can see, I've finished writing the annulment request and brought it here." Karina Leopold didn't react, only saying, "Let's go inside first." She cheerfully said, "Thank you, sir. I will live here like an invisible person." She added, "But if one day I disappear, please just think that I have returned." She casually said, "Just think that a burden has been lifted, and that's enough." He felt her words were a bit unusual, while she smiled. "That's all for now." Mirion Pastelio instructed, "Just do as she wishes. Fang, prepare a room for her. Living in the same mansion with a fiancé who doesn't like me at all." At the dining table, everyone sat properly. Cassius Leopold looked to the side and said, "Abelia, you look much rosier today." Abelia Leopold happily replied, "It's all thanks to the tonics Mom and Dad give me every day." Ferdinand Leopold next to her stuck out his tongue. "I even feel the bitterness for you. It's nauseating." Dahlia reluctantly said, "Ferdinand, Abelia's body is too weak, so even if it's bitter, she has to drink it all." Enfrich Leopold suddenly said, "Oh right, I bought a gift to encourage Abelia to recover quickly." She excitedly said, "Thank you, my dear brother Enfrich." Ferdinand immediately demanded, "What about me? Don't I get encouragement?" Seeing his reaction, he just laughed loudly. Of course, Ferdinand also has a share. Everyone laughed and chatted happily at the dining table, while Karina Leopold quietly ate alone. "When I was little, I wondered why my hair was dark brown.
We were born and raised in the same family, so why didn't I resemble them at all? She put her spoon down on the table. Much later, I learned that I inherited some genes from my grandparents. Karina Leopold stood up to leave the dining table and said, "I'm done eating. I wish everyone a good meal." Dolly uncasually said, "Go ahead." Her departure didn't bother anyone.
Karina felt sad and lonely within her own family. She told herself that they didn't care about her at all. As Karina left, she comforted herself, saying, "It's okay, everything will be fine." But then suddenly she covered her mouth, her body staggering. She collapsed, and hurried footsteps ran away. Karina quickly ran into her room, sat down on the floor, and coughed violently. She was in pain. He never said that her health would deteriorate so quickly. A few days ago, there was the scratching of pen on paper, and I'm sorry to have to say this, but the doctor informed her, "I cannot understand why your internal organs are not performing even half of their functions." Karina asked, "Is it that serious?" He replied, "Yes, the fact that you can walk normally as you do now is a miracle. This could be suspected as artistic illness." Karina was stunned, her hands trembling as she clutched her knees, disbelievingly asking again, "Did you say artistic illness?" Among artists, there are those born with exceptional talent who create what are called miracles. Sometimes they have to sacrifice their vitality to develop their talent, and perhaps you are one of them. "Have you created any miracles?" Karina gloomily replied, "Yes." He continued, "Every time you use your talent, your body becomes unwell. Haven't you had a health checkup? If we had known sooner, things wouldn't be like this." He asked, "Doesn't your family know anything?" Karina merely nodded, saying nothing. "I've never told my family, because for people who won't listen even if you try to tell them, they only have useless pride. To be honest, it's not that I'm not loved. My parents always tried to treat us fairly, but one day there's a child who is sick and needs care. The next day there's another child who needs attention. And of course, there must be times of inequality. Not the firstborn or the youngest, but the second child, whom they thought was the most obedient. The attention they gave me was merely a grain of sand in the desert." Her hands trembled. "If I tell my family now, they will care about me," she thought with a headache. "But it won't be care for me, but care for my miraculous ability." He continued, "Anemia and vomiting. I even heard that you've been vomiting blood." Karina replied, "Yes." He informed her, "It's that serious, even though it's not good to say it, but..." The doctor's gaze looked very frightening. "At most, 1 year. If you don't eat properly, your body will become weaker and weaker. To be honest, even 1 year is a long time."
Karina asked distraughtly, "Is there a cure?" The doctor said, "No, as far as I know, there is currently no cure. However, perhaps I can prolong your life, so come back here if you wish." Karina sat blankly by the window, her eyes glancing out at the world outside, watching the birds soaring and longing, wishing she had a pair of wings. Her eyes welled up. "Am I dying?" Karina trembled. "But first, I need to do everything I want before I die. I don't want to smile when I don't feel like it. I also don't want to act like someone who is capable of doing everything on my own. I also hate it when others see me as someone who can give in to everything." She also thought, "How will my family look at me when they find out? This must be a difficult problem to deal with." She sulked. "I don't want that to happen. I won't say anything about it because it's so stupid." She thought, "Should I just run away from home and wander? For a maximum of 1 year, where should I go and what should I do now?" She reconsidered, wishing someone would take care of her 24/7, whether they genuinely liked her or just pretended to. Karina thought to herself, "Only one person, Miriam." Suddenly she remembered a remark. "What kind of person are you, young lady?" His face. "I only do what is asked. If you don't have a goal, you shouldn't go out." On second thought, he didn't refuse, did he? Karina decided, let's go north. There's nothing better than moving by your own 2 feet. She smiled happily. "Let's go." She also wondered, "By the way, what should I bring?"
Karina seriously considered her situation, exchanging some gold for pocket money, preparing simple clothes to change into, beef jerky and water. She tilted her head, thinking of something important she had forgotten. Finally, she remembered. Oh, she also had to prepare the annulment papers. Karina quickly picked up a pen and jotted it down. She suddenly froze when she realized she had to go to Parliament again, didn't she? Karina turned her head to look at the door, a chill running through her heart. But she hadn't gone out for breakfast, and no one had come looking for her either. She lowered her head, her eyes darkening. Though it wasn't heartbreaking, she suddenly felt incredibly sad. Just as her heart was heavy with sorrow, Karina quickly composed herself. She shook her head to dismiss the thought. No, it was fine. There was only 1 week left, so she had to be ready. Karina's hand gently touched her worn old money pouch. She had already arranged enough pocket money. Karina stood up and walked to the mirror, then stopped short. Memories suddenly flooded back. On the day her family held a party, Karina wore a stunning white dress adorned with flowers. A girl approached her and called out, "Miss, Miss." Karina turned. she politely replied. Yes, what is it? The girl, along with another person, shyly asked. Do you and Sir Enfric know each other? I saw you two talking just now.
Karina was stunned, nodding blankly. Yes, she mumbled, he's my brother after all. Hearing this, the two girls couldn't contain their excitement in their own world. Oh my, I'm so envious. He's really incredibly cool. Both the Count and Countess are talented, and on top of that, their children are famous too, aren't they? They began introducing each person. First, Mr. Enfrich Leopold. I heard he's skilled in both literary and martial arts and could totally become the master of the Count's family, right? That's right, I heard some young lady even wrote him a love letter. Next was another person they considered outstanding, Mr. Ferdon Leopold. He has a cheerful personality, so he must have many friends. Oh, but speaking of Leopold, both excitedly recalled Abelia's sweet appearance, Lady Abelia Leopold. She has brilliant curly blonde hair and bright jewel-like blue eyes. I met her last time. She was absolutely adorable. She truly is the center of high society, but her health isn't very stable. Karina gradually fell silent at their words, her face darkening. She quietly left. At this moment, one of the two girls rested her chin in her hand and mused. So the Count's family must be extremely cautious. Now that I think about it, she always has an ordinary young lady by her side. Who was it again? It seems like... The two suddenly stopped, looking around blankly for Karina. When did she disappear? The current Karina unconsciously raised a hand to touch her face, mumbling, an ordinary young lady, huh? Karina left the room, walking alone down the grand corridor. Unconsciously, the scenery here didn't suit her at all.
She was currently thinking about that day's party. She remembered going home that day and getting angry. What happened after that? Unconsciously, she walked to the stairs and saw someone coming up. Both were stunned, looking at each other. Nocturne, his face beaming, spoke first. Lady Karina, hello. Karina deliberately tilted her head and glanced elsewhere, but then she politely spoke up. Yes, it's been a while, Nocturne. Is something the matter? Nocturne, full of cheerful energy, replied, Ah, Leah. No, today is Lady Abelia's health checkup day. Karina's facial muscles stiffened when she heard how intimately he called Abelia. She thought to herself, Leah? How ridiculous. There was a time when I developed feelings for him, but perhaps because Abelia and his younger sister, who passed away young, shared some similarities, Nocturne's gaze was always directed towards Abelia. That's why I crushed my own feelings. Thinking of those things, Karina's tone grew distinctly colder. She quickened her pace. All right, come in. Nocturne's eyes flickered, and he asked with concern, Your complexion doesn't look very good, lady. Are you all right?
Karina looked at him with a hint of disbelief, wondering when he had started caring about her. Though slightly surprised, Karina replied indifferently, I'm just a little sleep-deprived. Noctum, his face beaming, said as if it were obvious, You can have a health checkup with Miss Abelia. Karina immediately refused. It's fine. A small figure appeared upstairs, along with a pair of pretty pink shoes. Karina let out a small cry, her whole body leaning backward. Abelia, without any hesitation, ran down from upstairs and threw herself into her arms. The child happily exclaimed, Sister! Due to the excessive force and Karina's unpreparedness, her feet slipped backward. Noctum unconsciously reached out to support her back. Karina frowned at him, as if to ask if this was him caring for her, but Nocturne's gaze was now focused solely on Abelia, his eyes gentle as he reminded her, It's very dangerous to cling to your sister here. Leah, yes, he once again intimately called Abelia Leah. Abelia gave a sweet smile. I'm sorry, Nocturne, I was just so happy to see my sister. Then the little girl turned to Karina, whining playfully, Sister, where are you going? Karina smiled. I have to go to this place for a bit. Then she sighed, gently separating Abelia and sternly reminding her, Oh right, Abelia, you need to pay attention to the stairs. Abelia smiled naively. I'm sure you'll catch me. Karina's expression immediately darkened, and she mumbled something with her head bowed. Both Nocturne and Abelia looked at her with confused eyes.
Karina realized she had been too sensitive and composed herself. Then, in her usual gentle tone, she said, It's nothing. Come on, let Nocturne check your health. That's the only way you'll get better quickly. Abelia lowered her head, her face sad and pouting. Nocturne is truly a grumbler. And besides, Abelia's face brightened again as she grabbed Karina's sleeve. I'm much better now. I want to go out and play with you, sis. Karina gently pushed her hand away, skillfully refusing. No, we can't let Nocturne come all this way for nothing. Abelia was confused, but a voice called her name. Leah. Nocturne leaned in from behind and told her, You saying that makes me sad. I came here by the Count's order. Then he smoothly coaxed her further. Besides, Lady Karina is busy. If you keep pestering her like that, she'll be very uncomfortable, won't she? Hearing that, Abelia no longer frowned. That's right. Suddenly, she lowered her head and said regretfully, Sis, it must be nice that you get to go out every day. Karina froze, her face going blank as if in disbelief. What? Her hand under her skirt clenched. Suddenly, everything seemed to settle. Sis, you're always doing things for me. The important thing was that Abelia was obsessed with me, so I always had to be by Abelia's side when she was sick. These were Karina's thoughts as she tended to Abelia by her bedside. The tea party invitations I received kept piling up. On that day of the party, Abelia held her back, leaving her today to only bury her head in her hands and think, therefore, of course, I don't have a single friend. She wished, I want to go out and play too. The image of Dahlia, her mother, resurfaced, along with the memory of herself being scolded. It was always like that. In her memory, Dahlia had always said to little Karina with an apologetic look, I'm sorry, Karina. Enfrich said he lost a horse, so I have to leave quickly.
Young Karina could only helplessly retort, but today is Karina's birthday. The surrounding servants began preparing for Dahlia's trip. She held out her hand to put on her cloak, paying no attention to it. Perhaps your brother has been injured. Just one sentence made Karina no longer care about her birthday party. She asked anxiously, what happened to my brother? Dahlia turned and hurried away, but didn't forget to casually mention the birthday party. Your father has already gone to the academy. Tell the butler about your birthday gift. In the end, all Karina saw was her cold back, not even a single wish. The door closed, extinguishing the last glimmer of light on Karina's lips. Another memory surfaced. 2 blonde twins were born with tender, sweet faces. Young Karina's eyes lit up with excitement when she saw them. Wow, she's so small. Am I her older sister? Dahlia sat on the bed, her face having lost some color, but she still smiled gently. Yes, Karina, you are their older sister now, so you must take good care of your younger sisters, all right?
Karina couldn't be happier. She excitedly raised her hand in agreement. Yes! The innocent child at that time had dreamt of a scene where she could integrate and lead her 2 younger siblings, her face unable to hide her happiness. Suddenly, one of the 2 children showed a pained expression and let out a soft groan. Karina looked at the child, puzzled. She anxiously called out, Mom, Mom! Abelia, Dahlia, coldly interjected, Karina, go back to your room. Having said that, she anxiously turned to order the maid, contact the doctor immediately. The maid respectfully replied, Yes, my lady. She then remembered when Karina had grown a little older. She frowned, clutching something tightly in her hand. No, Ferdin, give it back to me. Little Ferdin's eyes lit up as he tightly clutched her coin purse. The small, bear-shaped coin purse was thus pulled back and forth between the 2 of them. Finally, Karina, naturally stronger than a small child, yanked it back and cried out, This is the birthday present Mom made for me. Ferdin, having been pulled too hard by her, fell face first to the ground. The boy, of course, immediately burst into tears, snot and tears streaming down as he wailed, Mommy!
Karina was startled, having never encountered such a situation before. The door was quickly and forcefully flung open by Dahlia, accompanied by her shouting, Oh my God, Karina, what are you doing? Apologize to your sibling right now. Karina mumbled, That's not it. Ferdin took my things. Dahlia said in an annoyed tone, You have to give in to your younger sibling. They are your sibling, after all. After saying that, her gaze softened, and she immediately ran to hug and comfort Ferdin, saying, There, Mommy loves you. But she still didn't forget to scold Karina. As an older sister, you must set an example for your younger siblings to learn from. Give it to Ferdin right now. Karina pressed her lips tightly, clutching the money bag to her chest. Dahlia, impatient, said, Hurry up, Karina. Dahlia's cold words echoed relentlessly. Karina, how old are you? Should I be annoyed when I tell your father? Karina fiddled with the money bag, muttering, I hate this. To Dahlia's astonishment, Karina yelled in frustration, Mom, stop being so childish. Finally, she had to hand over the money bag to Ferdin with both hands. Another time, Karina stood by the bed and said, Mom, my head feels a bit dizzy. Dahlia, who was embroidering, paused in surprise upon hearing this. Huh? Nevertheless, she still concernedly placed a hand on Karina's forehead. Oh dear, you have a fever. But then she added, Abelia also has a fever right now, so a senator is treating her. When she's over her fever, I'll let her come see you. Finishing her words, Dahlia put down her embroidery. She picked Karina up and soothed her. Go back to your room first. I'll take you back to your room. Karina, understanding, replied, yes, because she knew her mother still cared about her, and that was what made her happiest. The 2 of them left the room. As soon as they stepped out, the butler was already waiting there and respectfully announced, Madam, the senator wishes to speak with you briefly about Miss Abelia's health. Dahlia didn't even turn her head as she replied, Are you having trouble receiving guests? Go and receive him. Tell him I'll be there soon. And then, to no one's surprise, she put the sick Karina down. Karina, I'm sorry. I'll call a maid. Go back to your room and rest. Don't walk around when you have a fever. Karina looked up at her. Dahlia continued in a casual tone. Karina is the older sister, so she can be alone, if possible. Karina, feeling a pang of hurt, interrupted. Mom, can't you take me? Dahlia sighed. It's okay. And then somewhere in a dark corner, Karina sat gathering the fragments, symbolizing those cold words.
Your younger sibling is sicker, so please be a little more accommodating. You are a good older sister." She had to be patient to receive a compliment. Before Karina's eyes, there was always the scene of everyone surrounding little Abelia and older sister accommodating her sick younger sister, and also the image of mischievous little Ferdon breaking her beloved toys. She still told herself to always accommodate her troublesome younger brother. It didn't stop there. The scene of her excellent older brother, of whom her parents were proud, meant that a younger sibling had to defer to an older brother living far from home. Finally, in the dark corner, Karina had to hug the chest containing the scant affection. And of course, she also realized one thing. Her parents' love was not for her. She had closed her heart like that. And at exactly 10 years old, she decided not to look for anyone anymore. That chest was eventually left in a corner.
Instead, I found a new hobby. In front of Karina now were colors and a blank sheet of paper waiting for her to draw on. Karina picked up a blue crayon and drew a line, her eyes glowing golden. A surge of emotion welled up in those eyes. Unbeknownst to her, this was called magic. A vivid butterfly painting came into being, a vibrant piece that brought her a sense of satisfaction. The butterfly in the painting seemed both real and unreal, and somehow it flew out of the canvas. The butterfly soared high, leaving even Karina stunned, her mouth agape in disbelief. Without hesitation, Karina, her face full of excitement, ran off. She happily ran to her parents, exclaiming, "Father, Mother, I just drew a picture." Dahlia's happy face turned, and she joyfully interrupted Karina, looking extremely proud. "Karina, they say Enfric won first place in the Academy's fencing competition. I think Enfric will graduate soon." Even Count Cassis's face beside her showed a rare look of joy. Hearing this, Karina was also overjoyed. She proudly exclaimed, "Oh, he's my brother too." Dahlia happily chimed in, "That's right, who else can he take after?" Cassis beside her added, "Indeed, he's my son."
Karina also didn't forget to show off what she could do. She held up the landscape painting. The butterfly had indeed disappeared. "But Mom, I draw paintings too." Dahlia's gaze turned cold. Then she turned away, indifferently offering a compliment even before Karina could say anything about it. "Oh, you draw beautifully." And then she paid no more attention to Karina. "By the way, I'm thinking of organizing a small party when Enfritz returns this weekend." She paused for a moment, then continued. "Abelia's condition has been quite good lately, and she's always cheerful." At this, Karina could only bite her lip and lower her head, her face trembling.
She wondered, did no one even bother to look at her? One day, as Karina was concentrating on her painting, Dahlia's angry voice rang out, calling her name. "Karina! Karina!" Karina looked over, bewildered, and replied, "Yes?" Dahlia angrily yelled, "The thing on the bookshelf, you took it, didn't you?" Karina, bewildered, replied, "No, I didn't." As if she hadn't heard anything, Dahlia mercilessly shouted, "Don't you dare lie! Then why is Abelia holding it? I told you it was dangerous." Karina was a little bewildered because she truly hadn't done it. "I didn't?" A small hand appeared. Dahlia's unpleasant scolding continued. "You're a big sister now. Why are you still disobedient? Why do you still make me worry like this?" Abelia hid behind her skrit, sobbing resentfully as if Karina had truly done it. Her heart grew cold, her face hardened and lost all color, and her entire body ached slightly. She realized that no matter what she said, her mother wouldn't listen. Finally, the only sound that echoed was Karina's voice. "I'm sorry, I won't do it again." She suddenly recalled Cassis's gentle face when he spoke of Enfrich. "I'm thinking of postponing the birthday party, because tomorrow is Enfrich's graduation. What do you think, Karina?" At this point, she was slowly realizing that compared to her brother's greatness, which everyone lauded, her own paintings, even if the birthday was held later, the food and gifts wouldn't be any less. Once again, Dahlia, with an apologetic expression, said to her, "Karina, can we postpone your tea party? Abelia isn't feeling very well." She had to yield because her sister was ill, because she was healthier than her. Karina, at that moment, sat alone on the chair with an empty smile, muttering, "Yes, it's fine, I'm okay." The more this occurred, the more her paintings accumulated. She then realized a truth. Only by pouring all her strength into painting could her artworks truly come alive, whether for a fleeting moment or an endless day. Karina, with empty eyes, sitting before her paintings, became an increasingly common sight. Even she realized it. The paintings were gaining more soul, not vanishing immediately. And the image of her desperately calling out emerged, like a family that, no matter how she called, would never come back. Suddenly, warmth spread through Karina's hand. Someone was holding her hand. Karina turned her head in confusion. The one warming her hand was none other than the characters from her imagination, just like pets that are always by your side whenever you're sad. Sometimes I feel truly happy to have these pictures as friends who listen to my stories. In that way, I have gone to a place of no return. At this moment, Karina calmly turned away. "All right, see you later." As she turned away, she couldn't help but feel worried, as if she had been exposed.
Suddenly, Abelia's voice called out from behind, "Sister Karina." Karina froze, and Abelia's voice continued, "Please buy me some delicious items sold at the market, like skewers or juice. I want to try them." Nocturne from behind worried, "Leah, it's too dangerous." Karina turned back with a natural smile. "I know." Abelia happily gave a radiant smile. "Be careful on your way, sister." On her way, Karina kept her head down, blaming herself. "Karina Leopold, you're even jealous of your own sister. You're terrible." Winston frowned. "What's wrong? Do you only want to live for one more day?" Karina smiled optimistically. "No, I need medicine." Winston was taken aback. "Medicine? What kind?"
Karina said with all sincerity, "I intend to leave. I've never truly been the master of my own life, and I won't continue living like this anymore." Winston, without much thought, asked, "So you'll be traveling somewhere?" Karina replied truthfully, "Yes, to the north." Then she cautiously asked, "Do you know a place called Genta?" Winston flinched upon hearing that. He smiled, but his words were cold. "You might as well say you're going to seek death." Then he stated firmly, "In that case, I will give you a medicine that will help you die instantly." Karina instantly clamped her mouth shut. Winston seemed to grow impatient hearing her speak of that place. He waved her off. "If you're here to beg me for this, you've come to the wrong place. Shh, leave." Karina was flustered. "No, that's not it," she stammered. "Is there a way to get there safely without risking my life? I want a 2-month trip. Each week I'll dedicate 2 days to rest properly at an inn." Winston thoughtfully rubbed his chin. Seeing that he didn't refuse right away, she felt a glimmer of hope. "Still no?" Winston pulled up a chair and asked, "Why the north?" Karina said with absolute confidence, "Because there's a place there where I can find refuge."
Winston advised, "It's very cold there. In 2 months, winter will have just arrived." Karina was puzzled. "Is there a problem with winter? I'll only be staying indoors anyway." Winston's face darkened. "She told me exactly what you want." Karina looked into his eyes and silently assessed him. His gaze was as if he were looking at a naive child who knew nothing of the outside world. She started to get flustered. "Something that can help me not faint or die on the way in a foreign land is all I need." Winston immediately asked, "When are you leaving?" Karina replied, "In a week." Winston clicked his tongue. "That's quite short notice, isn't it? Basically, there's currently no cure for art-induced ennui, but there are ways to delay it." His words echoed. "If you stop the medication, your condition will worsen significantly, and I can only give you a 2-month course of treatment." Karina brightened considerably. "That's enough." Gold coins were brought over.
Winston frowned slightly, wondering why so much money was given. It wasn't necessary to this extent. Karina at the door seemed never to have been as radiant and at ease as she was now. 2 months' worth of medicine money, and my thanks to you as well, sir. Anyway, I have no use for it, so I'll see you again in 6 days, sir." Winston frowned in confusion. He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. "I can truly leave." The fragrant smell of skewered meat wafted from somewhere. Karina stopped. "It smells so good." She walked to the stall. The vendor, with a high-pitched voice, cheerfully said, "Young lady, have one. The taste is truly wonderful, isn't it?" Karina nodded. Abelia's voice suddenly echoed in her mind. "Skewered meat or juice, for example. I want to try them." Karina smiled sweetly. "In that case, please pack 2 for me." A little later, in the carriage, Karina sat lost in thought, clutching the package of skewered meat. Her gaze unconsciously drifted outside. Before her was the sight of an older sister gently comforting a crying child. Abelia's words echoed once more. "It would be so nice if you went out every day."
Karina bowed her head with a sad face. She knew the other person didn't have much ill will, and she also knew they liked her, though she didn't know why. Her heart suddenly ached. She just needed to think simply. This wasn't just a 1-day or 2-day thing anymore. Arriving at the mansion, Karina walked in, but her mind was still occupied. Abelia and Ferdon were still young, and her younger siblings. She had to understand and be lenient with them. She called out, "Skewered meat would be good for a pre-dinner snack." As soon as she entered, she saw Ferdon. "Sis, where have you been?" Karina softly called his name, Ferdon. Ferdon's eyes lit up as he ran over, exclaiming, "Oh my!" He bent down, inhaling deeply the scent of Karina's skewers, and exclaimed, "It smells so good." And then, without hesitation, he snatched it from Karina's hand. Ferdon grinned mischievously. "Sis, it's really heavy, isn't it? Let me carry it for you. It's only at times like these that I get to be the older sibling, huh?" Karina was already used to this behavior. She tilted her head and smiled. "Take it and share it with Abelia. She asked me to buy it." Ferdon quickly ran upstairs in excitement. "Hooray! Thanks, sis. Yeah, Abelia, this is so good." Karina turned away. She sighed inwardly. "I'm really tired. I should take a nap, shouldn't I?" In the dark of night, someone suddenly called her name repeatedly in anger. "Rena, Rena, Karina Laporte." Karina's eyes snapped open. She rubbed her forehead and sat up. "What are you doing in my room at this hour, father?" By her bed at that moment was Casisa Case, dark with anger.
From the window, Karina Leopold was sitting quietly on the soft bed. Cassis Leopold, with an angry expression, shouted, "Karina, what kind of low-quality food did you buy for Abelia?" Her face showed a hint of fear as she timidly looked at him. I just had to go out for a moment." "What? You know Abelia can't eat just any food, don't you? He crossed one arm, resting the other hand on his head, his face weary. Behind him, her mother and younger brother stood tense. It had been a long time since her parents had visited her room. She had thought they remembered their child today, and she had only bought what the little girl had asked for. She silently pressed her lips together and looked down. She bravely asked her father, "What happened to Abelia?" He crossed his arms, looked at her, and replied, "She vomited everything she ate and is showing symptoms of dehydration. You're her older sister, don't you have any consideration for her?" Abelia Leopold coughed violently, and her mother and the doctor were very alarmed. Dahlia thoughtfully spoke to her. "Your father is right, Karina. You're grown up now, you can think for yourself, so why aren't you more careful?" She immediately looked at him and said, "That was because Leah," he angrily yelled. "Don't try to argue anymore." Ferdinand Leopold looked at him, wanting to speak on behalf of his sister. "Father, mother,
She silently and coldly pondered everything that had happened until now. Honestly, it was always the same. An apology and then everything was over. She worried for Abelia, thinking there would be no one left to blame, but why were they treating her this way? So what? Her face devoid of emotion, she looked straight into his eyes. "Huh?" Cassius Leopold was stunned by her answer. "What did you just say?" He looked at her. Karina Leopold met his gaze with strong, resolute eyes. "Then I ask you, Father, what am I supposed to do? How much longer must I endure this? Until a year after I'm dead?" She clutched her dress tightly. "Will they only regret it if I die?" Cassius Leopold looked at his daughter, whom he had always been indifferent to. Now she's even showing attitude, he thought. You bought that food because Abelia asked for it, and I need to tell Abelia that. Tell her that she shouldn't eat snacks because they're not good for her health. She looked indifferently at her father. His face was suddenly stunned. "What? Even so, does that prove you don't care about your sister at all?" "No," she replied. "I thought Abelia would be fine, so I bought it."
Dahlia and Ferdinand Leopold stood outside the door, surprised by her words. "Karina, what kind of tone are you using with your father?" Karina Leopold frowned. I have such a headache. What's wrong with how I'm talking? Expressing a personal opinion doesn't violate any rules, does it?" The scene was hazy. "But when bringing food like that, shouldn't you get the doctor's permission first? Dad, what kind of food is it?" "Ferdin ate it too, and he's perfectly fine. I tasted it before buying, so I don't think there's anything wrong with the food. I'll be more careful next time, Dad. And please pay more attention to Abelia." He pondered for a moment, looking uncertain. His face was tired and covered in sweat. "All right, just remember to be more careful next time." He turned away. Her little brother was asking their mother, "Mom, can I go visit Abelia?" "Yes." Cassius Leopold reached for the door. He turned back to caution her. "Your brother has been frail since birth, you know this, don't you?" "Yes."
You may be dissatisfied, but you are lucky to have been born healthier than your sibling, so please understand your father." She said nothing, just sat silently on the bed. She had no choice but to answer her father. "Yes, it's about health again. Am I the only healthy one? Both Enfrich and Ferdin are healthy. Since when did being born healthy become a sin? Why do I have to bear the blame alone? I understand now." Dahlia walked over to Cassius Leopold. He was too quick-tempered upon learning that Abelia had been poisoned. He should have been gentler with Karina. She glanced at her, wondering if the girl felt neglected and hurt. She sat emotionless on the bed, silently watching her parents walk away, when suddenly she blurted out, "Is that all you wanted to say, Father?" Both stopped in their tracks upon hearing her words. He turned back, his face stern. "Yes." Karina Leopold's face was pale and showed a hint of pain. "So you two still remember where my room is? Don't you remember that you haven't visited or checked on me here for years? I thought you had forgotten this child." They were stunned by her words. She remained still on her bed, looking at her parents. "Please tell happily that I'm sorry for what I've done. I'm tired. I need to rest." The door slowly closed, and Karina Leopold remained silent, looking towards the door.
Karina Leopold, tired and glummy, flopped down onto her soft bed. "I didn't do anything wrong, did I? Will Abelia be okay?" Her mind was a chaotic blank. She dejectedly hugged her pillow and lifted her head, thinking, if these were symptoms of dehydration, I've experienced a lot of those lately. Thump, thump. Karina Leopold sadly buried her face in the pillow. "All right, it's okay. It's no big deal." Suddenly, she sprang up, her face and mind having thought of something that jolted her awake. She scurried off to find something, which turned out to be a box of paints. Karina Leopold's gentle, slender hands were drawing something. Swish, swish, she meticulously observed, thoughtfully drawing each beautiful stroke, bending down in concentration. A hum.
She was tired. In the painting she drew was a beautiful, shimmering fairy. A flash of light made Karina Leopold very surprised and bewildered. Before her eyes was an incredibly beautiful, sparkling fairy, adorned with wings and a shimmering blue dress. She tilted her head and smiled, looking at the fairy. "Hello." Karina Leopold closed her eyes, and the fairy immediately flew towards her and embraced her face. Yes, forget everything as always, because she still had the world within her painting. Karina Leopold gently raised her hands to cradle the fairy. That was her life and breath. Even if she encountered many difficulties in life, she could not give it up, because it was her everything. Seeing Karina walking step by step, the maid was surprised. "Oh my, young lady, it's been a long time since we've seen you come out for a meal." The previous image reappeared. Seeing her, Karina's younger brother and sister emotionally ran towards her. Abelia couldn't help but embrace her. Ferdon said with a slight hesitation, "Sister, the thing is, I'm sorry about the day before yesterday." The sister also tearfully and remorsefully apologized to Karina. "Sister, I was wrong. From now on, I won't ask you to buy skewers anymore, so please forgive me, okay? And please, come eat with us." At this moment, Karina slowly walked to the scene. She hummed in acknowledgement. The maid also enthusiastically approached her and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, everyone will be very happy. In her heart, Karina was secretly thinking, "All right, anyway, today is the last time." On the dining table, countless delicious dishes were now laid out. Karina sat down at the table next to Enfridge. She secretly thought, "Only the salad is worth eating." Cassis then spoke up. Karina, your birthday is in 2 days." Hearing this, Karina calmly replied, "Yes, that's right." She thought to herself, "So it's almost my birthday. I completely forgot."
Cassis continued, "That day Enfridge had the day off. Everyone was planning a picnic. Could your birthday party be postponed?" Karina replied indifferently, just for formality. "It's up to you, father, but I probably can't join the picnic. I have something to do." Hearing that, Cassis clearly showed his displeasure. He angrily asked her, "Is it so urgent that you can't attend a family event?" Karina decisively stood up. She calmly replied, "Yes, I'm sorry. Please enjoy yourselves. I've finished my meal. I'll excuse myself first." After leaving the dining room, Karina immediately ran off. She placed her hand on the paper on the table. Feeling a bit disappointed, she thought to herself, "I thought there was nothing left to be sad about. What if that was my last birthday? How could they act as if it was permissible without even an apology? Why are all the last memories always this terrible?" Karina turned and left, feeling a pang of self-mockery. Even so, that was still family, so she had wondered if she should say a word before leaving, but the room was empty. Karina felt a chill in her heart. In the end, all she left was a letter with a single line of text. The sound of water running from the tap filled the air. Clothes had been neatly placed in a basin. Karina soaked comfortably in the bathtub. She slowly opened her eyes, feeling a touch of luck, fortunate that she hadn't been expelled. Earlier, when Karina arrived, Miriam Pastelio had instructed the mansion servants to prepare an empty room for her. Any room would do. Immediately after, he awkwardly said to Karina, "Miss, please take a bath first." Karina's eyes immediately lit up, and she nodded very obediently. Returning to reality, Karina soaked in the bathtub, while not forgetting to glance at the medicine bottle placed nearby. She thought to herself, "The medicine, only 3 pills left now, huh?" She closed her eyes and relaxed her body. She recalled the words spoken then. "Although I've provided enough medicine, when there are only 3 pills left, don't take any more. After 3 days without taking it, you will develop a high fever, like a dam that suddenly bursts. Your physical condition will definitely worsen." The sound of running water continued steadily. After getting out of the bathtub, Karina dried her body with a towel, thinking to herself, "It's still early. My body will probably start to deteriorate from tonight if the fever gets too high to bear." She set the towel aside. "You will take 1 pill every 2 days. P.S. Don't resist the onset of drowsiness. It's a symptom that your body is overexerting itself." Karina wondered to herself, what would it feel like to have a grandfather? Fragments of past memories resurfaced. Traveling, though tiring, had still been very enjoyable. Even if she only had 1 year left to live as she pleased, that would be enough. She should just do what she wanted, to make it so. Suddenly, Karina felt a little flustered. In the desolate study, devoid of any other person, with only paper and ink everywhere, the workspace looked like this, making his demanding nature understandable, Karina thought to herself. Facing Miriam Pastelio's sharp, cold gaze, Karina truly didn't want to confront him. She told herself, "You're so busy, and I'm bothering you. I truly apologize." At this moment, Miriam Pastelio calmly put down his pen and said, "Sit down first." Hearing this, Karina obediently replied, "Yes." Just then Fang appeared, tasked with pouring tea for Miriam Pastelio and Karina. After a moment, Miriam Pastelio spoke first. "Now tell me, why have you come all the way here?" Hearing this, Karina awkwardly replied, Do I have to explain?" Miriam Pastelio immediately frowned and asked her, "If you intend to live off others, then of course you must explain clearly, mustn't you? Did you quarrel with your family?" This one sentence of his struck a nerve with Karina. She clutched the hem of her dress and seriously replied, "It's somewhat similar, but different." Miriam Pastelio couldn't help but sigh and continued,
I am well aware of the young lady's resilience, to the extent that it took 2 months to travel all the way to the ducal territory. Is the conflict truly that significant? Karina admitted that his words were both right and wrong. She had hoped her final resting place would be a peaceful one, and if she wanted that, she needed a place far away from her family.
She immediately cast her eyes down, feeling a little troubled, and thought to herself, to be honest, I also hope they'll regret it when I leave, even if it's a bit childish and selfish. The tea in Karina's hand was still warm when she spoke up. Everyone needs time to unwind, after all. Miriam Pistellio didn't deny it. That's true, he said, but I'm very busy right now. Winter is the busiest time, so I don't have time to concern myself with the young lady. Hearing this, Karina happily exclaimed, That's wonderful. Seeing Karina's demeanor just now, Miriam Pistellio couldn't help but feel a slight headache. He thought to himself, what exactly is this petite young lady up to? No, it's more than that. On the other hand, Karina's mood was exceptionally good. She began to chatter away to him. So if you're not using the annex, could I use it? My room is right next to yours. But if we keep running into each other, it might be a bit inconvenient, Miriam Pistellio thought, seeing this, and grew suspicious. He mused, Is this really the girl I know? She's a bit different from how she was at the engagement ceremony, isn't she?
Miriam Pistellio cleared his throat and reminded her. The annex needs to be tidied up. Karina immediately asked curiously, Is it very dusty? He raised a hand, thought for a moment, then said, No, although it has been swept, we still need to arrange for someone to use it or bring in the necessary furnishings. Hearing this, Karina put down her teacup and replied, As long as there's fire and warm water, that's all I need. I don't require any further attendance. At this, Miriam Pistellio immediately called for someone and instructed, If you're fine with that, then proceed. It can be used immediately, so you can move in whenever you wish. Yes, prepare it for her. With this assurance from Miriam Pistellio, Karina let out a sigh of relief. However, Miriam Pistellio also warned her beforehand. And don't go out on your own, he said very seriously. Winter in the north is different from the south. There's no telling when or where magical beasts might appear. Karina immediately stood up and declared firmly, Don't worry, sir. I have no reason to go out anyway. I wish to go inside and rest. May I go to my private annex? Miriam Pistellio readily agreed. If you feel comfortable, then do so.
Karina couldn't help but thank him with delight. Thank you for happily agreeing. Hearing this, Miriam Pistellio said petulantly, I never happily agreed. The problem is, I can't kick you out. By this time, Karina had walked to the room's door when she suddenly stopped. She turned her head back, saying with a hint of remorse, Duke, I apologize for acting on my own accord. Miriam Pistellio said nothing upon hearing this. By this time, Karina had left. However, her body quickly became so weak that she trembled, feeling a little dizzy. In a dark room, Karina's faint voice echoed. Cough, cough. She curled up in the blanket, trembling. It's too cold. Karina slowly opened her eyes, thinking to herself, the fire must still be burning over there, right? At this moment, light from outside shone into the room, and Karina sat up. She couldn't help but touch her forehead, thinking, while I can still move, I should at least find a cloth and warm water to put on my forehead. Karina walked along the corridor, thinking to herself, Is the kitchen over there? This place is even larger than the Leopold mansion, so it won't be easy to find. Suddenly, a strange rustling sound startled Karina. In the pitch-dark room, devoid of people, a shadow unexpectedly approached her. Miss. Karina, overcome with fear, immediately flailed her arms and legs. After calming down, she slowly opened her eyes. Miriam Pistellio, now standing in front of her with his arms crossed over his chest, asked seriously, What are you doing awake in the middle of the night?
Karina, a little embarrassed, cleared her throat. Well, the thing is, in the end, not knowing what to say, Karina changed the subject. So what brings the Duke here at this hour? Hearing that, Miriam Pistellio awkwardly scratched his head. He thought to himself, Seriously, I can't possibly say that I unconsciously came here because I was worried about her. So he quickly came up with an excuse. I'm going to check the broken air conditioner in the mansion and take the opportunity to get some fresh air. Hearing that, Karina looked a little doubtful. So that's how it is. Miriam Pistellio then hesitantly reached out his hand, intending to say something more to Karina, but immediately after he stopped his movement, his heart filled with doubt. Karina was momentarily flustered, and she subtly shifted her gaze to look in another direction to avoid embarrassment. After a while, Miriam Pistellio then seriously asked, Miss, you're hiding something from me, aren't you? If there's a problem, please tell me. Hearing that, Karina wanted to avoid it even more. She drew her legs back, retreating, and awkwardly replied, It's nothing at all, no. Miriam Pistellio took in all of her actions, frowning as he thought to himself, She says it's nothing? Immediately after, Miriam Pistellio reached out and grabbed Karina's wrist. The atmosphere around the two instantly became charged. Miriam Pistellio held Karina's hand and led her away. Karina's face was now beaded with sweat, her breathing shallow and her cheeks flushed red.
Miriam Pastelio immediately noticed something unusual. Unlike her earlier annoyed voice, it was now trembling.
Finally, Miriam Pastelio frowned and said, "You have a cold." Seeing his serious expression, Karina quickly denied, "I'm fine, a good night's sleep will fix it." Hearing this, Miriam Pastelio couldn't help but blame himself, thinking, ever since she mentioned working herself ragged for 2 months before coming here, I should have looked into it. If your body isn't well, you should say so. Why endure it like that? Only a foolish bear would endure it like that. Karina, hearing these words, couldn't help but feel annoyed. "Oh, a bear, huh?" Miriam Pastelio immediately lectured her. "On the battlefield, hiding an injury is more troublesome than death itself. Don't you know that? If you don't want to cause more trouble, you must speak up immediately." Miriam Pastelio then continued to ask, "Are you in the wrong or not?" Karina, having no way to argue back, admitted, "I am wrong." Suddenly, she seemed to realize her recent actions and thought to herself, "Wait, why am I being interrogated non-stop in the middle of the night like this?" She immediately wanted to retort something. But Miriam Pastelio had already raised his hand in front of her. He frowned and seriously asked, "You, how many fingers do you see me holding up?" Karina's face fell and she couldn't help but feel awkward. She thought to herself, a finger couldn't possibly have 6 segments. Normally, it looks like it's divided into 2. In the quiet space, Karina replied, 3. Miriam Pastelio, upon hearing this, was so bewildered he almost questioned his existence. He turned his finger and looked at it again, full of doubt. Seeing Miriam Pastelio's bewildered expression, Karina wondered, was that right? Immediately after, Miriam Pastelio unexpectedly picked Karina up and gently said, "You really must be careful." The sudden closeness between them instantly made Karina embarrassed. I'm fine," she stammered. Miriam Pastelio didn't let her make a fuss and said in a serious tone, "This isn't a suitable place for a patient. Please return to the main room to rest." Realizing she had been discovered, Karina awkwardly replied, "But," Miriam Pastelio continued, "you probably know I'm not pleased, but I hope you won't make me out to be the bad guy." Suddenly, Miriam Pastelio paused, a thoughtful expression on his face. He mused. He was no longer as impatient as before, and gently said, "I'll go call for help, so you should get some rest." Karina's eyes gradually became hazy, yet she still struggled to say, "Don't call a doctor." Miriam Pastelio was astonished upon hearing this. "What?"
Karina persisted stubbornly. "You absolutely must not call a physician, do you understand?" Miriam Pastelio eventually conceded. "For now, just rest." Karina's wish remained unchanged. "Duke, you promised me." Miriam Pastelio had now returned her to bed, and he gazed silently at Karina. Her face was flushed crimson, and sweat beaded on her skin. Miriam Pastelio couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow, wondering inwardly, what exactly is she hiding? His hand hesitantly reached out. 2 months ago. "Oh heavens, master, the young lady, Lady Karina, is not here." Count Cassius Leopold's expression turned grim. He said to the maid, "Doesn't she often go out to attend to matters without a word? Why are you rushing here in such an unusual way?" The maid hastily bowed, her voice trembling as she stammered, "Pardon me, master, it's just that, well, it might not be merely a trip outside." So, with that, she handed him a letter, explaining, "Today, when I went to the young lady's room to clean, I discovered this letter on the table." The letter simply read, "I'm off traveling, signed Karina Leopold."
"What is this?" Karina's mother looked at the letter in the maid's hand and asked her curiously. Everything suddenly fell silent. A moment later, she turned to Count Cassius Leopold and asked worriedly, "Why did she go traveling without saying a word?" He turned to the maid and asked, "When was the last time you saw Karina?" The maid trembled and stammered, "Well, that. Suddenly remembering, she happily told the Count, two days ago, I think I saw Lady Karina go out." The Count continued to ask, "What about yesterday?" The maid bowed her head again, deep in thought. "Yesterday, I remember seeing the young lady." Count Cassius Leopold began to rub his forehead and asked her 2 younger siblings, Ferdinand Leopold and Abelia Leopold, "Didn't you 2 see Karina yesterday?" The 2 children looked blankly, deep in thought. After a long while, Abelia Leopold replied, "Because she wasn't in her room. I just thought she went to the market to play again." Ferdinand Leopold also said, "I haven't seen her much lately either." Her older brother, Enfrich Leopold, added, "Perhaps Karina's birthday party coinciding with the camping trip hurt her feelings. If I had known, I would have chosen a different day." Recalling before she left, fearing she would be sad, he followed her and spoke to her. "Karina, if you feel sad, please say so. Remember that both father and mother love you very much." Her face in the silent darkness replied, "Yes, I am also their child. Surely somewhere in their hearts, they love me too. But I'm not the finger that hurts more when bitten." Her statement meant that all children are children, all are loved and cherished equally, but not all. She was merely like an extra person. Lady Dahlia caressed the letter her daughter left behind. She covered her mouth in sorrow and said, "But how could she just leave a piece of paper, knowing everyone would worry? If she disliked the picnic so much, she should have said something, shouldn't she?" Count Cassius tilted his head and scented the servant beside him.
Anyway, the girl hasn't gone far. First, ask a few people where she went. Lady Dahlia then turned to ask the maid, how much money is missing? The maid bowed respectfully and replied, including yesterday and today, it's about 2 gold coins. Count Cassis sneered and said, I see, so she hasn't gone far. At most, she'll endure for about 1 or 2 weeks, and then she'll come back. When she does, I'll have to scold her. Lady Dahlia said worriedly, nothing bad will happen, will it, dear? Count Cassis frowned and said, who would drive nails? He meant that she caused her parents heartache. He added, by the way, since the girl ran away from home, she needs to learn how difficult life can be and how much she has benefited from us. Count Cassis slammed the table and angrily shouted, Karina Leopold.
He yelled angrily, you're all grown up. Do you have any sense? His voice trembling with anger, he said, no matter how much it hurts, what's wrong with her? Just then, Lady Dahlia opened the door and walked in. Seeing Count Cassis's anger, she gently asked him, darling, is something wrong? Count Cassis lowered his gaze and said, Karina has left the Southern Territory. Lady Dahlia gently stepped closer, her voice stammering with worry. She said, no, is that true? What about little Karina? Count Cassis wearily rubbed his forehead in distress. I've lost track of her. The last we knew of Karina's movements was that she took a carriage to the capital.
He thought to himself that from Karina's perspective, her mood might not be good, but it was truly detestable how she deliberately ruined things like this. Lady Dahlia said to him, troubled, what if something happens to the child? We should first send more people and go pick Karina up. Count Cassis calmly said to her, pick her up? What's there to pick up? Enough is enough. If she doesn't like this family, she can fend for herself. If she walked out on her own, she won't set foot back in this house until she learns to bow her head and beg for forgiveness. Having said that, he turned to the servant and said, continue to monitor her, no matter how much it costs. The servant respectfully bowed and obeyed. I understand. Lady Dahlia, despite being worried and afraid of his anger, still spoke up for her. I know Karina acted thoughtlessly this time, but it's probably just because she felt wronged. Count Cassis ran a hand over his forehead. He leaned back, the chair creaked, and he said to her, exasperated, don't coddle Karina anymore. I can't believe she ran away from home just because of a birthday party.
He continued, if rumors suddenly spread, how much face would be lost. She's a smart child. She'll know to come back before things escalate. The Count leaned over and poured a cup of tea from the table, asking her, how is Leah doing? Is she lonely? If it were Karina, she'd be awake even if she was sleeping. Lady Dahlia, covering her face, said to him, sometimes I visit Karina's room, but the atmosphere isn't very good. She's more profound than her carefree older sister. She continued, although Abelia acts like a child, she is very profound deep down, and Karina must have a reason for saying such things. After all, what difficulties could she possibly have? Doesn't she have enough pocket money? Can't she buy what she wants? This was a rhetorical question. She was born with wealth and knowledge, getting everything she desired, living in a prestigious family where she was loved and pampered hard-heartedly. Lady Dahlia rested her chin on her hand, thinking and sighing. She has never experienced hardship, always well-fed. She thought to herself, that's right, Karina lacks nothing at all. Anyway, let's not talk about this anymore. At most, it'll only last a month. Elsewhere, Karina groggily opened her eyes, her face flushed, dotted with glistening, clear beads of sweat. As she lay drowsily on the bed, a voice rang out, asking her, are you awake? Karina turned her head towards the voice. A man was sitting not far from her bed, reading a book. She asked, puzzled, sir? He merely looked at her coldly, saying nothing. It was then that Karina clearly saw his face, and in a flustered, stammering voice, she said, Is it really you, sir?
Karina buried her embarrassed face in the blanket, whimpering shyly. Miriam Pastelio watched her antics, then concernedly told Karina, your fever hasn't gone down yet, so just lie still. At this moment, Karina suddenly sat up and hesitantly asked Periel, Sir, why? Periel's hand gripped the armrest of the chair as he told her, didn't you promise? You said you wouldn't call a medic even if you died. It's too late to call for a caregiver now. Periel walked over to her bedside. He told her, as she lay in bed, therefore, I've decided to stay by your side until morning. She was still surprised by his words, stammering, Really? Is that true? Before he pushed her back down.
Periel coldly said to her, then why should I leave a clean, bright office to look at documents here? Karina lay on the bed and doubtfully asked him, don't you find it troublesome? Periel said to her, taking care of a sick patient, what do you mean by troublesome? He continued to Karina, you are the guest and I am the host. The promise you made has been fulfilled, so just act like a guest. Karina seemed to light up. She smiled brightly and obeyed him. Periel sat beside the bed and asked Karina, are you still tired? I've never taken care of anyone before, so I'm not good at this. Karina asked him in surprise, really? Is this the first time you've taken care of someone? He calmly replied, yes. Rarely did he show an embarrassed expression as he told her, for me, this is the first time. She thought to herself, That must be it. There's no way a noble who grew up in high society would have experience taking care of patients. Because of the fever, I'm talking nonsense again. Karina smiled and said to him, but it's really nice to have someone by your side when you're sick. I'm always by my siblings and brother's side.
Periel heard her words and couldn't help but doubt, thinking to himself, wait, did what she just said mean she'd never been cared for? Now that I think about it, the other children of the Leopold family also had weak bodies, didn't they? Basically, if a family has a sick member, things can hardly proceed smoothly as usual. If it's a home with family affection, it would naturally prioritize the sick member. Karina then told him, anyway, if the fever doesn't go down, it'll be a big problem. He merely agreed coldly. She said, I have medicine in my bag, but I forgot to bring it, so... Hearing this, Periel suddenly stood up. He said to her, medicine? Then I'll go get it now. Hearing him, Karina quickly grabbed his hand. Don't, Karina weakly said. Not now. Periel, his face flushed and worried, walked to her bedside and said, no, your fever is serious right now. Hearing him say that, Karina, her face already flushed from illness, still firmly told him, even so, I don't want to.
Periel plopped down onto the chair beside the bed, equally resolute. He crossed his arms, frowned, and said to Karina, you're even more stubbornly persistent than beef tendon. Hearing him say that, Karina didn't argue anymore. She took his hand, happily covering her mouth as she giggled. In a daze, Karina only felt her body was both cold and heavy, and her vision was just black. But the hands holding hers were so warm and comforting that she just kept smiling. Periel looked at her pleased, and his deep, warm voice said to her, it's not morning yet, so sleep a little longer. Karina, like a child, looked up anxiously and asked him, if I fall asleep, will you leave? Periel squeezed her hand tightly. Periel said to her seriously, no, I will stay in this room until Fang wakes up. I will be here while you sleep, so go to sleep. Karina looked at him blankly. Hearing Periel's words, she squinted her eyes slightly and smiled. She couldn't have expected it. It felt like receiving an unexpected birthday surprise.
Periel just sat there, watching over her as she slept. He thought to himself about the letter that had already been written and placed on the table, and that it would be better to send it after winter had passed. Periel turned back to look at her, thinking to himself that she seemed to have her own troubles. He didn't think she had anyone worth waiting for at home, and that standing by her for just 3 or 4 months wouldn't be so bad. In the luxurious Masutoban mansion, a knock on the door broke the silent atmosphere. Miss, a voice from outside the door called in. Karina, recognizing the familiar tone, was startled and said to the person outside, is that you, sir? Periel had already opened the door and stepped in, but he didn't go further, merely leaning against the doorframe with his arms coldly crossed. He looked at Karina and asked indifferently, you just recovered from a fever, why are you already sitting up? Karina was wearing a thin shawl, standing and basking in the morning sunlight. She looked radiant and full of energy at that moment. Seeing him, she cheerfully said, because staying in bed all the time would be so boring. A week had passed since she fell ill and recovered. The difference was that even without strenuous activity, her body gradually deteriorated to the point of difficulty breathing.
Periel walked up to her, gently stroking her bangs. Periel gently patted her head. Karina shyly lowered her head, thinking to herself that back then he would come here every day, place his hand on her forehead as a greeting, and then check her health. After a moment of checking, Periel finally happily told her, your fever is gone. But Periel paused, looking at her silly behavior, and asked suspiciously, why are you acting like a frightened rabbit? Seeing Karina like that, he involuntarily chuckled and told her, I'm not going to eat you, so don't worry. Then he continued to ask, have you had lunch yet? Karina shyly touched the spot he had just touched. Her face flushed as she replied, not yet. I've tried my best not to be seen as a troublesome burden, but... Hearing that, Periel immediately told her, I haven't eaten either. Let's have lunch together. Seeing Karina obediently nod, he continued, then take your time to get ready and come out. I'll wait for you outside. He took care of her more carefully than she had thought, different from her initial impression of him being cold. After a while of getting ready, Karina and he left for the dining room, one after the other. Periel told her, on second thought, I will often be absent from the Masutoban mansion, so you don't need to move to a private residence. Hearing that, Karina immediately asked him, would I hinder you if I followed you to Masutoban?
Periel answered her bluntly, of course. His words left Karina speechless. A moment later, she gave a wry smile and told him, I really don't intend to go anywhere. Periel looked at her seriously and said, anyway, you seem to like painting, don't you? Recalling that her bag was full of paper and pens, he added, your bag is full of art supplies. She let out a small gasp of surprise. Yes, I love it. Karina thought to herself, even my own family hasn't asked me about that. Periel pointed out the window and told her, if that's the case, you should try climbing onto the mansion's roof at sunrise or sunset. You can see a truly beautiful landscape from there. As she listened, she happily said, yes, I'll definitely go try it. Instead, Periel suddenly turned around. She, who had been standing behind him, suddenly bumped into his warm chest. Quickly, both of them took a step back. He quickly apologized to her. Karina covered her flushed face with her hands and told him, "Oh no, I'm the one who should apologize." Suddenly, she remembered that he had been about to say something earlier. She looked up and asked him, "Instead, what?"
Periel scratched his head shyly as he replied to her. "No matter how I look at it, your body seems quite weak, so remember to be careful when climbing onto the roof." Hearing this, she replied, "I know." After that, he seriously added, "In the north, the wind is quite cold in the mornings and evenings, so make sure to wear thick clothes before you go." She assented from the side. He continued, "Before you go, you must inform me or Fang." She could only assent from the side. He still continued to remind her, "Each trip should only be for 1 hour. After that, you must come down and warm yourself." Karina thought to herself, if he keeps nagging like this, his subordinates probably don't like him very much. Finally, he seriously concluded with a sentence, "If you don't want to be turned into dried squid, remember that." Karina suddenly felt as if she had turned into a squid. She pouted and muttered, "That squid lecture again." Seeing her expression, he unhappily asked, "Don't you know how you were during the engagement ceremony?" He told her, "You trailed behind the maid with an expression as if you were being forced."
She sadly lowered her eyes, thinking to herself it was clear she was forced to be here. Seeing her sorrowful expression, Periel crossed his arms and said to Karina, somewhat angrily, "If you hate it that much, you should say so." She gloomily said to him, "This matter—" Many days ago she stood before her parents. It was a predetermined matter. They had decided on the engagement without asking for her opinion. Her parents, because Leah was ill, did not even attend her engagement ceremony. Suddenly, Karina bowed to him and said, "I apologize for making you uncomfortable." He quickly waved his hand and said, "No, you have nothing to apologize for." He shrugged and said, "I am also at fault for upholding the wishes of our ancestors without consulting you in detail. I mean, even more than that." Saying this, he leaned in slightly, looking straight into her eyes and said, "If there's anything you dislike about me, please tell me." Facing Karina Leopold, Marion Pastelio showed no hesitation at all. He frankly told her, "If there's anything you dislike about me, please tell me." Karina Leopold lowered her head slightly, reflecting on his recent offer. Karina suddenly realized, "But until now, I still haven't been able to say that I dislike anything. Even if I were to refuse the engagement, Abelia would have to do it in my place."
Karina was lost in thought. She forgot that someone was waiting for her answer right in front of her. Marion Pastelio awkwardly scratched his head. He didn't rush to speak, afraid of startling Miss Karina Leopold. He turned and stepped aside, politely leading the way for Karina. As they walked, he asked, "Is there anything you don't like to eat?" Karina Leopold honestly replied, "I don't like greasy food." When they arrived at the dining hall, as he opened the door, Marion Pastelio turned to look at Karina and joked, "You like soft things, just like your gentle appearance, don't you? Come on, it's time to eat." The place where they were sitting was truly beautiful. It was a glass dome that separated them from the noise outside, but it was truly ideal for dining while enjoying the natural scenery. The sun was still shining brightly, so the inside of the glass dome had an indescribable shimmer. Karina Leopold was very surprised. She looked up and asked him, "Is this?" Marion Pastelio almost wanted to rest his chin on his hand to better look at Karina. "In winter, when it snows, it will be incredibly beautiful. It's just that the weather is too harsh, so after the northern engineers thought about it, they created a glass dome." Karina Leopold listened very attentively. Her sparkling blue eyes lit up. Karina nodded eagerly each time he spoke. Karina seemed very interested in this place. "So when does it snow?" Marion Pastelio thought for a moment. He wasn't very sure, but he still boldly guessed to make her happy. "This year the weather is exceptionally cold, so perhaps next month?" Karina Leopold told him that in the Count's territory it wasn't even cold in winter, so it certainly didn't snow. Marion Pastelio replied to her, "I suppose so. How does it compare to here? But the food has gotten cold. Let's eat." It seemed that the food from the north, or more precisely, the food prepared by Marion Pastelio's private chef, particularly suited Karina Leopold's taste, as today she looked truly comfortable, a beautiful smile always on her lips. Karina recalled a small detail that was enough to make her feel incredibly warm. Before they both began their meal, Marion Pastelio had pointed towards where she was sitting and ordered his maids, "Bring all the dishes that aren't too oily to that side." Karina Leopold smiled. "I've already been cared for even before eating." Marion Pastelio suddenly spoke, pulling her back to reality. He was concerned about her, but his way of showing concern was a little peculiar. Surely she wasn't so frail as to cough up blood just from holding an eating bowl, was she? Karina Leopold was speechless. "It's not that bad," she thought. She had never been shown so much concern before, so she felt a little bewildered. "Phew, I feel so guilty. What should I do now? Even though I didn't understand him well, I still thought he was cold." When she looked at Marion Pastellio, he was distractedly looking down at his food. What if something happened because of me, and he had to bear severe consequences? Now Marion Pastellio looked up. Karina Leopold still felt guilty. I was too thoughtless, she mused. Marion Pastellio was concerned about Karina again, simply because she had been staring at him this whole time. What's wrong? Is the food not to your liking? Karina shyly lowered her head to look at her food. Sir? Marion Pastellio told Karina. You can just call me Marion, or Lion is fine too. Karina was a little surprised. Ah, yes. Marion then asked Karina the main question. So why did you suddenly call me?
Karina Leopold's eyes widened, as if she still hadn't adapted to his speaking speed, or perhaps to how quickly Marion grasped things. So Karina Leopold shook her head vigorously, as if trying to dispel something that had just popped into her mind. Because I want to apologize. Marion looked surprised. Apologize? Karina clasps her hands tightly, gathering all her courage to honestly tell him. I came without prior notice, because I thought you might refuse instantly. Marion suddenly affirmed. Of course, but it's not because I hate you or find you troublesome. It's simply because of the danger. Don't pay too much attention to what I said on the first day, though now I should be the one to formally apologize to you. Karina hesitated, wanting to say something more. Yes, and she was quite unsure about mentioning her condition to Marion. Should I tell him about my artistic illness? Even if I tell him, I can't guarantee the situation will improve. In the worst-case scenario, I won't be able to stay here anymore. Marion, surprisingly, still waited for Karina to continue. But Karina only gave a bright smile. I'll enjoy my meal.
Marion said to her, "It's a bit bland, isn't it? Next time I'll prepare more palatable dishes, so please eat up. If you keep this up, the chef will cry." Karina was bewildered by his reminder. Yes. Marion asked, "Is it good?" Karina replied, "Yes, it's very good." Finally, their mealtime came to an end. Karina bid farewell to Marion and returned to the room prepared specifically for her at his mansion. She mused to herself, "It's been so long since I've eaten my fill like this." She unconsciously smiled contentedly, thinking that even though the conversation wasn't anything special, she was very happy. Karina saw something that was drawing her closer. It was the scenery outside the window, with flowers, grass, and fresh air. Karina stood there silently. At that moment, she looked exactly like a lifelike portrait painted by a professional artist. Karina's presence made the surrounding scenery brighter and more vibrant. Maybe I'll go up there tomorrow and see, Karina thought to herself. The next day, someone's displeased voice echoed from within the vast mansion. As it turned out, Marion Pastellio was standing with his arms crossed in front of Karina, his face cold, gloomy, and intimidating. "Did you ignore what I told you?"
Karina Leopold curled up in a thin blanket, giving an apologetic smile. I'm sorry. Marion Pastellio let out a sigh. So explain to me, why are you only wearing a single robe and climbing onto the roof? You clearly promised me. Karina Leopold avoided his gaze. Did we promise? But the gloomy atmosphere Marion exuded around her made Karina unconsciously admit, I remember now. First, I absolutely have to inform Marion or the butler before I go. Second, I need to wear warm clothing. Lastly, I'm only allowed to go for an hour each time, after which I must come down and warm myself. But she had poked her head out to look then, but the entire vast mansion was utterly deserted. No one's around, huh? Is everyone still asleep? Perhaps I shouldn't disturb them. I'll just go up for a little while and then return, so it should be okay. Thus, Karina quietly ascended to the attic, where Marion had told her it was truly ideal for watching the sunrise and sunset.
Karina Leopold gently pushed the door open, and sunlight gleamed brightly into the room. She was astonished by its ethereal beauty, with the sun still resting upon the distant mountain range. Karina smiled cheerfully, thinking, I must paint this scene. So she began to draw. Each stroke appeared on the prepared white paper, the pencil tip making pleasant scratching sounds as it touched the page. By this point, Karina's cheeks had gradually flushed pink, but she still wanted to persevere, just a little longer. Because she was so focused, she didn't notice the sound of footsteps running towards her. Suddenly, Karina Leopold was pulled backward. She was startled, but had no time to react, simply falling backward with the momentum. But contrary to her expectation, the fall didn't hurt at all, because right behind her was Marion. Karina fell into his arms, and he seemed very angry. Karina was surprised. Is that you, sir? Recalling that moment only made Marion angrier. You'd rather turn into a stone, wouldn't you? I'll just put ice cubes in your bath then. His words pierced Karina's heart because he had hit a nerve. Karina Leopold explained, About that, I truly didn't realize how much time had passed. I didn't do it on purpose.
She smiled ingratiatingly at him now, but Marion wasn't about to let this stubborn girl off the hook so easily. How could she still be smiling? Karina startled, covering her mouth. Oops. Marion Pastellio extended his hand towards her. He placed his hand on her head and said a few teasing words.
Instead of saying Karina had a fever, he suggested, "Why don't you become my personal heater? It would save on fuel costs, too." Karina Leopold misunderstood his meaning again. "Are you cold, sir? If you need a heater, then this blanket." Marian froze. "Are you talking to me?" Karina Leopold gave a helpless smile, because Marian Pastelio wouldn't allow her to do anything but sit on the bed and rest. She thought, "I've been under this blanket for an hour." Now that he had calmed down, Marian Pastelio suddenly noticed the piece of paper Karina Leopold had been holding in her hand all this time. "May I take a look at that drawing for a moment?" Karina Leopold quickly poked her head out and handed it to him. Marian Pastelio must have been surprised that he could take it so easily. Of course, it's nothing too remarkable. After handing it to him, she also thought, "It's utterly mediocre." Marian contemplatively gazed at Karina's drawing. His face showed no change whatsoever, as if he were reviewing a petition rather than appreciating art. Then he suddenly spoke, looking at her hesitantly. "I find your excessive modesty to be a very undesirable trait." Karina stared at him naively with sparkling eyes. She didn't understand what he was trying to imply. "Sir?" Marian spoke again, sincerely and seriously. "I don't have extensive knowledge in this field, so I cannot offer a professional critique. These drawings are truly excellent."
Karina was incredibly surprised. Her face flushed crimson after his sincere compliment, and her ears were so red they looked like they were about to smoke. Karina Leopold stammered, "Huh? What did you say?" Marian Pastelio continued to praise her. "I never thought the scenery above my mansion could be so beautiful, miss. Please be more confident." Marian didn't know that his encouragement only made Karina even more flustered, her mind completely scattered. "This is the first time I've ever heard such words." Marian's gaze was firm. "I'm telling the truth. I'm really looking forward to the finished painting." Karina Leopold maintained a certain level of modesty. "Ah, even if it's just a joke, I'm very happy that you said so." Marian Pastelio was slightly displeased. "A joke? I don't joke about these things. If this painting had no potential, I would have suggested you look for another job."
Karina Leopold felt very joyful. She smiled happily. "It's only natural." Marian handed the painting back to her, saying, "If you don't believe me, could you finish this painting and then give it to me? I will transfer the commission to someone." As he was speaking, he suddenly stopped, his eyebrows furrowed uncomfortably. "An acquaintance," he said. "Ask that person to evaluate this painting for you." Karina Leopold smiled brightly. I will show it to you after it's finished, but there's no need for an evaluation, as I don't intend to show it to anyone else." Karina lowered her head, rubbing her cheeks that were burning red. The more she thought, the more her head felt like it was about to burst into flames. She had only gone this far because she wanted to soothe her loneliness, but now to reveal her feelings to him would be too embarrassing.
Karina suddenly remembered her situation. She looked up and asked Marian, "But, sir, can this blanket be removed now?" No sooner had she finished speaking than a knock on the door immediately sounded. Someone called from outside, "Sir, it's Maria." Karina Leopold was startled, her eyes wide as she looked at Marian Pastelio, waiting for his answer, but it seemed he hadn't heard it. "Come in." Maria entered the room and frowned. He suddenly asked a question with an unclear meaning. "Is the young lady's current state your handiwork, sir?" Marian snapped, "Stop talking nonsense." He pointed towards Karina, looking like an old father extremely worried about his daughter's health. "It seems she's not feeling well after a long journey, and she's been sitting on the roof enjoying the cold wind all day today. Examine her thoroughly." Maria obediently replied, "Yes, I understand, sir." He gently extended his hand, politely smiling as he said, "Young lady, please excuse my slight impoliteness." But just as he reached out, Karina Leopold pulled the entire blanket tightly around her whole body, just like a turtle retracting its head. As an aristocratic doctor, he must have never encountered such a timid patient. His face was truly that of a bewildered fawn. Marian Pastelio looked at him. Maria also looked at him, looking uneasy. "Sir," Maria began. Marian then spoke. "What are you doing, young lady?"
Karina Leopold curled up and hid in the blanket, her disgruntled grumbling coming from inside. "I told you I hate being examined by a doctor." Marian gently said, "Then don't get sick, okay? Let the doctor examine you quickly." Karina refused to listen to him. She still insisted, "I just need some rest and I'll be fine." So Marian got angry. It's clear that just talking won't solve anything. He lifted the blanket high, and even with a stubborn girl inside, he held it tightly and walked gently. It was as if the blanket had no weight at all. "Come on, quickly to the bed." His actions were too fast. Only now did Maria manage to react. She was startled and panicked. "Oh my, what are you doing with the young lady? If you want to carry her, you should hold her politely." Karina had been lifted high, so now she felt a bit dizzy, her eyes wide and bewildered. Marian looked at Maria, wondering why he considered his actions rude. This was also called showing concern. Maria's eyes welled up with tears, and he slapped his messy head, exclaiming, "Oh my God, my head hurts so much. Where's the care in that? No one shows care like that." "Are you treating the young lady like an insubordinate soldier, sir?"
He sat down low, opposite Karina, and looked up at Miriam. "Sir, you cannot treat Southerners roughly like you treat Northerners." Miriam was a bit flustered. "Oh, is that so? I apologize, young lady." Maria apologized to Karina Leopold on behalf of Miriam Pistellio. "Young lady, please forgive his rudeness. I apologize for the intrusion, but could you please show me your hand?" Karina poked her head out from under the blanket, and this time she obediently cooperated with him. Maria carefully took Karina's pulse, fearing a mistake, even though this was his professional expertise. But immediately, Maria's expression visibly changed. He was startled, his brows furrowed tightly. Karina Leopold didn't have much time left before losing consciousness. Her face was drenched in sweat, her breathing was rapid and uncomfortable, and her face was flushed red. Miriam Pistellio started to ask Maria about her condition. However, before he could finish, Maria placed a finger on her lips and motioned for him to be quiet. "Shh." Then Maria gently smiled as she helped Karina Leopold lie down on the bed. "If you're tired, please sleep, young lady. I'll cover you with a blanket." Karina no longer had the strength to exchange a few words with him. Her eyelids were heavy and stuck together, even though in her mind, Karina's will to resist echoed strongly. I can't possibly sleep now." Miriam Pistellio rested his chin on his hand, watching intently as Maria soothed Karina Leopold so she could comfortably fall asleep. He was bewildered and worried. "Why do you look so terrible?" Maria still couldn't take his eyes off Karina Leopold. He replied without looking at Miriam, "The young lady's health is quite poor." Although she had fallen into a deep sleep, Karina was breathing with difficulty. Maria checked her pulse at her neck. Her pulse was both unstable and weak. Maria also leaned his ear close to her chest, through the blanket Karina Leopold had just used to wrap herself. Her heartbeat was also very faint, barely audible. Maria also carefully examined Karina's arms and her birthmarks. Up until now, Miriam Pistellio had been sitting silently on the chair, observing Maria's every action and gesture. The room was unusually quiet, despite one person sleeping and two being awake. After making her initial diagnoses, Maria informed Miriam Pistellio. Although this disease is rare in the north, it seems to be an artistic disease. Miriam seemed very surprised to hear that. An artistic disease? Occasionally, some individuals are born with excessive blessings. Those people often create miracles through art. Such miracles are also known as divine power, something that transcends human strength. Miriam Pistellio stood up from his chair and continued. "That reminds me, the song Farion poured his heart into performing possesses healing power." Maria agreed with him. "That's right, the Carlos family is also a renowned artistic family in the empire." Miriam Pistellio asked her again, "Do you mean the squid? No, Lady Leopold is an artist with the power to create such miracles?" Maria replied to him honestly and seriously. "Yes, on the inner side of her arm, below the armpit, there are a few faint birthmarks. That is one of the symptoms of the disease." Miriam Pistellio pondered. Clearly, that painting was so magnificent that even a non-art professional like myself got goosebumps when I saw it. I had never before thought that a landscape so familiar to me could be so beautiful. It was as if I could fully perceive the landscape she had seen through that painting. And he asked Maria again, "So, how serious is her condition?" Maria awkwardly scratched her head. "Well, her health is very weak, but with my abilities, I cannot determine what type it belongs to." Miriam Pistellio wondered. "Type? What do you mean?"
Maria explained to Miriam that artistic disease is divided into many types. The mildest symptom of artistic disease is merely a decline in physical strength. Next, one might lose sensation or a part of their limbs. And in extremely rare cases, it means paying with one's life. Miriam Pistellio discussed Karina Leopold's condition with Maria. "Does that mean, in the worst-case scenario, the young lady could die?"
Maria frowned deeply. He was also very worried because this was his first encounter with Karina, a person afflicted with a unique artistic disease. Although it's a very rare case, in short, that's how it is. Miriam Pistellio silently watched Karina sleeping soundly on the bed. He felt a pang of sorrow. It was truly cruel to call it a blessing from God, wasn't it? After all, that power exceeded the scope of human capabilities. He carried a heavy burden in his heart. She was sleeping soundly due to a fever, so he couldn't ask her anything. "Is there any way to improve her condition?" Maria honestly answered him. "As far as I know, not yet, apart from prescribing painkillers." Miriam Pistellio then asked the doctor, "So we have to monitor whether she'll have to lose her limbs or lose her life?" Maria proposed the most optimal solution for Karina Leopold at present. If she wants to live, she could abandon art, but usually people don't do that. Miriam suddenly found Dr. Maria's answer ridiculous. Can that really be weighed against a life? Why wouldn't she do that? Maria's mind was in a tangle. His thoughts were a complete mess right now. He shrugged. If you don't put down your sword, if you keep holding it, but then you'll die or lose your limbs, would you easily put down the sword?"
Miriam realized he had been mistaken. I apologize. My thinking was narrow-minded. Maria didn't blame him. Initially, people afflicted with the artistic disease often possess extraordinary abilities in that field, and their cherished affection for that art is also immense. Miriam Pastelio looked towards Karina Leopold, his heart heavy with sorrow. I wasn't told about this at the engagement ceremony. Perhaps they will dedicate most of their lives to art.
Miriam Pastelio personally saw Maria off. You've worked hard. I will send word to Folio. Dr. Maria paused with his hand on the doorknob. He also carefully instructed Miriam. Yes, for now, the young lady is still very weak, so please keep a closer eye on her. I will bring you fever medicine. Miriam replied softly, After that, the room door immediately slammed shut. Lost in thought, standing by the bed and gazing at Karina Leopold for a long time, Miriam couldn't identify the feeling that was now blooming in his heart. He couldn't comprehend Karina Leopold's actions. Why was she trying so hard to conceal it? He turned his head, looking out into the courtyard, where an endless expanse of deep blue stretched. It was already dark, time had quickly passed, and Karina Leopold still hadn't regained consciousness. The noble Duke Miriam Pastelio was so devoted as to personally care for the patient, especially since she was his fiancée in name. The room was quiet and desolate, with only a faint moonlight filtering through the window frame, illuminating the space. Miriam Pastelio lit a cigarette, the flame flaring up to catch the filter.
Miriam Pastelio was smoking and lost in thought, wondering if she too must have wanted to cry then. On the day of the engagement, only the Earl's heir and her younger brother were seated. She watched them happily, her face etched with sadness. Yet if anyone approached to greet her, she would flash a bright, practiced smile, which was truly baffling. He suddenly felt ridiculous for his own fleeting thought. He couldn't bring himself to say it, but she was like a squid. He'd expected her to get angry, yet she merely smiled like a fool. Stepping out onto the balcony, he raised a hand to his mouth and whistled. The sound was just loud enough for himself and whomever he needed to hear it in the silent night. A messenger bird appeared, intimately rubbing its head against his cheek. Miriam Pastelio, showing no aversion, slowly tied a letter to its leg. The messenger bird soared high into the sky. Miriam Pastelio watched it, hoping to receive a reply from For You before the snow fell. In the south, the air was still crisp and the warm sun continued to favor its people. Nocturne watched a silhouette step into a carriage and spoke, "Yes, master." Nocturne then anxiously asked his master, Dr. Winston, "Why are you suddenly going north? What do you mean by that?"
Dr. Winston said to his apprentice, "I will leave you in charge of this place for a while. I will be back by next spring at the earliest." Nocturne suddenly became talkative. "Master, winter in the north is very dangerous." Dr. Winston replied, "It's fine. It's a bit chilly to set off now, but I'll reach my destination before winter arrives." Nocturne continued, "Winter could set in while you're still en route, master. Is there some urgent business?" Dr. Winston gathered all his belongings and put them into his bag. Several medicine bottles rattled against each other. He loaded them onto the cart, and as he did so, he said, "A young lady sought me out. She's been suffering from a suffocating illness for about a month, and time is running out for her. She asked me to come to the north, and I felt compelled to help, so I have to go."
No hospital in the north truly understands art disease. Nocturne hesitantly voiced their opinion. But right from the start, there isn't much time left to live. Isn't that the worst type of art disease? Dr. Winston put on the hat that had been with him throughout his years of medical practice. "That's right. It's the first case of its kind I've seen since my time at the hospital. It's too late to do anything. She will probably die." Nocturne asked Dr. Winston in surprise, "Then why are you still going?" The coachman interrupted their conversation. "Shall we depart?" Dr. Winston turned to him and said yes. As he stepped onto the carriage, he answered Nocturne's unfinished question. "Because she is a young lady from a wealthy family. However, even though her condition has reached this point, her parents don't care at all. If they had cared about her even a little, it wouldn't have come to this." Nocturne, disturbed, said, "It's not uncommon for parents to abandon their children. But can there be parents so heartless?"
Dr. Winston poked his head out of the carriage, sternly reminding his student, "Nocturne, don't get complacent no matter what. You must treat all patients fairly. I'm temporarily entrusting the clinic to you, and if I hear any strange rumors when I return, I won't let you off the hook." Nocturne smiled cheerfully. "Yes, master, don't worry, I'll remember. But who is that patient?" Dr. Winston thought for a moment, trying to recall. "What was it? Rena something. I don't quite remember. Anyway, I'm leaving it all to you." Nocturne replied to his master, "Yes, master, travel safely." He stood there, watching the shadow of the horse-drawn carriage carrying his master, Winston, gradually disappear. Rena? Could it be the Leopold family? No, the name Rena isn't rare. Besides, she's on the verge of death, so it probably isn't her. At the mansion of Count Cassius Leopold, he was conversing with his son, Enfrich Leopold. Enfrich impatiently asked his father, "Still no news of Karina? She's been gone for a month now." Count Cassius Leopold replied without looking up at his son,
There's only one report stating that they are still searching to see if she is in the capital. Enfrich Leopold suggested. Father, perhaps we should send soldiers? Count Cassius Leopold slammed the fountain pen in his hand onto the table. If she has already reached the capital, sending soldiers is not appropriate. Even a slight mistake could cause the imperial palace to misunderstand.
He grumbled into satisfaction. I wonder who that girl takes after, being so stubborn. Enfrich Leopold sighed. He was truly worried nonetheless, wondering if something had happened to her. Count Cassius Leopold suddenly noticed something. On his desk were several portrait photos of family members. He picked up the portrait of his youngest daughter and examined it. Indeed, Abelia Leopold was very beautiful. She looked exactly like her father. And now, Count Cassius Leopold suddenly realized a truth about his eldest daughter, Karina Leopold. There was no portrait photo of Karina, was there? Count Cassius Leopold left his study, planning to go somewhere, his face pensive. His dark eyebrows were tightly furrowed, looking truly displeased. The sound of the Count's shoe heels hitting the ground echoed with clop-clop sounds. Count Cassius Leopold recalled the words his eldest daughter, Karina Leopold, had said to him a long time ago. So you still know my room. For years, father, you've never come to my room, so I thought you had forgotten it. Count Cassius Leopold began to trace his way through each room there. Looking at the door of the first room, he vaguely remembered that because Abelia was sick, she used the room closest to the stairs so that the medical staff could easily find her. Enfrich used the room next door because he had to go to work every day. Ferdin, being a younger sibling, used the next room.
Karina's room. Count Cassius Leopold spun around, looking the other way. His mansion was too large. It was the first time he found it so difficult to locate someone's room within his own house, the corridor straight, dark, and hazy. Count Cassius Leopold could only grope his way forward, step by step, a jumble of scattered thoughts in his head. What had Karina said back then? Father, I don't like that room over there. It's too far from the stairs. I'm scared. Count Cassius Leopold's eye color shifted slightly. Back then, he had scolded the girl severely for being a big sister, yet still acting spoiled. Now, thinking back, it was natural for a child to be scared. Except for when he scolded her for feeding Leah without permission. When was the last time he had been here? Following his memory, Count Cassius finally reached the room of his eldest daughter, Karina Leopold. He stopped before her door. The Count opened the door and stepped inside. The room had been unoccupied for quite some time, so the old door let out a piercing creak as it moved on its hinges. The Count reached out and touched the desk Karina Leopold had once used for her work. It looked quite small for an adult to use.
However, he merely clicked his tongue and dismissed it, inclined to blame Karina, thinking, if she needed it, she would have told me. Count Cassius Leopold presumptuously touched his eldest daughter's belongings without even considering whether his actions had Karina Leopold's permission. He pulled open the drawer under the desk, which made a rather loud scraping sound in the quiet space. Inside, there was nothing valuable to the Count, only a few paintings that Karina Leopold had drawn a very long time ago, and with each passing day, it seemed she had forgotten about them without realizing it. Count Cassius picked up the painting depicting something that looked like an ancient tree, which was at the top of the stack of drawings in the drawer.
Holding it! Count Cassius Leopold exclaimed in surprise. This is... He fell into deep thought for a long time, as if the painting had captured his attention. The Count was alone in the room with several of Karina's paintings. The painting reminded Count Cassius Leopold of an event that had taken place in the past, perhaps about 2 years ago. This looked like the place where he had taken the whole family out for some fresh air when Abelia's health improved, but wasn't Karina there at that time? Suddenly, the room door swung open. Lady Dahlia was surprised to see her husband inside, as this was not a place he usually frequented. Cassius, what are you doing here? Count Cassius Leopold answered her casually, but didn't forget to ask back. I just suddenly remembered something. What about you? Lady Dahlia walked over to her husband's side. Lately, I've often noticed Karina's absence, but when I came to this room, it felt quite unfamiliar, didn't it? Seeing the painting in Count Cassius Leopold's hand, she took it and asked, What is that? Count Cassius answered his wife with some uncertainty. It seems to be Karina's painting. Mentioning their eldest daughter, whose whereabouts were unknown, Lady Dahlia suddenly felt a pang of sadness in her heart. It's been a long time since I've looked at Karina's paintings. Count Cassius Leopold was surprised. He had never once paid attention to his eldest daughter's hobbies before, as she was an exception. The Count turned to look at his wife. Karina always liked to paint? Lady Dahlia answered him. When she was little, she used to run and show them to me, but then at some point she seemed to become shy and stopped showing them to me. I just thought she had gotten tired of painting. Looking at the painting, Lady Dahlia murmured to herself, I wonder if Karina is doing well?
Count Cassius Leopold didn't see his daughter's disappearance as a big deal. He even felt that Karina Leopold was to blame towards everyone in this matter. She's a smart child, so she'll be fine. For now, he would try sending word to close nobles. Lady Dahlia sighed, her words carrying a hint of reproach. I've never upset her, so why after all? She looked up at her husband. Leah also frequently asks when her sister will return, and Ferdin is very worried too. The boy asked me if he should go look for her. Count Cassius Leopold embraced Lady Dahlia and carefully instructed her.
While she's not here, please make sure to look after Leah. She often suffers from insomnia and anxiety. We can't let her condition worsen again."
Lady Dahlia asked again, "Did you send word to the Duke?" Count Cassis didn't believe his daughter could travel all the way to the north and bother the lord of the northern Merian region. Duke Periel, why would she go all the way there? He quickly shook his head and waved his hand, dismissing his wife's suggestion. The road to the north is much more treacherous than you think, and with that amount of money, it would be difficult to get there. The girl is timid and shy. At most, she's just staying somewhere in the capital. I know what to do, so don't worry. I'll send word to close friends in the capital and surrounding areas. Lady Dahlia could only rely on her husband, as she was a woman and couldn't handle everything herself. She suddenly clutched the painting drawn by Karina Leopold in her hand. Why do I feel enveloped by such loneliness and melancholy when I look at this painting? While Count Cassis Leopold and his wife were talking in their eldest daughter's room, Abelia, on the other hand, sat silently on her bed, hugging a large teddy bear with a sad and anxious expression. Nocturne entered the room and asked, "What's with that expression, Leah?" Abelia looked up and forced a smile. Is it that obvious? It's just that I miss my sister. It's already been 2 months since she left home." Hearing this, Nocturne sharply closed the book in his hand, producing a clear thud.
He recalled what he knew about the eldest sister in the Leopold family, Karina Leopold, a quiet person, almost as if she didn't exist. Although she had dull dark brown hair that didn't stand out much among her family members with their splendid blonde hair, she possessed an unusual beauty with her blue eyes. Abelia interrupted his thoughts. She excitedly told him about her beloved sister, Karina. "You know, ever since I got sick, she's always been by my side, so even though I don't have friends, I've never felt lonely. She always reads me fairy tales if I ask, and she always stays and sleeps with me if I ask her to." Nocturne replied, "Is that so?" He even smiled with an enchanted gaze as he watched Abelia happily talk about Karina. "If you said you were lonely, she wouldn't go meet her friends and would stay with you instead." Both chuckled upon hearing Abelia's humorous confession. "Actually, when I was little, I was a bit jealous that only she got to go out, so I used to deliberately avoid her. But I'm not like that anymore." Nocturne also smiled. "Lady Karina is truly a good sister." His smile suddenly faded as he thought of something related to Karina, even though she might not like her sister that much. He recalled an event from the past when his younger sister Abelia rushed forward and hugged Karina, even though both were standing halfway up the stairs. Karina Leopold reminded Abelia to be careful because her sudden action could endanger both herself and others. But Abelia laughed and replied, "I trust you'll catch me." Nocturne recalled, at that time she had whispered, "Don't trust." Her expression was so genuine that he had thought all the affection at that moment was just an act. He somewhat blamed Karina. After all, if she thought of his ailing sister, she should have sent a letter. But Nocturne smiled and said to Abelia, "Don't worry too much. Otherwise, just get well soon and go find her." Abelia burst out laughing and turned to rummage for something in the drawer next to her bed. Hee, maybe so? "Oh, I recently discovered something amazing about you, and that is—"
Look at this. Nocturne was utterly astonished by a painting. He opened his eyes wide. The painting seemed to be a living scene right before his eyes. Could a painting truly come to life like this? He took the painting from Abelia's hand. Of course, Nocturne couldn't believe that Karina possessed such exceptional artistic talent. Did Miss Karina truly paint this? Abelia turned her face away, pouting and puffing out her cheeks, crossing her arms over her chest. Yes, I went to her room, and it's obvious she doesn't even mention something like this. Really, if it were me, I would have run to show Mom already. It's true that she can do well even when she's alone. Nocturne suddenly sprang up from his chair. Abelia was surprised by Dr. Nocturne's abrupt action. "Oh, are you leaving?" Nocturne lied. "Yes, I just remembered there's something I haven't finished yet." Abelia didn't detain him any longer. "All right, I understand. Be careful on your way." After leaving the room and helping Abelia close the door, Nocturne rummaged through the medical bag at his side. Could it be? He found the medical record of someone named Karina. Diagnosis: heart disease. Maximum remaining lifespan 1 year. Other: very slim chance of survival. Nocturne exclaimed in horror. "No way!" Karina Leopold had regained consciousness after a long period of illness and unconsciousness. She glanced around. In her eyes, Karina didn't seem fully lucid yet. However, as if compelled by something, she sat bolt upright. The soft pillow, no longer bearing her weight, lightly bounced back up by inertia, emitting a rustling sound. Karina Leopold clutched her throat parched. By natural reflex, as she used to do back at the old Leopold estate, she reached for the teapot by her bed, its lid clattering against the body. Karina Leopold groaned inwardly. Ah, the pot is empty, not a single drop of water. Karina froze, wondering, where did he leave the water?
She sat on the bed, knees drawn up, burying her head in the blanket that reached her knees. Karina let out a desolate sigh. Or perhaps he didn't come here. Does he know about my condition? Karina looked up, murmuring the silent plea in her head aloud. Please, let him not know until the very end.
Karina began to recall her conversation with Dr. Winston the day she was diagnosed with a terminal illness. The first thing she remembered was the varying reactions of her family members. If everyone knew about this illness, she never thought she could receive the attention she had so desperately longed for. At this thought, tears of choked emotion and shame unexpectedly streamed down Karina's cheeks. But Karina Leopold was saddened. She could do nothing to fight against fate. She didn't want to confirm that the things she desired would only come when she faced death, that she would receive attention in exchange for her fading life. It was tragic, like grains of sand slipping through one's fingers no matter how much one tried to prevent it. So she had gone north, as if to escape. Karina looked out the window, where a garden full of blooming flowers basked in the warm sunlight. The north was a place her family members couldn't reach. The northern region of Mirion was a place her family members couldn't control. Karina Leopold choked out in pain, tears still streaming down her face. It seems they hate me. I've lived as if I didn't care about that. Even at times like these, the figures of her family members might fade with the years, but Mirion's image and words always remained clear in Karina Leopold's mind. You are the guest. I am the host. Your promise has been fulfilled. Therefore, you can behave like a true guest. Karina Leopold felt a deep sense of self-pity, yet she couldn't resent Mirion Pastelio for what he had done for her. Why was he so gentle with her? Every family has its own circumstances, so she had learned that nothing was fair and everything had its priorities, let alone for Mirion, to whom she was merely a guest. How could he worry about her so much?
Karina Leopold wiped away the tears still clinging to her eyelashes. When she died, he would continue to live. Karina Leopold thought of many things. Whether it was pity or worry, he shouldn't have let her feel any affection, lest Mirion feel guilty about her death. And suddenly she paused. Karina Leopold had remembered something. In a book she had read before, there was something like a charm that could erase memories. As long as she had that book, she could redraw it. Karina raised her right arm. Her talent was such that simply by seeing, feeling, and understanding, she could draw anything. At its peak, if she drew the stopped heart of a deceased person, she could revive them for a short time. Of course, as time passed and the power gradually faded, a complete resurrection was impossible, but her ability was so strong that if I had been born into an ancient artistic family, I would have been cherished and helped. However, thinking it over, she still felt deeply hurt and incredibly sad. What good would it do to blame her family now that things had come to this? Should she leave now? The sun had risen high, and a few rays of sunlight shone into the room, landing on the lid of an exquisite teapot, making it sparkle.
Karina Leopold frowned thoughtfully. Will I have to go to a monastery somewhere? The medicine will run out soon, and I don't have enough strength to return to the south. What should I do? As she was deeply engrossed in thought, a voice suddenly spoke up, pulling her back to reality. What did you say? It was Mirion Pastelio. He had appeared in the room at some point without making a sound, which was why Karina hadn't noticed him. He stood with his arms crossed, seriously concerned for his fiancée. Are you awake? Karina Leopold was surprised. Sir? Mirion Pastelio approached Karina, the heels of his shoes clacking against the tiled floor. Suddenly, he asked an abrupt, out-of-the-blue question. What kind? Of course, Karina didn't understand what he meant. Huh? Mirion Pastelio leisurely pulled a chair over and sat down, the chair scraping loudly and gratingly across the floor. It seems you have an artistic illness.
Mirion Pastelio frowned, looking seriously into Karina Leopold's clear eyes. According to Maria, artistic conditions are also divided into many types. He asked, which type among them? Karina avoided his intense gaze, turning her head to look in another direction. I apologize, sir. Mirion Pastelio patiently waited for her answer. Don't apologize. Answer my question. Karina Leopold lowered her head, clutching the thin blanket tightly. I know I am very selfish and rude. Mirion comforted her. Miss, that is not your fault. Karina was still convinced that it was her fault. I apologize for coming here on my own accord. I was too shallow in my thinking. Mirion Pastelio ran a hand over his forehead and sighed. The conversation couldn't continue any longer. Karina continued. Now if I were to ask you to do things that have never been done before, that wouldn't be possible, would it? Mirion listened seriously to her question. Things that have never been done before. What do you mean? Karina Leopold suddenly fell silent. Mirion Pastelio called her name. Karina Leopold. She obediently replied, yes. Facing Karina, he seemed indifferent to matters concerning her. Is that a difficult question to answer?
Karina Leopold clutched the blanket beneath her. That, sir, could you now stay in your own home without bothering about me? I will not bother you, but if you are concerned about me, then I will leave. Seeing Karina keep her head bowed while speaking to him, Mirion Pastelio sincerely asked, Would it be better if you lived separately? He scratched the back of his neck. If so, tell me, are your legs or arms paralyzed, or will you lose your life? Karina Leopold still chose silence whenever she couldn't answer. Miss, is that truly the case? There are no physicians in the north who can help treat you, and furthermore, because of the magical beasts, you cannot leave here. Karina unconsciously wanted to object. She shook her head vigorously. All right, the physician also said nothing could be done. Miriam Pistelio calmed down. He patiently explained to her. Maria said this, you just need to give up art.
Karina Leopold spoke up. No, then I would have nothing left. She smiled, her eyes curving. But that smile truly pained the person facing her. If I give up painting, my life will have no meaning. It is my lifelong companion. Karina Leopold looked directly at Miriam Pistelio and said, it is my lifelong companion. After speaking, she looked at him with gentle eyes and gave a tender smile. Hearing this, he rested his chin on his hand and coldly asked, then tell me, why did you come here? Did you truly only come here because you needed time to clear your head? Don't tell me you won't say it. For your sake, I'm being very patient. Seeing Miriam Pistelio's face gradually darken from the weariness of waiting for her to state her reason, Karina Leopold couldn't help but feel a mix of guilt and astonishment. So she quickly covered her mouth with her hand and hesitantly said with apprehension, I think it's a long story. Then she timidly asked, will it be all right, sir? Hearing her question, Miriam Pistelio propped his hands in front of him, then, blushing with excitement, replied, yes, no matter how long it is, I'll listen. Hearing this, Karina Leopold pondered to herself, I've never confided in anyone before, so where should I begin? Soon, 10 minutes later, Miriam Pistelio irritably clenched his hands, then smiled and softly said, Miss.
Karina Leopold looked at him and slowly said, actually, I found out I had a certain kind of emotional distress about a week before coming here. I wanted to sort out my thoughts in a quiet place. It might be paranoia of being persecuted, but I felt very resentful when I was with my family. Hearing that, Miriam Pistelio was a little puzzled and immediately asked, in what way? For example, because my brother's graduation ceremony coincided with my birthday, I had to spend my birthday alone. As she spoke, she recalled the image of her father, Count Cassis Leopold.
Or perhaps it was when I was forced to lend my precious wallet, a birthday gift I received from my mother, she said, recalling the scene when she sadly handed her wallet to the child. Unlike my sister, who would be praised even for a small improvement, no matter how hard I worked, I was ignored, she said, remembering Abelia Leopold's happy face as she showed off her progress to their parents, while she herself stood sadly in a corner, watching their joyful family of 3. Karina Leopold fidgeted with her hands as she spoke. I'm afraid those past events might repeat, so I want to leave home. She then hesitantly continued. It's really childish, like a child, right? She said, forcing a smile as she looked at Miriam Pistelio. He crossed his arms over his chest and coldly asked, Why? Because you had to spend your birthday alone, you destroyed your brother's graduation celebration? She calmly replied, No. He let out a slight sigh and then asked again, Did you lie down on the floor to demand your wallet back? Or did you hit your sister? She shyly replied, No, not at all. So did you envy and bully your sister who is praised by your parents? Karina Leopold uttered a confused, Huh? Then she cautiously asked again, What exactly have you been talking about this whole time? Miriam Pistelio quickly interrupted. Behaving like a child means things like accidentally spilling water on your father's documents, being so scared that you run away from home for a week, he said, recalling his own youthful memories, where the content of his runaway letter at the time was, I'm going on a trip.
Miriam Pistelio stared at her, then seriously voiced his thoughts. Isn't that incredibly childish? She even gave in to her brother and sister. Karina Leopold lowered her head, unhappily saying, Yes, but it's natural to give in to family members. Hearing that, he felt a little doubtful and quickly asked, Natural? How can that be? She hesitated, replying, Well, Karina Leopold quickly covered her mouth with her hand, then thought in a panic, Since when did I start thinking that giving in was natural? Miriam Pistelio saw her fall silent and not continue, so he quickly called out, Miss, but silence was the only reply. Then he awkwardly scratched his head and softly called, Karina Leopold. Hearing him call her name, she quickly let go of her hand and replied, Yes, but her face was, at some point, already drenched in tears. He suddenly stood up and slowly walked closer to her, then sat down beside her and embraced her. After that, he awkwardly offered words of comfort. Don't hold it in anymore, just cry.
Karina Leopold quickly looked up at him and said, Sir. Miriam Pistelio didn't look down at her but quickly turned his head to look in another direction, then blushed awkwardly and explained. Normally, when someone cries, you comfort them like this, right? Crying will make you feel a little better. You can even talk while crying. Hearing that, she quickly nodded. Then she snuggled into Miriam Pistelio's arms, letting him comfort her. After that, she sobbed intermittently, and he quickly hugged her, thinking worriedly, suppressing tears like this will only make her more stressed. Outside the window, dusk gradually fell. After a good cry, Karina Leopold leaned her head on Miriam Pistelio's shoulder and mused. "How long has it been since I let someone see me cry?" He suddenly asked, "Have you stopped crying?" She suddenly froze. Then she shyly turned to look at him and said, "Huh, sir?" She unexpectedly glanced down at the spot where she had just been crying and clearly saw a wet tear stain on his shirt. Karina Leopold, flustered, quickly smoothed the wet spot with her hand and stammered, What should I do? Your shirt is all wet. I'm sorry." This made him blush deeply. To ease the awkward atmosphere, Miriam Pistelio quickly said, "At times like these, you should be saying thank you for being by my side."
Upon hearing him, Karina Leopold could only remain silent, gazing at him in a daze. He quickly urged, "Hurry up." She stammered, Thank you." Hearing this, he quickly advised her, "Words of thanks and apologies are not easy to say. If you constantly utter words that demean yourself, both you and the other person will gradually get used to it. If that happens, the other person will take those words lightly, and you will consider them a given. From then on, your words will gradually lose their value. The other person will look down on you, and you will humble yourself even further. But when words of thanks are heard, both sides will feel very happy." Hearing Miriam Pistelio say that, Karina Leopold fell into deep thought, musing, "I had never thought about that before. I had to say I was wrong to avoid situations, and it's okay because there was no other way." As she mused, she recalled the scowling face of her father, Count Cassius Leopold, and the awkward smile of her mother, Dahlia. Such words would fade and gradually lose their value. I had been constrained. Karina Leopold quickly looked up at him and said gratefully, "Thank you, Marian. If you don't mind, please call me Karina from now on, or Rena if that's easier."
Miriam Pistelio blushed and replied awkwardly, "All right, I'll do that. So get some rest, No, Karina." With that, he stepped out and gently closed the door. Fang, who was nearby, quickly spoke up. "Sir, Duke Perio Carlos's reply has arrived." Hearing this, he replied, "That brat replied quickly. But why the long face, Fang?" He quickly returned to his usual stern demeanor and calmly replied, "I thought you would reject it." As he held out his hand, he coldly chided, "What are you talking about? Give me the letter." After receiving the letter, he opened it, read it, and continued, "It must be a pointless story." The content of the letter read, "You want to use magic to take care of someone? You 30-year-old bastard. Go learn how to ask for a favor first. Perio Carlos." Miriam Pistelio pondered for a moment, then spoke coldly, his hand still crumpling the letter. "Even so, it will take some time to arrive, so we'll just have to wait." He suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, "Where do young ladies usually find interesting? The training grounds?" He replied, "I will go find out."
In a snow-covered forest, surrounded by mountains and trees, a horse-drawn carriage was rattling forward. The person sitting in front, while controlling the horses, leaned back to chat with Winston. "Doctor, you're quite lucky. At the beginning of winter, because of preparations for the monster subjugation campaign, passing through the northern checkpoint is as difficult as plucking stars from the sky. If we continue at this speed, we'll reach the duchy before the snow even falls." Hearing that, he calmly replied, "Is that so? It's fortunate we're not delayed. Thank you for your help." Hearing that, he immediately smiled and continued to ask, "On the contrary, I should be thanking you. You are the one who saved my sick daughter's life." Noticing his puzzling actions from earlier, he felt a bit curious and quickly asked, "But why are you embroidering a map onto this cloth?" Winston lifted the cloth, smiling as he said, "You mean this? Because I have someone I need to find." As he spoke, he sewed another stitch onto the cloth.
In Karina Leopold's room, she was standing by the window, looking out at the scenery below. It turned out that what she was gazing at wasn't the landscape, but the sight of Miriam Pistelio practicing swordsmanship. Then she thought to herself, "Lately, I've developed a new hobby. Every early morning, I would watch that person train while drawing. Unlike me, that person can radiate an aura just like the sun, and their figure, shining under the mystical moonlight, has stolen my gaze several times." As she thought, she recalled his robust physique and his face dotted with sweat under the moonlight. Karina Leopold then sketched on paper while continuing to think to herself, "If I keep gazing at that person, desires that didn't exist will also awaken, and by the time I want to pull myself together, the sun would have already risen without me noticing. Honestly, now I even have to do this in secret." As she thought, Karina Leopold furtively glanced at Miriam Pistelio, but for some reason, she suddenly put down her pencil.
Next, she let out a weary sigh, full of boredom. Then she worriedly thought to herself, "I intended to write about what I wanted to do, but I don't know what to write anymore." Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind, and she said to herself, "Perhaps I should ask Miriam if there's anything to see in the north." Suddenly, someone spoke up. "Besides magical beasts, is there anything worth seeing in the north?" This startled her, and she cried out loudly. She quickly looked towards the door and saw Miriam Pistelio standing there, so she hastily said, "Miriam, you should knock before entering a room." Hearing her, he quickly knocked a few times. Then he stepped into the room and said, "I've knocked 5 times already, you know." She hesitantly replied, "Oh." He unexpectedly moved closer to her and asked, "What are you doing that you didn't hear me call?" She stammered, "That—" Karina Leopold suddenly widened her eyes. Then, blushing deeply, she cried out, "Ah, wait, that's not allowed." Seeing her panicked expression, Marion Pastellio was greatly amused and quickly asked, "What is this?" Then he quickly snatched the paper and began to tease. "So the reason you wake up late every day is to draw this early in the morning, isn't it?" She nervously replied, It's Marion standing and performing swordplay under the hazy sky, looking very cool." Hearing her, he blushed shyly and glanced away. Then he gently placed the paper on the table and said, "Is that so?" Karina Leopold said seriously, "Yes, when I start drawing, I can get so absorbed that I forget time is passing." Suddenly, she remembered something and quickly asked, "By the way, why have you come?" Marion Pastellio leaned against the edge of the table, crossed his arms over his chest, and replied sternly, "I'm about to go out for an inspection. How would you feel about coming with me? Staying in the mansion all the time must be quite stifling for you."
Karina Leopold's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she happily replied, "Yes, I agree." A moment later, as Marion Pastellio was leisurely walking towards his carriage, he suddenly heard her call out, "Marion!" He immediately turned his head to look. Karina Leopold blushed, shyly looking at him. Seeing her beautiful appearance made him blush all over his face and utter a sound, "Oh." Then he softly asked, "We'll get off the carriage halfway and walk the rest of the way. Is that all right with you?" Karina Leopold, blushing, replied, "Yes." So he quickly took her hand and said, "Then let's depart." He then opened the carriage door and helped her step inside. Seeing this, the group of servants quickly clasped their hands, bowed respectfully, and said, "We wish you a safe journey." Marion Pastellio suddenly remembered something and thought to himself, "Now that I think about it, I realize she's not the type of noble lady with a flattering facade." To quickly resolve the doubt in his mind, he hastily asked, "Did you learn your etiquette from your parents?"
Karina Leopold quickly replied, "No, I learned from the Viscountess, while my other siblings learned from our parents." Hearing her say that, he was extremely surprised, so he quickly asked again, "How was that possible?" Karina Leopold lowered her head and sadly replied, "Because at that time my younger sibling was very ill, so it seemed they didn't have time to pay attention to me." Seeing her expression, Marion Pastellio couldn't help but worry, thinking to himself it would surely be rude if I pressed further. So he quickly changed the subject, asking about something else. "I've noticed it for a while now. What is that?" As he spoke, he directed his gaze towards the notebook in her pocket. Karina Leopold shyly turned her face away and replied, "This is a notebook for writing down things I want to do, but it still has many blank pages. I don't know what to write in it at all."
Hearing her say that, he quickly picked up the notebook, then opened it to see what she had written inside and continued to ask, "Does it have to be so elaborate? Don't overthink it. Just try to write it simply. Isn't it just about writing what you can do? It's something you can get involved with, but I find your thoughts very profound. I'm referring to what you mentioned just now. It's only natural to feel hurt or angry about not learning etiquette like your brothers." Upon hearing him say that, Karina Leopold pondered for a moment, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the carriage also unexpectedly stopped. Marion Pastellio quickly stepped out of the carriage first, but didn't forget to call out, "Karina." Then he turned back, extended his hand towards her, and gently said, "This world is vast. Don't let yourself be diminished by the memories from the Count's house anymore."
Karina Leopold slowly stepped out and took his hand. Marion Pastellio looked at her with affectionate eyes and continued, "The Count had planted a tree that needed repotting in a tiny pot. The tree had no choice but to take root in that small pot, and now, unable to bear it any longer, it had burst out of that pot. That was not her fault." Hearing him say that, Karina Leopold unconsciously smiled. Then she suddenly imagined something and let out a joyful chuckle. Marion Pastellio, seeing this, was a little puzzled and asked, "What is it? Why are you laughing?" She giggled and replied, "I imagine the tree growing legs." Hearing her say that, Marion Pastellio walked on, sulking. "I'm talking to you sincerely, and you just laugh." Karina Leopold softly whispered, "Thank you, Marion." He felt as if she had just mumbled something, so he asked with a hint of doubt, "What did you just say?" She quickly denied, "Nothing at all." The scene outside was very lively, with festive banners fluttering. The voice of a street vendor rang out amidst the noise. "Come and see my wares, everyone." Karina, bewildered, looked at the poster and exclaimed, "A festival." The two gradually entered the bustling street where the vibrant festival was being held.
Karina turned to look at him, asking curiously, "It seems like the North is quite prosperous, even in winter, doesn't it?" This topic was within his expertise, so Marion casually replied, "You could say that, because even in winter, you can still eat meat to your heart's content here." He then deliberately glanced to Karina's expression. Oh my God, he didn't expect Karina to believe him. Marion chuckled to himself, his expression giving it away. Karina didn't notice. She was still pondering his answer. "Eat meat to your heart's content?
Is it to replenish yourselves after sweeping through the monster beasts? Karina was drawn to the meat stalls nearby and asked, "Where does all this meat come from?" Miriam glanced over upon hearing that. He casually replied, crossing his arms, "Monster beasts." Karina broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing that, exclaiming, "Huh?" He looked towards the people butchering monster beasts for meat, and Miriam explained, "In a place like the North, where we always have to keep our doors closed to guard against monster beasts, where else would we get meat from? We just eliminate the hungry monster beasts that swarm down into the villages and then eat their meat. Not only the meat, but their hides and bones are also made into decorations. Jewelry and precious gems are all among them." Karina couldn't hide her excitement. "Oh my God," she exclaimed. "Wow." Miriam asked her, "Do you find it that miraculous?" She walked over and gently touched the thick, soft fur. Karina softly replied, "Yes, it looks so real, as if they're still alive." Seeing how much she liked it, Miriam asked, "Do you want to buy anything?" Just then, a girl bumped into her, causing Karina to lose her balance, but Miriam reacted quickly and caught her. The girl hurriedly said, "Oh, I'm so sorry." Fortunately, Karina was safe in his arms. Due to their significant height difference, Karina could easily hear his heart thumping, which made her involuntarily shy. Miriam stood frozen, stammering, "Miriam?" The sound of a bell broke the awkward atmosphere between them, and they looked up at the sky. Karina softly called out to him, "Miriam?" Hearing her call, Miriam replied, "It seems there are monsters encroaching nearby. I must go and investigate." A moment later, Miriam met the soldiers present, who saluted him, "Sir." He asked if the reinforcements had arrived. "What's the situation?" The soldiers replied, "The vanguard is already engaged in battle." Meanwhile, Karina was rushing towards Miriam to inquire about the situation. Outside, the roars of monsters echoed through the sky, their sharp fangs stacked upon each other in a terrifying display. All the soldiers below followed orders, the entire squad maintaining their defensive formation. More and more Hertha monsters appeared, gathering into groups and beginning their attack. The soldiers tried out, "Do not falter."
Miriam led her to a safe place. Miriam reminded her, "Young lady, please wait here." Karina stood dazed, her face full of worry. She softly replied, "Yes, sir." Miriam stepped onto a column's base, then he swiftly jumped down to the ground. Miriam didn't forget to instruct the guards, "Protect the young lady." The guards replied, "Understood, sir." Karina called out worriedly, "Miriam." Following Miriam's instructions, a guard came to her side. He seemed a bit flustered. "Young lady, please come this way." Karina worriedly said, "But Miriam jumped down already." The guard scratched his head and said, "Don't worry, that height won't injure him." Fearing she wouldn't believe him, the guard spoke up again, telling her to look towards Miriam. "Look!" A whooshing sound echoed and blood splattered everywhere. Blood clinging to the sword dripped onto the ground. Drip, drip. The demon beast Hertha growled in front of Miriam, its mournful cries echoing across the sky. This demon beast is named Hertha, and it only appeared recently. The damage we inflict on it doesn't faze it at all. It's impossible to fight it one-on-one. To kill it, one must know its weak point, but this is not easy. On Miriam's side, he continued to wield his sword, striking powerfully at it. A powerful whoosh echoed. The demon beast shrieked monstrously, and blood flowed in streams. The guard added, "Even the Lord could only drive it away." Miriam plunged his sword into the demon beast's head, causing it to collapse heavily to the ground. Blood splattered onto his neck, creating a scene of utter chaos.
Karina looked at Miriam with apprehension, wondering what she should do to help him. Suddenly, an idea popped into her head, and she quickly rummaged through her bag. Then she took out a notebook and a pen. Karina was skeptical, wondering if this would truly help. Back to the battle, the magical beast breathed out smoke, its eyes shining like stars in the night, reminiscent of a crocodile's, as it let out a terrifying cry. Miriam panted, his eyes cold as he looked at it. Then the beast turned and left. Suddenly, Karina's voice rang out. "Ah, it's done." Miriam and the soldiers stood still, watching the magical beast leave. Unfortunately, this time he could only drive it away. The guard spoke up, "Milady, I'll take you to him." When he turned to look, Karina had vanished. The guard was startled out of his wits and shouted, "Milady!" Karina didn't care. She hurried away. She was tired and panting heavily, with the guard having caught up to her from behind. Miriam asked anxiously, "What about the casualties?" The pink-haired soldier replied, "Some were lightly injured, but no one was seriously hurt." Hearing the sound, Miriam quickly turned around to check.
Karina stood in front of him, panting from overexertion. Miriam gently told Karina, "You just need to stay up there, and I'll come up." She didn't say a word, taking a cloth to wipe the blood from his handsome face, which made him freeze. Seeing him like that, she felt a slight stir in her heart. Once the blood on his face was wiped clean, Miriam spoke up, saying, "It's all right, I'm fine." She gently withdrew her hand. Suddenly, he grabbed her icy cold wrist. Miriam asked Karina worriedly, "Why are your hands so cold? Didn't those nearby bring you a blanket or anything?" The two guards standing behind him trembled violently. Karina quickly said, "I don't feel cold at all." Seeing how stubborn she was, he could only sigh and rummage through his coat pocket. Then he took out a necklace and put it around her neck.
Miriam gently said. "Consider this a gift from me to you." Seeing her gaze at the necklace, the guards standing behind him, with wide eyes and open mouths, exclaimed in unison, "No, impossible." Daring to question his actions, Miriam angrily ordered, "Those who just spoke loudly run 100 laps around the training ground."
The bodyguards, caught off guard and punished by Miriam to run 100 laps, stood hugging each other and sobbing. Miriam was still angry with them. Karina held the glowing necklace and asked in surprise, "Is this a stone?" Miriam replied, "No, it's not a stone." She unconsciously held it close, and the stone in her palm glowed brightly. Karina thought to herself, "Oh, it's so warm." Miriam explained that it was called halone, a very rare item that appears when a magic beast is defeated. Karina began to feel, "When a magic beast is defeated, but why are you giving it to me?" Fearing she would misunderstand, Miriam quickly replied, "Where should I start explaining?" He placed his hand on her head. Miriam explained, "This is a custom of the North. People believe that this item helps those with weak health become stronger." Karina softly replied, "Ah, I see." Miriam smiled and said, "I hope you will also recover quickly." Oh, this charm made it hard for her to refuse. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him. She tried to maintain a bit of her dignity, shyly smiling. "Thank you, sir. I'm very happy." Seeing that she was better, Miriam suggested, "Let's explore the festival tomorrow. For now, let's head back, okay?" Just as they were about to leave, there was a rustling sound from behind. Karina and Miriam both turned to look. It turned out to be Winston. He spoke up to greet them. "Your complexion looks much better now. It's been a long time since I last saw you, young lady." Karina exclaimed, "Doctor." She quickly rushed forward to ask, "Wait, how did you get here?" Winston smiled and said there was a way. The person next to him, Miriam, smiled and said, "I am Miriam Pastelio." He even extended his hand to shake his, but Winston quickly introduced himself. "Your Grace, I am Winston." They then shook hands and greeted each other, but the atmosphere was a bit tense. Winston thought to himself, wondering why the name sounded familiar, realizing that the Grand Duke's fiancée was a lady from the Leopold family. Seeing the talking here was uncomfortable, Miriam pointed towards the mansion and said, "This is a long story, so let's go back to the mansion first." Elsewhere, the clatter of a carriage blended with the beautiful morning sunlight, and Periel was chilling inside the carriage. The sunlight shining in further highlighted Periel's handsomeness, overshadowing even the male lead. Arriving at the stop, the carriage wheels screeched to a halt. Periel stepped into the grand hall, where he was personally welcomed by Count Cassius Leopold. Count Cassius, shaking his hand warmly, said, "You must have had a tiring journey, Sir Carlos."
Periel smiled faintly in response. "It's nothing. Thank you for your understanding regarding my sudden visit." This was Duke Periel Carlos, the head of the Carlos family. Periel got straight to the point, asking, "Where is the painting I requested?" Count Cassius quickly replied, "Yes, I've prepared it, but is there something?" Periel was already at the dining table, his mouth open, about to put a piece of meat into it. Suddenly a clattering sound rang out, and the glass next to him shattered. A whooshing gust of wind swept past, making his hair fly, and the piece of meat on his plate was snatched away.
Periel was startled, bewildered, as his food was snatched right before it reached his mouth. Periel exclaimed, What was that?" The servant, seeing this, panicked and said, "Oh, look, the bird is still boldly standing on the table, its beak still holding your food." Periel even forgot to scold it. He softly said, "It's all right. I know this little one. Could this little one deliver a letter for me?" The servant handed him the letter, saying, "Here it is, sir." Periel opened the letter, unable to hide his surprise. That fellow, who never bothered to make contact, suddenly, he read the contents of the letter. "This is a painting by a lady from Count Leopold's house. It seems she has contracted an artistic illness. Since she refuses to tell me, I don't know what type it is. Please use your extraordinary abilities to investigate it and also find a way to treat it. P.S. Please inform Count Leopold that I have brought their daughter over to this side, Miriam Pastelio." Periel wondered, an artistic illness? After that, he also took out a painting from behind. Holding the painting in his hand, Periel exclaimed, "This thing!" Count Cassius quickly took the paintings from the servant and spoke up. "You wish to see my daughter's paintings?" Then he quietly asked the servant, "You brought all of them, didn't you?" The servant replied, "Yes, I brought every single one." To be sure, he checked each painting, a rustling sound filling the air. Then he handed all the paintings to Periel, saying, "These paintings aren't enough to interest a family with such a deep artistic background as the Carlos." Periel said nothing more, slowly sipping his half-finished cup of tea.
Periel smiled, pitying him. "Perhaps the Count needs to cultivate a better eye for art," Periel explained. "Even someone completely ignorant of art would find that laughable." Count Cassius frowned, a threatening glint in his eye. "What do you mean by that?" Realizing Periel was looking down on him, he trembled with rage, his hands gripping the armrest of the chair. Count Cassius spoke. "While I don't know why you've suddenly come here demanding to see Karina's paintings, frankly, you're making me quite uncomfortable." Periel looked displeased. "How dare he try to outwit me?" Periel mused. "He himself is preserving works of art in such a manner, yet he dares to call someone else rude?" Periel knew that while many artists received family backing, among those afflicted with artistic illness, very few maintained good relationships with their families. Thus, I've witnessed quite a few individuals concealing their condition. Perhaps this is another case of a strained family relationship, forcing them to conceal their illness. Refusing to let the Count get the upper hand, Periel brazenly crossed his legs in front of him. Periel stated, "It seems the Count is unaware that his daughter is afflicted with artistic illness, isn't he?" The remark struck a nerve. Count Cassis retorted, "Impossible. Karina isn't that talented a child. Surely you've misheard. If she truly had the illness, how could she have run away from home?" As if he had let slip a confession, Periel was surprised. "The young lady ran away from home?" The Count sadly replied, "I'm also in great distress because I can't find any trace of her." Periel unexpectedly burst out laughing. "But Count, aha, here, is someone going to their fiancé's residence also considered running away from home? The one who requested my presence here is Duke Periel."
Periel really knew how to surprise him, Count Cassis exclaimed. "Is Karina in the north?" Feeling that Count Cassis was increasingly showing his true colors, Periel exposed him. "You don't even know where the young lady is, yet you claim she's well? Is this my close friend lying to me?" Stung by the accusation, Cassis quickly retorted, "You are making a rude judgment." Enraged, he sprang to his feet. Count Cassis demanded that if the matter was concluded, Periel should leave. Periel took the portfolio of drawings that Cassis had offered.
Periel seemed excited, as if wanting to tease him further, and said with a laugh, "Of course, I wouldn't learn anything more here anyway." He stood up, turned back, and said, "Then, if you'll excuse me, my lord." Count Cassis spoke up, "Nevertheless, thank you for informing me about my daughter. I will properly express my gratitude later." Periel exclaimed, "How interesting." Hearing this, Count Cassis wondered, "Duke, what do you mean by interesting?" Periel, with a skeptical view of human nature, said, "You don't believe your daughter has artistic sickness, but you believe she is in the north." He still didn't understand him. "What?" Periel looked at him helplessly. "Forget it, old man." He opened the door, turned back, and said to him, "You truly have an interesting pair of ears, only wanting to hear what you wish to believe. If it were me, if someone told me my child was sick, the first thing I would ask is where she hurts or what's wrong with her." Those words made him tremble. He, as a father, should reconsider his role. He hoped the man would realize his own mistake. Periel sighed. "Then I'll take my leave." After that, the door slammed shut. Periel stood silently for a moment. Quite a few artworks were left as mere paper, while the subjects drawn had vanished.
Periel thought of the image of a butterfly resting on a piece of paper. Periel whispered that if so, this was a creative miracle, a vast golden leaf tree reflected on the water's surface. Below was the night scene enveloping the tree. Periel clutched the sketchbook tightly, so tense that he was sweating profusely. Periel predicted it might already be too late. After Periel left, Count Cassis sat alone in the room. He painfully covered his face, full of regret. There was a knock at the door, and Count Cassis said, "Come in." Enfreich entered with Nocturne. Enfreich hastily said, "Father, my work finished early today, and Nocturne also needed to speak with you, so we came together." Hearing this, Count Cassis looked up and replied, "Yes, how is Abelia?" Nocturne reported, "The young lady's complexion isn't very good, but her physical condition is still fine. As long as she doesn't overexert herself, she can still attend tea parties or balls." "This is the first good news I've heard all morning," Count Cassis sighed in relief. "That's a relief. Please look after her a bit. She must be very lonely. And what about Dahlia?"
"Dahlia's condition is not very promising," Nocturne said worriedly. "It seems her body aches are preventing her from getting enough sleep, leading to fatigue. She just needs to take her medicine and get enough rest, and she'll recover, yes." Nocturne finished his report, bowed, and added, "Then I'll take my leave." As he reached the door, he paused. Nocturne turned his head to look at the Count's, feeling a little conflicted. Should I tell him about Lady Karina's art disease? But what if Leah finds out the truth? After much thought, he didn't have the courage to say it. Nocturne sighed regretfully, deciding to just let it be. The master had left, and surely he would return with an answer by spring. With only the two of them left in the room, Count Cassis spoke up. "Duke Carlos was here earlier. Did you run into him?" Enfreich recalled seeing a carriage stopped outside the mansion. Enfreich replied, "Oh, I was actually going to ask you, Father, because I saw an unfamiliar carriage. Is something wrong?" Count Cassis sighed. He said Karina is with Duke Periel." Hearing this, Enfreich quickly said, "Oh, then I'll go pick her up immediately." Count Cassis gently took out 2 pills and reminded him, "Speak softly."
He took medicine to regain his composure. The Count murmured, "Anyway, by this time, the checkpoints in and out of the north must have closed, so we can't go." He placed the cup clattering on the table. The Count's complexion improved, and he pondered, "Enfreich, when you attended Karina's engagement ceremony in my stead, what kind of person did you find Duke Periel to be?" Enfreich thought for a moment, then said,
Well, just as we've heard, there's nothing bad about him at all. He embodies all four qualities: refinement, economic acumen, kindness, and practicality. Enfrich observed the Duke throughout the ceremony. Enfrich remarked that throughout the engagement ceremony, His Grace took very good care of Karina, and although he didn't witness it specifically, it seemed Karina also liked him. These words plunged him into deep thought, and cold sweat broke out on his face. Count Cassis thought to himself, does the girl like the Duke so much that she would leave home and go to him? Faced with her actions, Count Cassis was utterly helpless and reproached. The wedding hasn't even been held yet, and she's acting so rashly, and she hasn't even sent a single letter home, causing her parents such worry. This is truly unfilial. Enfrich suggested, perhaps when Karina returns, Father, you could try talking to her. Karina is naturally quiet, so it's possible we don't understand her true feelings. Count Cassis wearily leaned back in his chair, his face a sickly green. He sighed. I need to see her face to talk to her, don't I? Where did it all go wrong after all? The car gradually moved out of the forest.
Karina, Miriam, and Winston were sharing a car. Karina spoke up asking how he had found her. Winston, with a spiritual air, said it was naturally thanks to the power of miracles. Karina heard this and, gasping, "Oh my God," covered her mouth, exclaiming, "A miracle?" Winston rustled as he held an embroidered handkerchief in his hand, his mouth grinning widely. "It might not seem like it, but my embroidery skills are top-notch." For someone like her, a devout person who appreciated beauty, the handkerchief was captivating. She exclaimed, "Oh!" Miriam, sitting beside her, was a little jealous. And what do you do with that embroidery?" Winston replied, "That's right. I can find anyone or anything I want. For example," then he rummaged through his bag. He took the embroidered handkerchief, then a lighter flared up, setting the handkerchief ablaze. Winston said, "If I think to myself that I want to find the glasses I'm wearing," a small corner of the handkerchief was already charred. Winston added that he only needed to burn the embroidery, regardless of what it depicted. He cheerfully adjusted his hat, his face bearing a mischievous grin, and Winston said with a smile, "I can know where the glasses are."
Karina and Miriam were both captivated by his talent, and they simultaneously clapped their hands in appreciation. Winston chuckled heartily, recounting, "When I was young, I even used this ability to help the police catch criminals." Miriam asked in surprise, "When you were young? So that means you also—" Winston suddenly fell silent, looking towards Karina, and the atmosphere grew quiet. Winston admitted, "Yes, that's right. I also suffer from the artist's disease. And unfortunately," he bowed his head helplessly, saying, "I'm the type who will gradually lose my eyesight." He crumpled the handkerchief in his hand, full of despair, and Winston softly said, "If God truly exists, I think he is indeed a cruel being, granting someone the ability to embroider and then taking away their eyes." Karina anxiously asked him, So now you can't see anything?" Winston lightened the somber mood, smiling as he said, "Haha, no. To be precise, I almost lost my eyesight. I can still see to some extent, which is why I was able to find my way here."
Karina silently looked at Miriam, who crossed his arms and asked suspiciously, "So you've cured your art disease?" Winston helplessly shook his head in denial, sighing, "No, there isn't actually a precise treatment for this disease." Miriam was utterly disappointed, pressing him, "No treatment, but you still have your eyesight." Winston stammered, Without hiding anything from them, Winston admitted he had given up his embroidery ability. That was the simplest and quickest way, and his answer left her completely stunned. Karina softly asked, "Is that the only way?" Winston replied, "Yes, art disease is not a condition everyone contracts." After that, the car continued moving towards the mansion. Winston explained, "Even in artistic families that create miracles, the rate is only 1%. However, losing eyesight or other senses is not an uncommon symptom of art disease. The rarest symptom is having to lose one's life in exchange for a miracle." Hearing that, Karina fell into deep thought, because she herself was also suffering from this disease. Winston added more information. "It's also about every 50-60 years that someone is affected like that." Miriam softly said, "If that's the case, then the mortality rate is actually very low, isn't it?" Winston noticed Karina and spoke up, "If you two have no more questions, may I ask the young lady a few questions?" Hearing that, Karina was startled.
Karina expressed, "Yes, but could we talk in my room?" Miriam, sitting beside her, was very curious about her suggestion, which only made him more suspicious. Winston agreed. "That's fine. I don't see any problem." Miriam watched her intently, wondering about Karina's expression. The rattling car had arrived at the mansion. Miriam gallantly helped her out of the car, and Karina expressed her gratitude. "Miriam, I had a wonderful time today." She quickly stepped out of the car. Karina softly said, "If possible, please invite me again next time." Upon hearing her words, Miriam froze, his face flushed with excitement. Afterwards, Winston followed Karina into the mansion. The sound of footsteps echoed, and Karina quickly led him into a room to talk. Seeing her expression, Winston asked, "Does the Grand Duke still not know about it?" At the mention of this, she froze, her face distraught, her innocent eyes cast downwards. Karina softly said, "Yes, it would make him uncomfortable." She painfully clasped her hands tightly, and Karina said disappointedly, "Because I have to live with someone who is about to die." Under the sunlight streaming into the room, Winston curiously asked her about it. Karina explained, "That's why I had planned to quietly run away, because I didn't want to hurt Miriam. However, the comfort Miriam gave me was incredibly warm." As she said this, she unconsciously turned around.
Karina smiled and said, "So I want to stay here a little longer, just a little bit more. I'm really selfish, aren't I?" A moment later, cakes and drinks were laid out on the table, and Karina's voice rang out, "I apologize for lying to you about my identity." Winston replied that it was fine. What did identity matter when facing illness? But didn't the Count have his own private doctor? Karina fell into contemplation. She gently picked up her teacup. Karina expressed, "That person wasn't very trustworthy, so I sought another doctor." Winston asked in surprise why. It was a long story. Winston didn't want to pressure her. He shared, "It's all right. Mental illness is the root of all illnesses. What happened?" Her eyes looked at him with a plea for help. She anxiously recounted, "Doctor, do you know, in the center of my world, I am not there. It's always someone else.
I am the younger sister who quietly supports my older brother, the heir, from behind, and also an older sister who sacrifices everything for her younger siblings. A person incapable of ambition. That is my life." A stream of memories quickly flashed through her mind. The image of her as a timid child pleading, "Mom, can you sleep with me just tonight?" Even though she was sad when her younger brother snatched her purse, she only received her mother's indifference. "No, Mom is very tired today. Go back to your room and sleep." Even as she hugged her mother tightly, pleading, "Just for tonight." Dahlia sighed and pushed her away. "Didn't Mom already say no? Just now Mom had a very hard time comforting Ferdinand to stop crying. You're the older sister. You should know how to give in to your younger brother." Karina couldn't hold back her anger. She blurted out in exasperation, "That kind of brother!" She clutched the pillow tightly in her hands and screamed, "I wish I didn't have that kind of brother." After that scream, a loud slap echoed. Her mother slapped her hard across the cheek, her hand trembling slightly. Dahlia yelled at her, "No matter how immature you are, how could you? And you call yourself an older sister? It's bad enough you don't appreciate being born healthy, but you also don't take good care of your younger siblings." The slap from her mother was so painful that she turned her face away, the handprint clearly visible on her cheek. Karina cried bitterly. It hurt even more when her mother uttered the words, "If only Liam were half as healthy as you, it would be good." Returning to the present, Karina added, "If I said I was sick, they would often assume I was faking it, saying that compared to those poor children, I was already living too happily. They even once said if I complained any more, they would abandon me in the slums." Each of her words made the old man's aged eyes mist over slightly, his eyebrows furrowing in sympathy for her. Unable to suppress his emotions, he quickly took her hand to comfort her. Having to live with people who hurt you is truly a difficult thing.
She had struggled, enduring it for a long time. For the first time, being able to pour out her heart, Karina was moved, and tears welled up in her eyes. Fearing she would be heartbroken, he gripped her small hands even tighter. Winston said softly, "I know that compared to you, miss, my story is nothing, but I also once had a period of gloom. 2 different people, yet sharing a tragic fate." Winston recounted, his voice choked. "I was very happy with my embroidery skills, but those around me would say, 'What's a man doing embroidering?' My parents, meanwhile, only wished for me to become a knight and receive a title. Because I hated those things so much, I immersed myself even more in embroidery, despite my family's prohibitions, which led to conflicts."
Winston said, "Because when I embroider, I no longer think about anything else. You too, right?" Karina nodded in agreement. Winston recalled, "One day I lost an important item, but couldn't find it no matter how hard I looked, so I gave up, and I embroidered that item, then burned it, just like burning objects of the deceased after a funeral to bid them farewell. Then a miracle happened, just like I showed you earlier. Many tiny particles appeared and floated up before me. After that, I went to catch criminals, like becoming a hero. I also helped find lost pets or children who had run away from home." He joyfully recounted that the feeling of becoming the protagonist in a life that had always been ignored was truly indescribable. And just like that, nearly 20 years passed. His eyesight gradually faded, and he could no longer create a satisfactory embroidery. This made him helplessly clutch his dimming eyes in despair.
Winston continued, "Then I was diagnosed with art disease. If I continued, I would lose my eyesight. I was so desperate that I intended to end my life. But during a trick to put everything in order one last time, as he stood looking out at the world, Winston said, 'I've found my new dream. That is to heal the sick.' He began working as a doctor, traveling everywhere. 'Are you all right? Even if you don't feel well, you must try your best for your child. The child next to him smiled and said, "Thank you, doctor." At this point, he said shyly, "I want to make art disease no longer an incurable illness, so I cannot pretend not to know you." Moved and simultaneously impressed by his will, Karina shyly replied, "Yes." Hiding nothing further, Winston spoke up, adding that it was very good for the young lady to keep her distance from her family as she was doing now, even though some say that confronting trauma is a way to heal. But I think that moving away from trauma is also a way to heal, because after leaving the fence, one will encounter new connections and create new memories. Listening to his heartfelt words, Karina unconsciously fiddled with her fingers. She thought to herself that she had only considered herself to have cowardly run away without saying a word. Winston's voice pulled her out of her thoughts. He said, "But..." What he was circling back to was her family doctor. Winston spoke up. "The young lady still hasn't told me about the family's primary treating physician."
Karina hesitated. Well, it's a bit embarrassing to say, but the main treating physician joined our family when I was about 17. At that time, I was strolling in the garden as usual when a rustling sound came from the bushes. Frightened, she covered her mouth and said, "Oh, I'm sorry." It was Nocturne, who shyly scratched his head and said, "I didn't know anyone was here." His innocent handsomeness attracted her, and she happily struck up a conversation with him. Karina spoke up and asked, "Who are you?" Nocturne chuckled softly and said, I am Nocturne, the new treating physician for the Earl's family. I hope for your continued assistance, young lady." Hearing that, Karina shyly bowed her head. Karina said, "That was the beginning of my first love." Karina recounted, "The encounter with Nocturne was like the first belated spring finally finding its way to me. He was an eloquent and gentle-natured person, as she had observed during his time working at her home. Nocturne heard a sound and quickly turned his face away. When he saw her, he smiled brightly in response."
Seeing him like that made her blush. Karina thought that he had brought her a warmth she had never felt before in her life. She walked closer to him. Karina thought to herself that she wanted to talk to Nocturne. She spoke up. Nocturne?" He heard her and looked up. He quickly stood up. Nocturne softly said, "Is there something you need, Lady Karina?" Karina became shy. She didn't dare to look him in the eye. Karina timidly said, "I was just curious what Nocturne was doing." Holding the flower in his hand, Nocturne smiled and said, "Oh, that? I saw the flowers in the garden blooming so beautifully, so I thought that person would be very happy to see it." Hearing the words, "that person," made her heart pound. She thought to herself, could he be planning to give it to me? I've never received flowers from anyone before. I don't know how I should react. Just then, Nocturne called out, "Ah, Abelia." He happily gave the flower to Abelia, saying, "Look at this flower. Isn't it beautiful?" And Karina was like a third wheel in their romance. Karina later recalled that she had always deluded herself. Recalling that moment, she was in the library, reaching for her favorite book.
Abelia whined and fussed, leaning her head on the table. She spoke up, "Sister, I want to go out and play too." Karina held a book in her hand, smiled, and said, "Just be patient a little longer. Nocturne said you need to get plenty of rest today." Hearing that, Abelia stood up and trailed over to her side. Abelia softly said, "Humph, but Nocturne told me that even if I'm only in a little pain, I'm not allowed to go out. Even if I pretend the pain is gone, Nocturne would know immediately, uncannily so." Her first love was pursuing her younger sister, and she felt a pang of pain in her heart. Karina whispered, "That's because Nocturne is always watching over you. Perhaps that's why he treats you more affectionately." Abelia, seeing her sister say nothing, turned her head left and right, grumbling at her. Abelia said, "See? You're lying again, aren't you? He always grumbles like that." Karina picked up the book, thinking to herself, "Damn it, am I really jealous of my sister? What a terrible older sister." While she wasn't paying attention, Abelia peeked her head through the gap in the books, startling Karina. She exclaimed, "Humph." Abelia's overly chubby face caused the bookshelf to shift and begin to wobble.
Karina froze stiff, only managing to scream, "Ah!" Then a loud crash echoed, and Abelia screamed loudly, "Ah, ah, ah!" Just as Nocturne rushed in, he called out loudly, "Abelia!" Luckily, Karina managed to prop up the bookshelf, staring blankly at him. Nocturne panted, looking at her. Nocturne quickly ran to Abelia's side, and she sobbed. "Nocturne, I didn't mean to do it." He anxiously asked, "Are you hurt anywhere?" I'm fine." At this point, they were still putting on a romantic drama for her to watch, SOS. Karina, who had been pinned by the cabinet for quite a while, cried out in pain. "Ah!" Karina softly called out to Abelia. In contrast, Nocturne angrily yelled at her, "What exactly have you done?" He became furious. "Leah is different from you. She's very weak." Karina was dumbfounded, taken aback. "What did I do? I didn't even touch her." Karina replied, "It's not like that. The bookshelf suddenly..."
Nocturne didn't listen to her. He growled like a hungry tiger. Nocturne said loudly, "It's a good thing it fell on you. What if it had fallen on Leah? What would you have done then?" Those words made Karina collapse in pain. Nocturne, emboldened, yelled, "Why on earth did you bring a child to such a dangerous place like this?"
Karina was injured in the leg, and a throbbing pain spread throughout her body. He didn't even remember his duty as a doctor, and instead scolded her. "Not only can you not protect her, but you're also planning to kill the girl?" Karina retorted, "You like Abelia, don't you?" Nocturne's mouth went stiff after hearing that. He held Abelia tightly, hesitatingly saying, "What? No, it's not like that. It's just that if anything harmful happens to Leah, I will definitely stop it." Once again, she became a third wheel between them. Nocturne softly said, "Because I cannot lose her again. Indeed, with their cat-like personalities, they shouldn't be separated, lest they harm humanity." Karina recounted that the doctor then simply embraced Abelia and left the study, truly a dramatic exit. Karina gently rubbed her hands, saying she was both too shocked and in pain from being hit by a book. Karina chuckled softly, "So I just sat there stunned and waited, but in the end no one came." Thinking back, she felt a little hurt. Hearing her words truly angered Winston. He mused, "I already warned that kid not to equate patients with his lost sister and to treat all patients fairly." He felt ashamed and held his head, while Karina softly confided, "At that moment, I realized that no, that doctor didn't even see me."
Just like my parents, he always prioritizes that child in everything. Thinking of this, her mood turned gloomy, and Karina let out a sigh. Even if he examines me and is the first to know about my illness, he still won't tell me the truth, because he's afraid Abelia will be shocked after hearing the news. Just then, outside, Miriam was standing hesitantly by the door. A moment ago, Miriam was walking with distinct footsteps down the hallway, and he thought to himself that she seemed about to say something earlier. Miriam fell into contemplation. He couldn't fully understand her heart. Miriam thought that although he should tell her everything truthfully, Carrion's scolding was overheard by Miriam. She called me childish, and because I was so angry, I said I wished I didn't have a sister like that. In fact, Miriam had heard everything she said. That day was also the first time since I was born that my mother hit me. Miriam stood confused outside the door, but he still tried to listen intently. Miriam pondered, thinking that although eavesdropping wasn't his hobby, he felt a certain right to do so, and thus he stood silently listening to their conversation. And now Miriam was drawn into her story, boiling with rage. Miriam cursed under his breath. "This is outrageous." His gaze suddenly turned cold. Miriam realized that now he understood. That bright smile on her face, the flutter of excitement when visiting the market, and even her irritable, annoying behavior. Miriam knew that these were all just giant walls surrounding that girl, a darkness enveloping her. He thought of Karina with her radiant appearance. Miriam recalled her expressing, "If possible, please invite me again next time." If she had expressed such a wish, then he would accept. Miriam spoke up. "Very well, I will fulfill all your wishes."
As night fell, Karina sat alone in the empty room, gazing absently at the painting on the table. Her drawing was still incomplete. Then she unconsciously sketched step by step. The lines gradually took shape, followed by sharp claws. A moment later, she had finished sketching the monster. Karina looked at it for a long time. Then she said, "Now all it needs is color, and it's finished." She took out her box of colors and searched for a while, which made her stop short.
Karina picked up the paper. She sighed. This is still not enough. She thought about it again with a hint of remorse. Karina hesitated, feeling as though she was taking advantage of the child she had given birth to. Even so, she wanted to help Marion. She stood up, preparing to act. Karina thought that he had heart-heartedly taken care of her, so she didn't want to see him get hurt. After all, it was just adding another weight to her already fading life. Then Karina took the painting and left. She opened the drawer, which let out a long rustling sound. She was a little disappointed, Karina murmured. "Almost out of materials, aren't I? Should I ask Marion for help?" But her pride held her back. Karina shook her head, refusing. No. How could I ask Marion for help? After all, I am the daughter of a count." Karina glanced at the table, at the necklace Marion had given her that morning, and stood lost in thought for a moment. Karina held the necklace in her hand, recalling Marion's words. This is a northern custom. People believe this will help a frail person become healthier. Looking at the glowing gem in her hand, Karina realized why she felt much more refreshed today, feeling a great sense of relief in her heart. Gradually, Karina closed her eyes, and she spoke as if by magic. On a cold, misty, snow-covered pine hill, a carriage leisurely passed through.
Karina, dressed beautifully and warmly, smiled and said, "It's fine if I go alone." Miriam replied tensely, "Because yesterday there was an unexpected matter, I couldn't go on the inspection, nor could I go order your winter clothes." Suddenly, Miriam asked, "Now that you mention it, I just remembered, you couldn't wake up early this morning, could you?" Karina looked flustered. That evening, he stood outside looking into a room's window. Miriam softly said, "Because yesterday I didn't feel your gaze."
Upon hearing this, she blushed, thinking, "Oh my God, I can't believe he observed me so closely." Karina felt a slight flutter and she fiddled with her hands. Karina explained, "I was so engrossed in painting that I went to bed a bit late." Hearing this, Marian asked with concern, "So are you missing any drawing tools?" Caught red-handed, she frantically raised her hands like a criminal. Karina quickly said, "No, I have pencils," but unfortunately her actions betrayed her. Marian smiled smugly, thinking to himself, although people say that a craftsman never blames his tools, still. Under the snow-covered road, Marian's voice echoed from inside the carriage. "In the north, it's quite difficult to buy high-quality drawing tools like the ones you use, but if you try to look, you can still find decent ones." Karina smiled brightly and clapped her hands adorably. "It doesn't matter, as long as we can buy them, it's fine."
Karina rested her chin on her hand, looking amused. It had exceeded her expectations. Karina whispered, "Anyway, I never got to use anything this high-end back home, for fear the news of me buying luxury items unnecessarily would reach Father's ears." Setting aside the equipment, Marian reminded her worriedly, "All right, is your health still okay? If you feel tired, you absolutely must tell me." Karina was startled by this, and seizing the opportunity, she teased him. "And what do you intend to do once I tell you?" Marian looked annoyed, his voice growing serious. "Of course we'll have to go back. Do I really have to state the obvious?" Karina gave a wry smile and turned her face away, signaling SOS. Karina thought to herself, well, I did sleep very well last night." Marian complimented her. "You're lucky." After that, they arrived at their destination, and the car screeched to a halt.
Miriam helped her out of the car. Miriam quietly mentioned that a physician knowledgeable about art disease would come to help, and it seems my close friend is also arriving soon. Karina, as was her habit, placed her hand on him and asked in surprise, "Your close friend?" Afterwards, the two of them walked to the shop. Along the way, Miriam told her, "He is the head of the Carlos family, and he's very interested in finding talented individuals. I sent him the painting you showed me last time." Karina, startled, covered her mouth with her hand and exclaimed, "You sent that painting, sir?" Seeing them arrive at the shop, the employee bowed. Miriam said quietly, "I'm here to order winter attire." The employee replied, "Yes, sir." After finishing their business, Miriam took her arm and replied, "He knows a lot about art disease, so he can certainly help you." Karina wondered, "But how could you send it to Sir Carlos without my permission?" Afterwards, they followed the employee and discussed the unfinished matter. Miriam asked if she had a problem. Karina stammered, "Well, I feel embarrassed. That painting is of such low quality." Miriam looked at her doubtfully and said softly, "Who would be ashamed of a painting they drew themselves?" Karina was so tense that she broke out in a cold sweat. She explained, "It's not that I'm belittling myself. I just feel embarrassed, like someone seeing my diary." Hearing this, Miriam stopped short, feeling a touch of regret. Miriam spoke up, "A diary? I apologize. I hadn't thought of it that way." Arya respectfully invited, "Please come in, Duke Periol. I've been waiting for your arrival." Miriam eyed her. "Long time no see." He introduced her to Karina. "Karina, this is Arya, the owner of Chiffon Boutique." Meeting someone new, Karina happily said, "I'm Karina Leopold. Instead of Leopold, you can just call me Karina." Arya, finding her cute, excitedly said, "Yes, Lady Karina, and I am just a commoner, so please feel free to speak casually with me." Karina smiled and said, "Ah, okay." Marian spoke up, "I'd like to see some winter outfits, everyday clothes, and some comfortable attire for work." Karina, standing beside her, stammered, "That's too much." Marian stubbornly insisted, "What can you even do in those inconvenient clothes?" Karina retorted, "I don't need work clothes." Their exchange made Arya, standing nearby, chuckle. Arya asked, "What kind of work clothes are you referring to, sir?" Marian, enjoying the rare opportunity to spend money on her, generously said, "Outfits for the lady to wear when painting. Get all the expensive ones for me."
Karina's legs were unsteady as she quickly stopped him. "Marian, I really don't need it." He gave her a coquettish glance, while Karina daintily tugged at his sleeve, as if pleading for help. Marian chuckled and said, "Just choose whatever you like." Karina, upon hearing this, was completely flustered. After that, she began to choose outfits. Arya spoke up first. "Miss, please select the designs, and then I will take your measurements and sew them for you." Karina softly said, "Yes, but I really don't need too many, just a few." Karina stood still for the staff to take her measurements. She sighed and muttered, "Marian is truly annoying." She glanced at him. Karina felt a pang of sadness. "How much longer will I be able to wear them anyway?" Marian continued to stare at her, not taking his eyes off her for a moment. She shyly turned her face away. "Honestly, what should I do?" After standing like a statue for a while, Karina slumped onto the chair, her head spinning. Arya suddenly appeared, calling out, "Miss Karina, please choose from these outfits." Karina tiredly sat up. Her dazed eyes and foolish smile were what she was expressing. She whispered to herself, "Although this isn't my first time at a clothing store, I've never seen a place ask so subtly before. I feel a little grateful." Marian's voice was in her ear. "Karina." He gently placed his hand on her forehead. Marian asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" Then his hand gently stroked her head. Karina seemed to enjoy it. "Ah, that feels so good." But suddenly realizing she was overreacting, she abruptly stopped. Something feels a bit off."
Karina quickly stepped back and explained, "Oh, I'm sorry, your hand was so cool that..." Seeing her strange expression made him even more worried, and Miriam spoke up. "You're not coming down with a fever, are you? If so, we should just head home." "Forget that," she quickly said. "I'm not sick. It's just that this is my first time choosing outfits like this, so I feel a bit tired." Internally, she screamed, "I'm crazy, I'm crazy." She was just short of digging a hole and escaping. Miriam didn't understand her meaning and took the opportunity to tease her. "Your emotions are really written all over your face, aren't they? I get it, I get it. So do you like any of these outfits?" Karina, embarrassed, buried her face in her hands and turned away, sniffing. No matter what, with Miriam's hand touching her face, how could she possibly... Karina tried to salvage the image she had built up for so long and helplessly said, I think all the outfits she chose are beautiful." Miriam softly said, "Is that so? So you mean you like all of them?" Karina was startled and blurted out, "Huh? Miriam?" A moment later, the two of them walked out of the shop, their footsteps clattering. Karina looked very angry.
Miriam trailed behind, coaxing her. "I'm the one paying, so what's the problem? Why do you keep frowning like that?" Karina protested. "I already told you I don't need that much." Karina murmured, "This is the first time I've heard someone say, just buy it all." "Indeed, your trying circumstances have narrowed your view." Miriam chuckled upon hearing that. "Well, if you feel it's a burden, then just consider this an apology gift for me for showing your paintings to Duke Carlos without your permission." Her resistance until now had been insignificant. Karina had been won over by Miriam. She smiled, looking at him. Miriam is quite sincere. "You won't wear all of them anyway," Miriam said gallantly. "If it's too much, just keep them for future wear." The more she listened to him, the more her heart ached. "If you keep treating me so well, I'll grow fond of you."
Karina thought to herself, what should I do to repay this favor? Miriam leaned close to her. He gently asked if Karina was okay. Her heart pounded faster and faster. Startled, her mouth moved faster than her brain. Of course, of course." She shyly looked at him. Miriam told her there were only a few more shops until they reached the one Arya had recommended. He extended his long, slender hand. Miriam gently said they would just stop by that last shop and then head straight back to the mansion. Seeing Karina lost in thought, Miriam spoke up. "Karina, are you listening?" Karina gently took his hand, and Miriam, feeling it, unconsciously smiled. Miriam quickly said, "Let's go, or we'll be late." After that, they went to a large store. Karina stood outside, full of excitement, and exclaimed with sparkling eyes, "It all smells of paint." In contrast, Miriam seemed disappointed. He kept looking at his hand, thinking, "I can't believe she let go of my hand as soon as we entered the shop." Seeing customers enter, the painter grumbled with a hint of annoyance. "One look tells me you two aren't the type of people who come to places like this. How can I help you?" Karina, feeling grateful to be there, politely asked, "May I look at the art supplies?" The painter brushed his hands together and regretfully said, "We don't have the high-end kind that young ladies like here. You'd better go back." Miriam couldn't control his anger. He roared like a tiger. "Are you not planning to sell anything?" Karina quickly hugged him to stop him, smiling as she said, "We don't need anything high-end, sir. Just some paint and brushes will be fine." The painter suddenly frowned, his eyes full of suspicion as he looked at her. Unable to hide his curiosity, the painter leaned down close to her and asked, "May I take a look at your hand?" Miriam was extremely annoyed. He snapped, "What are you trying to do?"
Karina let him see her hand, comforting him. "It's okay, Miriam." The painter looked at her hand for a long time, then remarked, "You've painted quite a lot, haven't you?" It turned out the painter had guessed correctly. He scratched his head, feeling guilty, and softly apologized. "I thought you were just a rich young lady painting for fun." Realizing she was as passionate about painting as he was, the painter opened up and said, "I'm selling everything in the studio. Please take your time looking."
Karina said with delight, "Thank you, sir." Then she happily went to choose the tool she was missing. The painter said apologetically, "I was too rude to this boyfriend. I have to look at their hands to know if someone can paint or not." Hearing the two words boyfriend clearly articulated, he helplessly covered his face and said, "We don't have that kind of relationship." The painter looked a bit embarrassed. He softly said, "Ah, yes, I see. She seems to have been painting for quite a while, but she doesn't have her own studio yet." Miriam said with dissatisfaction, "Because she hasn't been here long. Even if you didn't say anything, I was already planning to make a room for her. Bring out all the necessary items for a painting studio for me. Money is not an issue." "If you're so generous, then I'll accept everything," the painter said without hesitation. "I understand. Here are all the basic tools." Miriam immediately replied, "All right, I'll send someone to pick up the items I bought today." The sound of the painter's sleeves rustling echoed, and he seemed to be in a great hurry. Miriam asked him curiously, "Do you paint? I heard you say you can tell by looking at hands." Discovered by Miriam, the painter smiled and said, "I used to, but that was before I got sick and lost my arm." He secretly wondered, is the illness he mentioned art disease? The painter replied in surprise, "So you also know about art disease?" "Yes, that's right." He unconsciously looked down at his remaining hands and recounted, "Suddenly one day I started to lose sensation in my fingertips, and then I couldn't move my hands anymore, as if they had turned to stone. I tried painting with my left hand, but it was also gradually losing sensation."
However, after moving to the north, the pain in my hands and the fevers have significantly subsided. Miriam tilted his head, looking at him, wondering inwardly, pain and fever? Miriam softly said, so...
Carrie-Anne ran to him, cutting off their conversation, and announced, I finished choosing everything. Seeing her holding the light tools neatly in her palm, he exclaimed, Is that all you bought? She smiled and said, Oh yes, I think this is enough. In reality, her current purse didn't allow her to spend lavishly, Karina thought to herself, because I don't have much money left. Not wanting her to be at a disadvantage, Miriam spoke up. Shop owner, get me this, and prepare the other things I mentioned. Karina, curious, leaned over to look at the artist, wondering, Prepare what? Miriam immediately said, I intend to make a painting room for you. Don't you also lack a place to paint at the Duke's mansion?
Karina frantically stopped him. Miriam, you don't need to do that. Suddenly her heart pounded rapidly, and she painfully collapsed. Miriam startled and cried out, Karina! The pain in her heart grew stronger. She lay curled up in agony, her heart pounding faster and faster. Karina groaned, It's so hot, my heart feels like it's going to explode. She was in so much pain that she broke out in a sweat. Karina cried out in discomfort. Her heart continued to pound, and she painfully pleaded, It's too uncomfortable. She lay dazed on the bed, a cold hand placed on her forehead. Karina unconsciously looked at the person opposite her, softly calling out, Miriam. Miriam sighed in relief, then leaned in and asked worriedly, Are you feeling more awake now? Seeing his concern, she was a little touched. Karina smiled faintly. Yes, I'm fine now. I just suddenly felt short of breath earlier. Miriam sat beside her, comforting her. Winston said it's because you're too tired. With a pale face, Karina replied, It's probably because I didn't sleep much last night. I'll go to bed earlier from now on. But looking at her expression, he had some doubts. Miriam asked her, Karina, is that really why? From what I've observed of you over a long time, Miriam stated, every time you lie, you smile and look away, just like you did just now. Caught by Miriam, she quickly covered her face. She sighed, Miriam, honestly, can't you just let it go? Miriam smiled indulgently at her. No, because if I take my eyes off you for even a moment, you'll faint like this. Under the shimmering lights, her voice called out to him affectionately, Miriam, what's wrong? She happily took his hands that were on her forehead, making him freeze like a statue. Karina whispered, Just be a little nice to me. If you're too nice to me, then when we part ways, it'll be very difficult.
Karina hopes that. So let's be a little kind to each other. Early morning at the mansion, 2 soldiers stood outside. The brown-haired soldier yawned until tears streamed down his face. The captain saw this and teased him. You're yawning too much. Your mouth is about to tear open. The brown-haired soldier replied, I'm bored to death here. I also want to participate in the monster hunt. The captain laughed and said, You always lose your bets. That's just your bad luck. Far in the distance, a carriage appeared in the forest, passing by. The brown-haired soldier protested, I know that too. But before he could finish his sentence, he turned his face to look through the binoculars, exclaiming, Captain. The captain assigned him the task. Quickly open the city gate for that person to pass through. The brown-haired soldier received the order. Yes, but who is that? The captain scolded him. Can't you tell by looking? It's Sir Periel Carlos. He was startled and said, is that the lord famous for his eccentric personality? That's right, and for some reason, he's also a close friend of the Duke. The gate opened, and the carriage squeaked as it passed through the city gate. Returning to Karina's room, she wrapped a blanket around herself and sighed, saying, It was so hard to get out of bed.
She involuntarily thought of the scene where Miriam forced her onto the bed. She cried and pleaded, Miriam, He replied, No, stay absolutely still on the bed. She collapsed in pain, crying wordlessly, unable to step off the bed for 3 long days. She stood before the unfinished painting of a monster she was working on. She softly said, Thank you for worrying about me, but she gently reached out and touched the painting. She began to complete the coloring step for the painting. The scratching sound of the paint echoed. Karina thought to herself that she wanted to help Miriam. A moment later, she panted, and the paintbrush made a soft click. Looking at the painting in front of her, she exhaled, her face dotted with sweat. Karina was secretly pleased that she had finally finished this. Suddenly, her eyes turned yellow, and she uttered in bewilderment, Oh! A loud dang echoed, and yellow light emanated from her room. Karina fell back in fear, frozen as she watched a giant foot step out from the painting.
She said in a panic, Wait a moment, this is a bit too much, SOS! The thundering footsteps reached Winston and Fang's ears. Even the servants standing outside the mansion were drawn by the noise the magical beast made. Oh my God! Worried about Karina, Miriam rushed to a room to ask, Karina, the mansion just shook several times. Are you all right? Before he could finish speaking, he was stunned by the giant magical beast that appeared before him, roaring, 10-10. Karina quickly stopped it, yelling, Miriam! He angrily gritted his teeth, intending to draw the sword he carried with him. Miriam said, Karina, get back. Fearing he would act rashly, she quickly ran to his side, her footsteps thudding thump, thump, thump. She bowed her head, holding tightly to the sword by his side. Karina quickly said, "Wait, Miriam, this child is harmless." Miriam looked at Karina in surprise. He froze, staring at her blankly, his eyes full of doubt about her, Karina. When Karina looked up at him, Miriam noticed her eye color had changed to yellow. Miriam, worried, said, "Your eye color?" Karina quickly covered her eyes. She stepped back, holding out her hand to keep her distance from him. Karina spoke up, "I'm sorry. It makes you uncomfortable, doesn't it?" Miriam stammered, "No, it's not that. I think it suits you very well." Hearing him say that, her heart suddenly pounded erratically. She shyly and unconsciously relaxed her hand. Miriam asked curiously, "But Karina, have you used a miracle?" She flinched at that, knowing he had spoken a bit out of turn, but Miriam didn't notice. He gave a wry smile and said, "I've heard that with this artistic disease, each time a miracle is performed, the illness worsens. Was I mistaken?" Karina could only turn her face away, helplessness clearly visible on her face. Without hesitation, he decisively drew his sword. Miriam urged her, "So quickly now." This time she ran back and hugged the magic. "You can't!" Seeing her act like that, he stood helplessly with his arms crossed. Miriam sighed. "All right, for now, let's just get that little one outside first. Don't you see the danger?" She gently looked at it. The magical beast whimpered softly. Karina immediately said, "No, it's not dangerous at all. Perhaps, but what has it even done? It only just touched me." He pointed for her to look at the mess it had caused. Miriam exclaimed, "Is that so?" Karina quickly explained, "I'm truly sorry. I didn't know it was this big. I will definitely pay for the repairs later." Miriam replied, "No need. It's not like you did it on purpose."
Karina was unwilling, but he put his hand in front of her face, stopping her. It turned out he gently touched her head and asked worriedly, "Do you feel any pain anywhere? Are you dizzy or feverish? Let's get this Hertha out first, then we can talk in detail." As he stroked her head, her cheeks uncontrollably flushed red. She was like an obedient puppy to him, softly replying yes. Karina turned to Hertha and said, Hertha, let's go over there." Hertha nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the floor beneath the beast's feet made a cracking sound. Then a series of continuous cracking sounds followed. Karina was so embarrassed she broke out in a sweat, sending out an SOS signal. Karina hastily said, "Miriam, I will definitely compensate you." Miriam gave a wise smile, indicating it was fine. "I have a place to spend money again." Birds chirped on the branches. Hertha growled, making the birds flap their wings and fly away. It kept making noise, and seeing this, Miriam spoke up. "Hey, kid." Karina, beside him, gave a helpless chuckle. "Hertha." The call made it instantly silent.
Karina looked at it with a gentle smile. "Don't be like that. You must be good." Ching ching, a sound came from it, and she gently stroked its head. Miriam on this side scoffed. "Ha, I can't believe it. Aren't you scared?" His question made Karina slightly surprised. "Huh?" After that, he snapped his fingers and beckoned with his index finger behind him. Pointing towards the two knights behind them, Miriam frowned in confusion and said, "While these well-trained knights are so tense, you, on the other hand, look very relaxed." Karina turned around. "Oh, that." Then she hugged Hertha. "It's because this child currently understands my feelings better than anyone else." Outside the mansion, the two walked side by side. Meanwhile, Miriam looked at Karina and thought to himself, would a life drawn and summoned by oneself have a mental connection? Then he looked at her curiously and asked, "But Karina, why did you choose to draw Hertha out of countless other magical beasts?"
Karina covered her mouth with her hand in surprise. "Ah," she blushed shyly and pushed her hair behind her ear. "Actually, I wanted to help Sir Miriam, so," looking at Miriam, who was smiling brightly, she continued, "because it would be easier to grasp the weaknesses of the magical beasts if they didn't run away. I suppose you'd get angry if I said that, wouldn't you?" He opened his eyes wide, full of surprise, frowned angrily, thinking, "Hey, that's an obvious truth." He put a hand to his forehead and said gloomily to her, "Ha, I didn't ask for your help in the first place." Karina still smiled gently and replied, "I know, but even so, I just hope Sir Miriam can quickly complete the sweep without getting hurt," she said to Miriam, her expression unchanged. Hearing that, Miriam bowed and expressed, "Karina, you don't need to sacrifice yourself for others when you yourself are unwell. No, not for others, but only for Sir Miriam." Karina looked straight at him and said those very words herself, blackbird wings flapping between the two of them. Miriam was surprised. "What?" Karina didn't hesitate and immediately grabbed the hem of his clothes.
This stunned Miriam even more. "If I can be of any help after the sweep ends when we part ways, could you pull me close and give me a tight hug?" The image of Miriam hugging her flashed in her mind, and that was Karina's proposal. Because at some point, when facing the end, just feeling your warmth, I think I could smile and depart without regret. Karina, in her white wedding dress, lay still and closed her eyes, just as she had imagined. The air around them both grew quiet. Then Karina gave a silly smile, innocently thinking, "Oh, is that too greedy or too abrupt?" Finally, she stammered, like a farewell hug when leaving this mansion. But in return, Miriam only replied to her coldly, "Fine, do that." "Don't repeat this again." The words that came out of his mouth immediately made Karina blush again. She was stunned for a few seconds, clutching one arm. Finally, Miriam blurted out, "I don't need your help." Karina lowered her face slightly. "Yes, if Lord Miriam doesn't like it, I won't do it again." In that very sentence startled him. Miriam patted his chest seriously. "Karina, what I mean is—" "Sir," a voice interrupted him before he could finish speaking. Thang bowed and reported, "Lord Perio Carlos has arrived," drawing her attention to his words and making them turn to look. In the study, Perio sat there at ease. A voice called from behind. "Perio." He heard it and immediately turned around. "I was just about to leave. Long time no see, Miriam." And Perio greeted him and then paused because he didn't know Karina's name. But in response to his greeting was Miriam's less than friendly gaze and Karina's strange demeanor upon seeing Perio. Then he cordially stood up and politely extended his hand to greet her. "Miss, I am Perio Carlos." Karina was stunned, thinking to herself, "What a handsome man." Without haste, she replied, "Ah, I am Karina Leopold." Then someone's hand reached out towards him. "It's a pleasure to meet you, miss. But it's true."
Periel's face showed a mix of joy and dissatisfaction. He hadn't expected a man's rough hand to greet him like this. It turned out to be Miriam, who was cheerfully shaking Periel's hand, accompanied by gestures that seemed to say, "Periel, I'm so happy to finally see you after such a long time." Periel retorted, "If you're that happy, why don't you hurry over here? Haven't you made me wait long enough?" After finishing his conversation with Periel, Miriam looked over at Karina. "First, let's sit down and talk." She looked up, her heart filled with unease. Periel, on his side, turned his face away and wiped his hands with a cloth. Fine. Out of respect for the young lady, I'll let this matter slide." Behind him, Miriam glared angrily at him, while Karina merely offered a wry smile. At the beautiful, luxurious table, the three of them sat talking. Periel spoke first. "So she created a beast exactly like the one she first saw?" Miriam, arms crossed and a displeased look on his face, replied, "That's right." Periel, puzzled, asked, "Why does it have to be a magic beast?" Karina, hearing his question, immediately clasped her hands together. "Because I want to grasp the weaknesses of this new type of magic beast. Who knows, it might be helpful for the upcoming sweep."
Periel raised his teacup, weary with thought. Realizing it was because of Miriam, he continued to ask, "Miriam, has that demon beast disappeared yet?" "It's at the training ground. Hertha is currently at the training ground, surrounded by a troop of knights." Periel leaned forward slightly and opened his mouth to speak. Although I cannot conclude with certainty before witnessing it with my own eyes." His gaze still fixed on the teacup, he uttered, "The young lady is carrying within her the miracle of creation." Miriam was curious. Exactly what kind of miracle of creation is that? Periel explained to him, "It is the strongest and rarest type of miracle among all miracles. A person possessing this miracle can create any type of object, whether it exists or not. They only need to understand them. It can even be a human being, although this is only what is recorded in historical texts. But Periel's eyes became unreadable, and he looked truly awkward. He pondered, "After meeting me, I am even more certain." Meanwhile, Karina looked up and said to Miriam, "That's probably true." Miriam, on the other hand, was annoyed. "What's true about it?" Seeing this, Periel drew a conclusion in his mind. That girl was about to die. Holding the handle of the teacup, "Regarding the artistic ailment, we can discuss it later. Instead, Miss Leopold, you may call me Karina." "Yes, then Karina, I have something to give you." Karina tilted her head. "What is it?" The letter was presented. Periel slowly spoke. "A letter from Count Leopold's house." At this moment, Karina was stunned into silence upon hearing about the letter.
Periel continued, "When I went to Count Leopold's mansion to inquire about Karina's artistic illness, he asked me to deliver this letter." Karina sat still, listening to him. "Karina, you're already an older sister. Why are you so thoughtless? Please, just be a little more obedient. Stop whining." Her face turned pale, and her heart ached as those words echoed in her mind. "Karina, Karina!" Her hand clutched her clothes tightly when she heard her name mentioned in that recent memory. Her face was covered in sweat, her hand on her chest, as she looked up at Miriam, who unconsciously wiped her forehead to reassure her. "Karina, it's okay. Calm down. I'm here." With a hesitant expression, Karina softly called, "Miriam." He looked at her and declared firmly, "If you wish, I will grab that fellow by the neck and throw him outside for the tigers to eat."
Periel witnessed this scene, and he thought helplessly to himself. It was true that he had been shallow-minded to hastily accept that letter on her behalf, but that damn brat. Then he spoke up. "It seems I've done something useless. I'm sorry, Karina," causing her to look bewildered, and Miriam, with his punchable face, to turn and look at him. Looking at the letter placed on the table, she quickly replied, "No, this is something I needed to know anyway." On the letter were the words, "We have learned that you are in the north." In her mind, an image appeared of herself watching her father sitting there writing the letter. "How dare you act like that? Even if you two are engaged,
What if there are unpleasant rumors? Her sad face seemed to say to itself, "Indeed, father prioritizes the family over me. If you have any grievances, you should speak them. Must you insist on turning this house upside down like this? Abelia is losing sleep and worrying about you, becoming weaker by the day. How can you, as an elder sister, have such a bad influence on your younger siblings?" In her heart, Karina asked, "Has father ever listened to what I have to say? Even if her health is deteriorating, does father think it's as bad as mine?" Clenching the letter in her hand, as she read the line, "We will indulge your wishes, so do not further defile this family, if you do not wish to be expelled from this house." Miriam, standing nearby, frowned in anger, while Karina calmly looked at the letter, and then, holding it in her hand, she suddenly stood up, to the astonishment of him and Periel. Miriam suddenly called out to her, "Karina." The sound of footsteps clattered on the ground.
Karina continued to hold the letter, walking calmly. She became pensive. Father. So it seems father never truly believed I was ill. It's only natural. How could he possibly accept it? Because if... Her thoughts halted, her expression shifting. Karina unhesitatingly threw the letter into the blazing fire. That matter was simply too complicated. With the blazing fire reflected in her eyes, she spoke coldly. "Isn't that right, Count Leopold?" The letter burned within the roaring flames. Periel, bewildered, cried, "Karina!" Miriam likewise asked, "Are you all right?" Karina turned, her face innocent as if nothing had happened, and replied, "Oh, am I not allowed to throw it in here?" Miriam found the question perplexing, and quickly replied, "No, of course you are." Then she replied with a smile, "My apologies, I had already anticipated the letter's contents." The image of Hertha appeared, screaming as if in pain, and Karina staggered, clutching her chest. A loud cry, "Karina!" Miriam gripped her shoulder. Perhaps Karina felt something. Miriam, thinking of HR and Hertha, knew something was wrong with Karina, and asked her, "Calm down, what happened?"
Karina didn't answer immediately, instead turning and running in a panic. Miriam, seeing this, followed her. Hertha aggressively roared to the point that people around warned, "Everyone, get out of the way quickly. The demon beast has gone berserk. Kill it immediately. Don't attack hastily, just focus on defense." With a worried and anxious expression, Karina ran over, shouting, "Wait, wait!" A hand suddenly shot out. It was Miriam's. He tightly gripped her wrist, his other hand holding his sword pointed straight ahead. Karina looked up. "Miriam." He was still staring intently in one direction. "It's very dangerous. Stand behind me, Karina." Although Miriam held her tightly and spoke to her like that, Karina insisted, "No, there must be a reason why she's like this. Let me..." Before she could finish her sentence, Miriam turned to ask the knight, "What exactly happened?" The knight stammered, What happened was..."
A few minutes ago at the training grounds, both of them stood there looking at Hertha. The black-haired one spoke, "Is it really okay to leave this magic beast alone like this?" The other, with his arms crossed, replied, "The Duke has already given permission, so there shouldn't be any problem." Hertha stood there calmly, so docile that the knight was surprised. But for it to be so docile, isn't that miraculous? I wonder why it's staring intently at the wall. The black-haired knight drew his sword. "In that case, perhaps we should investigate it while we have the chance?" The person next to him hesitated. "Is that really all right?" Meanwhile, Hertha looked at them with a smile. After hearing their words, Marian's face darkened, his tone somewhat frightening. "I clearly told you to leave it alone." Seeing his expression, the person trembled in fear. I'm sorry." Karina also started to look over. Suddenly, Miriam spoke. "Karina, I apologize. It was my oversight." She looked at him, surprised by his apology. Finally, Karina smiled brightly and offered, "It's all right, let me try." Upon hearing her words, he immediately said, "Curry." Before he could finish her name, Periel interjected. He stood with his arms crossed, smiling at the two of them. "Hey, you two, is everything really okay? It seems you've completely forgotten about my presence." Both Miriam and Karina, upon hearing this, quickly turned their heads.
Periel looked at Karina and began to explain. It was created by Karina, so it's not strictly necessary to see bloodshed to resolve this. Turning back to Miriam, he added, "I'm an expert in these kinds of miracles, trust me," which made Miriam frown in annoyance. Miriam then gave a slight smile and instructed, "Ha, tell everyone to stay away from Hertha." The knight saluted, understood. Miriam placed a hand on Karina's shoulder and whispered something to her. He leaned his face close to her ear, causing Karina's cheeks to flush. With his hand still firmly on her shoulder, Miriam turned away and instructed, "Everyone hold your positions." Periel, on his side, smiled. "Karina, may I ask you one more question?" She looked at him. "Oh yes?" He calmly asked, "When do the creatures you create usually disappear?" Karina placed a hand on her chin. "At least a few hours, at most about a day."
Periel praised in surprise. "That's incredible. If so, it wouldn't be difficult to subdue it." She nodded, acknowledging he was right. With her hands clasped together, she slowly walked closer to Hertha. Smoke billowed from its mouth, its eyes bloodshot. Hertha was growling. Karina stood fearlessly facing it, extending her hands towards it. "It's all right, don't be afraid." Karina, with a happy expression, unconsciously smiled brightly at it. She gently touched its face, and it seemed to sense it, becoming very happy. Feel free to do whatever you wish, because no matter what happens, I will always protect you. Perhaps it was Ai's earlier words that gave Karina the courage to step forward and help calm Hertha. Outside the mansion, everything was in ruins. Miriam stood, gesturing orders to his subordinates. He said something to them. Suddenly, noticing something, Miriam glanced over. He stood there silently, saying nothing. There was a rustling sound from inside the door, and a voice spoke. Now is not the time.
Karina was dressed in luxurious attire, sitting silently and gazing into the distance. On the table was a piece of paper. Now was the time to face the end. The pen scratched across the paper. I've realized since meeting such affectionate people, there's no need to compare my talents with anyone else. An image of Abelia smiling brightly, holding a round, patterned object in her hand, while behind her, Karina looked rather displeased. She recalled how someone had once praised her painting as the most beautiful. Memories flooded back, Miriam holding her painting, smiling brightly and praising it, which had left Karina somewhat bewildered. There's also no need to hide my pain from anyone, because I've met countless people. An image of Karina writhing in pain on the bed, and a memory of a caring woman smiling, wanting me to honestly speak up whenever I felt unwell. I am worthy of receiving love. Finishing the letter, her hand still holding the pen, Karina let out a sigh of relief, thinking, now I just need to send it. A voice called, pulling her back to reality. Karina, why aren't you answering when I call? Only then did Karina turn to look at him and reply, Ah, Miriam. She looked up and asked, have you finished arranging everything for the trip? Miriam walked closer to her, reaching out to place a hand on her shoulder. It's mostly done, he said. Are you replying to a letter? Yes, I think it's time for me to say goodbye to them. I see. Then Karina's expression suddenly turned a little sad. Holding the letter in her hand, she wondered, my parents will probably scold me terribly, won't they?
Hearing her say that, Miriam's hand unconsciously took hers. He looked straight at Karina and told her to just do it. Children can't choose their parents, and their birth is simply due to the ambitions of their parents. Therefore, it's their responsibility to feed their children well, dress them beautifully, free them from financial worries, and let them live in magnificent houses. Parents' responsibilities aren't limited to just that, but what Miriam had just said made Karina's heart pound because of his words. He continued, saying, so you have every right to be upset, Karina. If anyone scolds or curses you, I will stand by your side. The last sentence was uttered with certainty and made Karina smile brightly. Thank you, sir. Miriam blushed shyly. Well, if you're grateful to me, could you perhaps spend some time with me?
In a splendid and luxurious place. Oh my, Karina was astonished by this place. Miriam, this is... He stood beside her, smiling gently, his hand going to the back of his neck, but his cheeks were slightly flushed. This is your painting room. Although it's not as fully equipped as the ones in the south, I've tried my best. Just consider it a gift from me to you. Don't feel burdened by it. That stunned Karina, and she turned to look at him. Back at the Count's mansion, she had never had a proper painting room. Her room, tucked away in a corner, was always dark, whether day or night. That wasn't a good space for painting, but this was the room she had dreamed of. A luxurious, splendid, and grand room. Right in the center, an easel was placed. Her feet slowly stepped closer. Clearly, compared to all the gifts she had received until now, this was a very valuable one. But she stood still, observing. She reached out to touch it, then was suddenly startled by the question, do you like it? But why did her heart feel such a pang of sorrow? After a long silence, Karina spoke up. Oh, I told you not to be too kind to me. Miriam also stated frankly, Karina, this is just a gift.
She turned, her eyes showing a hint of emotion, but her heart ached. I accept this gift from you, but I haven't done anything for you in return. He replied doubtfully, What do you mean, nothing? Miriam's eyes widened slightly, looking a bit foolish. The Hertha you summoned helped me a great deal, Karina quickly responded. I had intended to receive my reward later, in the form of you holding me tight when we parted ways, she said naively. Moreover, Hertha got agitated and injured others, and I still have to deal with the compensation for the damages it caused. Hearing this, Miriam turned his head back, his face drenched in sweat. He looked away. That thing. His constant stammering made Karina curious. She let out a small chuckle, turning back to him. As long as you don't hold me responsible, I'm already very grateful. Now I don't have to worry about lacking art supplies, and there's also a super cool art studio filled with light, allowing me to paint anytime. Saying this, she placed her hand on her chest. It's a pity that I only have half a year left to stay here. Miriam suddenly spoke. If you like, you can stay here longer than that.
Even after returning to the Count's mansion, you can still come here occasionally to use this room. Karina was a little surprised. She looked at him thoughtfully because of those words.
Karina slightly lowered her face. No, I already promised to only stay here for a year. Fiddling with her hands, she added, besides, you will also meet someone new, so I can't keep coming and going. Miriam wondered, not understanding. What new person? And even if so, you... Karina didn't let him finish, turning her head to give a bright smile. I truly thank you very much, Miriam. He quickly replied, yes, the owner of the art supply store will be here again tomorrow. If you need anything, just tell him. I'm going out now. Miriam, in a bad mood, closed the door, but remained standing there. I haven't done anything for you. I promised to only stay here for a year, and I can't keep coming and going. Karina's words echoed in his mind. He looked around, realizing that only half a year remained. He walked, but his mind was still deep in thought. Is Karina really planning to leave after another half a year? Initially, she had asked to stay here for a year on the condition that their engagement would be called off. He walked and pondered. From her perspective, that's obvious. Perhaps she was also forced into an engagement, just like me. Miriam recalled his first meeting with Karina. Standing still for a moment, he thought, or rather, now isn't the time to be thinking about this, because the sweep is coming soon. He raised a hand to his forehead. No, wait. His cheeks slightly flushed, he muttered to himself. Why am I only thinking about Karina like this? Miriam was still deep in thought. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Periel walked up and asked him, What are you thinking about? You look terrible. Miriam, angered, clenched his fist and demanded, Why are you here? Periel merely shrugged at this. I came to see Karina, not you, you know. I heard she's here. He was slightly surprised and calmed down. Karina? Ah, are you here to ask about the art sickness?
Periel replied, Yeah, I heard a few things from Winston, so I want to meet her in person to confirm, and also see her work while I'm at it. Miriam understood something and immediately placed a hand on Periel's shoulder. So that's it. Karina is counting on you. You understand art sickness better than I do. Periel understood his sincerity and replied, Of course, I have no intention of taking this lightly. Miriam patted his shoulder once, then turned to leave. Well, I'll be going now. I'm busy. Periel looked towards Miriam, assessing him. Busy? Then what the hell is he doing here, that kid? Could it be... At the art studio, you'll have someone new eventually, so I can't keep dropping by. Recalling that remark, Karina leaned her head against the drawing board and silently scolded herself. Karina, you idiot. She told herself, Actually, you were quite happy when Miriam said that. Knock, knock. A sound of knocking from outside. Karina, it's Periel. May I come in for a moment? Hearing his voice, she turned around. Yes, please come in.
Periel walked in, a smile on his face as he looked at her, wishing her a good afternoon and asking how she was feeling. Karina stood up, her face beaming with a bright smile. I'm fine. Thank you very much for the Hertha matter. Periel waved his hand dismissively, humbly saying, It was nothing. What could I do but speak up? But Karina, hearing this, Karina felt anxious. Yes? I've already heard from Winston about your art illness. Her eyes widened in shock as she heard Periel say that. Seeing her expression, he gently and slowly began. If you don't mind, I'd like to talk to you about it. Karina's expression changed noticeably, and the name Winston flashed through her mind. Then she finally spoke. Please sit down, and then we can talk. Blinding sunlight streamed in from outside the window. Inside the room, Karina and Periel sat in silence, neither speaking. Her face suddenly fell, and she couldn't stop thinking. Could he have told him everything already? Karina clenched her hand. I asked him to tell you about me not having much time left.
Seeing her like that, Periel spoke up. He said this might be a bit pointless, but Winston didn't tell him first. Winston looked uncomfortable, so he had to press him to tell him. In truth, I knew from the very beginning how severe your artistic affliction was. Karina asked in astonishment, How did you know? It's thanks to the historical records kept by the Carlos family. Periel began to tell her. As you know, the Carlos family has supported artists for a very long time, and among them were artists who possessed a creative marvel just like you, Karina. Hearing that, Karina held out her hands and looked at them. So that's it, she said. I only learned about the existence of such an affliction half a year ago.
Periel said, Of course you wouldn't know, because creative miracles are extremely rare. Furthermore, your ability can be considered on par with the divine. Karina suddenly froze at what Periel said. Me? Hearing her questioning, seemingly in disbelief, he continued. That's right. Normally, beings created from paintings rarely last more than a day. Initially, there were no records of breathing life into such a large monster, Periel said, recalling the image of Karina standing before Hertha. Karina chuckled to herself. I never thought my own ability was that powerful. Periel, do artists who perform creative miracles use up their entire lifespan? Periel was surprised, so he answered her. Yes, that's right. All those afflicted with the malady of artistic creation cannot live past 30. They have no attachment to life, only to their paintings. The more they paint, the more insane they become, using their own blood and age as painting materials, essentially willing to throw away their lives. Karina was terrified after hearing this. She thought to herself, is it that extreme? But I can understand it, if it were me. His hands were still clasped together. Karina, I want to help you.
Periel calmly suggested, and to do that I hope you tell me everything, starting from the smallest details. Then he spoke again. Now I will list a few symptoms. If you are experiencing any of them, please tell me. Karina looked at Periel and replied, yes. Periel continued with his work, explaining thoroughly that apart from madness, as time passes, creators become more sensitive and change emotionally. Additionally, they paint incessantly as if hypnotized. Another record states that they consider what they create to be the only one who understands them and means everything to them. Karina opened her mouth as if to say something, but then pressed her lips tightly together. It's all true. Periel was quite surprised by her words. She clutched her clothes, admitting, as time passes, I become more sensitive, and I've been painting incessantly as if hypnotized, but I can't stop. Karina's face was sad, as if she was about to cry, her voice filled with deep anguish. Even though no one understands my heart, my creations understand me very well, because I'm so lonely. So, Periel was stunned for a long moment by her last sentence. He spoke reassuringly. Karina, I'm not trying to scold you, which made her involuntarily look at him. But if you run away like that, in the end you'll only make things harder for yourself. If you pour your feelings of loneliness, sadness, and anger into your paintings, you'll regret it later. Periel said all this in one breath, making Karina look up. She stood up abruptly, her hands still clasped together, while Periel stood beside her, smiling gently. I heard you don't have much time left, right? Yes.
Periel asked her a question. Have you ever thought about giving up painting? Karina gripped her drawing board thoughtfully as she listened to Periel's question. She suddenly turned to him, smiling, and said, No, painting is everything to me. Is that so? I understand. Periel smiled, placing a hand over his chest to express his understanding for her. Karina turned to him. Really? He in turn honestly replied, Yes, just as you pour everything into your paintings, I pour everything into my music.
From a young age, I diligently practiced the flute every day, to the point where my parents had to supervise me. Periel told her about his childhood. He pictured himself engrossed in playing the flute, with a maid standing outside his door, crying out of pity for the young master. After finishing his story, Periel crossed his arms, looking proud, adding, Of course, I still secretly played it afterward. How could one easily give up the pleasure of creation? This made Karina chuckle at his stubbornness. Finally, he opened one eye, peeking at her. But Karina, if it's all right, could I ask you for a favor? Karina turned to look at him, slightly surprised by Periel's request. Karina wondered, what kind of favor? Periel, looking mysterious, requested, I want to see your paintings. He eagerly imagined Karina drawing with her power, saying, Specifically, I want to see you use your power to draw. Karina pondered for a moment, finally saying hesitantly, Well, it just so happens I was planning to send a letter to the Count's mansion. How about I draw a door there? In front of the large study, bathed in golden sunlight, both stood before a massive easel. Periel's tall figure, silhouetted against the setting sun, created a beautiful scene. He curiously asked Karina about her existing professional knowledge. Do you just draw directly without sketching first? Karina replied concisely, Yes, I want to draw a bit quickly. Her slender fingers quickly danced across the pristine white paper, the skilled girl dedicating her utmost concentration to her artwork. The air was utterly still. All that remained of sound was the soft scratching of the pen on paper. The more Periel watched, the stronger he felt his heart pound, his face growing increasingly flushed as if he were coming down with a fever. He exclaimed in astonishment, Impossible, I truly can't look away. He couldn't stop gazing at those magical hands. Every movement, every stroke was beautiful and graceful, like mesmerizing and alluring moths. Periel had to admit that her power was stronger than anyone he had ever met, her strokes truly exquisite. Periel felt as if he had been led into a beautiful scene, with a lake dyed a rich purple, exuding a strange scent like a high-grade opiate. Periel felt as if he were truly standing amidst that beautiful scenery. He thought of the beautiful girl before him with a reverence bordering on awe. Her talent was truly magnificent. But the girl seemed to be standing in another sacred place, a place enveloped by an entirely different mist, a place he couldn't reach, a place where Periel could only agonize and ask himself, how could he convey this overwhelming emotion to her? Karina wasn't doing well either at this moment. The use of her power made her feel hazy, her face flushed crimson as if she had a sudden intense fever. But she tried to calm herself, thinking, my heart feels so uncomfortable, but I still have to draw more. Perhaps artistic souls always find harmony and resonance in some hidden place.
Just as Karina was feeling very disheartened, she suddenly heard a flute. Ah, it was Periel playing. She recognized him by his dashing appearance and the gentle, melodious rise and fall of his flute playing. The melody was truly warm and soothing, she mused. Karina let out a sigh of relief, thinking to herself she felt she could breathe easier than before. For some reason, she suddenly felt an unusual sense of lightness. Karina's face became rosier and more radiant. She excitedly thought, how miraculous! Is this the healing power of the Carlos family? How should I put it? This is truly a beautiful timbre. The man continued to play the flute. Clink, the drawing pen fell, followed by Karina's voice. I'm finished, she said. As soon as she finished speaking, a luxurious door appeared, identical to a real door in its material and even the smallest details.
Before Periel could even express his admiration, Karina spoke up, asking, Periel, that melody just now. But she was still a step behind Periel, who called out, Karina. She replied curiously, yes? The man clutched his chest, his handsome face gradually flushing, and he said hesitantly yet firmly, I think I've fallen in love with you. Karina's expression was one of disinterest. She let out a soft, in her mouth. In contrast to her, Periel's mood could only be described as sparkling. He stepped closer to her, eagerly asking, what did you think of the music? Oh, it was beautiful, she replied honestly. Periel became even happier, saying, I performed it spontaneously when I saw you painting, because I always carry my instrument with me. Karina exclaimed in surprise, so you just composed that melody? That's right, he replied. The moment I witnessed you painting, this melody suddenly appeared in my mind. That's truly amazing, Karina exclaimed. Thank you. After a moment of elation, the two returned to their normal state. Periel awkwardly thanked her. It was just a simple emotion, so please don't feel burdened by it. Karina also awkwardly smoothed her hair. Periel changed the subject, asking, so does this miracle of yours take a while to awaken? Karina replied honestly, yes, I think the miracle only awakens when the painting is 100% complete.
Periel gazed intently at the painting, asking curiously, can this door lead to Leopold Manor? He couldn't help but doubt in his mind, is this really possible? If so, then this truly is the power of the divine. She grasped the doorknob in the painting, replied, yes, and then asked, I'm going now, would you like to come along? All right, Periel agreed. The door in the painting opened with a creak that sounded no different from a real one, and the two stepped through. Periel looked around the room for a moment and asked somewhat vaguely, is this the abandoned room at the Count's house? Looking at the completely empty room before her, Karina thought with a rush of emotion, it's still intact, nothing has changed. Her face filled with joy upon seeing it, she answered honestly and proudly, no, it's my room.
Periel was a little surprised. He said, oh, I apologize. It's just that it feels different from the rooms of ordinary young ladies. It's all right. Your misunderstanding isn't unreasonable at all, Karina replied concisely, because young ladies' rooms are usually splendid. She looked towards the simple curtain and said. She touched the table covered with a cloth and said with a hint of sadness, as if speaking to herself, my sister's room looks just like that. Ornate curtains, the whole room filled with dolls and many lace patterns hung everywhere. I suppose other young ladies' rooms are similar, aren't they? I was so busy taking care of my sister that I didn't have time to make friends and visit their rooms. Saying this, she picked up each wooden pen on the table and said very softly, so I feel a little regretful. I also wanted to have a friend. What's there to regret, Karina? You have me. Periel interrupted her, proudly pointing to himself, looking like a young girl. He extended his hand and said politely, we've introduced ourselves to each other, and we're even out together like this. The man's peach blossom eyes lit up. Saying this, he extended his hand towards Karina, smiling brightly as he said, if not friends, then what are we? Without waiting for her reply, he rattled on. Besides, I know your situation well, so I can confide in you, advise you, empathize with you as fellow artists, and we can even go places when you're free, can't we?
Karina was both surprised and confused. She hesitated and said, I don't know what to do between friends. Does Periel still want to be friends with me? Of course. You can learn all that starting now, Periel chirped back. Then, she said, gently taking his outstretched hand, I'll be counting on you, Periel, Karina said, holding his hand, truly happy as she smiled. I should be the one saying that, Periel skillfully replied. Seeing Periel's beaming face, she curiously asked, so we're friends now, and I have a question. Oh, what is it? He happily asked back. But her question made him want to disappear into the ground. How does Periel know what the other young ladies' rooms look like? She was intelligent, but also very polite, and continued awkwardly, because normally people only enter their fiancé's room, and Periel already has a fiancé, so would being friends with me make you uncomfortable? I don't have a fiancé, he asserted. Karina then raised 1,000 questions. Periel, don't tell me you, she was about to say.
Periel awkwardly explained, Karina, it seems you've misunderstood something. I only went to their room because I was invited to a tea party.
Karina smiled at his embarrassed expression and said, "All right, I believe you. So can we send the letter now?" Periel didn't want to continue the topic. She replied, About that. Actually, I just intended to leave the letter here and go. But as you can see, since we can't know when they'll discover it, it seems we're in a bit of trouble." She remembered the servants and awkwardly continued, "I want to deliver the letter as quietly as possible, but there are too many servants passing by, so—" Periel cheerfully pointed at the flute and said mysteriously, "I think I can help you. Karina, could you open the window a little and cover your ears tightly?" Another strange request. The regular swishing sound of the broom echoed, as if etching a certain melancholy into their hearts. Two maids, sweeping, didn't even dare to breathe loudly, whispering, "Hey, the atmosphere in the mansion has been so heavy lately, hasn't it?" The other sighed dejectedly. "You can say that again. It's so heavy it feels suffocating." She recalled the gloomy, silent breakfast of the Earl's family and asked, "Were you there when everyone was eating? Now the master and madam hardly say anything. Young Master Enfrich hasn't come home, and young Lady Abelia is so sullen she doesn't even bother to eat. Young Master Ferdon also has to constantly watch everyone's expressions. He keeps glancing around, not in the mood to eat." They lamented sadly. Where did the eldest young lady go, after all? The young lady must return soon. That's right, everyone is worried about her. Suddenly, melodious music echoed through the space, startling them. "Huh? Do you hear music coming from somewhere? Oh, right, up there is the eldest young lady's room. Who opened the window?"
Soon after, an overwhelming drowsiness swept over them like a storm without warning, leaving them yawning widely. Why am I suddenly so sleepy? Me too, I've never felt like this before. At this moment, Ferio and Karina appeared in her room. She looked around in surprise. "No way, I didn't realize you could make people sleep too," he hungrily replied. "Compared to your talent, that's just a trivial skill." Karina awkwardly interjected, "That's not true." He assessed the situation with satisfaction. "Everyone in the mansion is asleep now. You can go meet whoever you want to meet." She replied somberly, "No, I don't want to meet anyone."
Periel was bewildered. Karina, could it be that the letter she intended to send was a farewell letter to her family? "Yes, I want to tell them not to bother caring about me anymore." The smile on her lips held no vitality, only sorrow. She said bitterly, "The Count won't believe I'm sick, not even until his death. Perhaps only when he sees my frozen body will he feel a slight regret, but then he'll just get angry again." She even imagined hearing that haunting scolding. "Why didn't you tell me sooner? Even until the very end, you only knew how to deceive your parents, didn't you? If you have any grievances, you should speak them out." Her faith had died within her heart. Her eyes were filled with humiliation. Meanwhile, when I desperately wished for them to look my way, they didn't even glance once. Suddenly, something in front of her surprised her. Oh, it turns out Abelia was affected by a sleeping spell, slumped against the wall. She instinctively called out, "Abelia!" She anxiously ran to check. Periel explained, "No. It's fine, the little girl is just sleeping like everyone else." She sighed in relief. Perhaps that's true. Karina cruelly couldn't abandon her, nor could she resent her. On the contrary, she still cared deeply for Abelia. Fortunately, the child is still healthy. "Periel, I'm sorry, but could you help me take her back to her room?" "Of course, Karina, I'd be glad to." She led him to Abelia's room. "Please help me put her on that bed." The room was spacious and clean, with a row of cute stuffed animals. She stood silently by the bed, gazing at Abelia's innocent sleeping face. Periel saw some paintings on the table. "What are these?" He turned back to ask. "Karina, these paintings." Suddenly he paused, seeing her whispering some last words to her sister. After she finished, she smiled and asked, "Shall we go now?" He was startled, because he was still staring when she turned around. The two of them quietly closed the door and went out. He asked curiously, "Do you have a bad relationship with your family members? Earlier you also said you didn't want to see anyone." She smiled and walked ahead. It wasn't that bad. Her smile was a little bitter. In the eyes of others, this was a happy and harmonious family. She was not part of that warm, happy atmosphere, but they didn't know that someone had to sacrifice for that harmony. She slowly walked and recounted, "I am just the ordinary second daughter, obedient and no cause for worry. Abelia is sick, Enfrich always brings good news, and Ferdon is always causing trouble. Therefore, in this place, I cannot live for myself." She looked at the golden sunlight outside the window and said, "That's why I want to live for myself, at least for this remaining time." "That's right, Periel," he immediately replied. "Yes, Karina." She thought of herself merging with the name Karina Leopold, Abelia's older sister, the eldest daughter of the Leopold family, and as the artist Karina. In her hand, she held the final letter for her family. To do that,
I need to forget everything about this place first. Under the gentle sunlight and clear blue sky, the mansion that was once her home had returned to its original rhythm of life. Count Cassis had just returned from outside. He was suspicious. What happened at the mansion? The butler stammered. That something strange happened earlier. He asked, "What strange thing? Tell me in detail." It was that everyone in the mansion, including myself, fell into a deep sleep for a certain period of time. Cassis was stunned. Everyone? He quickly bowed his head. Yes, I sincerely apologize. After investigating, everyone said they lost their memory after hearing music. That was as good as saying nothing. He suddenly saw a letter on the table.
Butler, what is that letter? He looked puzzled. A letter? Which letter? No letters were delivered to the mansion today, sir. He opened the envelope. So has anything gone missing, or has anyone been hurt? The butler replied, I've checked everything, sir, and there's nothing unusual. Looking at the letter, he thought to himself, the seal looks very familiar, but there's nothing written on the envelope. What was the sender's purpose in leaving this letter? There are no distinctive markings either. Inside the letter it read, To Count Leopold. Cassis's face tensed. The handwriting was very familiar, but whose was it? The letter began, So you must be curious about who I am, aren't you? He looked down, bewildered, as she wrote as if she understood herself very well. Though I have many things I wish to tell you if given the chance, they hold no meaning now. I have fallen ill. He doubted. Could it be Karina? The next sentence read, Therefore I no longer have any reason to return to that mansion. At the end of the letter was a message. Please, Father, consider this letter my final farewell. The letter from his daughter, who had been out of contact for half a year, was surprisingly concise and to the point. It stated, I will become famous under the name of the artist Karina, not Karina Leopold. The girl was so resolute and cold that he wondered if she was truly his daughter. She confidently spoke of her ambitions. My name will echo far and wide, from this distant north all the way to the central region where you reside, Father. It was a letter brimming with unwavering resolve. As he pieced together the meaning, he was stunned to realize it wasn't written under duress. She frankly expressed her long-held feelings. You always told me not to become just another member of the family. Until now, I have always heeded that advice, so this time I ask you, Father. He silently read the letter over and over again. Please do not tarnish the name that will one day be renowned, it pleaded. My long wait can end here.
Now I, your child, am in unrequited love with a trembling heart. As she wrote the letter, Miriam was by her side, and she unconsciously looked at him. Father, do you know, there is a world where it's not Abelia, Ferdin, or you. It's just me, a world where I am the main character. At that moment, Miriam was also looking at her, smiling. In that world there also existed scolding, even if it was claimed to be affectionate. Painful fragments of memories of harsh, hurtful, heart-shattering words flashed through her mind. Words like, all of this is just because I love you, Karina. What kind of love would make little Karina collapse, bursting into such heartbroken sobs? Yet the scolding that wasn't accompanied by physical violence or expulsion from home and didn't use words of love as a justification, that was the love that truly warmed her heart. The butler anxiously opened the door and stepped in to check on the Count. Cassis was furious. How insolent, not appreciating the nurturing grace of parents. Fearing he would become agitated, the butler quickly soothed him. My lord, your excellency. Reading the next line astonished him.
She seemed to have anticipated everything. Father will surely be furious because I didn't tell him beforehand and say that I haven't repaid his kindness in raising me, right? Let me ask you just this once. Is it true that I've never spoken a word to you? Am I truly a well-behaved, gentle child who has never cried once since childhood? Those seemingly simple questions rendered him speechless. In his memory, she always smiled, always obedient, never arguing a word, as if she didn't know what sadness or crying was, or perhaps he simply hadn't paid attention. Karina, my child, since when did you stop crying? The mirror reflecting her shattered. It's not that I didn't speak, but that I gave up speaking. She clutched the fragments, making her hand bleed. If you want to see me, please come to the north yourself, because I have no reason to come to you. As for my death, you can handle it as you please. Cassis couldn't help but crumple the letter and roar. Immediately contact the Duke and tell him to bring Karina back here at once. The butler broke into a sweat. But your grace, haven't the checkpoints in the north been closed, making entry and exit impossible? I don't care. There's definitely something fishy going on. Karina is not the kind of child who would say such things. He growled. What? A terminal illness? Handle it as you please after death? Are these words one should say to their parents?
Cassis was utterly distraught. Why would she do such a thing? The butler hesitated. Perhaps Miss Karina truly has fallen ill, sir. Cassis glared at the butler, sending a chill down his spine. You, Are you trying to provoke me further? He quickly recounted. A few months ago, I was informed that sounds of vomiting were heard in Miss Karina's room, he reprimanded. What? If something like that happened, you should have reported it to me immediately. But he was bewildered afterwards because, the thing is, I already reported it to you, sir, but at that time you were busy with work and told me to report back later. And you said that there was no need to report everything like that the eldest young lady was grown up and knew what to do. Cassis, frustrated by his own oversight, shifted the blame to the butler. Even so, you still should have informed me. The butler bowed his head. I apologize, sir. The entire conversation was overheard by Abelia from outside.
She trembled as if she couldn't believe her ears. Is this a dream? The count inside commanded, "Bring me the writing paper. I must send a letter to Duke Periol. When Karina returns, I must have a serious talk with her." Abelia turned around, her face already drenched in tears. The count still didn't know the importance of the missing piece, and that was how everything would be settled. Abelia entered his study, choking back tears. "No, father, she won't be coming back." As she drifted off to sleep, Karina had whispered in her ear, "Abelia, live well. You must always be healthy." When she woke up and didn't see her sister beside her, she desperately wanted to believe those words were just a dream, but her intuition told her it was all real. She burst into tears in agony. Forever after, perhaps her sister... As night fell, Karina sat quietly on the bed. She caressed the small purse Abelia had given her. "Always healthy, huh? And here I am." She sighed. "I told myself to forget, but I'm like a fool. Anyway, I've been with her the longest in that house, so I guess that's enough." The two of them used to sit and chat happily, laughing together. Karina walked over to the desk, looking at the painting of a mighty bird on it. She picked up a pen and added a few more strokes. "At first, I had intended to ask this bird to deliver a letter."
A flash of light and the bird materialized. She smiled, stroking its feathers. "It's all thanks to you." It stretched its long wings, clutching the wallet Abelia had given her. Then its wings soared and it shot off into the night. Its eyes gazed into the distance, recalling its master's words, "Discard this wallet." It flew to a wide, rapidly flowing river and silently released it. The wallet plopped straight into the water. Delicious desserts were set out, along with a guest, Periol. He looked up at a bewildered Mirian. "Huh?" Mirian grumbled. "Why are you here? I thought there'd be a romantic pink atmosphere everywhere with Karina, but I didn't expect that guy to butt in. Now there's nothing left." Periol chuckled cheerfully. "Of course, I was invited, wasn't I, Karina?" She, still dazed, suddenly startled.
She hurriedly explained to Miriam, "Yes, I invited him there. I wanted to have tea with him to celebrate the day we became friends." She was worried. "I thought Miriam would like it too, that's why I did it. Please forgive me for acting on my own initiative." He stared at her, then turned away sulkily. "No, you don't need to apologize." She looked at him anxiously. "Did I do something wrong? Miriam's expression doesn't look very good." He was truly sulking, but afraid she would overthink it, so he managed to squeeze out a question. "So what's the schedule for today?" Who knew a third wheel would pop out to answer for him? "Oh, nothing special." Periol casually said, "The plan is for Karina to study with me today." Miriam, annoyed that he had interfered and was being presumptuous, retorted, "I wasn't asking you." Periol sneered, "So were you asking Karina then?" "That's a silly question. Of course I was asking her. I'm not curious about your schedule." Periol still liked to tease. "Well, because you didn't use a subject, I just assumed you were asking me, that's all." Karina, who had been listening in, couldn't help but burst out laughing at the two of them. Her laughter left Miriam and Periol stunned, like bewildered fawns trampling a green lawn. He asked curiously, "Karina, what's so amusing?" She was living proof of the saying, "If she doesn't smile, it's fine, but if she does, she can overturn kingdoms and cities." Sparkling brightly, she said, "It's just that I think you two look really like a pair of close friends." He retorted with disdain, "This is more like a cursed fate." Periol agreed wholeheartedly. "Yes, that's exactly right."
She smiled as if to say, "I understand, I know, yes." Seeing her disbelief, Miriam was helpless. "I'm telling the truth, Karina." He started a dull conversation. "Karina, do we look that ridiculous?" She smiled. "No, not at all. I just feel this is very good. Looking at myself now, being able to talk freely or eat meals together and laugh happily. Someone who does these small everyday things with me." She clasped her hands and prayed that this happy moment could last forever. "It's no one else but you, Miriam." Seeing her staring at him, he smiled. "What's so good about it? It's all a lie. Don't push yourself anymore. If you don't feel well, just forget about it and go back." She beamed as if she was being herself, free to do what she wanted. "Yes, I will do that." In her heart, she secretly stirred. "I like you, Miriam." The knights had prepared to go out early. Periol asked, "Miriam, what's today's schedule like? You must be very tired. While I'm out, I'll recheck the information about Hertha that you told me." He looked doubtful. "Are you going outside the territory?" Periol replied, "That's right. Depending on the situation, I might not be able to return tonight." Periol's knight was instructing Miriam's knight in the distance. "Everyone must wait until your lord returns." Karina looked at him worriedly, her eyes glistening. "I understand. Please be careful on your way. Miriam flinched, freezing for about 2 seconds, her heart pounding. She didn't notice his expression, looking down sadly. I wish he wouldn't go, that would be great, but subduing monsters is a natural duty. How can I interfere? He gently tucked her hair back, comforting her, his eyes filled with longing yet also determination. Just wait for me a little longer. As I've told you before, I will definitely bring you back a better heron. She blushed, her whole face turning red, shyly avoiding his gaze. Thank you, sir. If I have heron, perhaps my body will become better.
Could it be that this happened because Miriam prayed? She quickly changed the subject to dispel the confusion in her heart. He cleared his throat and teased, "How fortunate that it seems to have worked." Periel privately sat, eating dog food with a faint smile. "Haha, look at that." Looking at the warm and harmonious scene, he guessed, "I think he'll be biased for a while. I knew that stone would smile like that." Periel looked at Miriam with an amused, doting smile, secretly assessing, "But why is this happening? Weren't those two about to call off their engagement?" Periel smiled outwardly, but inwardly he was utterly fed up. He really didn't care for this dog food, honestly. Karina drank her tea, her face full of happiness, telling herself, "I must try not to reveal anything." Suddenly her chest constricted and she struggled to breathe. Her vision spun, blurring. Miriam's chattering still echoed in her ears. "Why are you looking at Karina with that expression?" Periel didn't forget to provoke him. "What about me?" She tremblingly put down her teacup, trying to calm herself and keep her mind clear. She didn't want to faint and make everyone worry. She quickly stood up, forcing herself to endure. I feel a bit tired. May I go upstairs to rest for a bit?" Miriam worriedly supported her. "Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Shall I take you back to your room?" She pulled his hand away, refusing. "No need. I don't know if it's because of the warm tea, but I feel very tired. My room is close by. I can go by myself. Besides, tea time isn't over yet." He remained steadfast in his concern for her. "That person isn't important at all. Let me call a maid for you." She thanked him. "It's fine. I'm going now." Periel cheerfully interjected. "Karina, I'll come find you later." She replied, "Yes." After that, she hastily left, and both of them silently watched her figure disappear into the distance.
Periel spoke first. "Karina seems very worried, doesn't she?" He replied lazily, "When are you coming back?" Periel sighed. "Honestly, don't you think that's quite unreasonable towards a friend who came all this way because of your request?" Miriam was well aware of this fellow's purpose. "There's no way you'd rush here just because I asked. You came here because you want to know who painted the picture, didn't you? You sly one. That's why you put an unfinished painting here, isn't it?" He rearranged the paintings to look at them again. "Even though I'm the one who borrowed it, if it's a painting I want to complete, then for you it must be even more important. So, how's Karina's artistic affliction? It's gotten quite serious, hasn't it?" Periel listened seriously to his argument.
He spun around and answered dismissively, I don't know." Miriam threatened, "Periel, I'm not messing around with you." He recalled Karina saying earlier, "I know, but first, you have to forget everything about this place. Periel, could I ask you for one more favor? Because I don't have much time left. Please don't tell Miriam. I don't want to leave him with any unpleasant memories." Back to the present. "But Karina wouldn't have wanted that." Miriam was stunned. "What?" He stood up. "So please understand why I can't tell you anything more." "So what is heron, the thing that made Karina's body better?" Periel wondered. After a brief silence, Miriam explained. "Heron is a special mineral from the north. It appears when a beast is killed." He still wondered. "But why is that related to Karina?" Miriam recounted. "In the ancient customs of the north, there's a belief that if heron is given as a gift to a sick person, they will recover." Periel, after being enlightened, was astonished, not daring to point a finger. When did he start believing in those superstitions? Miriam gloomily threatened his friend. "In the north, people also believe that if you point a finger at someone, your finger will break. Let me show you." Periel, upon hearing this, ran off in a flash. Though annoyed, he still had to ask, "By the way," somewhat abruptly, "what are you studying?" Periel poked his head back, smiling provocatively. "Oh, it's a secret." The maid peeked through the door. Suddenly a squeak echoed. The maid, with a bewildered expression, not knowing what had happened, saw Karina Leopold trembling on the ground. "My lady, oh dear, are you all right?" Her face suddenly showed a startled fear. Karina Leopold turned her head and told the maid, forcing a smile, "Oh, I just missed a step. I'm fine." "Shall I call the doctor?" Her hands gripped the fabric of her dress at her shoulders. "No need. I think a little rest will help." "No, my lady. The master has instructed that if my lady feels even slightly unwell, the doctor must be called immediately." Upon hearing the maid say that, her face suddenly flushed and she was surprised. "Marian," she murmured. The maid helped Karina Leopold to her feet. "Then please call Dr. Winston for me." "Yes." She walked away lightly, her footsteps making a soft clatter. Her gaze was firm. "It's okay," she thought, her hands clenched. "I'm still fine." Karina Leopold sat on the bed. Next to her was the doctor taking her pulse.
Winston's face was filled with sorrow and distress. Has it gotten much worse? Indeed, the condition is worse than before, but it doesn't seem to be a sudden weakening. These are fundamental symptoms of the artistic disease, so I can't help you. I'm sorry. She smiled warmly and harmoniously. It's all right. I already knew. You don't have to apologize. Then, from now on, I will prescribe a stronger dose of medicine for you. The medical kit lay beside them. She and he sat talking and exchanging words. Winston, will I continue to vomit later? I don't want Marian to see me in such an unsightly state. The vomiting symptom will probably continue, but even so, you still have to absorb food. Even if I'm sure to vomit it out after eating? The scene of a castle in the middle of the ocean. Yes, your body is now like a sandcastle about to collapse when the waves come crashing in. Your health is already deteriorating by the hour, by the minute. Therefore, you must maintain eating at all costs.
Karina Leopold gave Winston a faint smile. Is that all I need to pay attention to? She wondered. There are many things to pay attention to, but above all, you must have the will to live. Both of them had solemn expressions, and the atmosphere was gloomy and sad. She forced a smile onto her lips. The will to live, huh? She thought of Karina Leopold and Marian Pistellio walking hand in hand in a rose garden, happy together. As long as her time was still running, she didn't want to sit and wait for death. She also envisioned the painting she had personally drawn, admired by everyone around her. She would cherish every moment, live so happily that people would envy her, and let her family know what kind of person she was. Karina Leopold gazed at the magnificent painting, creating beautiful memories with Marian, then gently left. She looked up and smiled. Don't worry, I don't want Marian to carry any guilt. Hearing this, Winston simply said, All right then, do you have any particular pain anywhere?
Her eyes were downcast. My heart. Karina Leopold's hands wanted to tightly embrace her heart and were reaching for it. It had been fine all day, but suddenly it got worse. Even breathing became difficult. Sometimes it hurt so much I just wanted it to explode. She clutched her chest where the excruciating pain was. She immediately shook her head, saying, Of course, it was just a momentary feeling. I understand that, because when one of my eyes hurt, I wanted to gouge it out. If the pages describing each patient's symptoms were all the same, or if the records were identical, I would have been able to find a better treatment by now. What a pity. Karina Leopold shyly said to Winston, It seems I've put pressure on you and Periel. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have let you two know about this. He bluntly said to her, Don't say that. My job is to save people. Moreover, a doctor who makes patients hide their illness is no longer worthy of being a doctor. She was startled by his words. Upon hearing those words, Karina Leopold was overjoyed. Yes. Winston shyly turned his head away, not daring to look at her, and said, You don't need to apologize to me either, Karina.
Periel crossed his arms and smiled brightly at her. It seemed she wasn't feeling well earlier. Coincidentally, I have something to ask you and also something to tell you, which is why I came here. He slowly walked towards her, who was sitting on the bed. Upon hearing this, Winston politely stood up to leave, realizing the two of them had an appointment. I finished the examination, so I'll excuse myself now.
Say that. She smiled. Thank you, Mr. Winston. I have no intention of dying right now. Her gaze was firm. On the contrary, now I even feel a little regret. If only it had been a little earlier, I would have left that world and escaped. Only when there wasn't much time left did I find the courage like a fool. How beautiful was the sight of sunlight streaming in from the window, and her engrossed in painting her own picture.
Winston nodded cheerfully. That's enough now, he said, stepping out as the door closed behind him. Periel Carlos looked at Karina Leopold. But Periel, what is it that you're curious about? That. She had been expecting that question. Karina's miracles were quite different from other miracles. He walked back towards the door in front of him, his face filled with worry and sorrow. But there's one part I don't understand. Periel Carlos pulled out a chair. What is it? The progression speed of Karina's artistic disease is unusually fast, he said to her, worried and afraid. Fast? Karina Leopold was truly stunned by his words. Periel Carlos's eyes were resolute as he spoke to her. The reason creators die early is because they create too many miracles, even though they know the price is their own life. But even those who create miracles every day, who create many times more miracles than her, still live longer than her. So Karina, her face filled with worry and unease, I'm just asking this as a precaution. Do you know about the taboo, the one thing that absolutely must not be done when creating a miracle? Upon hearing Periel Carlos say that, Karina Leopold was utterly stunned and speechless. To that question, she hesitated before answering. No. Hearing her answer, he froze in his tracks. So that's it, he thought, feeling a profound sense of strangeness in his heart. An artist cannot possibly not know about that. However, gradually he began to feel that this made perfect sense, because if Karina had been a beloved daughter, allowed to enjoy what she deserved, and hadn't grown up in indifference, then things wouldn't have gone this far.
The worst part was that she didn't even have an art teacher.
Seeing him remain silent after her reply, Karina, a little flustered, spoke up. She pulled Periel back to reality. My immediate priority is to thoroughly explain the artistic disease to you. He paused here for a moment before continuing to explain. One might simply think that the artistic disease is a terminal illness that patients suddenly acquire, but in fact, it's more accurate to see it as the price paid for previously accomplished miracles, especially miracles that transcend limits. To help her understand, Perio even provided an example. For instance, I cannot treat those with severe injuries, nor can I help those unwilling to accept treatment. These are my limits. But for those without such limits, those who can perform miracles at their discretion, we call that suffering from the artistic disease. Moreover, his explanation, word by word, registered with her, but Karina had no reaction whatsoever. What an artist afflicted with the artistic disease is forbidden to violate, that is the taboo. At this, Karina finally reacted, her face showing dread at his words. What are these taboos? She asked.
Seeing her finally react, Periel continued to explain. Firstly, do not go against the laws of nature, such as resurrecting the dead or reversing time to alter a predetermined past. And secondly, do not create humans. These words struck Karina's heart, making her flinch, and she couldn't help but recall the body she had sketched. However, Periel quickly added more information. Plants or animals, even magical beasts, are not an issue, but because humans are God's creation and only God is permitted to create them, that domain must not be trespassed upon. Karina quickly understood everything he wanted to convey, so that was it. However, things naturally didn't stop there. Periel added more information, and the last rule is not to use miracles to kill. Fearing Karina wouldn't understand what a miracle meant, Periel once again clarified. A miracle means not performing acts that humans cannot do with almost omnipotent power. Understanding and realizing the gravity of the matter, Karina posed a hypothetical situation to Periel. Suppose one commits a taboo, what would happen? Unexpectedly, she would ask such a question, but he still answered truthfully. There will be a price to pay, such as death or losing a part of one's body. Hearing of such consequences, Karina slumped, becoming as limp as a stale noodle. Death would be the end of it, but if she became disabled, she might never be able to paint again. Exactly. His words were like a direct slap to the young girl's face. So, Karina, have you ever tried to do anything from the taboos I just mentioned? He asked. At that question, an image of a gradually growing branch couldn't help but appear in Karina's mind.
Snapping out of her thoughts, Karina swallowed hard but didn't answer immediately. Finally, she avoided Periel's gaze, choosing to lie. No. This time things were different. Her answer was within his expectations, yet Periel quickly sensed something strange. It made sense. If she had committed the taboo, she surely wouldn't still be alive now. So I couldn't understand. Once again, he left her bewildered and confused. What? As the one concerned, Periel didn't hesitate to speak about her miracle. The price she had to pay was too harsh compared to the number of paintings she had drawn. People who painted more than Karina lived for over 30 years longer. There must be another reason. I have to find out, he explained, voicing his own doubts. Hearing this, Karina's eyes once again became sorrowful. She evasively and cautiously asked, Periel, do you think if we find the cause, my condition will get better? Even Periel couldn't answer that question. From his silence, Karina already had her answer, and she cursed herself 1,000 times in her heart. There's no treatment method, she thought. What nonsense am I talking about? Sorry, Periel. I'm saying strange things again. Although she said that and felt guilty, he quickly reassured her. No, Karina. It's true that I don't know the treatment method. While I can't precisely answer whether it can be treated if the cause is known, I have tried to think of a way to slow down the progression of the disease. This method is quite cowardly. He voiced his intention, hoping she would feel better. After being comforted, Karina finally felt better, but she quickly wondered what he meant. Cowardly? Seeing her curious about what that method was, Periel reluctantly revealed his idea. That's right, it's to stop painting right before completing the artwork. Fearing she wouldn't agree, Periel hastily explained the solution in detail. Because unlike performing and creating miracles simultaneously, like music, if you stop the final brushstroke right before finishing a painting, it cannot be considered a complete work. He pointed out that the method Periel proposed actually worked. However, Karina didn't particularly like this option. It's true that it cannot be called a complete work. However, if you try your best and then give me that unfinished work, he said, leaving the sentence unfinished, then stood up from his chair. Periel approached her and presented a highly lucrative offer. I will make you more famous than any other artist, just as you wished. With your talent, that won't be difficult. Fearing she wouldn't believe him, he even extended his hand towards Karina. Seeing the hand extended before her, Karina was bewildered, unsure how to react appropriately. In the end, Karina still chose to take Periel's hand and bowed slightly. Holding his hand, Karina smiled brightly. Although time is running out, I'll put my trust in you, Periel. He looked at her smile. His heart fluttered, his heart pounded, and his face flushed with embarrassment. Noticing his bewildered silence, Karina had to take the initiative to speak again. Hey, Periel? Realizing he had just been impolite, he awkwardly replied, I'll count on you then. Immediately after, to prevent the atmosphere from becoming awkward, he asked her a very witty question. Although it's an artistic ailment, there's no law that forbids us from treating it, is there? Karina listened to every word, but still didn't understand what he was trying to convey. He smiled at her, because she had opened the door to her cramped cell herself. As she decided on the path she would take next, the past image of Karina, adorned in expensive garments and basking in the sunlight from outside, was truly beautiful. As she was still engrossed in admiring the view, a voice from below caught her attention. Standing below were Periel and Muriel. The two of them looked at her and stated firmly, "We are very willing to accompany you and protect you to the very end." Returning to the present, fearing she might feel uncomfortable, Periel reassured her, "Of course, I won't be overly protective. I just want to offer my hand when you stumble. And when you search for your path, I will search alongside you." Moved by his sincere words, Karina looked bewildered and confused. "Why do you go to such lengths?" "Because the image of someone walking their own path is incredibly beautiful, and I appreciate beauty," he explained with utmost sincerity. After ending her conversation with Periel, night quickly fell. Donning a shawl, Karina went out to the balcony and gazed at the surrounding scenery. "Muriel, it's already so late. I hope nothing has gone wrong. When the official sweep begins, will we have to wait even longer?"
A new thought had just flashed, but Karina immediately shook her head vigorously, denying it. No, now was not the time for her to think about this. She didn't know where she got a notebook and a pen. Holding the pen in her hand, Karina tapped lightly on the paper, thinking, "I must write down the things I want to do." Thanks to Periel, she had completed her goal of making friends. Next was giving a gift to the person she liked. She imagined Miriam holding the gift box she gave, looking shy. Making a bento box was also a good idea, and a hug, or immediately after that a scene not suitable for children appeared. At that thought, Karina's face turned red like a tomato, and she waved her hands continuously, muttering, No, what on earth am I thinking?" She remained in such a state of panic for a long time, not noticing when the person she was thinking about had appeared. He stood in the room, helplessly watching the scene. He had knocked on the door for a long time and heard no movement, worried that she might have fainted, so he had taken the liberty to enter. But seeing her go from an embarrassed, panic state to calmly scribbling something in her notebook, Miriam leaned against the wall with one hand, smiling faintly, thinking to himself, "How adorable." Finally, a moment later, he realized something strange about himself. Am I having thoughts that only guys like Perio would have?
Karina's face flushed, thinking that merely imagining this and that was enough to make her feel completely hot. Meanwhile, Miriam stood leaning against the door and asked, "Have you finished thinking, Karina?" She was startled by his appearance. Miriam said, "I always remember to knock, you know," but she hadn't heard him. Karina looked up at him, apologizing for being too engrossed in thought. She sat down on a chair and asked, "Are you done with all your business, sir?" He walked towards her and replied, "Yes, now we must proceed to a deeper place." She asked, "You have to leave again, sir?" Miriam informed her that it was because they needed to go a little deeper before the official sweep began. "Before I go, I happened to visit you earlier. Your complexion didn't look very good. Are you all right?" Karina smiled. "Oh, I'm fine, just a little tired. A bit of rest has helped, and Winston also came to examine me," he said reassuringly. "That's good then. About the illness?" Miriam recalled their previous conversation. Karina wouldn't want that, he gritted his teeth. Then he scratched his head and comforted her. "Oh no, don't overexert yourself. Please rest. If you need anything, just tell Fang." Noticing his concern, Karina said, "Yes, I remember. Please take care of your health too, sir." Miriam replied, "All right, I'll see you the day after tomorrow." She asked again, "Around what time the day after tomorrow?" He predicted, "At the earliest," then looked at her and said, "Oh, you seem worried." But he then announced, "Of course not. I'll be back around noon." After he finished speaking, he thought to himself, "Am I crazy? What the hell? I don't even know if I'll make it back by the evening of the day after tomorrow. Why did I lie to her?" While he was thinking, a voice called out, "Miriam."
Karina said, "I will wait for you. See you the day after tomorrow at noon." Miriam was riding his warhorse swiftly down the road. He glanced at Gordon, who called out, "Captain." Gordon said with concern, "It seems we're going too fast." Miriam asked, "Is there a problem?" Gordon looked at the situation and reported, "The knights can't keep up, sir. The schedule isn't urgent. We could go at a more relaxed pace." But Miriam said, "We will return tomorrow noon, so we must speed up even more." Gordon was surprised. "Tomorrow noon?" Miriam said, "That's right. I will personally lead the way and command them to follow me." Gordon replied, "Understood." He remembered Karina's voice then. "Miriam, I will wait for you. See you the day after tomorrow at noon." The wind whistled, and the cavalry troop continued to advance. Miriam's expression was very cold. He dismounted and told the cavalry troop, "We will use this place as a rallying point. After a light meal, we'll wait for the rear group and then immediately proceed." They replied, "Yes, understood."
He turned his head to look at the place. The north was originally a land of magical beasts. The gods, pitying this land, sent a hero down to this world to drive away the magical beasts. That hero was the ancestor of the Mirion family. He held his sword and thought, however, those driven away magical beasts, after being hungry and thirsty all summer, become frenzied when winter arrives and descend upon the villages. Until spring, this was the mission of the people living in the north and the responsibility of a lord like himself. A voice said, after the sweep is over, if I can be of any help to you, when we part ways, could you pull me in for a tight hug? Mirion smirked, his sharp eyes saying, I hope many children will hold Heron. At this moment, in the palace, Karina was waiting for Mirion.
Someone called out to her. Are you waiting for the Duke? Winston asked. He has arrived and cares for you. Do you know when he'll be back, that you're standing here in this cold weather? Karina replied, oh, I know he'll be back tomorrow at noon, but because I'm a bit anxious, I thought I'd take a walk to change my mood. She also added, I brought a blanket and dressed very warmly, so you don't have to worry. He looked at her and said, all right. Winston said, you've really changed a lot. Karina, skeptical, asked, really? Have I changed that much? Winston affirmed, yes, it's fortunate that you look much happier than before. She also agreed, yes, lately I've been very happy, so I've even been doing things I wouldn't normally do. He was curious. Oh, really? Like what? She said, I wrote a letter to my father. She continued, telling him not to concern himself with me anymore from now on, and there's something I'm still planning, to pay them back once I've lived a little longer, and once the paintings they never even glanced at become famous, I will return to them the full cost of the clothes I wore, the food I ate, and the room I used.
She said freely, I think this can help them know that there is no longer any relationship between me and them. Karina also pondered silently. I don't deny that I harbored jealousy for a long time, but that doesn't mean my parents can arbitrarily dictate my life, right? Winston said, you are right. Parents are only guardians of their children, not their owners. But ultimately, their destinations are different. At some point, children will become adults, and parents can only watch their maturing backs. That is when children begin to live their own lives, and then when that child returns and takes their parents' old hands. He took her hand and said, that means they were good parents to their children. It's a bit regrettable that you, young lady, couldn't have such parents. But she smiled and said, I'm fine now. Even if I receive an apology now, it cannot make up for the time I've been through. Now every minute and every second is precious to me. I don't want the past to hinder my progress. I only look forward and live, because a gentle spring has come to my life. In the icy forest, the knights dismounted together to receive orders. Gordon shouted majestically, attention everyone, listen to the Duke's command. The knights quickly took their positions with straight backs.
Mirians commanded firmly, tomorrow morning we will venture deeper into the forest. Our first target, as everyone knows, is Hertha. It is a colossal monster with 2 pairs of terrifying horns and jagged, sharp teeth. Mirians explained, Hertha's weakness lies beneath its hooves. Only aim for this spot on those you can effectively target. For the more formidable ones, they have another weakness, located on their underside where it's not covered by skin, so attack there. The knights roared emphatically. Understood.
Miriam analyzed in detail. Secondly, observe the movements of the magical beasts. Do not go deep if you are alone, and if there's any problem, return to the assembly point immediately. The knights shouted again, understood. Finally, Miriam said with concern, however, if you find your life in danger, you must focus on protecting yourselves instead of following orders. That's all. Suddenly remembering something, he added, oh, and one more thing. If you see Harold, you must give it all to me. The knights mumbled in response, yes, but we need it too. Miriam cut them off. No, everyone return to your guard posts. A bold knight stepped forward and asked, Captain, why do you need it? You usually don't care about it. Ah, is it because of that person, Before he could finish, Miriam pinched his ear, and the knight yelped. Miriam, a little embarrassed, ordered, stop talking nonsense. The surrounding knights, seeing this, knew the other knight had spoken correctly, and they laughed heartily. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed.
Miriam glanced warily, and the place immediately fell silent. He placed his hand on the sword at his hip, preparing for battle, and as expected, the Hertha monster appeared with sharp horns and fangs. Miriam's eyes gleamed, and he chuckled coldly with amusement. Lucky indeed, this is the only one around lately. He raised his hand and commanded, full team, form ranks, surround it. As soon as he finished speaking, the knights quickly ran to their positions. Miriam, battle-hungry, drew his sword, seeing there was only one. Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoed. Gordon frowned, realizing something. A roar? Along with the roar of the Hertha in front of them, the surroundings trembled, and its eyes glowed strangely yellow. The knight who had been wary earlier looked around. What is this tremor? And just as they had sensed, behind the knights, countless pairs of yellow eyes gleamed. As soon as those monsters stepped out, the knights gradually grew panicked. Hey, the Herthas are coming, one of them shouted. Widen the formation, don't turn your backs. The knight from earlier trembled. No one mentioned this. Captain, Captain.
Mirian appeared out of nowhere, arching high and slashing his sword down at Hertha. His eyes at this moment flashed with madness, a belligerent madness. These bastards, he thought. Mirian looked around and realized they had brought the whole pack and blocked their force's retreat path. He again aimed for the back of Hertha, his mind still reeling at the thought that this was the action of mindless magical beasts. Another sword strike came down, blood splattering everywhere. He couldn't help but admit, however, that this was truly what a magical beast was. Looking at the defeated Hertha lying on the ground, Mirian mumbled, "I had doubted whether the weakness identified from the created Hertha was truly accurate." Nevertheless, he sternly ordered, "Attack the weakness I mentioned earlier. Just attacking the weakness will suffice." Suddenly a chill ran down his spine. A drooling Hertha turned its ferocious gaze towards him. Mirian had just turned his head when he saw its claws. "You!" the knights cried out. "Captain!" Elsewhere, Karina gazed blankly into the distance, with no intention of joining in.
Fang walked over anxiously and respectfully. "Miss, let me escort you inside." Karina smiled, understanding. "Thank you, Fang." She paused for a moment, stammering. "It's just that I wish to meet Mirian a little sooner. I hope this won't cause you any trouble?" Fang's voice rang out sincerely. "Not at all, miss. The city guards also wish to see you. Please unpack your luggage first. When he returns, I will call you." Before Fang could finish his sentence, an alarm bell suddenly rang repeatedly, and his eyes flashed with vigilance. On the ramparts, the knights shouted, "It's Hertha! Hertha is bringing the whole pack! Everyone prepare for defense!" "Karina, would Hertha?" Fang immediately cut her off in a hurried tone. "Let me go check the situation. Please wait in the carriage for a moment, miss." Karina nodded. "Yes." She pursed her lips and got into the carriage, secretly worrying. "I hope nothing serious happens." Suddenly, a sharp pain in her heart flared up at the wrong time. Karina was in pain, her body swaying. She quickly leaned against the side of the carriage, panting. "It's nothing. Just a little more endurance. And besides..." Suddenly, the voices of the people on the ramparts rang out irritably. "Damn it, neither the Duke nor Captain Gordon are here now. At this rate, the city wall will be breached." Karina closed her arm, silently praying. "Mirian will be back soon. I just need to hold on until then." She unconsciously looked inside the carriage. "What can I do to buy time?" The luggage inside the carriage rattled. Karina's heart pounded rapidly. She knew there was something in the luggage calling to her. Karina's eyes snapped open in realization. "That's right, a painting." Her face serious, she walked into the carriage thinking, "It must be there, the painting I once drew." She reached for the luggage chest and stopped just before fully opening it. A painting of Hertha. Painting tools fell out, scattering across the ground. The painting of Hertha appeared.
Karina tremblingly reached out to touch it, found it, just needed to do the eyes now. As she thought this, she picked up a pen. But suddenly she realized, no, that's still not enough. Something is still missing. Her gaze flickered towards a nearby knife. Someone's words involuntarily echoed in her mind. One should use their own blood and flesh as painting materials. Karina froze, her eyes wide. Finally, she pressed her lips tightly together in despair. On the fortress, the knights shouted orders. "Prepare bows and arrows, the entire squad to defensive positions. Hertha are approaching." Below the fortress, Hertha were roaring incessantly. The knights' voices were filled with fervor. "We must hold them back at all costs."
Fang rushed over at this moment. "Have you sent the messenger bird to the Duke yet?" The knight immediately replied, "Yes, but because it was sent in a hurry, we haven't received a response yet. They're coming in such large numbers, there's nothing we can do but try our best to resist." Fang frowned, glancing behind him. "It's too dangerous here. We must quickly escort Lady Karina." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "Everyone, get back!" Fang looked up in astonishment as a Hertha monster and a familiar figure leaped onto the fortress wall. The knights quickly drew their swords. A Hertha. The Hertha has broken through. Quick, attack!" Karina's voice rang out. Wait, it's me." Fang was too astonished to speak. "La." Karina poked her head out, looking flustered, and asserted, "This child isn't dangerous." Fang exclaimed, "Lady Karina." He was confused. "What do you mean, lady?" Karina stepped down and softly said to the Hertha, "I have something I need your help with." She smiled. "Can you stop the other Herthas until Mirian arrives?" The giant Hertha now obediently nodded, then it leaped down from the wall to Karina's surprise. As soon as its feet touched the ground, it let out a terrifying roar to assert its dominance.
Indeed, that truly startled the other Herthas. From the rampart, Fang called out anxiously, "Lady Karina." Karina smiled and turned her head. "Yes." Fang looked down at her hand. Karina smiled and rubbed her bleeding hand. "Oh, I'm fine. Just a little scratch." Suddenly, two knights exclaimed, startling Karina and Fang. Karina turned and asked, "What's going on?" Only to see them looking down at the rampart and praising it endlessly. "Look, that Hertha is incredible." Below the rampart was the sight of Karina's Hertha relentlessly slaughtering the other Herthas. Karina was also greatly surprised. Truly incredible. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang out. "Here it is." Karina turned her head in surprise. "Huh? What?" Fang looked at her puzzled. "What's wrong, lady?"
Karina was stunned. "Didn't he hear anything just now?" Fang honestly replied, "No, I didn't hear anything." The voice rang out again. "Kill it and possess it." Karina looked at the Hertha below and speculated. Could it be Hertha? As sharp teeth were bared, the voice rang out again. "If you don't search, you'll die." Frightening images and bizarre phrases kept echoing in Karina's mind. "There isn't any. I have to eat something else. Where? Here it is." Karina fearfully covered her ears.
A wondrous light flashed, and the voice rang out, "Found it!" The knight exclaimed in surprise, "Is that Hertha eating its own kind?" Fang frowned. It seems so. Seeing the ferocious Hertha below, completely different from its docile appearance just now, Fang worried. "Milady, is this all right? Milady?" He turned to look for her and was stunned. "Huh? Where is she?" Karina hurried down the steps, the voice still in her head. "No, I am different from you. I have a master. You will not escape." Karina reached the last step, then looked up and cried out, "Hertha, stop!" The blood-covered Hertha turned around, but its eyes had now become more docile. Seeing this, the other Herthas slowly and with difficulty retreated, and Karina also cried out, "Let them go!"
Hertha scratched its head in confusion, like a child. Karina wondered, "What exactly did you eat? What were you looking for? And what's with the master thing?" The voice in her head fell silent. Karina was almost angry. "Are you really not going to tell me?" Footsteps echoed. Karina froze. Footsteps. A familiar, gentle voice called her name. Karina. Miriam appeared from nowhere and embraced her, his eyes full of vigilance as he drew his sword at the fierce Hertha in front of them. Karina exclaimed, "Miriam!" Miriam, as usual, shouted, "Everyone!" too. Karina quickly cried out to stop him. "Wait, wait, this is my child!" Miriam poked at Hertha suspiciously. "What?" Hertha's face wrinkled as if saying, "Hey, let go of my master right now." Miriam carefully reconsidered. "What do you mean by that?" Karina immediately replied, "Oh, that's the Hertha I drew." Miriam suddenly asked, "But why are your eyes a different color than usual?" Karina was also stunned. "Huh? No way." Elsewhere, a knock sounded from outside the door. "Sir Carlos, the Duke has returned and is looking for you. Please come to the garden."
Periel stood up. "I know, I'll be right there." He left the room and went up the stairs. As he walked, he yawned tiredly, thinking he had said he would meet Karina for lunch, so why was he here already? Suddenly, Periel froze. Standing before him now was a genuine, real-deal Hata. Periel, his face pale, tried to act calm as he waved. "You're back, my dear friend." In his heart, he was screaming, "I want to go home." The atmosphere instantly became completely silent. Neither Miriam nor Karina said a word, making Periel feel extremely uncomfortable. "I'm going to suffocate if this continues," he thought, deciding to break the silence first. "Let's just sort out the situation a bit, shall we?" Karina, feeling guilty, recounted, "As you both know, the situation was very critical at the time. We had intended to resist and wait until Miriam returned. But anyway, I apologize for not keeping my promise not to summon anything else." After saying this, she glanced at Miriam, thinking fearfully, "It's probably best not to mention that I used blood, right?" At this, Miriam merely sighed. He didn't blame her. "No, Karina, it's not your fault." He even blamed himself. "I'm the one who should apologize. If I had been a little faster, this wouldn't have happened. I'll make sure this doesn't happen again in the future." Afterwards, he solicitously asked Hanko, "I heard Fang say your hand was injured. Are you all right?" She replied hesitantly, "Yes, it's nothing to worry about." Just then, Periel cleared his stroke, drawing both their attention. "What?" he teased them. "It's just that you two look so good together." But then he became serious again. "Anyway, back to the main point. Karina, can you make the Hata disappear like last time?"
Karina said, looking flustered, "I've tried that a few times already, but it seems to be beyond my control." Hearing that made him a little worried. "Isn't that too dangerous then?" But she added, "Luckily, until now, she still listens to me very well."
She also promised me not to cause any trouble without reason. Periel then asked her, "But can't you deduce anything? This is the first time I've heard of something so out of control." This immediately made her panic. I come to think of it, it seems she was looking for something to eat. Suddenly, she started coughing. Then, when she looked at her hands, they were covered in blood, making her wonder, I don't feel any pain? Immediately after, her body weakened and she collapsed, making Miriam cry out her name in panic, "Karina!" But her vision blurred. "Miriam, my eyes, they're so blurry." Immediately, chaos erupted around them. "Quick, call a doctor." Miriam, full of fear, asked her, "Karina, where does it hurt?" Then, unable to be patient, he turned to a servant and asked, "When exactly will Winston arrive?" Though she felt uncomfortable, she still tried to say, I'm fine." "How can I believe that? Don't act foolishly anymore. Just tell me. Or try taking the medicine you received a few days ago." Karina was drenched in sweat, her face extremely pale. She was in so much pain that she could only gasp for breath, unable to utter another word. She felt as if someone was squeezing her heart in her chest, making it feel like it would explode. At this moment, he was still by her side, comforting her. "Karina, hold on, just a little longer."
She looked up at him, struggling to speak. "Miriam, I'm in so much pain. I can't die like this." Miriam wiped away her tears, comforting her gently. "Don't worry, you won't die. I won't let that happen. If it hurts too much, you can cry out, Karina." At this moment, tears welled up in her eyes, and she couldn't help but say, "Miriam, I'm in pain. My heart feels like it's being torn apart. Miriam." Hearing her cries, he felt a pang of sorrow, but there was nothing he could do. He could only stay by her side and encourage her. Winston will be here soon. Just hold on until then. At this moment, her hands, which had been holding him tightly, suddenly went limp, making him extremely worried again. Karina, wake up. Just then, Periel arrived with Winston. Mirian. He held out a heron pill, urgently saying, give this to Karina. This made him a little suspicious. This is heron? He simply replied, there's no time to explain, just give it to her quickly. Hearing that, he immediately crushed the heron with his hand. It quickly turned into black bubbles that flew into Karina's body. Immediately after, her complexion improved somewhat. Her complexion. He then stepped forward and said, let me examine her. He trusted him and handed her over. All right, I'm counting on you. At that moment, Periel called out again. Mirian, could you step outside for a moment? I have something to discuss. He agreed. As soon as they were outside, Mirian immediately wondered, Periel, is Karina's condition like this because of Herthak? He didn't deny it. Perhaps. As you know, that is the price of a miracle.
I think when she created Hertha, she imbued it with immense vitality. Hearing this, Mirian became furious and shouted, then wouldn't killing it solve everything? But Periel stopped him. Leave it be. A miracle has already occurred, and the beast is beyond Karina's control. This made him blame himself, and he lowered his head, saying, Karina is in so much pain, and I can't do anything for her. At this, Periel awkwardly denied. No, Mirian, there might still be a way. Seeing hope, he immediately asked, what way? Periel then said, you saw it just now, didn't you?
Right after she took heron, her breathing stabilized, didn't it? Who knows, heron might even be used as a cure for artistic ailments. He was a bit skeptical, finding it hard to believe. That stone? Periel agreed. That's right. While you were out scouting, I tried researching that stone, and it resonated with my miracle, as if they were canceling each other out. Given how it's helping improve Karina's condition right now, it seems it doesn't just react to my ability. Also, earlier I heard from Fang that the Hertha Karina created ate the corpses of its own kind. Hearing that, Mirian couldn't help but ask excitedly, wait, do you mean what it ate wasn't just mere corpses, but it might have also eaten the heron contained within those corpses? Periel continued, that's right. It's possible the stone balanced Karina's miracle and caused Hertha to go out of control. At this, he even teased, this is the first time I've seen a glimmer of sense in your nonsense. Periel was quite annoyed. What do you mean, nonsense? Anyway, this is still just a hypothesis. We need Heron to verify it. He then asked, how much do we need?
Periel declared with great spirit, the more the merrier. I'm thrilled because midwinter is almost here. The hungry magic beasts will flock here. It seems it's time to officially begin the sweep, huh? He affirmed with full vigor. Looking at the size of that leader, it surely carries a large heron stone. I will definitely kill it and bring the stone back here. For you, Karina. A few days later, in a certain room, Karina sat pondering everything. After Hertha's unexpected disappearance and her seizures becoming more severe, time passed quickly. Before she knew it, winter had arrived. She still hadn't gotten used to the excessive protection. As usual, she spent her time drawing. Then she went to sleep. For her, this made her less afraid and sleep better. As she was busily drawing and humming, she suddenly realized, I made a mistake. A poisonous butterfly immediately emerged from her painting. Gradually, more and more poisonous butterflies appeared. She had promised Periel not to complete it. But then she looked at a butterfly perched on her hand and smiled. Oh well, since they've already appeared, let's go play. At this moment, she walked to the window. Karina gently opened the window. The butterflies flew out, and amidst the summer sun, combined with the purple poisonous butterflies, it was as if they were adding color to life. It made her exclaim, "It's so beautiful." A moment later, she looked around, thinking to herself that there were probably no more butterflies. Oh my! Then when she looked back at Mirian's spot, she realized he was also looking at her, but his expression seemed annoyed, which made her panic. I've been discovered.
So Karina quickly closed the window and sat down to draw as if nothing had happened. Recalling his expression, she cowered in fear again. It was clearly an angry face. Because she had carelessly completed the painting and used her power, her heart was filled with immense unease, afraid he would scold her. What was she to do? A moment later, a knock came from outside her room, making her, already fearful, even more tense. Mirian called out from outside, "Karina, I know you're in there. I'm opening the door." Immediately after, without waiting for her reply, he flung the door open. Just as he was about to say, "You really are you," she flustered explained first. "I didn't mean to, it's just that I was too engrossed and focused on the painting." He sighed helplessly. "You know I worry about you, don't you?" She remained silent for a long moment before thoughtfully replying, "Of course."
Mirian approached her, wringing his hands, and said, "It was clear that when you put down your brush, you were in despair. I wish that moment could have slowed down a bit. So don't overexert yourself. I hope to see you for a very long time." Then he flashed a bright smile. It filled her with doubt. How could this man, how could he be so affectionate? A moment later, in Mirian's study, he was deep in thought. A few minutes earlier, Periel had told him that the pain caused by artistic disease was incurable and utterly dreadful.
It was almost like a delusional symptom, which made him a little incredulous. A delusional symptom. Periel continued, yes, that's why there's no treatment to slow down the progression of the disease or alleviate the pain. Hearing this, he felt even more heartbroken. So the sleeping pills Karina had been taking all this time were ineffective. He could only stand by and watch her suffer like that, his lips pressed tightly together, filled with self-reproach for being unable to do anything for the woman he loved. Seeing him like this, Periel frowned uncomfortably. He then continued, it's always been like this. Ironically, I've discovered a clue for treating artistic disease in the north, a region without many artists. Who knows, heron might become the foundation for a cure for artistic disease.
Hearing that, Miriam immediately asked him, all right, I'll do my best to cooperate with the research, so I'm counting on you. This surprised Periel a little, and he teased, I've lived this long and finally get to see you ask for help politely. Seeing that he said nothing more, Periel then asked, are you worried about that girl? He didn't even bother to deny it. Don't ask obvious questions. This again made Periel recall with some surprise. Wasn't it just recently that you found your fiancé annoying? He then lowered his head and thought, but didn't forget to emphasize, because I hate having someone die right before my eyes. Returning to the present, Miriam, who was sitting, immediately stood up and walked towards the door, pondering, no matter what, several days have passed, but the Hertha that Karina created still hasn't disappeared.
Although he couldn't control it, fortunately it was a purebred, according to Karina. Previously, when performing the miracle to create Hertha, Karina's eyes turned yellow. In contrast, this time her eye color didn't change at all. Even when speaking directly to Karina, there were more than just a few questionable points. Honestly, nothing was clear. But then he smiled faintly. Even so. She was very happy when asked if she would attend the upcoming banquet. A banquet? Of course, how exciting. Clearly, he was initially annoyed when she suddenly sought him out, and thinking about canceling the engagement felt like a burden lifted. When did he start caring about Karina? She was always right before his eyes. If he didn't see her, he'd think she was hurting somewhere, making his mood worse. Moreover, every time they met, for some reason, he wanted to kiss her, his eyes seemingly glued to Karina's lips. Thinking this, his face immediately flushed with embarrassment, forcing him to shake his head a few times to calm down, suddenly thinking random thoughts about the person who was sick. Now he secretly wondered, if they had spoken properly to each other when they first met, would anything have changed?
Karina, your current situation is also a reflection of our own. At this moment, Karina and Miriam were out exploring. She was filled with excitement as she looked at the scenery outside. There were tall, snow-capped mountains and a large, crystal-clear lake. Seeing this, her eyes sparkled and she was utterly delighted. Wow, it's a real lake! Hearing that, he couldn't help but smile teasingly. Of course it's real. Did you think it was a fake lake? Approaching the lake, she looked down and was even more astonished. It's so beautiful. It's this cold and it's not frozen. It's truly magical. Miriam reached out and told her, this lake never freezes, no matter how cold it gets. But the weather is cold, so you should dress warmly, he said, adjusting her coat. She shyly avoided his gaze and replied, yes, I'll pay attention. Then the two of them walked around the lake together. However, her hands couldn't stay still, fidgeting as if signaling she wanted to hold hands. At this moment, he curiously asked her again, are you really okay not drawing? I've already prepared a heater in the carriage. She insisted, it's fine. Today I want to walk with Miriam. This made him very happy. It makes me so happy that you prioritize me over drawing. Seeing his bright smile, she couldn't help but smile along. Of course, it's a great honor, isn't it? Though he said nothing after hearing her words, his eyes were filled with tender emotion. Then he shyly changed the subject. Now that I think about it, you once said you didn't know much about the North. She immediately replied, yes.
Karina added sadly, saying it was a bit embarrassing, but she knew absolutely nothing about the North. He immediately replied, then you probably don't know the interesting legend of the North, which made her very curious. An interesting legend? At that moment, Miriam immediately told her, there's a legend about a winter mountain range called the End of Winter. If you go to a place even deeper than where the sea has frozen over, there will be a colossal mountain range. It is said that no one has ever passed through there, and no one knows where that end leads. Occasionally, there's a rumor that on the other side is paradise. Either the territory of the devil or where extinct dragons live. Because there was so little information about the creature called a dragon, the rumors seemed to spread even wider, which amused her. Wow, then smiled. It's truly a world apart, but if such a place exists, it must be beautiful. Only then did he say, in reality, it's just a cliff. But she still found it interesting. All in all, the name, The End of Winter, is also very good. Marian immediately replied, isn't that magical? She then said, yes, the end of winter is spring after all. Perhaps there's spring on the other side. Her eyes were full of anticipation. Looking at her expression, he found it hard to believe. You said spring? In the north, the end of winter symbolizes eternal death.
If even winter ends, there will be nothing left in the world. But one could also think of it this way. Then he said, I want to see the world once through your eyes. Hearing this, she was a little doubtful. Through my eyes? There's nothing interesting there. Who would have thought he would say, I think even if it's not interesting, it will still be very beautiful. This quickly made her shy. Lowering her head, she placed her hand over her chest and stammered, Is that so? Her hand clearly felt the strong beating of her heart.
Miriam was smiling, looking at her. At this, she stopped. Oh, that's right, I have a gift for Miriam. Surprised, he asked, a gift? She then rummaged through her attire to find something. Then she pulled out a piece of paper. Holding the paper, Miriam looked a little confused. A drawing? But when he opened the paper, he saw a drawing of a bottle of water. This made him even more puzzled. What is this? She explained, Well, it's medicine. He asked skeptically, Medicine? She replied, It's medicine that helps the body recover quickly. Although it can heal all wounds, it cannot save those who are beyond recognition. Hearing this, he wondered, Does such medicine truly exist? She stammered in response, That's why it's medicine I created. I once imagined wishing for such medicine and then formulated it. I'm not giving it to you like this. I will perfect it before I do. It will surely be useful for Miriam. But he interrupted her. Karina, I don't need medicine that causes you pain. He said with a pained expression, I've told you before, I hope you won't suffer any illness. Just keep smiling brightly like today. His hand gently touched her cheek. When she looked up with her sparkling eyes, Miriam quickly blushed and turned away. He didn't dare to look her directly in the face, saying shyly, Anyway, thank you for your kind thought. But if you get sick, it won't do any good.
Hearing that, she was stunned, but she still insisted. This doesn't take much effort. This made him a bit skeptical. What do you mean? Karina then explained, Drawing something alive doesn't take that much effort. Even so, he still didn't agree. I'm strong enough even without your help. She didn't mind that, saying, I know how strong Miriam is, but I just want to be prepared for unexpected situations. Is that not allowed? Her eyes sparkled like a puppy's, making Miriam unable to resist. But he still explained the danger of this to her. This potion will attract those with ill intentions. If they know you can concoct it, it will be very dangerous. Do you understand? Hearing this, she fell silent, then said, I'll only give it to Miriam. He said helplessly, I, of course, will keep it a secret until the very end, but if it falls into the hands of soldiers, rumors will spread instantly. If something like that happens, how will we deal with it? This made her stammer and lower her head. That I haven't thought about, but perhaps because I'm by Miriam's side, I don't feel afraid. Her face then unconsciously flushed with her words. At this moment, she also asked him, Are you angry? But he said nothing. She added, Of course, Miriam will find it troublesome. Her hands fidgeted awkwardly. At this moment, he proactively took her hands, looking puzzled. Wait, why do you think I would find you troublesome? She replied timidly, That because I cause trouble.
Seeing that, he gently said, I'm not bothered. I don't find you troublesome, so feel free to bother me as much as you like. I don't hate you. To be honest, deep down, I clearly found it troublesome at first. I hated having to take care of someone. But now I feel differently. Karina Leopold, what do you like? What do you enjoy doing? Where are you? Are you hurting? It's truly surprising that I can care about another person like this. Now I've understood a little. There was no denying it anymore. His hand gently touched her cheek once more. Karina happily leaned into his hand. At this moment, he smiled curiously and asked her, Do you hate me?
She smiled brightly and replied to him, How could that be? I've never hated Miriam. This made him incredibly happy inside. Then that's a relief. Suddenly, a butterfly gently flew past, making Karina exclaim in surprise, Oh, a butterfly! Looking around, she then realized that there were many butterflies fluttering around. Ah, that's right. There are many poisonous butterflies around here. They're truly beautiful. He then said, It's a good thing they're beautiful. She proactively took his hand and said, If we come back later, I want to paint a picture. Miriam quickly agreed with her. Okay, we will definitely come back. A few days later at the mansion, she looked at Perio and asked curiously, Perio, are you really not going to attend the banquet? He calmly replied, It's fine, there will be other banquets next time. I want to quickly bring Karina's paintings to the world, he said with a smile.
Karina was extremely grateful, truly thanking Periel, for it was now the opportune moment for her age to be widely known in the cave capital. Looking towards the door, he told her, So, if you open this door, you'll reach the rare capital road with traces of human activity. Then Periel opened the door, and before leaving, he added, I'm leaving now. Please enjoy the banquet for me too. Karina happily waved goodbye to him. Yes, please be careful. Immediately after she was left alone in the room, the bustling atmosphere of moments ago now completely silent. She placed a hand on her chest, musing aloud. There's nothing special about it. Even when I use my powers, there's no significant sensation. When I was little, if a miracle happened, my body would react, but gradually it became numb and worse. Her eyes saddened.
Moreover, I never would have thought that wanting to forget my sorrow would be a taboo. Back then, Periel had seriously asked her, "You know well about the taboo, don't you?" Now, sitting before her drawing board, she wondered, "Should I draw a little more?" Then she picked up her paintbrush, her heart full of anticipation for the banquet. I'm so looking forward to the banquet. After that, she busily continued to draw. As she was reaching for paint, she suddenly flinched. Her hands trembled uncontrollably, filling her with fear. Her paintbrush also fell to the ground. After a moment, Karina stared at her hands, her heart puzzled. Just now, a sudden sensation in my hand. But then she shook her head, murmuring to herself, "It must be nothing."
Despite this, her hands continued to tremble, feeling somewhat strange. She decided to ignore it for now and opened the door to go out, as she wanted to prepare for the banquet first. As she walked down the stairs, she secretly prayed that everything would be fine, reasoning that there were still about 4 months left, so it couldn't possibly happen immediately. Now, however, her assumption proved wrong. Her face quickly turned deathly pale. She began to feel dizzy, and her body, exhausted, was drenched in sweat. Then a sudden convulsion struck, forcing her to halt her painful walk. Her vision blurred, and in agony she silently realized her cycle had shortened. At this moment, she wondered if it would be better to just paint instead. If she could create a miracle when the pain struck, it would gradually subside, like receiving painkillers as a trade-off for her life.
Just then, Miriam also saw her. He called out her name anxiously, "Karina." Hearing his voice, she flinched, her voice trembling as she asked him, "Mr. Miriam, what brings you here?" He approached her and asked, "Are you having a seizure?" As she tried to explain, Miriam quickly helped her up, gently comforting her. "It's okay, you don't need to say anything." He lifted her into his arms, holding her close. "Let's go quickly." Then he swiftly carried Karina into a resting room. Lying in his arms, she was still in great pain, her breathing becoming more rapid. Once inside the room, he gently placed her on the bed. Karina looked at him, unable to stop blaming herself. "I'm sorry, I intended to try and endure it." However, he didn't see it as her fault. "You don't need to apologize. Seeing you suppress your pain breaks my heart." His hand gently touched her hair. Miriam encouraged her. "In front of me, you don't need to endure anything." This moved Karina instantly, and she could no longer hold back her tears. Deep down, she wondered how he could so easily recognize things that even family members who had lived with her for 20 years never knew. Her tears flowed incessantly. Seeing her cry now, Miriam immediately became flustered, thinking her pain was more intense. "Should I call Winston? Are you in a lot of pain?" But she continued to cry without saying anything. Miriam then pulled her into his broad embrace. "Don't cry." It was then that she, still crying, said, I'm fine." He, however, remained anxious. "From what I see, it doesn't seem fine." Miriam soothed her, his voice gentle as he said, "I told you earlier, you don't need to endure anything in front of me. You've already endured enough."
Karina sincerely thanked Miriam. For him, this was just something he had to do. It wasn't difficult at all. At that moment, she secretly wondered, if she hadn't been sick, would Miriam have felt this way then? If they had married as planned and lived like a normal couple? A moment later, she tried to smile and told him, "It really doesn't hurt anymore." But at this moment, she noticed his shirt. It was wet because she had been crying earlier. "Ah, that's right. The banquet is coming soon. What about Miriam's clothes?" He just calmly said, "It's fine. Just change them." Karina was still a bit flustered, not knowing what to do. Suddenly he said, "So, that's right. Today is the eve of the banquet, so you should just rest." This surprised her a little. "The eve?" Miriam didn't hesitate to say, "Well, that's a northern custom. The day before the banquet, people will gather and have a few light drinks." Hearing that made her even more grateful to him. He explained everything she didn't know out of concern for her. If she were healthy, she would have thought of abandoning such fantasies long ago. Then he stood up and told her, "I'll go arrange a few things and then come back. You rest for a bit." She readily agreed. "Okay." When he went out, she clasped her hands together, and a deep question arose in her heart. Even so, if she were healthy, would he look at her with genuine affection instead of sympathy? If she couldn't abandon her aspirations, perhaps she couldn't completely shake off her lingering attachments. Then she lay down on the bed, and overwhelmed by fatigue, she admonished herself, "Don't misunderstand, Karina. Miriam is only treating you so well because you're ill."
By the time Miriam opened the door, Fang was already waiting inside, but he mistook him for Karina entering and immediately greeted, "Please come in, young lady." But the one who entered was Miriam, who informed him that her health was not good, so she would rest today. Furthermore, today was the eve of the festival, and the banquet would be postponed by 1 day. This immediately confused him. Huh? Where did this eve of the festival come from? However, he didn't explain much and simply turned to leave, telling them to drink and eat as they pleased, and generally to relay that it was postponed until tomorrow. While he was still confused and wanted to ask him more, wait, he was already gone, leaving him standing there alone, bewildered. Then, feeling utterly helpless about handling this, "The nobles will surely object, what should I do?"
At the venue where the banquet was to take place, it was magnificently decorated. But Fang could only face the nobles there and tell them, "For that reason, His Highness will not be attending today." The festival, one of the nobles present, Baron Clymer, heard this and was astonished. "What?" Fang bowed his head and further announced, "Therefore, His Highness said the main banquet would be postponed until tomorrow, and today everyone should enjoy some light drinks." Of course, this did not please Clymer at all. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Everyone gathered here, and then suddenly such an announcement?"
Viscount Ariel, hearing this, had a different thought. She scoffed. He means to end the banquet early, doesn't he? This made Clymer, who was beside her, agree wholeheartedly. Viscount Ariel, you think just like me. In general, that's how it was, right? For them, his announcement could only mean he found the banquet too boring, with no other possible reason. Thinking of this, Clymer had to nod in agreement. At this moment, a man raised a glass of wine and declared with a loud laugh, "It's not that urgent yet. If so, the meeting about the conquest will probably be tomorrow, and we can drink freely today. That might not be so bad." This man was Count Leonhardt. But the two of them didn't think that way. Ariel said, "He's a heavy drinker." Clymer continued, "Isn't this the first time Grand Duke Periel has postponed a banquet?" She also agreed, and couldn't help but scold Mirian. "Exactly. What's he so busy with all by himself?" Hearing them go back and forth, Leonhardt could only reluctantly shut his mouth. On Karina's side, a knock sounded outside her room. It was none other than Mirian. He gently asked her, "How are you feeling?"
She replied, "I'm feeling better now, thank you for your concern." Hearing this, he felt greatly relieved, sighing, "That's a relief." Suddenly, he asked her, "May I sit beside you for a moment?" Karina immediately agreed, "Of course." When he sat on the bed, her heart began to pound rapidly. She had thought he would sit on a chair, but he sat on the bed instead. Unexpectedly, he informed her, "I've decided to bring all of Heron to this conquest," which made her confused. "Heron?" He smiled and affirmed, "That's right. I intend to announce it to the other nobles present today, so you just need to bear with it for a little while." His face then fell, looking down sadly. Seeing him like that, Karina was incredibly grateful to him, and unable to hide her curiosity, she asked him, "Mirian, why are you treating me so well?" Her hands fidgeted constantly because she was truly tense and flustered. He just smiled faintly, then lifted his head, and only then did he say, "I only wish for you to be safe and sound, though of course that's not my only wish. Next year and the year after that, I want to see you painting without having to worry about anything." Hearing this made Karina feel a little sad and dejected. The fact that time could not be promised made her heart ache so much. Clearly, he knew it was impossible. Then she spoke, telling him, "Mirian, I need your help with something." He immediately looked at her and asked, "What can I help you with?" She resolutely stated, "I want to come along on the conquest Mirian is participating in. Is that okay?" This made him suddenly confused. What? When Karina made this request, she had thought a lot about it. If Mirian were to return here after the conquest, it would likely be 1 or 2 months. The time she could spend with the one she loved was only that much. Wanting him to agree, she added, "To avoid being a hindrance, I can just stay at the back." Of course, he still didn't agree. "No, it's too dangerous. If you want to go out, you can do so after the conquest ends. The place we are going to conquer isn't safe even for knights." This immediately disappointed her, but she still wanted to go along. "That's fine. I want to be by Mirian's side, even if only for a little while." This made him immediately blush. The atmosphere between the two of them quickly changed.
Miriam asked again, "Is that so?" At that moment, her face was flushed red, and she restlessly asked herself, "Wait, what did I just say?" It seemed that since she had already said it, she decided to just go for it. "About that, so staying home every day makes me feel stifled, and I don't want to be alone, so—" The more she spoke, the redder Miriam's face became, and his eyes had to look away. At this moment, she glanced at him like a puppy. "I can be useful too, a little bit." He was now clearly hesitant. "Your help would be good. Since we've already talked about it this much, let me think about it." Hearing that, her face immediately brightened. "That's all I need." Her smile pierced straight into his heart, making him feel even more stirred in that moment. His heart rate also became rapid. In that moment, he intended to reach out to her, but a bit of reason held him back. His hand stopped, and instead he covered his own face. "This is driving me crazy." Fearing he couldn't control himself, Miriam quickly wanted to leave. "Well then, if you're all right, go to bed." This made her stunned. "Oh, already time for bed." She then bravely reached out her hand and took his large hand. "I feel a little regretful." He immediately pulled his hand away.
I thought he would leave for good, but no, he immediately turned back and proactively gripped her hand tighter. "You're going to excite me," he thought. The two then shared a passionate kiss. After this kiss, it seemed neither of them felt it was enough, and they continued to share deeper kisses. His hand gently cupped her head, while his other hand held hers tightly.
As Mirian's hands slowly moved down to her waist, she also slowly placed her hands around his neck, and the two continued to kiss intimately like that. At this moment, her eyes suddenly welled up with tears, not from sadness, but from overwhelming happiness. How embarrassing, she thought, yet to be kissed by Mirian. A moment later, both of their faces were completely flushed. She gently looked up at him. However, after that moment of sharing kisses, neither of them said another word to each other. Karina felt a little restless, secretly wondering, did he develop any feelings for me, or was it simply pity?
I like Mirian, who always reciprocates when I hold their hand. I also like Mirian's warmth when they stroke my head. Up until now, I've been too natural in my behavior. Mirian is also human. If feelings, whether pity or love, were to arise, that wouldn't be right. Her eyes were tightly shut. She herself took the initiative to break the atmosphere first. Mirian is an emotional person, which made him gaze at her in a daze. She smiled. For her, it wasn't a lie. However, Karina felt a pang of sorrow, not wanting him to develop feelings for her. He mustn't harbor any special emotions for her. Having such feelings for someone who is about to die is very painful. Mirian frowned and asked, "What are you suddenly talking about?" She immediately lied, saying, "This is the first time I've been comforted like this, so I feel much better now." Of course, those weren't the words she wanted to say, but because she didn't want him to suffer later, she had no choice. This immediately enraged him. "You said, comforted?" Honestly, he had already fallen in love with her, and quickly. This was the first time he had been instantly attracted like this. The person he hated having to take care of had entered his heart without him even realizing it. His awkward hand stroking her hair also became more natural.
I've gradually gotten used to having her by my side. I'm not naturally affectionate or thoughtful enough to offer comfort with a kiss. Therefore, Karina, I thought you were well aware of that. It took him a long while to respond disappointedly. So, to you, that's comfort. Seeing her say nothing, he added, "If saying that makes you feel comfortable, then let's just consider it that way. But you should also know that you have no talent for acting." His eyes subtly glanced towards her. Seeing her expression, like that of an abandoned puppy, realizing her fabrication had been exposed, Karina became flustered. She changed the subject to get rid of him. I need to go to sleep now. I'm a bit tired." He didn't blame her. On the contrary, he chuckled softly and stroked this little puppy's head. "All right, you should rest today. If you ever feel unwell, just call me." Then he stood up. As for her, she tried to use the blanket to hide the embarrassment clearly visible on her face. "Yes." Before leaving, Mirian added, "See you tomorrow," then walked out. When the door closed, only Karina was left in the room. She then chuckled softly at his words, at him leaving without getting angry, almost wishing he had gotten angry. He noticed her lie, but let it slide.
At this moment, she finally expressed her true feelings. "I like you." However, she knew this was not right and thought to herself, "But if I don't give up my greed, Mirian will be hurt. I'm afraid time won't go as planned and one side will suffer." She could only sadly express it again to herself. "I like you, Mirian." The next day, under the gentle sunlight, desserts had been fully prepared. Mirian and Karina sat together to eat. Throughout the meal, she kept observing his expression, wondering to herself. Mirian pretended as if nothing had happened, but for some reason he seemed a little embarrassed. At this moment, he spoke up and called her, "Karina." Hearing this, she flinched and replied, "Yes?" Then he spoke about her request from yesterday. "If you wish, you can accompany me to the conquest, but in return, promise me you will stay in a safe place. With Hertha already there, there's no need for a personal guard." While she was innocently watching butterflies, Hertha was already behind her, carefully supervising. Karina then suggested, "How about I make a lot of potions as a precaution, enough for Mirian and the other soldiers to use?" He scoffed, "Do you think I would allow that?" This made her embarrassed, and she lowered her head. Then he further advised her, "Furthermore, I don't hope you use your abilities at the cost of your life." Hearing this, she froze, then turned her head to look at him. "At the cost of my life? Could it be that he knows my condition? Could it be that he knows I'm about to die?" Her expression immediately became awkward, and she pretended not to know, asking him, "What? My life?" Mirian then revealed, "Periel told me everything. He said your life as an artist might come to an end, so you must be careful." At first, she thought he had revealed everything. Periel, in the end, I couldn't hide it.
Luckily, Periel didn't finish speaking. Luckily, he only spoke vaguely. "I'm sorry for doubting you, Periel." She instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, somewhat flustered, she followed Mirian's lead. "Yes, that's right. Anyway, if any of those people were to leave, Mirian would surely be very sad." He merely crossed his arms and replied, "I don't deny it. However, I didn't say I'd permit you to do that." So Karina, flustered again, added, Because of that."
"I want to help you. Mirian is my benefactor after all." Hearing this, he immediately smiled and said, "You're also among those who might leave, you know," leaving her bewildered. "Huh?" He clasped his hands together and said, "If you leave, I will also suffer immensely, so please don't die." His eyes stared intently at her. This left her speechless for a moment, because she knew the words "don't die" were what she had always wanted to hear. But truly, upon hearing those words, she didn't understand why she felt so sad and suffocated. He told her that they had to survive the conquest to be able to see spring. This made her a little apprehensive. Spring? By spring, I'll probably have to leave this place. But Miriam promised her that when spring arrived, he would take her to the waterfalls of the north, surprising her. Waterfalls? He then said, "If you only see the north in winter, it's hard to imagine, but it's quite beautiful." Karina immediately smiled. "I've never been to a waterfall before. I'm really looking forward to it. I hope we can go there together." Hearing this, he continued, "You can see summer, autumn, and even winter, different from now, because the north is vast and has many things to see." Although she said, hey, then I'll stay in the north for a long time. But deep down, she knew this was a luxury. Summer, autumn, and even winter in the north again. If this season ends, I probably won't come back. Suddenly he called her name, Karina, startling her. Yes. He then asked curiously, "Is there nothing too difficult to say?" leaving her stunned. Miriam said seriously, if you say you'll continue to stay here, that's fine. It's not hard to say." Her heart ached incessantly. "I feel truly guilty for constantly having to lie to you."
Now I'll tell you again, I am being sincere. Although the North isn't as warm or doesn't have as many diverse dishes as the South, I can still take you to many places where you can paint. Of course, I'm not forcing you, just think about it. The more she listened, the tighter her hands clenched. She forced a smile and replied, "Thank you, sir, I will think about it." At this moment, she knew she would have to lie to Marion until her dying day. Her heart wondered, how could she diminish these feelings? Though she didn't say it aloud, in her heart she still told herself, "I like you." Elsewhere, Periel looked around and breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was properly arranged. Just then, a group of nearby servants spoke up, asking, "Duke, are all these paintings?" He replied, "Yes, after all, these are all the paintings that will be displayed. Just hang them in the marked positions and you're done." The servants immediately obeyed and took the paintings to hang them. One of the maids looked around and remarked, "Even though there are few paintings, the gallery is so splendid that it doesn't look empty." Another, while removing a cover, wondered, "Is it really okay to have only 3 paintings in this magnificent space?"
Periel then said, "Although these paintings lack outstanding brushwork, they feel very vivid and realistic." He took out a piece of paper and continued, "The painting by the artist with the rumored artistic affliction. Rumors about it have already spread throughout the capital. The painting makes viewers feel as if they are stepping into the world within the painting. Everyone will surely flock to see the truth of the rumor." At this point, Periel immediately instructed that no one was to breathe a word about the rumor. "The Carlos family also knows nothing about it. Understood?" The servant immediately obeyed. "I understand." Holding the paper in his hand, he added, "Anyway, once the exhibition concludes, these paintings will become world-renowned, just as the artist wished, because as you know, now is the time to promote artist Karina's name, to make her a famous and sought-after artist." The next day, countless people outside were buzzing, eager to enter. A blonde-haired nobleman in his carriage looked at the bustling scene outside, overwhelmed. Why are there so many people? Another dark-haired man, seeing this, had somewhat guessed the reason. He shook his head and said, "They've really come because of the rumor," which made the blonde-haired man a little confused. "A rumor?" He then explained, "The exhibition organized by the Carlos family is quite famous. There's a rumor that even the emperor is interested in this exhibition." This made the blonde-haired man incredulous. "An exhibition that even the emperor is interested in?" He continued, "What was it again? Oh, right, the masterpieces of a genius artist suffering from an artistic affliction. If you stand before the paintings, you'll be mistaken as if you're stepping into that very space." The blonde-haired man in me became curious. He opened the carriage door, wanting to verify. "Is that true? Clearly this is no ordinary artist. Let's go see for ourselves." His eagerness made the dark-haired man warn, "Oh dear, my friend, you might trip." But he quickly got out. Inside the exhibition, it was incredibly noisy at this moment. Each of them harbored questions. Artist Karina, who is she? Some said she was a child. Others claimed it was the second pseudonym of a famous artist. But the Carlos family, the organizers of the exhibition, claimed to know nothing. A short while later, the exhibition officially began. Everyone quietly observed the paintings and bid on them following the host's instructions. So this painting now belonged to Viscount Braun. Upon hearing this, he laughed excitedly, exclaiming, "Finally, I've succeeded." The host then moved on to the next painting, the next item up for auction. The Carlos family had opened the auction and unveiled 5 more works. An unknown artist reaped unbelievable benefits.
Periel, watching from the wings, was extremely pleased. It went so smoothly. As expected, the reaction was truly enthusiastic, and although the painting wasn't finished, it was still as he had predicted. Now everything had to go back a few days. Karina, holding the result in her hand, hesitantly said, "Trying not to touch the final brushstroke is harder than I thought." Hearing this, he sighed and reminded her,
But Karina, if the painting is finished, it can't be exhibited. You know that, right? I'll try. Then she looked at him gently, sincerely expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Ariel. Back to the present, Periel observed the situation and thought to himself that the auction was getting more attention. So many people flocked to it. But if these 100 carefully selected participants were involved, it would only be a matter of time before the rumors spread to the capital. At this, Periel chuckled softly. If that's the case, then clearly that place. Elsewhere, a man opened the door and spoke. Father, have you heard about the strange rumors spreading in the capital recently? This person was none other than Karina's older brother, Enfrich. Karina's father, Count Cassis, who was reviewing documents, heard this with a hint of doubt. He looked up and asked again, strange rumors?
He immediately replied, yes, it even seems to have made it into the newspapers. At that moment, Enfrich couldn't help but glance at his father's pile of documents. After hearing him speak, Cassis sighed wearily. What time do I have to pay attention to personal rumors? Now, let's go check on your mother's condition. Every day she cries because your sister Karina has cut ties with us, and even the treating doctor is at a loss. Enfrich became more pensive then, saying, then I think it would be better to pay attention to that rumor. By this point, he was utterly exhausted from the pile of documents. He rubbed his eyes and asked, Enfrich, what exactly are you trying to talk about at a time like this? He slammed his hand down on the table, right on top of his father's pile of documents. Father, there's a rumor spreading in the capital about an unknown painter. But do you know, that painter's name is extremely unique, he said, crumpling the document in his hand. The more he listened, the less he understood, so he asked directly, no need to beat around the bush. What do you want to say? Enfrich helplessly replied, that painter's name is Karina. This made him pause, but he still didn't quite believe it was his youngest daughter. Couldn't it just be a coincidence of names? He replied, that's right, it could just be a similar name, because there's no Leopold surname, just as Karina said in her letter. However, Cassis waved his hand dismissively, disbelieving. Tsk, that's too hasty. Are you suggesting that painter is your sister? Hearing this, he remained silent. A moment later, he sighed. Even when Duke Kalos told the truth that Karina was ill, didn't you say something similar? He wondered. So this time, it's no different. Enfrich, a little angry, had to clench his fist to restrain himself. He shook his head, full of disappointment. Father, you truly still don't understand.
If you continue to maintain this attitude, you will never be able to see Karina again in your life. The words surprised him. He reminded him that the girl had written in her letter that she would become famous as the artist Karina, not Karina Leopold. Making everyone remember the painting she created, his voice was full of bitterness. Cassis listened to his son's words, remaining silent. It was only after a while that he wondered aloud, is the artist's patron the Duke Carlos family? He replied that the Duke Carlos family was very discreet, claiming to know nothing. The two of them recalled Karina's previous letter, in which she wrote, my name will be renowned from the distant north all the way to where you are. Count Cassis silently looked at the letter his young daughter had sent. Then Enfrich exclaimed, Father, are you just going to give up like this? But at that moment he was truly helpless, for he knew that if that artist was indeed Karina, what were they to do now?
The sound of footsteps. Beautiful Karina approached unhurriedly, thinking to herself that she mustn't make any mistakes at the northern banquet she had long awaited. He smiled as soon as he saw her. Periel, perceiving her anxiety and nervousness, extended his hand to take hers. His subtle gesture made her feel shy, but also somewhat put her at ease. She stammered, Thank you. Hand in hand, the two entered the banquet. Periel said to her, Shall we go in now? As the door to the hall slowly opened, he saw her looking worried beside him and whispered to Karina, No need to worry too much. Northern banquets aren't as formal as those in the capital. Her worry made her stammer, Is that so? Because this is my first time meeting northern nobles, so... He merely said indifferently to her, You don't need to be tense. We are all unpretentious. His words were like magic. She unconsciously repeated his words, unpretentious. They're here. A man's voice made Periel involuntarily raise an eyebrow, and she, startled, instinctively clutched his arm tightly.
The man who had just arrived was Baron Clymer. He bowed. Grand Duke, he greeted, his voice strong as if each word was carefully placed. His entire being seemed to radiate a dazzling aura. The two were dazzled by his radiance. Periel angrily wondered to himself when that guy had gotten dressed up, while Karina, standing nearby, couldn't help but gape at his flamboyance. Veins bulged on his face. He closed his eyes and rubbed his temples, secretly cursing the inconsiderate fellow. Karina was already under pressure as it was, but outwardly he still smiled and chatted with him. Baron Clymer, what's got you so cheerful, and dressed so splendidly, too? From her perspective, she could even hear the grinding resentment in his every word. The Baron, still innocently believing him, cheerfully said, Right? Baron Clymer happily tilted his head back, laughing loudly as he spoke to him.
The festival the night before the banquet was truly fun. I drank to my heart's content, so my mood is excellent. But he couldn't see the murderous intent on his face, a face that had grown terrifyingly grim.
Just then, an angry voice rang out from behind the pre-banquet festival. A red-haired noblewoman angrily strode over to ask him, "Duke, who exactly organized the pre-banquet festival?" The veins on his face became increasingly prominent. He thought to himself that neither this person nor that person was of any help, but outwardly he still smiled and said to her, "Look, Viscountess Ariel, you seem quite cheerful, don't you?" Seeing her face flushed from the alcohol, he said to her, "I think you've had too much to drink. Oh, by the way, is the task I entrusted to you complete?" In an instant, a battle seemed to erupt between the two. Frightening murderous auras made those standing nearby fearfully step back. The Viscountess growled, "Entrusted task?" He leisurely asked her, "The preparation of the elite army to eliminate Hertha. You haven't forgotten about it, have you?" The Viscountess turned her face away and pouted, saying, "How petty, talking about business right after meeting." Karina gently tugged at his coat hem, signaling him. Periel slightly lowered his head and asked her, "What is it?" Karina looked at him and said, "It's just that I want to greet everyone." Hearing this, he was displeased and asked her, "With those things?"
Karina immediately nodded in assent, secretly wondering what those things in his words referred to. Baron Clymer and Viscount Ariel were reluctantly overshadowed, staring blankly as the two intimately conversed in front of them. He smiled wickedly, asking her, "Is one person not enough?" The space suddenly fell silent. Periel then told her, "If you're bored, I'll continue talking to you." Having said that, he left. Baron Clymer quickly seized the opportunity to approach and introduce himself. He extended his hand to greet her, saying loudly, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Baron Clymer." In response to this warm greeting, she happily shook his hand and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Karina. You can just call me that." Viscount Ariel also stepped forward to introduce herself. "I am Marine Ariel. Call me Marine." She shook Karina's hand, but secretly thought to herself, "This is the sweet young lady the Grand Duke has been hiding." Karina, with a hint of doubt, asked her, "Who was that?" Then politely added, "Thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you." Suddenly, she turned her head to look around and asked Viscount Ariel, "Mirian didn't attend the festival the night before the banquet, did he? Because I was elsewhere." "Just light drinking. I don't like alcohol, so it's fine," Baron Clymer whispered to Viscount Ariel from behind her. "Lying without shame." Viscount Ariel's mouth twitched slightly, and she whispered back to him, "Forget it. If you laugh too obviously, who knows how he'll retaliate." At this moment, Periel, standing not far from her, said, "That's right. I was planning to take you around to see the party, but it seems a bit overwhelming. Everyone around is very noisy and lively."
She smiled and told him, "It's fine, if possible." Suddenly, at this moment, Baron Clymer walked over and bowed, interrupting what she was about to say. "Duchess Karina is busy with 1,000 things, so would you mind coming with me? I'll introduce you to the northern nobles." As soon as he heard that, he angrily yelled at him, "Who gave you permission?" But she, on the other hand, happily asked him, "Is that so?" She turned her head and charmingly asked him, "Is that all right while Mirian is working?" He immediately changed his attitude, smiling brightly as he told Karina, "I'm not that busy." He happily told her, "Shall I introduce you instead?" But behind him, from an angle he couldn't see, the people behind him were continuously signaling their vehement disapproval, their faces all grim and pale. She looked behind him, at the unspoken signals, and asked again suspiciously, "Are you really not busy?"
She opened her sparkling eyes wide and looked at him for a long time. Her gaze was too much for him. He turned his head away shyly and told her, "Now that I think about it, there really is something." In an instant, her face brightened with joy. She clasped her hands together and gently asked him, "Really?" Saying this, he pointed towards Baron Clymer and told her, "I think it will take about 30 minutes, so please go with this Baron." Hearing this, she happily agreed, and before he left, she waved and told him, "Yes, please go." Seeing him like an abandoned puppy, she watched his solitary, weary figure walk away. Her hands stumped in midair. He walked away, thinking to himself, "If she doesn't follow me to the end, where exactly am I supposed to go?" Suddenly, many glowing eyes darted towards her, startling her. Baron Clymer cheerfully exclaimed, "Karina is truly amazing, treating the Duke like a puppy." She gave an embarrassed laugh and stepped back. Viscount Ariel also approached, holding her arm tightly, and happily asked her, "How did you train that man? It's the first time I've seen him flustered." Baron Clymer on the side nodded in vigorous agreement. She said, flustered and embarrassed, "I didn't train him," while trying to wriggle free from her grasp. Just then, a white-haired man walked over and said to everyone, "So, everyone has gathered here." Count Leonhard walked leisurely with his hands clasped behind his back. "I heard the Duke's fiancée has arrived, so it's this young lady." He walked over and shook her hand. "That's right, I'm Karina." He happily introduced himself. "I am Count Leonhard."
She shyly told him, "But it will surely be announced soon that I have broken off my engagement with the Duke." Baron Cranber, standing nearby, rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, "But didn't Heron collect everything during this conquest with the order that it all be sent to the Duke?" Count Leonhard agreed with his opinion, saying, "That's right, because the Duke already has a fiancée. I think he gave the order for that purpose." She stood aside listening to their conversation and asked, puzzled,
Is it true that Heron collected it for me? What purpose? Viscount Ariel then asked her, Karina, you're not from the north, are you? She nodded and replied, yes, that's right. She thought to herself, I haven't mentioned my family name, so they shouldn't bring up regions.
Viscount Ariel patiently explained to her, in the north, heron is precious, so it is often given to those one cherishes, for example, parents or comrades in arms. Therefore, giving it to someone of the opposite sex usually means a life partner. Do you understand? Her words made her face suddenly flush red. She thought to herself, friend, life partner. She waved her hand in denial. That's impossible. We've already decided to call off the engagement. Oh, I also heard there's a custom of giving heron to those with weak bodies. That's right. In the north, strength is very important, so there's a custom of giving the heron one catches to their life partner. Karina thought, if it truly has such a meaning, then perhaps I have no other choice but to hurt Miriam. She continued, I am suffering from an incurable disease, and I heard the cure might be related to heron. She wondered, so that's why. Ariel smiled. So that's how it is. She thought to herself, how could such a lovely young lady be involved with such a person? Clymer, who was nearby, also said, come on, even the Grand Duke, who's as stiff as a rock, has found a partner. The pleasantries are done, so don't just stand there, please sit down. He raised his wine glass and turned to her, saying, the north is very different from other regions, isn't it? Have you gotten used to it a bit more, young lady?
Karina replied, ah yes, from eating habits to lifestyle, there are indeed some differences, but everyone treats me very kindly, so I've gotten used to it. Ariel rested her chin on her hand, extended one arm and said, compared to other northern regions, isn't it a bit too rigid? I'd say there's a strong sense of formality. Cleve also replied, I know what it is. Everyone holds a fan and laughs ha ha ho ho, but their eyes don't smile. He was annoyed. What I mean is, if that's the case, why bother covering your mouth? Karina smiled at his reaction. It's true that in many cases they don't genuinely feel happy. He sipped his wine and said, each region has its own unique characteristics. Ariel and he continued their discussion. But the capital's wine is quite good, isn't it? Don't you just love wine? Karina ate, feeling joyful. It's truly like good people. It's been so long since I'd laughed so freely in front of others. Suddenly, Leonhard turned to look at her, making Karina freeze. He called, Karina. She replied, yes. He said frankly, what I'm about to say might be a bit rude, but even though we haven't known each other for long, this is the first time I've seen such an expression on your face. Though very subtle, one thing is certain, this is not the expression of someone about to call off an engagement. Karina hesitated, saying, that. Leonhard, noticing her hesitation, continued, the Duke clearly cherishes you greatly. I only hope you know that. Karina also recalled the moments they shared together and smiled. If I weren't sick and ailing right now, I would have gladly accepted Miriam's affection and expressed my own if I could frankly say that I like you.
She was silently filled with regret, thinking perhaps she wouldn't have to lie to refuse his affections. The way he spoke was a little scary. Leonhard, who was more precise about appointment times than anyone, looked at the time. 30 minutes had passed, Karina wondered. Suddenly, someone called her name, Karina. She turned her head in surprise to look back. When she saw her brother, Miriam, he noticed her pale face and asked, what's wrong with you? Why are you so pale? She awkwardly turned away and said, no, nothing at all. I just want to get some fresh air. He worriedly asked, even if it's just a little, have you been drinking? Aren't you feeling a bit stuffy? She touched his palm and asked, Miriam, will you come outside with me too? He said, all right, let's go out to the balcony.
She stood up and the two of them left together. Before leaving, she said, then if you'll excuse us, we'll step out for a moment. Everyone watched their retreating figures. The two of them left the banquet table. He put a coat around her and asked with concern, were you happy while I was away? Karina replied, yes, everyone was very friendly and told me many interesting things. Miriam expressed his concern. Your face was quite red earlier, so I was a little worried, but I'm glad you had fun. She hesitated, then said, that's because of you, Sir Miriam. He was surprised. Huh? She said, because Sir Miriam was there, I felt like a coward. Seeing her, he asked again, what are you suddenly talking about? She continued, everyone already knows the special expression Sir Miriam has for me. He turned his face away. Well, she said, hearing things like that, I feel a little sorry for Sir Miriam. He looked at Karina. Sorry? She looked up at him. Because I'm the one who's about to leave, aren't I? She said, the banquet was very enjoyable, but it seems to have created a misunderstanding. He laughed and said, a misunderstanding is a misunderstanding. First it was comfort, and now it's a misunderstanding? She didn't know what to say. Miriam, it would be better if Sir Miriam didn't like me. Karina gently said, Sir Miriam has always been as warm to me as spring, so I hope your world is always as warm.
So I think I don't belong in that world, because you can freely do anything you want, unlike me. Hearing her sorrowful words, he asked, can't we welcome that spring together? Karina said,
I've already said it's time for me to leave this place. I'm not used to receiving love. She said, please consider me a temporary troublesome storm that passes through and then leaves, a storm that will eventually dissipate. Karina smiled. My existence within you like this is enough. He moved closer, touched her cheek, and asked again, a storm, you say, that sometimes knocks many things down and then leaves? He looked deep into her eyes and asked, do you know what kind of look you're giving me? Miriam said frankly, I truly don't know how to lie, and I like you too, don't I? She stammered, that... He leaned down and gently kissed her hair, saying, you're tired today, aren't you? It's very cold, so go into your room and rest.
He held out his hand. I'll send someone over. As for talking, we should talk every day, shouldn't we? She raised her hands to her head in confusion. Miriam walked, clenching his fists. Like a fleeting storm that appears and then dissipates? He scoffed. Nonsense. I have no intention of treating Karina as a temporary companion. My feelings had become so clear that they cannot be easily given up. Miriam returned to the party. Seeing him return alone, Clymer asked, oh, where's Karina? He replied, she looked a bit tired, so I told her to go back first. Then he asked, by the way, what were you all talking about? Clymer casually mumbled, we didn't talk much, just about Spring coming to the Grand Duke. Hearing that, he rushed over and grabbed Clymer by the neck. How insolent! The old man said, the young lady is kind and beautiful. She must belong to an extraordinary noble family. He replied, that's right, but due to various reasons she has cut ties with her family. Leonhard, while pouring wine, said, from that old man's gaze, it seems she has led a troubled life.
Recalling her appearance, he said, even when she was smiling, I occasionally saw a hint of sadness on her face. I heard she has an incurable disease. Is that why? He said, raising his glass. She seemed to have mentioned having an incurable disease. He continued, people who have suffered a lot often hesitate to move forward. Perhaps slowing down a bit is a good approach. Leonhard said frankly, you seem to be fond of her. He placed his wineglass on the table and asked, since when have you been interested in other people's affairs? Ha. If Karina had spoken up earlier, the situation would have been easier. She intended to gather Heron to treat her illness. Miriam said helplessly. She could recover if she had the right medicine, but no matter what we said, she stubbornly insisted on leaving. Leonhard asked again, it's just an incurable disease, but it's unclear what kind of disease it is. He crossed his arms. Can you tell me what that disease makes her lose? He said, could you elaborate? Miriam pondered silently, his expression darkening. If Karina's illness becomes more serious, what exactly will she lose? Periel said, the progression of the art disease varies for each person, and the outcomes are not the same.
Winston, while looking at the documents, asked, you're talking about Lady Karina's diagnosis, aren't you? It's difficult to make a decision now. He thought it was obvious Karina would hide herself, but he didn't expect Farian or Winston to refuse to explain clearly. He rubbed his head and said, how should I put it? I'm not sure either, but she seems to be in a lot of pain, so I hope we can find a treatment. There is no specific treatment for art disease. However, if she stops art, she'll be fine. Art disease is a condition with a 1% chance of being contracted. The symptoms vary greatly. Specifically, it's very rare for someone to pay with their life in exchange for a miracle. Miriam thought, it can't be, can it? It's so rare. Ariel asked, is there anywhere to find more information about this incurable disease? Kreber hummed. He said, isn't it most accurate to ask someone who also has the disease? If you look, there are probably only 1 or 2 people. Miriam heard that and looked over. Someone else with the disease? Suddenly he was startled. Wait, if it's that person then... He quickly said goodbye. I've got it. I'm leaving now. She wondered. Huh? Are you leaving now? Ariel's voice called him back. What about the meeting?
Clymer crossed his arms and joked, this is the first time there's been such an interesting party. Leon thought to himself, he's finally acting his age. A man opened the door and said, excuse me, but we are closed today. He hastily said, I am Periel. I was here the other day to request an art gallery installation. The man looked up. Duke, he said, I apologize for coming so late, but I have something I need to ask. The man opened the door wider and said, it's quite all right. It's a bit informal, but if you don't mind, please come in. He sat down at the tea table opposite the man and asked, it's a bit rude, but I've come to ask about the art disease. I want to hear how you lost your entire arm. The man pondered. Well, where should I begin? The man recounted. I've been painting since I was a child, but it was a long time before I became famous. He recounted, trembling while holding his right hand. During that time, my right hand started to convulse. There were times I felt sharp pain and paralysis, and sometimes I couldn't sleep. I went to see a doctor and was diagnosed with the art disease. I tried my best, but there was no cure. If I wanted to avoid the pain, I had to stop painting, but somehow I didn't want to, so I kept painting.
Eventually, the pain spread to both arms, and by the time I completed the masterpiece of my life, my right arm could no longer move. He asked, Does the pain disappear if the limb is lost? He replied, Yes, in my case, I have no other pain besides my arm. He seriously asked, Are there cases where the pain spreads to the heart or becomes full body aches? He pondered before answering, The heart? If the entire body is in pain, who knows? He suddenly remembered, Ah, you mean that young lady, right? If so, what miracle did she create? He said, She created life, a painting that can manifest externally. His expression turned serious. My God. He tensely asked, Do you know something? He said, The miracle of creation, as far as I know, comes at the cost of a painter's life. Miriam, it's unbelievable. His eyes were bloodshot. Is life the price to pay? Elsewhere, Periel was cheerfully humming a song. Upon seeing him, Butler Fang immediately bowed respectfully. You've arrived, sir. Did your work in the capital conclude successfully? He replied, Of course, everything concluded well. Where's Miriam? He answered, He had some business in the territory, so he stepped out for a bit. Shall I convey your message? Hearing this, he declined. No need. I just intended to drop by and say hello. Is Karina around? Fang replied, Young lady Karina went to the art studio. I heard the servants report that she finished breakfast and returned to her room. Seeing this, he decided to go meet Karina. Is that so? Then I'll go see Karina. Periel then proceeded to meet her. As he walked, he reflected on his recent work. The art exhibition in the capital and the auction had both gone smoothly. Because they were so perfect, feedback letters were sent continuously, keeping him swamped with paperwork, leaving him exhausted. But he thought Karina would be very happy to hear this news.
She would surely be thrilled that her paintings are recognized and welcomed, more so than just selling for a high price. Really? She'd be overjoyed. Thinking this made Periel feel even more proud and honored in his heart. However, when he arrived at her room, he politely knocked on the door. Karina, may I come in? Inside, there wasn't a single sound or movement. It was unusually quiet.
Initially, he didn't understand why she wasn't responding. A moment later, his face darkened and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Oh, could it be that she had fainted? Immediately, without much hesitation, he flung the door open. Karina! But what he saw before his eyes astonished him even more. Karina was trying to use a brush to paint delicate strokes to complete the painting. Her eyes looked incredibly terrifying, a pair of soulless eyes. Her voice, however, was extremely agitated. Just a little more. It's almost finished. To create a miracle, her smile also became bizarre. Fortunately, Periel arrived, grabbing her hand just before she could complete the painting. Karina! He frantically urged her. Stop! You mustn't do this! But she refused to listen to him. Let go! He kept trying to dissuade her. You mustn't complete this painting. Karina was still determined to finish it. Why? No! I must finish it! By then, Periel could no longer remain calm and shouted, I told you! This is forbidden! After completing this painting, you will die!
Die, as he said? She found it laughable. If I can complete this work, even if it costs my life, wouldn't it still be a masterpiece? Her words stunned Periel. Karina was furious, her hands struggling, wanting him to let go. So let go of my hands. It was then that he said, Do you want this fake? This immediately made her freeze. Her hands instantly relaxed, no longer resisting. He then continued to reason with her. A fake cannot replace a real person. That is not the real Miriam. The paintbrush in her hand immediately fell to the floor. It was then that she regained her senses, startled and collapsed to her knees. Could it be? Her voice was full of trembling, and her mind was in chaos. Could it be that I intended to create Miriam? How could I? Is what I create with paint my own possession? Because I wanted a Miriam who would only look at me, just like they created? Her whole body trembled. Karina looked up at him, saying fearfully, I'm sorry, Periel. Hearing this, he sighed in relief. It's all right. Have you calmed down? His hand rested on her shoulder, gently patting it with the same care one would give an ancient document. No, it wasn't like that. Artists, when creating, often become frenzied. There are even cases where they don't hesitate to harm themselves for the sake of creation. Fortunately, however, Miriam's name helped her stop. It was then that Karina, blaming herself, repeated his words. A fake cannot replace a real person. That is not Miriam.
At that moment, I could only think of the conversation with Miriam the day before, her hands nervously clenched. He then asked, a conversation? Everything flashed back to that day when she was painting and Miriam sat beside her, asking, You don't paint people? She replied in surprise, People? He then mused, Indeed. I mean, apart from landscapes or animals, I rarely see you paint people, which made her a little hesitant, not knowing what to say. About that. Then he continued, You don't necessarily have to paint people. If you can, next time I'd like a portrait of you. A self-portrait. Isn't that what it's called? Hearing this, she pondered for a moment. A self-portrait. I'd rather paint Miriam's portrait. That surprised Miriam greatly. Me? She said nothing, just nodded slightly.
Receiving her answer, he was overjoyed. That's something to look forward to. Back to the present, she touched Mirion's portrait and said, "So I'm trying to paint a portrait that I can't finish, because if I want to give it to him, when I finish it, his image will disappear from the painting, won't it?"
This made Periel hesitantly ask again, "But haven't you already made up your mind?" She immediately replied, "It feels like someone is urging me to finish this painting. Don't you want him? Then finish this painting, and he will become your own Midian. Imagine the happiness, for he will be yours. Go ahead and possess him." Periel Carlos asked Karina, "Are you going to stop?" At this moment, she just silently bowed her head, saying nothing. After a long while, she finally said to him with difficulty, "I don't know anymore." With sad eyes cast down, she said, "I really want to stop, but I can't. It's like I'm just looking for an excuse." Periel Carlos remained silent. At this moment, he looked at her painting, thinking to himself that the nearly finished painting was almost on the verge of a major incident. It was then that she finally looked up and said to him, "I have the same feeling as before." He asked back doubtfully, "Before?" Her eyes suddenly became anxious, and she said to him, "Yes, I once had a similar feeling, and back then, I couldn't overcome it."
Periel asked Karina, surprised and worried, "When was that?" She continued, "It was when I was young." His face suddenly became fearful as he looked at her. "Karina, oh, don't tell me." Her face became puzzled as she looked at Periel. He looked at her and continued, "Have you ever bestowed life upon someone?" Karina bowed her head in silence, saying nothing. Seeing her not answer, he grabbed her shoulders tightly with both hands and said loudly, "I'm asking you, have you ever used magic to create a human being?" At this moment, he also quickly sat down so that his face was level with hers. Karina's face was fearful, her eyes scared as she said, "At that time, I didn't know." He covered his face with his hand, saying nothing more. He thought to himself, "Finally, I know why Karina's time is less than the number of paintings she's drawn. She created a human being." The creation of human beings is a taboo. The reason it is forbidden is very simple. It is an act that challenges God and breaks the law of cause and effect in the world. At this moment, she only gently asked him, "So I will die?" He looked at her with a somber expression, saying nothing more. She continued, "I unfortunately created it while I was unconscious. No one can be blamed."
He gently rubbed her hand, apologizing. "I was startled earlier, so I raised my voice." He continued, "Can you tell me how you were able to do that?" She bowed her head, sad and silent. "The first time I created a human was when I was very young. I was scolded a lot by my mother. 'Karina, why did you let go of your sister's hand? You're the older sister.' At times like that, I only felt sorry for myself. I bowed my head, trying to explain to my mother. I didn't let go. Leah said she wanted to see a teddy bear. My mother angrily slapped me and yelled, 'Don't make excuses anymore. Look at Leah's knee. She was almost hurt, and a little more she would have been lost.' I trembled with fear and said, 'I'm sorry, I'm sorry.' My mother didn't stop there. She continued to scold me. 'Don't tell me you let go of her hand just because she was whining, right? Leah is different from a healthy person like you.' At this moment, Leah was clinging to her skirt, sobbing. At this point, my father spoke. She said she wanted to get off the carriage to see the scenery, but it's not allowed. Let's just get back in the carriage. Frightened, I continuously told them in a trembling voice it wasn't because I was careless that I let go of my sister's hand. They didn't listen to my words, but just walked silently forward, ignoring what I said. The first time I was slapped by my mother after returning to the mansion, I felt even sadder. I felt like a sinner for being born healthy. In the dark room, I continuously sobbed. Only drawing made me feel more at ease. I held colored pencils and continuously drew on paper. Parents who love and cherish you don't exist in this world if you want to have a mother who loves you. As I drew, I heard incomprehensible words. I didn't understand why I heard that voice, and calming myself, I drew on paper an image of my parents with radiant smiles.
Periel asked her if she hadn't known it was taboo at the time. With a helpless expression, she said, "That's right, I didn't know anything. I talked with the parents I created with that magic for 10 minutes. Then I fainted, but when I opened my eyes, I found myself lying in bed." Periel asked her doubtfully, "In bed?" She calmly replied, "It seems the two people who emerged from the painting carried me up." Periel's large hand gently took hers, comforting her. She continued, "Thinking back, it seems my body started to weaken from that moment on. I was truly foolish." Periel quickly said, "Don't blame yourself anymore." Her expression became calm as she said, "Yes, I no longer resent it now." Her expression turned somber as she thought to herself, "If I hadn't had that experience then, I might have already."
Periel gently comforted her, but from now on, Karina absolutely must not create any more magic. She nodded and replied, "I will try." Periel said with a resolute expression, "I will save you at any cost, even if it means risking my life. So please, also have the desire to live." She also looked at him resolutely and said, "I want to live more desperately than ever before." Hearing these words, he felt relieved and smiled, telling her, "Then it's all right." At this moment, he walked in through the door.
Seeing the two of them intimately face to face, he coldly asked, "What are you two doing?" Periel turned his head and immediately saw his furious expression. He couldn't help but think, oh no, he must be very displeased. He asked the two in front of him, "What are you two doing?" Seeing him, she happily called out, "Marian!" Seeing their hands still intertwined, she quickly let go and explained to him, "Periel just returned, so we were just talking." His displeasure was evident on his face. He stepped closer and asked her, "Just talking, and you need to hold hands like that?"
Periel quickly stood up to explain that it was due to their overwhelming joy. The two of them, in perfect sync, laughed and cheerfully said, "Yes, that's right, it's been too long since we last met." His expression grew increasingly terrifying, like a wolf waiting to devour its prey, and he remained silent. He walked over and pulled her hand away from Periel's. He pulled her tightly into his embrace and said, "I've wanted to see you very much too." Taken by surprise, she could only utter a soft yes. Periel, standing to the side, couldn't help but chuckle seeing her so happy, but he didn't escape Perialu's sharp, warning gaze. In his arms, she happily looked up and said, "But we just met this morning." He said nothing, but an increasingly menacing aura spread throughout the room. The wolf behind him also seemed ready to lunge out and kill the enemy. Periel, behind him, quickly gave a forced laugh and said, "Just pretend I'm invisible." Periel looked at Perialu warningly. "Perialu, you also?" The words he was about to say suddenly stopped as his eyes were drawn to her painting. He asked in surprise, "What is this?" The painting was a portrait of Perialu. He asked her in astonishment, "Is this how I look in your eyes?" She looked at the painting, shy and silent. Karina gently took the painting and said, "This is a gift I drew, intending to give it to you, my lord." This was the first time his words surprised her, making her utter a doubtful yes. His face warm and gentle, he said, "For me, this is the first time I've received a portrait as a gift, so I am very happy, even happier that it's a painting drawn by your own hands for me."
She smiled gently and asked him, "Really?" At this moment her face turned crimson, and she thought to herself, "Thank goodness it's not finished yet." Seeing him delightedly admiring the painting, she couldn't help but happily think, "Even so, I can still leave my mark." While the two of them were engrossed in intimate conversation and laughter, forgetting Periel's presence, he looked at them and couldn't help but cross his arms and sigh. He sulkily thought to himself, "I'm really invisible now." Thinking so, he didn't care to stay any longer. "All right, greetings are done, so I'll take my leave." With that said, he waved his hand and quickly walked away. Suddenly, Periel called out to him, "Furiel Carlos." Hearing that, he unexpectedly stopped, suspiciously asking, "Huh?" Periel looked at him and coldly said, "I have something to say."
Periel asked again suspiciously, "What is it you want to say?" Periel's voice turned dangerous, and with an expressionless face he asked Periel, "Do you have time?" Outwardly, Periel calmly and cheerfully agreed, but inwardly he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, thinking to himself that he had a bad feeling about this. As expected, a loud thud echoed. Periel's face quickly showed red marks, bruised on one side. He wiped the corner of his bleeding mouth and asked Periel, "What are you doing?" Periel's face was cold, his eyes like he was looking at prey, as he said, "Don't you have anything to tell me?" The two stood facing each other. Periel leaned back into the chair behind him and asked, puzzled, "Tell you what? What do you mean?" "Why don't you just come out with it?" He just coldly said, "You know more about the art disease than I do." Periel frowned suspiciously and asked him, "Suddenly?" Periel told him, "Her remaining time. You already knew about it, didn't you?" Periel was surprised to hear this from him. He clenched his hand, veins bulging, and said to him, "I trusted you. That's why I asked you to take care of her."
Hearing this, Periel, with one hand on his hip, said there's no way it could be Winston. Who is it then? Periel rushed over and grabbed his collar, yelling loudly, "Who said it doesn't matter?" His face now turned fierce. He yelled directly into his face, "Why did you hide the truth about Karina's life from me?" Periel gently pushed his hand away and said with a resolute expression, "I can't tell you because I received a request." Hearing this, he asked suspiciously, "A request?" Periel hinted to him, "Someone asked me not to tell you. Who do you think that is?" Periel angrily slapped his hand away and said loudly, "While blaming others, why don't you ask yourself why you didn't trust Karina?" Hearing him say that, Periel angrily swung his hand up to punch him, yelling loudly, "You bastard!" Periel, by reflex, raised his elbow to defend himself. The other man's fist stopped in midair. Periel had braced himself, but still nothing happened, so the other man suspiciously opened his eyes slightly. At this moment, Periel's own fist dropped powerlessly. Periel sighed, stepped closer to him, and warned, "No matter what, you have to save her."
Periel, hearing this, also resolutely told him, "I don't want Karina to die either." His imposing aura was no less than his determined gaze. He also stepped forward and told Periel, "Even if you didn't tell me, I would still try my best." The two men continued to glare at each other.
According to what I've learned, the miracle of creation comes at the cost of the artist's life. Periel, hearing this, frowned unhappily and said, "This is a lie, isn't it?" The man sitting opposite him said with a sorrowful expression, "As far as I know, it is so. I'm not lying." A flicker of fear appeared in his eyes, and he disbelievingly asked, "She will die?" With that, he slammed the table hard and stood up abruptly, startling the man sitting opposite him, who let out a trembling cry of fear. Returning to the present, apart from a slightly swollen and red face, everything else was normal. Periel straightened his wrinkled clothes and said, "Are you done? I'm leaving." The other man was unhappy. His veins twitched even more violently. He said to Periel, "You really need another punch." Periel was no pushover either. Hearing him say that, he frowned angrily, his veins also bulging unhappily as he said, "This madman." From outside the mansion, one could hear the sounds of the two men clashing inside. In the silent, dark night, a knock suddenly echoed. The person immediately called out, "Duke, are you in there?" The person inside the room coldly replied, "Come in." It turned out the person who had just knocked was Fang. He quickly opened the door, stepped into the room, and said with a smile, "My apologies. There was more to carry than anticipated, so I'm a little late." He looked up, about to continue speaking, but suddenly froze and fell silent for a moment. The person in the room was slightly surprised and asked again, "Is that so? That much?" It turned out that what caused Fang's strange reaction was seeing one side of Miriam Pistelio's cheek swollen and slightly bruised, but the way he calmly held up a paper to read made it seem like he wasn't in any pain at all. He asked worriedly, "Oh my, what happened to your face? That wound?" Miriam Pistelio, while writing something with a pen, calmly replied, "Oh, don't worry about it. It's just a small injury." Then he looked up and continued, "But I hit him more." Fang was astonished to hear him say that, so he quickly asked, "Is there anyone in this world who would dare to use their fists against you?"
He looked away, pondering for a moment, then coldly replied. He said he wasn't the type to let others hit him, so he fought back. After saying that, Miriam Pistelio calmly picked up the documents and continued reading. When he heard him say that, his face broke out in a sweat, and he asked doubtfully, "Is that Duke Carlos?" He calmly replied, "That guy isn't skilled, but his punches are still quite strong." As he said that, Miriam Pistelio recalled the situation at that time. Periel Carlos angrily shouted, "You bastard!" Then he powerfully swung his fist, hitting Miriam Pistelio hard in the face, causing him to lose his balance and fall backward. On Periel Carlos's face, the marks from Miriam Pistelio's earlier punch were clearly visible. He panted tiredly, then smiled and said, "I'm not the type to just let others hit me." He looked straight into Periel Carlos's eyes and coldly retorted, "Me neither." Then both of them started to fight each other, making the atmosphere of the castle even noisier. After getting exhausted, Periel Carlos collapsed onto the floor, panting, while Miriam Pistelio sat beside him, looking at him, and softly called, "Periel." Next he quickly asked, "Is it true that you've been hiding me all this time because Karina asked you to?" He half closed his eyes and calmly replied, "Now I have no reason to lie." Hearing him say that, Miriam Pistelio was a bit doubtful, so he quickly asked, "If so, then why?" He put his hand on his head and sighed, replying, "She lives in her fiancé's house, where they aren't very close. What if she told the truth about her illness and was kicked out?" He coldly questioned, "I know you might not have told me first, but there were still many opportunities to tell me afterward."
Periel Carlos sat up and calmly replied, "I'm not sure. That's just your opinion." Hearing that, he was stunned for a moment. Periel Carlos quickly turned to look at him and continued, "I believe she doesn't want to feel abandoned in her final moments." Hearing that, Miriam Pistelio felt a bit frustrated, so he quickly rubbed his head and said, "You think I'd let her?" He then let out a sigh and continued, "Forget it." Hearing that, he couldn't help but wonder, so he quickly asked, "Are you going to talk to Karina?" Miriam Pistelio quickly covered his mouth, then glanced in another direction, thought for a moment, and replied, "I'm not sure. I need to sort out my thoughts first."
Periel Carlos quickly turned to look and spoke, "You're calmer than I thought, which is good. This issue needs to be approached cautiously." Miriam Pistelio, while rebuttoning his cuff, indifferently uttered a, Seeing Miriam Pistelio's attitude, he couldn't help but be surprised and let out a scoff. He then pondered, silently thinking about Karina Leopold's serious demeanor when painting. "I believe you'll soon realize why she didn't speak. This is an issue between them. It's better to let them resolve it themselves. Giving him too many hints wouldn't be fair anymore." As he thought this, he suddenly glanced at Miriam Pistelio. Then Periel Carlos gently raised both hands, cupped his swollen face, and softly complained, "Oh, my face hurts so much." This made him quickly turn his head to look, and he froze for a moment. He then couldn't help but resentfully mutter, "He only ever hits one side of the face." Periel Carlos, now standing up, continued to complain, "Look at this face, it's terrifying." He then quickly walked to the door and said, "I'll be going now." Hearing this, Miriam Pistelio irritably replied, "Get lost." After hearing the reason for the bruise on his face, Fang quickly spoke up, "Tomorrow the bruise might still be on your face, sir. You must treat it quickly."
Hearing this, Miriam Pastelio quickly looked up, smiled at him, and said, "Although it looks worse than usual, it's not something to make a fuss about. It will fade soon. Compared to this, how are the goods?"
Fang quickly bowed and respectfully replied, "I have brought it to the study as you requested." Hearing him say that, Miriam Pastelio quickly stood up and said, "Then we'll go there now." Seeing this, Fang quickly followed and said, "Miss Karina will surely be surprised." Hearing him say that, Miriam Pastelio immediately spoke up. "Karina has taken her medicine and gone to bed early. She will see it tomorrow." Fang suddenly looked up at the wall and couldn't help but be astonished, freezing for a moment. Because before his eyes at that moment was an oil painting, a portrait of Miriam Pastelio, so beautiful it was indistinguishable from a real person. Fang had some doubt about the painting's author, so he quickly asked, "Is this Miss Karina's painting?" Hearing him ask that, Miriam Pastelio happily replied, "Yes, it turns out that's how I look in Karina's eyes. It's truly marvelous, isn't it?" Fang admired the portrait of Miriam Pastelio and exclaimed, "It truly is a magnificent painting."
With that, the two quickly headed to their destination. At this moment, in the dark corridor inside the castle, moonlight illuminated certain spots. Miriam Pastelio walked forward, lost in thought, realizing, as Periel had said, that he now completely understood why she had hidden her illness from him. Previously, Karina had been a troublesome fiancée, which was why he had promised to break off the engagement. As he thought this, he recalled images of himself with Karina Leopold. But now it was different, and the truth he had learned so late became even more cruel. He bowed his head sadly as these thoughts crossed his mind. Next, Isolde opened a door. Winston or Periel's reluctance to speak wasn't due to disrespect. He then quickly looked towards the window, imagining Karina Leopold sitting there, in the spot where she often gazed at the scenery outside. It was because Karina had always been thinking about her own death all this time. He couldn't imagine the loneliness she must have endured during that time. "This is the first time I've been comforted like this, and it makes me feel better. Now I understand her expression back then," he thought, recalling her faintly sad demeanor. Then he quietly ordered, "Vang, don't let anyone come here until I call. If anyone looks for me, tell them I've gone to inspect the territory." The man replied, "Understood, sir." With that, he quickly went outside to stand guard, while Miriam Pastelio was engrossed in searching for information in relevant books and documents.
As he read, he pondered, thinking to himself, "I must research art disease in detail. Art disease is a rare and incurable illness, which might be due to insufficient research on the disease, but it's too soon to give up." Miriam Pastelio suddenly recalled someone's words, "All the documents I have collected so far will be sent to you," which made him feel a little more confident, as he thought to himself, "I believe I can find the answer here." As he read, he mumbled, "The storm has left many things behind." Then he thought to himself again, "At first, I didn't know if it was empathy, but now I know exactly the name of this emotion." Sure enough, you didn't know either. Your distraught face said it all, because there's nothing more cruel than loving someone who is about to die. As Miriam Pastelio thought to himself, he recalled Karina Leopold's appearance and the forced smile on her lips. "But Karina, now I can't live without you." Outside the castle, the surrounding landscape was covered in white snow. Near the fountain, Karina Leopold sat on a bench, pondering to herself. Perhaps because the time for monster hunting was approaching, Miriam and I could hardly talk or eat together. While she was thinking to herself, Hertha next to her was happily licking the white snow on the ground. Every time I asked if he was busy, he would only reply with an embarrassed smile. As she talked to herself, she recalled Miriam Pastelio's smile at that moment.
Then Karina Leopold bowed her head and gave a wry smile, thinking to herself, on second thought, it was understandable that he was busy, because he had already spent too much time with her before. Suddenly she remembered something. "Oh, now that I think about it, I haven't seen Periel recently either." So Karina Leopold looked up at the sky and murmured, "I hope his face is healed." Next she thought to herself again, "The last time I saw Periel, his face was very—" Then she recalled meeting Periel Carlos, seeing his face swollen and bandaged, which made her extremely worried, and she asked, "Oh my goodness, what happened to your face?" He gave a forced smile and replied, "It's nothing." Karina Leopold anxiously moved closer to him and examined the wound, then eagerly asked, "What do you mean it's nothing? Who hit you? It's all swollen." Periel Carlos suddenly glanced away, then awkwardly scratched his face and mumbled, not answering. Karina Leopold suddenly remembered someone, so she couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "Could it be Miriam?" Seeing her somewhat exaggerated reaction, Periel Carlos smiled cheerfully and explained, "It's just a small disagreement. We never really got along back when we were at the academy." Then he started rambling on without stopping, making Karina Leopold feel extremely doubtful and stunned, as she thought to herself, "Is this all right?" After playing in the snow for a while, Hertha also got bored, so it crawled back closer to where Karina Leopold was sitting. Seeing this, she reached out her hand directly towards it and gently said, "Hertha, we'll be going into the forest soon, do you know that?" It was engrossed in enjoying her affection, and when it heard her say that, it became a little curious. Karina Leopold rubbed her face with her hand and continued, "I still can't believe Miriam would do anything I tell them to." Then she thought to herself, "Since when did I consider Miriam a part of my life? The more familiar they become, the harder it is to part."
Suddenly someone spoke up. "There you are," which startled Karina Leopold, causing her to immediately turn her head to look. She quickly stood up and said, "Winston, oh my, is it time already? I'm sorry." Fang replied, "Yes, let's go back to the room now. Breathing in too much cold air isn't good." Hearing that, Karina Leopold quickly ran towards him and replied, "Yes." So unclosed a suitcase and said, "That's enough for the checkup." It turned out that the person who had just examined her was Dr. Winston, who suddenly asked, "How have you been feeling lately?"
Karina Leopold hesitated, still convulsing, but said, "I'm fine." Winston sighed softly and said, "You don't need to lie." She bowed her head sadly and said, "Honestly, I'm not fine at all." Then she fell into deep thought, musing, "Every time the pain torments me, I feel like death might be better, but I can't tell anyone about it." After that, she lowered her head again and gloomily continued, "Lately, I've been feeling guilty towards everyone around me." Hearing her say that, he quickly bent down, placed his hand on her lap, and sternly admonished, "You shouldn't think like that, at least not in front of me." Karina Leopold, hearing this, sadly continued, "You know, Winston, it seems I now feel I've done something wrong to Miriam. I wish I could leave right now." Hearing her say that, he could only silently look at Karina Leopold without saying another word. She suddenly uttered a heartbreaking sentence, "Winston, I'm going to die." Then, clenching her fists, she gloomily continued, "Every day the seizures get worse and the headaches get heavier. My end is very near." Hearing her say that, Winston couldn't help but feel pity and softly called her name, "Karina." Suddenly, there was a knock at the door from outside. A maid quickly entered and bowed respectfully. "Lady Karina, the Lord invites you down for dinner. Do you need any help preparing?" Hearing this, Karina Leopold turned to look at her and smiled. "Ah, all right, come in." Then she turned back to him and said with a hint of apprehension, "Winston, about today's matter." Hearing her say that, he quickly replied, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." She replied happily, "Thank you." Inside the castle at the banquet hall, after changing her attire, styling her hair, and applying makeup, Karina Leopold quickly made her way to the banquet hall. With an incredibly beautiful appearance and a flushed face, she secretly thought, "It seems I've been thinking about Miriam all day today, so now I feel a little embarrassed." Suddenly, someone called her name, "Karina."
It turned out that Miriam Pastellio, with the perfect look of a male heartthrob, had just called out Karina Leopold's name. Seeing his presence there made her a little curious, so she quickly asked, "Miriam, have you been waiting long?" He pulled out a chair for her while gently replying, "No, I just arrived. Please have a seat."
Seeing this, Karina Leopold also quickly walked towards the chair and sat down. Miriam Pastellio, pulling his chair and sitting down, looked at her and praised, "I thought this dress would suit you well. Indeed, you look very beautiful." Hearing him say that, she felt a little shy and stammered, "The dress is lovely. Thank you, sir. Oh, aren't you busy?" He calmly replied, "I'm not. Now, let's get ready to depart." Karina Leopold bowed her head shyly and said, "I feel like it's been a very long time since we last ate together." Miriam Pastellio quickly asked, "Are you lonely?" She blushed deeply, looked up at him and said, "Huh?" He rested his hand on his chin, smiled at her, and teased, "Your expression is saying exactly that." Karina Leopold shyly asked back, "That's not it. Oh, Miriam, are you teasing me?" He looked at her and replied with an indulgent smile, "No, why would I tease you?" She suddenly bowed her head and said seriously, "It sounds strange for me to say it's wonderful to dine with you. After all, you are a busy man."
Miriam Pastellio gently clenched his fist, then softly explained to her, "I don't mind spending time with you at all." Then he quickly asked, "Is that what you wanted to say?" Hearing this, Karina Leopold couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Huh?" Miriam Pastellio suddenly stood up. Then he gently said, "Karina, being honest isn't easy, so I'll be honest first." After that, he gently reached out and touched her face and began to flirt. "I feel lonely when I can't see you." Hearing Miriam Pastellio's incredibly sweet words, Karina Leopold couldn't help but blush shyly and stare at him, so she could only gaze at him blankly and remain silent, while in her heart she began to ponder his earlier words. Seeing this, Miriam Pastellio quickly let go of her hand and asked, "You find it very strange when I say I'm lonely, don't you?" Karina Leopold lowered her head and shyly replied, "No, it's not strange. I'm just a little surprised." Hearing her words, he smiled and looked at her with an affectionate gaze. Then he asked, "Let's have our meal first, shall we? I don't intend to interrupt our meal just for the joy of seeing you." Karina Leopold lowered her head and mumbled, "Actually, I'm also very lonely." Miriam Pastellio felt as though he had just heard her say something, so he quickly blurted out, "Huh?" She quickly spoke up to clear the air, It's nothing. Let's eat." With that, they both began their meal. Miriam Pastellio suddenly asked, "How are you feeling?" This caught Karina Leopold a little off guard, so she quickly looked up at him. Then, as she savored a piece of bacon, she happily replied, "I'm fine." Hearing her reply, he cut a piece of bacon with his knife and secretly yet audibly expressed his relief. "That's a relief. If you're not feeling well, please don't hesitate to tell me." Karina Leopold smiled brightly at Miriam Pastellio and said, "I know. Please don't worry."
Her words brought him some measure of reassurance. He gazed at her with eyes full of affection and a deeply doting smile. His unusual expression left her feeling a little puzzled. He quickly asked, "Is the food to your liking?" Karina Leopold's confusion, far from diminishing, only grew after hearing Miriam Pestelio's question. So she hesitantly replied, "Yes, of course. But Miriam?" Hearing this, he let out a curious, "Huh? Is something wrong?" As he spoke, he glanced downwards.
She mumbled in response, some things aren't going well. He was about to raise his wineglass after hearing her words, when he suddenly stopped, but his hand remained on it. Karina Leopold continued, "Recently I started taking care of a flower I like, but I heard it's wilting." Hearing this, Miriam Pestelio couldn't help but wonder, and quickly asked, "A flower?" When I found it, I learned it was slowly disappearing. I didn't realize you, Sir Miriam, liked that flower." He smiled, looking at her, and said, "Because it's a precious flower, the first of its kind I've ever seen." Seeing his gaze and expression made her quite surprised, while his eyes hadn't left her all this time. Karina Leopold thought in a panic, "Why does he look so sad?" Then she quickly stood up and left her seat. She then immediately walked over to where Miriam Pestelio was sitting and gently placed her hand on his shoulder, her action surprising him slightly, causing him to exclaim, "Karina!" She suddenly leaned down and whispered comfortingly, "It will be all right. I believe you can find such a flower somewhere." Hearing her words, Miriam Pestelio couldn't help but be stunned and quickly looked up at her. He then placed his hand over hers and said softly, "Unfortunately, I can't find it anywhere, so I have no idea how long I'll have to wait to see it again." Hearing this, Karina Leopold smiled at him and reassured him, "If it's not dead yet, then you just need to try and save it, right? Otherwise." Saying this, she quickly thought to herself, "The potion, if it's something I concocted." Then she spoke again, doubtfully, "I don't know if the medicine I concocted will work, even though I haven't tried it on plants yet, but..." Hearing her words, Miriam Pestelio couldn't help but be puzzled and quickly looked up at her and asked, "Why don't you take that medicine? Your seizures could get better. It's like a panacea." Karina Leopold stammered in response, "That medicine doesn't work for me." Miriam Pestelio bowed his head, pondering for a moment, then said, "I see." He then thought to himself, "Is heron my last hope?"
Karina Leopold smiled gently at him and said, "Anyway, next time you should try the medicine on that flower." He, while looking down and searching for something in his clothes, smiled and replied, "Thank you for your concern." Then he took out a square red velvet box from within his clothes, then presented it to her and said, "Hey, this is a gift for you." Karina Leopold, seeing the gift box, was extremely surprised and asked, "A gift? What is it?" He quickly urged, "Open it and see." So she quickly took the gift box and slowly opened it to see what was inside. When she saw a diamond jewelry set consisting of a necklace and 2 bracelets, she was utterly astonished and said, "Miriam, this is..." He quickly explained, "It's a necklace and bracelets made from heron. I asked them to make them as small as possible so they're not heavy, even though it was a bit time-consuming, but..."
Karina Leopold couldn't help but be moved when she saw this precious gift, so she quickly hugged the box to her chest and said, "Thank you." Miriam replied, "You're welcome." Once the initial emotion had passed, Karina Leopold quickly looked up and smiled happily at Miriam Pestelio, then continued, "Thank you so much. May I try it on?" He blushed shyly, staring at her, and replied, "Of course." With his permission, she quickly put on the jewelry set. Miriam Pestelio turned to look at her, then smiled and thought to himself, "I didn't expect her to like it so much." Then he suddenly spoke up, "Karina, may I put this necklace on you?" Which startled her slightly, so she quickly handed him the necklace for him to help her put it on. As he put the necklace on her, he gently praised, "It suits you perfectly." She lowered her head, admiring the necklace, and smiled as she replied, "Thank you." Karina Leopold unhappily thought to herself, "It's even more joyful because it's a gift from Miriam." After the necklace was on, both looked at each other. Miriam Pestelio suddenly leaned down and gently said, "Karina, please don't avoid me." She shyly raised her head and replied, "Yes." Miriam Pestelio slowly leaned his lips closer to Karina Leopold's plump, rosy lips and whispered, "And don't die."
Next, he gently lifted her delicate white neck with his hand, making her blush crimson with embarrassment. And then, what was bound to happen happened. They exchanged their first kisses, making their romantic relationship official. In Karina Leopold's room at that moment, several outfits lay scattered on the bed. Meanwhile, she was forcefully pressing down on her suitcase. She let out a soft sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and mumbled, "Well, that should be enough, right? They said they'd bring my clothes later." Karina Leopold then happily thought to herself, "Finally, tomorrow I'll be able to depart for the forest." Although the maids had offered to help me pack my clothes, as someone living off others' generosity, I couldn't possibly ask for help even with packing clothes. As she thought this, she recalled the scene when the 2 maids had earnestly pleaded with her to let them pack her clothes.
Well, Marian has already given me all the necessary items, but as she thought this, she remembered his smug expression when he gave her the gifts.
Karina Leopold, lost in thought, bowed her head and softly called his name, Marian. Then she fell into contemplation, thinking to herself, Marian makes no secret of his feelings for me. When I see that face, I can't possibly ask him to stop liking me. Although I feel guilty, I'm also happy that he shares the same feelings. This means that my love for Marian has become uncontrollable. Karina Leopold suddenly remembered her first kiss with Marian Pestelio, which made her incredibly embarrassed. She shook her head, thinking to herself, don't think about it anymore. Outside the window, someone suddenly spoke up. Look, I told you to lift your head. This made her a little curious, and she looked outside. It turned out to be one of the 2 guards talking to her magical beast, Hertha. Our job is to count how many you've eaten, and you bowing your head like that makes it difficult for us to count. The guard who was taking notes saw this and quickly reproached. That's why I said you should count before feeding it. The guard from earlier immediately explained, oh dear, I was late today.
Karina Leopold saw this scene, immediately covered her mouth with her hand and giggled, saying, Hertha, you're living so well. Suddenly remembering something about it, she quickly thought to herself, thinking back, Hertha has the ability to talk to other Herthas. Along with her thought came a vivid image and its illustrative statement, no, I am different from them. Then she thought to herself, self-reproachfully, I had intended to learn more but forgot. Next, she quickly turned around and mumbled, when Hertha finishes eating, I'll go down and ask. However, Karina Leopold's head suddenly spun, and gradually, hallucinations appeared before her eyes. Her face also slowly turned pale, and her pupils dilated, like a soulless person. She suddenly fell to the ground, her hands struggling to support her body, and she exhaled wearily. With tears of sorrow and dejection, she thought to herself, I hate this pain. No matter how many times it repeats, I can't get used to it, but I have to keep enduring it. As she thought, she clutched the necklace given by Marian Pestelio in her hand. By the time I die, the pain will spread even further. Her entire body ached everywhere, and then at some point, her body would be compelled to paint, even if she didn't want to, because if she stopped holding the brush, the pain would come. To live, Karina Leopold thought more sadly, her tears falling even more. I will have to continue.
Suddenly, a knock came from outside. The maid immediately entered and bowed respectfully, saying, Lady Karina, please excuse my intrusion. But what met her eyes at that moment was Karina Leopold slumped on the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. She sadly thought to herself, I have to say I'm fine, while the maid rushed over in a panic and said, Lady Karina, are you all right? She then thought to herself, if that person returns. The maid quickly bent down and reached out to her, saying worriedly, Lady Karina, while she in a daze slowly closed her eyes and thought to herself, I'll only make Marian worry more. After an unknown amount of time, a soft hum was heard. It turned out to be Karina Leopold slowly opening her eyes, tiredly thinking, I want to sit up, but... Next, she gently turned to her left, feeling somewhat comfortable, and thought, so warm. Suddenly, she felt something unusual beside her, which made her wonder, what is this? It turned out that the unusual thing was Marian Pestelio lying on the bed, propping his head with his hand, looking at her, and gently saying, Good morning, Karina. Seeing his presence surprised her greatly. She quickly sat bolt upright, her face flushing with embarrassment, and said, Marian. Karina Leopold then began to piece together what she could remember before she fainted. Clearly, I had a seizure yesterday. The last thing I remember is the maid finding me. It's already morning. Has a whole day passed? Marian Pestelio gently stroked her hair and softly asked, You were sweating a lot this morning. Are you thirsty? She replied softly, Just a little, but why is Marian sleeping in my room? As he sat up, preparing to get out of bed, he said, First, drink some water. Then he walked to the table and poured water into a glass. He then handed her the glass of water he had poured. She took it and began to drink. After finishing her drink, Karina Leopold stammered out a question. Marian, I fainted again yesterday, so I don't know what happened. Marian Pestelio quickly sat up on the bed and replied, It's okay.
She found what he said a bit confusing, so she quickly asked, Pardon? He sat cross-legged neatly opposite her and asked back seriously, You're talking about going into the forest together, aren't you? Hearing him ask that, Karina Leopold became so embarrassed that her whole face turned red. She then bowed her head, pursed her lips, unsure what to say next. Marian Pestelio saw her adorable, kitten-like expression and couldn't help but laugh out loud with amusement, saying, Everything you're thinking is written all over your face. After their playful banter, he returned to his serious demeanor and continued, I don't intend to forbid you, so don't worry. I will depart with the first group at 9 a.m., and you will go with the last group, along with Winston and Farrell. Karina Leopold smiled at him and said, Thank you, Marian, but secretly thought to herself, So we're not going together. Marian Pestelio quickly spoke up to explain why the two of them wouldn't be departing together. Because I have to check the living quarters and rearrange everything around them. When you arrive, I will come to meet you, he said, gently lifting her small chin.
Then he slowly leaned in, bringing his face close, intending to kiss her, but he suddenly stopped, a playful smirk spreading across his face. Karina Leopold quickly covered her mouth with her hand, her face flushed, and stammered reproachfully, "Miriam, now is not the time." He smiled indulgently at her and said, "You might faint halfway because of exhaustion." She quickly explained, "It's not because of hunger, I faint only from exhaustion." Marion Pastelio saw that it was getting late, so he quickly stood up and left, but didn't forget to smile and say to Karina Leopold, "See you tonight." She looked at him in a daze and replied, "See you later, sir." Seeing her adorable demeanor, he couldn't resist gently stroking her head.
She unconsciously touched her head, then dazedly watched his figure slowly leave the room. Afterwards, she pondered to herself, is happiness like this truly all right? What kind of relationship is this, after all? Is it an engagement? Even though he had confessed his feelings, and she hadn't replied yet, was it okay to kiss like that? Karina Leopold suddenly remembered something and mumbled, I still need to finish packing my luggage today. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly stood up and got off the bed, resolving inwardly, I want more, just a little bit more. I want to hold on to this happiness.
Perio Carlos was right behind Karina Leopold. Since his best friend, Marion Pastelio, wasn't here, he paid special attention to her. Perio Carlos bowed his head and softly said, riding in a carriage would be more comfortable than riding a horse. Gordon, the captain of the night squad, usually paid little attention to his teammates throughout their journey to hunt magical beasts, but today Karina Leopold's presence was an exception for him. Captain of the night squad, Gordon, tilted his chin towards the magical beast Karina had created with her superpower and asked, "Or do you intend to ride her for?" Hearing Gordon say that, Perio Carlos now noticed the magical beast behind the night squad captain. Hertha stood still obediently, cooperating with the black-haired knight as he put a pretty accessory around its neck. Although it didn't know why it had to wear it or what it was for, Perio Carlos was surprised. "Oh, is that worn to distinguish it from other Herthas?"
Karina Leopold waved from afar, calling the magical beast Hertha. As it looked back, she stepped closer. The massive shadow of the magical beast Hertha, like an umbrella, enveloped Karina's body, shielding her from the sun. The magical beast Hertha roared once, then knelt down before Karina, growling. She stroked its obedient, colossal head and praised it. "What a lovely collar. Do you want me to climb on?" Knight Captain Gordon was a little worried. He carefully warned Karina, "It's very dangerous. Please be careful when climbing on." Karina Leopold sat on Hertha's large, outstretched hand, which was waiting to receive her. It was just like a swing in a park. She cheerfully replied to Gordon, "Yes, it's fine." The magical beast Hertha stood up straight, slowly lifting Karina Leopold high and placing her on its sturdy shoulder. Once he saw that the magical beast Hertha would definitely not harm Karina Leopold, Knight Captain Gordon, who was below, finally raised his head and instructed, "Don't go too fast, and don't go fighting when the young lady is with you." Immediately after that remark, both Karina Leopold and the magical beast Hertha shared the same expression, wide, round eyes staring at him, as if to ask how he could possibly say such a thing. Then the magical beast Hertha abruptly turned its head to look in another direction, whether accidentally or intentionally, completely obscuring Karina. Knight Captain Gordon flared up, "This rascal." Knowing that everyone was ready for the journey, Gordon turned to Karina and said, "All right, we'll be departing soon. Please wait a moment." Perio Carlos strode forward, looking for a suitable carriage for himself. "I also intend to join this group. See you later." Now Karina Leopold finally had time to chat with her magical beast. "Hertha, you appeared in the painting I drew, didn't you?" The magical beast Hertha replied to her in its own language, growling.
Karina continued, "I'm glad you're still alive, but I'm also worried about how you'll live." This time, the magic beast Hertha didn't know how to respond appropriately, so it chose to remain silent. Afterwards, it told Karina, "Master, I live, have eaten." She somehow understood Hertha's fragmented answer. "Eaten? Eaten what?" The magic beast Hertha replied, "I have eaten Tam." Karina was slightly surprised. "Tam? Are you talking about heron? But is that something that can replace one's life? How could that be?" Suddenly, Knight Captain Gordon, who was in front, spoke loudly to inform Karina, interrupting her train of thought. "We will depart now." Karina reacted, quickly replying, "Ah, yes." With that, the carriages began to roll, moving deeper into the forest, where magic beasts awaited them. A sharp slash tore through the forest's previously quiet space. Thanks to Marion Pastelio's strike, the last magic beast they found today fell to the ground. The knight with black hair said to him, "Duke, I don't think there are any more monsters around." Marion looked at the magic beast he had just defeated and asked, "Is this the last one?"
Then he sheathed his sword at his hip and quickly ordered, "Check if it's heron, then clean it up." The black-haired knight obediently replied, "Yes, sir." Miriam Pastelio suddenly sighed as if something was troubling him. The golden-haired knight, Rohan, told him, "Even with this one, heron still hasn't been found." Miriam Pastelio ordered him again, "Then move them so others don't see, and clean up the bloodstains."
Upon receiving that unavoidable order from the Duke, not only Rohan but all the knights present stared in astonishment, their mouths agape, unable to close them. Knight Rohan shrugged and bravely voiced his thoughts. Yes, sir, with so much blood, how can it all be cleaned? Miriam Pastelio looked at him as if he had fallen from the sky, but he still tried to continue speaking to Rohan. What if the next group sees it and gets scared? What will you do then? Knight Rohan stubbornly wanted to clarify with Miriam. He didn't understand why the Duke gave such an order, but encountering monster corpses wasn't a rare occurrence. What was there to be scared of?
However, he immediately flinched as the black-haired knight strongly squeezed his shoulder. The knight gave a humorless smile, hissing through gritted teeth. "Shut up, you blind idiot." Rohan's eyes widened in pain. Slightly angered, he yelped, "Hey, what was that for?" The black-haired knight still hadn't removed his hand from Rohan's shoulder. "You're too loud," he said. "Go get some water." Once Rohan had gone to fetch water, the black-haired knight finally spoke. "I'm sorry. Rohan isn't a bad person. He's just not very perceptive." Marion Pastelio, however, wasn't angry at all. He told the black-haired knight, "All right, clean up."
The black-haired knight looked away into the distance, asking Duke Mirion Pastelio, "Will the lady arrive with the following party?" Mirion replied nonchalantly, "Yes." The black-haired knight assured him, "I understand. We will clean up thoroughly, leaving no foul smell." Mirion Pastelio stood motionless, watching the energetic knights clear away the splattered red bloodstains on the white snow. He thought to himself, "I'm not sure Karina would pay much attention, but I still don't want her to see these things. Love, empathy, pity, it's hard to define my feelings whenever I think of Karina. I don't even know what she's thinking whenever she smiles at me all this time. How many times has my thoughtlessness hurt her? How many times has my thoughtlessness hurt her?"
Mirian's eyes were bloodshot as he mumbled, blaming himself. Mirian felt terrible for being unable to help the girl he deeply loved, not even with the simplest thing, making her trust him enough to open up to him. "You make me feel like a fool. You don't wish for anything, don't beg, don't demand, and don't share your thoughts. You keep everything to yourself until the very last moment, but I have no intention of waiting until the end, for you to leave me and then quietly depart somewhere." Meanwhile, the rear detachment led by Knight Captain Gordon was approaching Miriam Pastelio's knight contingent. The magical beast Hertha carried Karina Leopold on its shoulder. Matching its pace to the hooves of Knight Captain Gordon's cavalry, it seemed the magical beast Hertha was uncomfortable about something. All along the way, it had growled softly more than once. Grr. Karina Leopold stroked the magical beast Hertha, gently asking it, "What's wrong, Hertha? Are you uncomfortable somewhere?" The magical beast Hertha growled softly again, a reply it wanted Karina to understand. Grr. It was truly miraculous how Karina could fully understand everything the magical beast Hertha wanted to express through just a soft growl. This is awkward. I can't ask the soldiers to speed up the carriage because there are too many people here. Of course, that wasn't the answer the magical beast Hertha wanted to hear, and it protested with its actions. Heck.
Hertha was currently feeling both annoyed and flustered. Hertha truly couldn't stand the turtle-like slow pace of the troop of soldiers. Hertha ignored Karina, acting petulant. Karina sighed helplessly, resigning herself to the situation. But then, just a moment later, she turned her head and called out the name of the cavalry captain. Gordon. The cavalry captain responded in surprise. "Did you call me?" Karina Leopold hesitated slightly when she had to tell him this. "Oh, it's nothing. It seems Hertha is feeling uncomfortable." "Can we go ahead?" Captain Gordon seemed unable to believe this situation would occur. Go ahead? Finally, after a period of deliberation and Karina's persistent efforts to persuade him, Cavalry Captain Gordon agreed to let the magical beast Hertha carry her forward to lead the way. Karina steadied herself to avoid falling as the magical beast Hertha, utterly thrilled, galloped along the dirt path deep in the forest. "Hertha, are you comfortable now?" The magical beast Hertha reached out a hand to hold its master, while Karina Leopold, embracing the magical beast Hertha, used her other hand to firmly hold the hat on her head. With a smile that crinkled the corners of her eyes, she asked Hertha, "Now that we've slowed down like this, you must feel better, right?"
Without a single reminder, the magical beast Hertha stretched out and ran incredibly fast on all four of its limbs, its speed many times faster than before. Karina Leopold involuntarily cried out in surprise. Her delighted cry echoed throughout the forest. "Oh, oh, oh," Karina exclaimed. "If we keep going this fast, we'll surely reach our destination and open the path soon." No sooner had she finished speaking than she seemed to see something ahead. Oh, she saw a figure with a sword at their hip. Their attire was not much different from the cavalrymen in the night order led by Gordon, Karina Leopold thought to herself. There's no way there would be someone in this forest, unless it was... Karina Leopold quickly recognized the person. She called out from a distance, drawing the person's attention. "Mirion!" Duke Mirion Pastelio was momentarily surprised, his pupils dilating. He hadn't expected to meet her here, at this very moment, and so soon. "Karina!" he exclaimed. Karina Leopold gently patted the side of the magical beast's head. "Hertha, stop for a moment and let me down," she said.
The magical beast Hertha immediately nodded upon hearing the command and stopped. It slowly knelt down, carefully letting Karina dismount safely. Meanwhile, Miriam Pestelio had just walked over. Miriam Pestelio smiled, reached out, and took Karina from the magical beast Hertha. He said gently, his words carrying a hint of reproach, "I told you to take it slow for safety, but it seems you couldn't manage that."
Karina Leopold was carried down by Duke Miriam. She smiled and explained to him, "Hertha wanted to run, and besides, I've never been so happy." Karina felt incredibly excited riding on the magical beast Hertha's shoulders. Then she thought of the war horses that Knight Captain Gordon had ridden to get here. "I wonder what it feels like to ride a horse on my own. I'd like to try it sometime." Miriam Pestelio suddenly let go of Karina. He raised his hands and slowly removed the cloak he was wearing. Duke Miriam Pestelio courteously draped his cloak over Karina. He looked at her and gently said, "The winter wind is very cold." Karina Leopold felt a momentary embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed red, and her breathing became a little hurried, her breath visible as white mist in the cold air. Therefore, Karina didn't dare to look directly into Miriam's deep, affectionate eyes. I'm really fine. Coming here with Hertha was no trouble at all." Miriam Pestelio was silent for a moment. He seemed to want to admire the beauty of the girl in front of him. Miriam had something he wanted to say to her. Then he smiled brightly, agreeing with her casual remark, "If you like, I'll teach you how to ride a horse." Karina looked at him joyfully. "Really?" Miriam replied confidently, "Yes." Regardless of how those lovebirds joked and cared for each other, the magical beast Hertha was still sound asleep by itself after the long journey with Karina to this place. It curled up and slept soundly. Karina Leopold exclaimed joyfully, "Wow, that sounds incredible, doesn't it? I thought you would say no." Miriam Pestelio held Karina Leopold's slender hand to help warm her up a little. You want to ride a horse that much?"
Karina bowed her head low, honestly telling him, "That's one of my bucket list items." Duke Miriam Pestelio was surprised. It seemed this was the first time he had heard of this novel phrase, bucket list. Karina explained to him, "Oh, it used to be very popular in the capital before I left." Miriam realized, "Is that so? This is the first I've heard of it." Karina casually uttered a seemingly random remark. "Well, everyone has to die, don't they?" Her sudden words startled Miriam, filling him with fear. His eyes widened, his pupils constricted and turned bloodshot. What is she saying? Karina continued her explanation. "It's just that no one knows when it will happen, so it became popular with the meaning of living and doing what you want." She continued speaking with a calm face and an indifferent tone, strangely composed. Or, to put it simply, it's a list of things one wants to do. Miriam Pestelio suddenly spoke up at this moment, right after confirming that Karina had finished explaining. "What else?" Karina momentarily didn't understand Miriam's intention. "Huh?" Miriam looked at Karina with sad and pained eyes. "The bucket list." He reached out and draped her cloak back around her, wanting to conceal the true emotions in the depths of his eyes. Or rather, he didn't want her to see his current state, at least not right now. "Besides that horseback riding, what else do you want to do?" Karina Leopold fell silent for a moment, pondering to herself. "My bucket list, playing with family, introducing my paintings to the world, painting many beautiful scenes before I die, and I want to travel with Marion, order lots of sweets and try a piece of each kind. I want to raise pets, marry Marion and have children. I want to give my children all the love I never received. I want so many things, but above all, I want to tell him, I like you. I like you very much." Yet, when forced to voice it, Karina Leopold shook her head and told Marion, "It's nothing." Of course, Marion, the Duke of the Northern Region, didn't believe that. "Nothing? Just tell me," he pressed. Karina Leopold suddenly became stubborn and obstinate. "It's just some fun stuff. I can do it anytime. It's fine." Miriam Pestelio sighed. "Everything's fine for you, isn't it?" Karina asked him again in surprise, "Excuse me, what do you mean by that, Your Grace?" But Duke Miriam did not answer Karina's question. Instead, he just took her hand and said, "It's nothing. Let's go." Miriam adjusted her cloak for her. Karina stammered, "Oh, I can do it myself." The Duke interrupted Karina's offer. "In this case, your suggestion holds no sway with me. Your hands are freezing. Put on your gloves quickly." Then Miriam clicked his tongue. I just don't understand." Karina Leopold smiled and said, "It's because Miriam's hands are so warm." Miriam Pestelio mercilessly objected. "No, it's your hands that are too cold." So Karina Leopold finally allowed Miriam to do as he pleased. She dared not resist him any further. A moment later, Karina smiled, gently stroking her hair, and realized, "This is my first time in this forest. It truly has a very fragrant scent. So this is what it feels like to be surrounded by the scent of grass, trees, and earth?" Karina Leopold thought to herself while holding Miriam's gentlemanly hand. "Suddenly, seeing this scenery makes me want to paint a picture so much." As if understanding Karina's thoughts, Miriam smiled and told her, "Your painting supplies are with the later convoy, so no matter how much you want to, you'll have to wait." Karina was utterly astonished when he saw through her thoughts. "But how?"
Miriam Pastelio gently placed his hand on her cheek and caressed it softly. I told you, he said, your thoughts are written all over your face. Karina Leopold could no longer smile. Her eyes welled up with tears. Her lips trembled, on the verge of crying. This time, Miriam had made her truly feel his sincere love and genuine concern. Emotionally, Karina spoke. I can tell you one thing on my bucket list, and that is to see Miriam looking happy. Duke Miriam Pastelio was very surprised. Me looking happy? Karina replied honestly. Yes, I want to see Miriam get married and then have children. But without waiting for her to finish her sentence, Miriam Pastelio frowned. Wait, who are you talking about? Does that include you? Karina Leopold cast her eyes down, too cowardly to meet his gaze and answer. Are you talking about me? Miriam Pastelio gripped Karina's hand firmly. Karina, you often evade, so I'll speak plainly. I have no intention of loving or marrying anyone else. I love you.
At this very moment, a thought suddenly surfaced in Karina Leopold's mind, making her shiver with dread. I feel like I'm going to throw up. After Duke Miriam Pastelio had truly bared his heart to the woman he loved, he stood as if rooted to the spot, before Karina Leopold. His hands clenched into fists, Miriam Pastelio waited for Karina Leopold to speak, hoping to hear her true feelings, not the evasion and indifference that caused them both pain. Karina, you, even now, you will surely accomplish everything someday. But when exactly is that someday? How can you be so indifferent, knowing this is the time I'm dedicating to you? How can I protect someone who can smile even with death staring them in the face? What can I do for you? I like you. Duke Miriam Pastelio repeated once more what he had told Karina a few minutes ago, so that the awkward silence would no longer envelop them both. Karina Leopold only now managed to react. She started, looking straight into his azure eyes.
Karina Leopold truly felt heartbroken when Duke Miriam Pastelio didn't hesitate to humble his noble pride just to clearly show her his sincere feelings. It's no one else but you, Karina. I like you. Karina opened her mouth with difficulty. We are truly alike. Every time she wanted to express her feelings to Miriam Pastelio, Karina would unconsciously lower her head very low before speaking. I don't deny having some feelings for Miriam to some extent, but that admiration is simply gratitude. Miriam must have confused pity and love for me. Moreover, this time she looked up at him with a bitter smile. I abandoned you. Immediately, as if splashed with a bucket of cold water, Miriam Pastelio's nose stung, and his eyes held an indescribable sadness and pain. It was as if what Karina Leopold had just said had deeply hurt him, touching the deepest part of Miriam Pastelio's heart. Karina Leopold was utterly surprised, as this was the first time she had seen such an expression on Miriam Pastelio's face. When I saw Miriam's expression, I realized how selfish and foolish my thoughts were. I had thought it was a pain I had to bear alone, so I kept widening the distance. Miriam suddenly reached out his hands towards the girl he loved and called her name most tenderly, Karina.
He hugged her tightly, as if afraid that if he didn't, Karina Leopold might live indifferently and choose to leave him here, alone, solitary in this world. All I need is for you to live. Karina Leopold was utterly astonished. Her beautiful eyes widened. So stunned she forgot to resist, just letting him hold her like that. Miriam continued, as if he was trying to beg Karina for a small thing. All I need is for you to live by my side. Karina Leopold reacted to Miriam's wishes. She pushed Miriam Pastelio away and exclaimed loudly, Impossible. Her eyes widened. Karina seemed very scared, or more accurately, she was shocked, because she never expected that the secret she had kept hidden for so long had been discovered by him. You already know? How? Duke Miriam Pastelio rubbed his forehead. He honestly confessed, without any concealment. I asked the owner of the art shop at that time about the art disease, and I know that disease will claim the affected part. Karina Leopold didn't know how to behave appropriately, so she chose to lower her head and remain silent.
Karina Leopold froze. The place where I hurt is my heart, and sometimes that pain will spread throughout my body. And she reminded herself of a forbidden truth. It was impossible. Karina spoke. Sir, you knew from the very beginning that I would go north. Where I was going, right? Everything I've hidden until now has been nothing but foam. Karina suddenly let out a deep, mournful sigh. Then suddenly she covered her mouth tightly with both hands. Karina Leopold trembled as she slowly backed away, step by step. She gasped as she spoke. I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry. I intended to quietly leave at some point.
Miriam Pastelio rushed to her in a panic, calling her name loudly. Karina! Karina Leopold collapsed onto the cold, snow-covered ground. No! A choked sound. Don't come here! Miriam Pastelio knelt beside her and tried to help her up, so anxious that he swore, Damn it, Karina! Miriam embraced Karina's weak, ice-cold body, holding her as if to meld her body into his own. He wanted to ensure that Karina Leopold would not, one day in the not-so-distant future, leave his life without a word of farewell. Miriam Pistellio gently stroked Karina's hair, whispering comforting words to her. "It's okay, Karina, it's okay." Karina Leopold suddenly trembled violently in his arms, her hands trembling just as much. "I'm sorry, Without waiting for her to finish, Miriam gestured for Karina to be silent. "Shh, you don't need to hold back. Just cry freely." At his permission, Karina Leopold's painful tears fell like rain. She spoke through her sobs. "Why?" Miriam Pistellio looked into Karina's eyes very gently. "It's nothing. I just wanted to say that." He offered a smile to reassure Karina. He wanted her to be herself when she was with him, and more than that, Miriam Pistellio wanted to be a steady shoulder, a source of emotional support for Karina whenever she needed him. "It's okay if you're not okay. If you want to, just cry. If it hurts, just scream. Just do whatever you want." Karina trembled with emotion. "Why are you so kind to me? I am nothing. There's nothing I can do to repay you. I don't even have time left." Miriam Pistellio felt truly heartbroken by Karina's words. "I don't need you to repay anything. I don't need anything at all. I'm not lying. All I need is for you to be by my side." Duke Miriam Pistellio grasped Karina Leopold's trembling hands. "No, please, let me be by your side. Even if you leave me, I will chase after you." He looked at her with a resolute and reassuring gaze. "You don't always have to be okay. Saying that doesn't make one stronger, nor does it mean you're not sad. So when you're not okay, please don't say you're fine, okay?" Karina Leopold truly felt pain at this moment. Tears streamed down onto the dress Karina was wearing. She burst into tears right in Miriam Pistellio's arms. Sob. And then she sobbed, "Actually, I don't want to die." Karina cried loudly, disregarding everything. She spoke her true feelings to him. "I'm not okay at all right now." Duke Miriam Pistellio bent down and hugged her tightly. He comforted her. "It's all right." Karina Leopold clutched his shirt so tightly that her hands trembled. Sob. "I want to live. There haven't been many good things in the past 20 years. Even so, can't I still be happy for the time I have left? Aren't the last memories before death the most worth cherishing?" I comforted myself like that. I tried to endure. Karina Leopold emerged from her overly agitated state. She gradually calmed down. "Miriam." The Duke looked at Karina, waiting for her next words. Karina then said, "There's something I want to tell you." Miriam showed a hint of surprise. "Something you want to tell me?" Karina suddenly told him, "I like you." The sudden confession of feelings startled Duke Miriam of the northern region. His pupils constricted. Karina continued to speak, even as her tears still flowed. "I'm sorry for liking you." At the Grand Museum, people came and went, bustling as if it were a festival. Count Leonhard cheerfully welcomed. "Please come in, Count Leopold."
Count Cassis and Enfrich were approaching. Cassis greeted, "Long time no see." Leonhard then inquired, "What brings you here today?" Cassis looked at the crowded stream of people in front of him. "I heard that a painting by a famous artist is being displayed at this bank," he said. "I heard you acquired it from an auction last month." Leonhard understood his intention and led him to a different route. "Ah, you're talking about the painting by artist Karina, aren't you?" he asked. "We are displaying the painting inside, but—" Cassis was suspicious. "But is something wrong?" Leonhard looked at him apologetically. "Because the painting is already very famous. Even though we guard it strictly, there are still too many viewers." Hearing that, Cassis couldn't hide his bewilderment. How much was he talking about for him to say that? Wait, what exactly is this? His remaining words froze in his throat, unable to be uttered, as he looked at the crowd as dense as ants in front of him. Enfrich stared in disbelief at the people in front. There were many indeed, but they were very orderly and in straight lines. So the rumor that nobles and commoners alike would find it difficult to see the painting if they didn't queue up was true? "I'm truly sorry, sirs. Please stand here." The two resigned themselves to waiting and chatting. The Count felt a strange, almost certain feeling. "Enfrich, I don't believe such a famous painter could be Karina." Enfrich analyzed a bit. "Isn't this painter's work famous because Duke Carlos came to see it? Duke Carlos is known for his close relationship with Duke Periel, isn't he? Father, you're not letting that bother you, are you?" Despite his words, he still sighed impatiently. But what could a Karina who has never properly learned to paint possibly paint? This is a complete waste of time, and we look like fools standing here. "Enfrich, let's go back," he asked coldly. "Father, are you planning to repeat the same mistake?" He was surprised. "What?" Enfrich frowned in displeasure, and though still young, his face had gained a few mature wrinkles as he questioned. "It was your indifference that pushed her to become like this. Did this very family make that always optimistic and cheerful child isolate herself?"
Outwardly, I might say one thing, but deep down I'm filled with profound regret and self-reproach. But do I even have the right to say that? When I heard that Karina had left home, a deep regret washed over me. Remembering the trembling hand that had once pulled me from despair, I blamed myself even more, wishing she hadn't said she was fine, but something else entirely. The warm, happy family picture, in which her image was absent, was slowly cracking. I had thought everything would be fine because we were family. As family, no matter how much she was hurt, when she had nowhere left to go, she would surely return. Recalling her lonely figure turning her back and walking away without a hint of regret, when did that start? Her smiling face had gradually disappeared. Back then, I simply thought she had matured and no longer opened her heart. Her every word echoed in my mind. Do you know, there's a place in this world just for me. Not for Ferdon, Abelia, or you, but a world just for me, where I am the main character. I painfully asked myself, are we even considered main characters in Karina's world? The mere thought was unbearable. If that's the case, Karina, what do you think you are? The more I loved her, the more I blamed myself. Thinking back, I'm the eldest brother, but I've never given my sister a single decent gift. Ultimately, all of this was self-inflicted by our family. Count Cassis asked coolly, "What exactly are you talking about?" I stated frankly, "My point is that what Karina wrote in her letter is entirely correct. Both father, mother, and I, we were indeed too neglectful of her."
You still don't understand the question. So I ask you, where exactly have I been neglectful? If you're going to say it clearly. I've provided for her every need, from clothes, food, and shelter, without lacking a single thing. Envert scoffed. Do you really think so, father? Yet you always considered Karina a difficult child to connect with. That's why I know that even when she behaves like a child, it's enough to annoy you. Cassis was about to say something, his voice low and strained. He interrupted. Father, I'm not trying to blame you. I admit, I'm no different from my parents.
He bowed his head. Neither of us is right for her. His father was still about to speak. Enfrich, my son, after all. Just then, it was their turn to enter. The stern knight, Solemn, invited the next person. He didn't want to say much, because even if he did, his father might not understand, and there were still people behind them, so they should just go in first. You'll know once you see it for yourself. The truth about artist Karina. The exhibition doors slowly opened. Inside was a breathtakingly beautiful poetic landscape painting of mountains and forests, featuring a few figures beneath the trees. Cassis was stunned. He recalled that he seemed to have seen a painting with a similar composition in Karina's room. Is the artist who painted this truly my daughter Karina? Enfrich was also momentarily bewildered, his eyes fixed on the painting. Father, Cassis interjected, all right, you don't need to say anything. This painting truly is hers. That's not it. What I mean is that hill over there. The Count looked perplexed. A hill? Aha, it's exactly like the area behind our mansion, and it also resembles the painting of hers I saw before. He pointed. Isn't there something painted under the tree? Cassis, not particularly concerned, turned away. Under the tree? I can't see it clearly, so I don't know either. We need to return quickly first. I need to find out more about the organizer of this auction.
It's us. Enfrich's words made him pause. What was drawn under the tree was us. The Count looked pleased. So that's it. It's a good thing Karina hasn't forgotten her family. Anyway, the matter needs to be clarified. Do you know what it means, father? He asked. He looked puzzled. Enfrich, why did she draw it like that, after all? Explain it clearly to me. Your father is old now. I can't reach your mind. He thought of the image of her quietly sitting and watching the happy family, while she herself couldn't get close. It means that while we were there playing, Karina had to be lonely at home by herself. He felt that this painting contained her solitude, Karina Leopold's feelings as she watched us alone from a corner of the room. The Count still didn't understand. Is that so? Isn't she a child who has trouble fitting in? She also usually draws realistic paintings. Enfrich covered his face, hiding his emotions. His voice trembled. When I saw the painting, I felt the loneliness of being alone in this world. Cassis remained silent, not speaking. Emotions surged within him too. That's right, even if he didn't want to admit it, this was clearly a warm landscape, with cheerful spring sunshine and happiness. Yet for some reason, his heart ached as if it were being squeezed.
He had some strange feeling that he couldn't quite identify, but he couldn't voice it like that. He could only deceive himself. "What kind of answer do you expect me to give?" Cassis replied. "I think that painting was very well done. I didn't expect her to be able to paint such a picture. All of our children are talented, so I'm very happy." Enfrich's words made him freeze. "Father, why do you keep pretending not to notice?
He seemed to read his mind. Is it true that when you look at this painting, you don't feel anything at all? And when you read Karina's letter, you weren't angry at all? Cassis sighed sadly and admitted, I feel very guilty for not realizing this situation until it happened, so I intend to meet her and talk directly. He turned away so Enfrich wouldn't see his emotions. But I don't fully understand the painting. My feelings are no longer the same as before. They seem to have become hardened. Someone who has lived their whole life like that won't change easily. He lowered his gaze to look at him. No, there's still a chance. Even if you deny it, I am sure that when you saw this painting, you also understood something. Looking at the expression on his face, he could be sure of that. Anfritz grasped his shoulder. I will bring Karina to meet you as soon as possible. Cassis nodded. Yes, I know. Anfritz decided. I must send a letter to the north. I will bring Karina back.
At the camp, a pair of shoes came into view. Gordon quickly stepped out. Sir, you've arrived. What now? Suddenly he stopped short. Miriam was now carrying Karina, who was fast asleep in his arms. He gestured for silence. Shh. Have the tents been set up yet? Gordon replied with a hint of concern. I heard they're almost all set up, but... Miriam knew what he was about to say, but still cut him off. Just prepare the sleeping arrangements inside first. That'll be enough. Gordon's gaze didn't leave Karina, a hidden apprehension in his eyes, but he still led the way. Please, this way. Inside the room, Miriam carried Karina towards the large bed. He gently placed her on the bed.
Before her defenseless sleeping face, Miriam couldn't help but reach out and touch the hair on her forehead. Suddenly, Karina's tear-streaked face, when she had desperately said, I'm sorry for liking you, appeared in his mind. Miriam bit his lip uncomfortably. Just then, Gordon entered, carrying a tray. Sir, here are the wet towels and cold water. Miriam's voice was hoarse. Put them here and leave for now. Gordon obediently placed the tray on the table. Yes, sir. Then they both exited the tent, one following the other. Miriam's steps were quite hurried. Gordon couldn't keep up and stopped, asking, Sir, where are you going? Miriam didn't even turn his head as he replied, I'll be right back. In the leafless forest, snowflakes covered the entire forest in white. Miriam stood beneath a tree, smoking, his gaze distant. The hand holding the cigarette trembled involuntarily, and Miriam muttered helplessly, I couldn't do anything but comfort Karina, who was sobbing.
The reason I feel so pathetic is... Thinking of that, Miriam couldn't help but punch the tree trunk hard with his fist. His helplessness surged, and Miriam cursed, Damn it! Karina's calm face as she spoke of death appeared in his mind, and Miriam wondered, what on earth was she thinking? What made her hold his hand to her chest and think about things she wanted to do before dying, as if nothing had ever happened? The cigarette fell onto the snow and went out. Miriam mumbled unconsciously. What should I say? Phrases began to form in his mind. Sorry for liking me? No, that's not it. No, whatever I say. To Karina, it would still... Finally, Miriam closed his eyes in helplessness. His internal conflict remained unresolved, yet it was unavoidable. When Miriam returned to the camp, Gordon was already standing there. Sir, Miriam addressed him. Gordon calmly said, I just arrived, but the young lady... Miriam reassured him. She just arrived a moment ago. She's resting now. Gordon, remembering her docile sleeping form, exclaimed, She listens to the young lady more than I thought. Miriam didn't give it much thought. We'll probably have to delve a bit deeper to understand.
Gordon, understanding, said, I see. Well then, I'll excuse myself to go arrange my luggage for a bit. Miriam replied blandly, Yes. Miriam pushed aside the tent flap. As he walked, he thought, Is she still asleep? A soft voice rang out, making him turn his head. I was worried you wouldn't come anymore. Seeing Karina sitting by the bed, Miriam was puzzled. Did you think I would abandon you? Saying so, he walked over and sat beside her. Karina chuckled. It seems I've been too arrogant with Miriam, haven't I? I'm worried if I'm feeling annoyed because I cried too much. Hearing that, Miriam also smiled. Why would that be? The atmosphere between them suddenly fell silent. Suddenly, Karina called out to him. Hey, Miriam. He looked over anxiously. Huh? Seeing his expression, Karina's face was filled with remorse. If Miriam feels uncomfortable, then you can just forget what happened just now. Those meaningless words. As she spoke, her hands touched each other awkwardly. Actually, I just cried, but I'm really fine, truly. So, she finished with difficulty. You don't need to make that expression. At this moment, Miriam truly had an expression of fear and hurt. Even he himself raised a hand to his face and asked, What kind of expression am I making? Is it an expression that's not right for her?
Miriam also began to be honest, even though I don't know what expression you're referring to, but the fact that I have that expression means that I am now feeling that emotion from you. Karina frowned. Please don't be like that, my lord. Suddenly, Miriam took her hand. It is you who shouldn't do that to me. He unexpectedly brought her hand to his face now filled with sorrow and a plea. Please make me a fool. Karina smiled. Since Mirian is a man of many loves, you are already foolish enough, my lord. Mirian's voice carried a stubborn insistence. That's still not enough. Suddenly, Mirian knelt down on both knees. Karina astonished. Mirian. Mirian now humbly pleaded with her. Please express your true feelings to me honestly. Please don't run away from me anymore, and let me be by your side.
Karina quickly knelt down with him, speechless with astonishment. Mirian had considered schemes or threats to appease her, things that would make her want to live, or at least entertain the thought. He pressed his lips together, not daring to lift his head to look at her. Everything I thought of before I burst into this tent was meaningless, he thought. She wants to push me away until the very end. Karina looked at him with a worried expression, her hands on her lap unconsciously clenching. Finally, Mirian could only say, "Don't die, Karina." His weak voice echoed, "Please say you want to live." Karina was stunned. Mirian's arm lifted. "Karina, please." Karina's thoughts raced. How could? This desperate face, her eyes welled up with tears. Before her now was Mirian's sorrowful face. He wept in despair, and sincerely uttered 3 words, "I love you." Karina reached out her hands and embraced Mirian. Inside the tent, Karina sat quietly reading a book, but her mind was still filled with those images from 2 weeks ago. I couldn't respond that I understood Mirian's plea and confession, she thought. Her face at that time seemed to say, the plea to live, not to die. In truth, that was my most earnest wish more than anyone else's. But because it was such a heavy plea, I couldn't casually say I agreed. But Mirian?
Mirian then buried his head in her lap and said, "You don't have to answer, just become my lover." He looked up and said with utmost sincerity, "So that I can be by your side until the very last moment." Karina was stunned then. That day, for the first time, I coveted things I couldn't have. Mirian was still speaking. "But if you have the chance, promise me that you will try your best to live." At that moment, Karina smiled and said, "I promise." Back in the present, Karina closed the book, troubled. That was my best answer for Mirian. A knock sounded at the door. Mirian, as usual, walked in and asked, "Karina, have you eaten yet?" Seeing him, Karina brightened. "Ah, Mirian." She stood up with a smile. "I haven't eaten yet. I'm waiting to have dinner with you." Mirian and I had only recently become lovers. It had been 2 weeks. The official conquest had also begun a week ago, and Mirian was occasionally absent. When Mirian wasn't around, I spent time chatting with Periel and learning to paint. While others might find it monotonous and boring, for me, it was incredibly precious time. At this moment, Mirian was approaching her. Luckily, I've already instructed someone to bring food, she thought. Karina teased, "What if I've already eaten?" Mirian played along, teasing back, "Then I'll just eat 2 portions, won't I?" Karina burst out laughing. How could that be? As she spoke, she reached out and touched his arm, probing. "You must have had a tough day. Are you hurt anywhere?" Mirian smiled. "No, I promised you I wouldn't get hurt." Karina continued to probe. "Really?" Her hand explored his body. Seeing her demeanor, he chuckled. "Yes, truly, I'm not." Suddenly, he leaned in close. "Compared to that..." From outside, Fang's voice rang out. "Sir, we've brought the food. I'm coming in." Before he finished speaking, he stepped in and saw the 2 almost touching lips. Both were startled to see someone. Mirian, experiencing such a situation for the first time, couldn't help but feel embarrassed. His face flushed red as he exclaimed, "Damn it, leave it there and go." Fang and 2 other maids, their faces beaming, scurried away. The dining table was laden with simple, light dishes. Mirian uncomfortably recalled the 3 beaming faces with meaningful smiles from earlier. Those people, he thought. I don't like those gleeful faces. As he was drinking water, someone called, "Hey, Mirian." His drinking motion paused. "Huh?" Karina, blushing with embarrassment, didn't dare look at him. "Will they come in here again?" Mirian replied, "No, if I don't call them, they won't need to come in here." Karina heard this and her lips parted slightly. Finally, she innocently asked, "Then why didn't you continue?" Mirian didn't understand for a moment. "What are you talking about?" Only then did Karina turn to look at him, her face flushed. "I mean what happened just now." Mirian understood immediately. His face turned bright red. "Did I mishear, or was it a dream?" Karina was flustered. "No, if you don't want to, that's fine. Let's just eat." Mirian leaned in close. He gently placed his lips on hers. Both closed their eyes. Karina gripped his shoulders, letting out a soft gasp. The kiss ended and they both pulled apart simultaneously. Mirian, with deep affection, called her name. "Karina." Karina was startled. "Yes?" Mirian, with a sincere expression, once again said, "I like you." Karina smiled happily.
Mirian acted like a rogue, demanding, "Kiss me after you eat, okay?" Karina turned away shyly. "Come on, stop joking." Mirian became serious again and said, "Tomorrow we will move our troops a little closer to the mainland, so make sure you eat well." Karina was overjoyed. "Really?" Mirian nodded. I found a very good place. Although it's a bit far, it's a spot where you can see the winter mountains." Karina exclaimed in surprise. "Wow." She smiled happily. "Just imagining it already sounds wonderful." Mirian rested his chin on his hand.
gazing at her adoringly. You want to try painting the winter mountains, don't you? Karina chuckled foolishly. You can tell just by looking at my face. Karina secretly recalled herself drawing. After arriving here, she had been drawing under someone's supervision, but was that really okay? Suddenly, Miriam asked with concern, You haven't had any seizures today, have you? Karina pursed her lips and replied, Miriam's large hand took hers. Don't even think about lying. You decided to be honest with me. Karina, helpless, had to tell the truth 3 times. But the pain wasn't too severe. She added, It's strange. Ever since I entered this forest, the pain seems to have lessened a bit.
Miriam seemed to sigh in relief. It was indeed thanks to Heron, wasn't it? He continued. If it has that effect, then it's truly fortunate. Tomorrow they asked me to bring the corpse of the demon beast Heron to him. Karina was surprised. Periel? Miriam nodded. That's right. They said it needs to be reconfirmed. The problem is how to find it. Karina nodded. That's right, isn't it? Oh, that's right. Did you hear Haida's words clearly? Miriam didn't answer her question. Thanks to your Haida, the control over the other Hertha has decreased. Haida, who participated in the conquest at Karina's request, was more obedient than I thought. Although it went mad during the conquest, perhaps thanks to that, it built friendships with the soldiers. Miriam suddenly said. But Karina was puzzled. But Miriam helplessly said, That thing ate Heron. Despite that, he still smiled. Though it's a bit regrettable, it seems to be eating instead of being eaten. After the research is complete, Heron won't be needed anymore. Karina seriously asked, Is Heron the brain of the beast or something similar? Miriam didn't think she would think that. The brain of the beast? Karina recalled, yes, Hertha had said that it had eaten the beast's brain instead of your life. At that time, Hertha had indeed said slowly, Master, life, instead of, I ate. Miriam secretly recalled, the beast's brain. I've heard it somewhere. It was only then that he remembered. Wait a minute, I've clearly heard that phrase before. Long before this place became imperial territory, it was called that. Karina gasped. That long ago? How could Hertha, whom I created, know about that? Miriam speculated. The art of creating miracles will cost you your life. Heron replaced life. Karina nodded. If Hertha's words are true, then it seems that way.
Miriam speculated further. If that's the case, does it mean Heron will become the sacrifice for that price? Karina was speechless with astonishment. But the lives I created, they are beings with reason and at the same time without reason. They follow my commands or requests, but cannot do anything on their own. However, this time, the Hertha I created is different. I'm not sure about the first Hertha, but is it because the second Hertha is described as more insane? It is an intelligent creature that can act on its own and desire something. Karina lowered her head, looking at her plate. What's different about Hertha? I don't even know anything about Heron. Miriam reached out his hand. I don't know either. In any case, I must report this to Perio Carles, he said, brushing food from the corner of her mouth. If you can help, that would be great. Even the smallest clue is very important now. You don't need to worry, just relax. Karina, embarrassed and flustered, adjusted her hair. Yes, thank you, sir. Miriam asked. Are you done eating? You've only had a little. He then pushed a plate of food towards her. Here. Karina smiled, and the two continued to chat and eat cheerfully.
In that snowy forest, Miriam, his body covered in blood, stepped on a dead Hertha. He wiped the blood from his face. Miriam at that moment was a cruel, bloodthirsty figure, his eyes glowing red, his voice growling each word. Next. The knights around him gaped in horror at the sight. One of them wearily rubbed his forehead and groaned. How many days has it been? The knight in front was also tired of the scene. Duke Carlos has also joined in and is asking us to collect more Heron. As soon as the new information about Heron and Hertha reached Periel, his reaction was as surprised as I had predicted. Periel at that moment showed considerable interest in the matter, assessing, Heron is a miraculous substitute, worth our research. Suddenly, he ran his hand over the glass on the table and changed the subject. Compared to that, can you truly communicate with Hertha verbally, not telepathically? Karina was slightly taken aback by the sudden question. Yes, even if it's a bit broken, I can still converse. Miriam felt Periel's question had a reason. Do you think this is a clue? Periel's serious face gradually darkened. We must investigate further. Bring the corpses of the monsters holding Heron here, as many as possible. And now the corpses of the monsters were piled high. A guard, even though he was wearing protective gear, couldn't help but exclaim in panic, Do we have to move all those Heron-bearing corpses too? The accompanying knight collapsed, looking pitiful. Honestly, I can't go on anymore. I'm so tired I could faint. The other knight turned to Gordon for help. Captain, help me. Gordon was helpless.
He wearily rubbed his temples and sighed. Gordon looked at the tired knights sitting on the snow and thought, everyone must be exhausted. If they continued like this, more people would surely get injured. After thinking this, he looked over at Miriam, who was facing away from him in blood-stained clothes, wondering about his situation. Gordon mustered all his courage and stepped forward, calling Miriam. Sir? Miriam turned his head. Gordon, with a serious expression, said, I think it would be better if we returned to the encampment now. Miriam didn't understand. Why? Gordon seriously summarized the situation for him. The knights are all exhausted. If they continue to overexert themselves, there will be many casualties. Miriam was a little stubborn. Then let's rest for a bit. Finally, Gordon had to offer a strategy. The young lady must be waiting for your return. Miriam's eyes wavered. Gordon, doing this for the first time, looked up at the sky in embarrassment, realizing 3 days had already passed. Miriam's blood-stained hand caressed the sword at his hip, and he nodded. That's right.
Finally, he ordered, first, just carry back the bodies you can carry. Carry? No, I mean, so the knights can rest comfortably. The knights, upon hearing this, gaped in horror once more, feeling as if they were hearing about the sun rising in the west, even more terrifying than that. They all cursed inwardly. Lies. The bodies were piled up in small heaps. The knight carrying them also had to frown. Even carrying just fragments of bodies was already very heavy. Behind them, another knight was weeping miserably with body fragments on his shoulders. This is the first time I've hated going on a conquest so much, the person carrying alongside him muttered in despair. I should have volunteered for the inspectorate. Miriam, a short distance ahead, turned his head and urged, Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and get over here. The knights quickly perked up. Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Miriam led the way with a bag of monster remains on his shoulder, his white clothes now terrifyingly stained with blood. Behind him, knights carried other body parts. Miriam, walking, suddenly stopped, realizing Gordon was looking at him with a puzzled expression. Miriam put the bag down from his shoulder and seriously asked, Is there a lake nearby? Gordon honestly replied, If it's a lake, there is one, but is there a problem? Miriam stared blankly at his blood-stained hands and mumbled, She probably wouldn't want to see me like this. Gordon didn't expect to hear such a reason. Huh? Miriam directly tossed the bag to Gordon, then walked away casually. You lead the others ahead. I'll go as soon as I've washed up. With that, he hastily turned in another direction. As Gordon stood helplessly, a mournful cry echoed from behind. That captain! 2 knights rushed over, crying and clinging to his legs. Boo-hoo! Are we going to die? Save us, please! Boo-hoo! Gordon disgustedly struggled to free his legs. Let go quickly. Don't cling to me with those bloody bodies. Elsewhere, Miriam's combat uniform and sword were thoroughly washed by him, pristine white. He exhaled sharply in the cold lake water. It's already been 3 days. Karina must be waiting for me, waiting for me. Objects on the table were neatly arranged. Perio drew back the curtain and nodded. He looked at what he had been researching. So the heartened magical beasts are indeed born this way. Suddenly he saw something. Perio fearfully rubbed his face. What's wrong with my face? No. What day is it today? A few hours earlier, Gordon walked in and asked, Where should we put these magical beasts? Perio said displeasedly, You've caught too many useless ones. Just stack them behind the tent. Let me rest for a bit first. Currently his face was pale and greenish. There are too many magical beasts to examine. I really need to rest for a bit.
With that, he exited the tent. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept in. Perio squeezed his eyes shut. Huh? What's happening? Standing before him now was Miriam, fresh from a bath and clad in an extravagant outfit. What's wrong with you? Perio asked, surprised. What's up? When did you arrive? Perio challenged. I need some time to rest too, you know. What's wrong? Have you taken a bath already? Miriam, startled, averted his gaze. What? Perio quickly grasped the situation and nodded. All right, you look quite human. She'll probably be very surprised. Nevertheless, he reported seriously, I have some good news for you. I've learned a bit about how to use heron. Miriam's voice was filled with surprise. Really?
Periel's expression was serious. Well, perhaps Karina's life can be saved, but the chances are very low, and I also don't know if Karina can endure it. Moreover, if my conclusion is correct, then the conditions are quite complex. Miriam repeated puzzled. Complex conditions? Periel didn't say much. No, I will inform you when I am certain. Miriam warned seriously. This time you absolutely must not deceive me. Periel lazily turned away. If I deceive you again, I truly won't have any face left. His single statement confirmed what he had said just now. Miriam secretly rejoiced. This is truly good news. I felt annoyed by that guy's grimace. But anyway, a great achievement has been made. If the cure rate is low, then we'll find a way to increase it.
His sword-wielding hand at his side clenched. Before being certain, he had to keep it a secret from Karina. Miriam's mood brightened considerably. There was hope now. He spoke up. Then I'll go see Karina too. It had been 2 months since the expedition began. The amount of heron collected so far was enough to fill a tent, and even wandering through the forest, it was difficult to spot the beasts. Although the conquest seemed easy, the Huda leader was a difficult problem. They appeared at the encampment, attacking by surprise and growing increasingly aggressive. And Karina's condition was also worsening. Even with heron by her side, extreme pain and an intense longing for art were eroding her little by little.
If she couldn't paint, she would cause a commotion and harm herself. At this moment, Karina lay quietly on the bed. Winston spoke up. It seems she has calmed down, but the situation becomes more worrying each day. Miriam's face was stern. The conquest will end soon. The rest is just Huda. However, thanks to Karina's Huda, the numbers have been halved, so I intend to withdraw the troops gradually. Fang also discussed seriously. Certainly, staying in the forest for too long is not beneficial for us. Miriam felt the same way. That's right. Tell Periel that I will withdraw the troops in the next 2 or 3 days. We must move Karina to a better place. Fang obeyed. Yes, I understand. Miriam took a glass of water and sat down by Karina's bed. The other two understood and left together. Miriam raised his hand to Karina's cheek and gently called her name. Karina.
Karina suddenly woke up because of Miriam's movement. Miriam asked, "Are you awake now?" Karina sat up, scratching her head. "Yes." He offered the glass of water in his hand. "Here." She was taken aback. Holding the glass of water, Karina guiltily just looked at it. "I'm sorry, I had another seizure, didn't I?" Miriam comforted her. "It's okay, no one here blames you for your illness." As he spoke, he raised his hand to caress her cheek. Karina was surprised by Miriam's tenderness. Miriam suddenly leaned in and gave her a big kiss on the cheek. Then he looked at her with adoring eyes. "You look so pale." Karina shyly rubbed her cheek. "Sometimes I feel like this isn't my own body. It's not like I'm addicted to drugs, but rather addicted to painting. Isn't that funny?" Miriam suddenly called her name. "Karina." She stared blankly. "Yes?" Miriam smiled and said, "Shall we go for some fresh air?" Karina was surprised. "Now?" He nodded. "Yes, now."
Karina's lips moved as if she wanted to say something. Miriam directly grabbed the blanket from the headboard. "You mustn't catch a cold. Take this blanket with you." He wrapped the blanket around her and effortlessly lifted her bridal style. Karina exclaimed shyly, "I can walk by myself." Miriam chuckled, "I don't want to. This is a lover's privilege." In the ice and snow-covered forest, Karina took a deep, comfortable breath. She sighed contentedly. "The air outside is just lovely." Miriam looked at her. "It seems like it's been a long time since I've seen." Karina casually asked, "Seen what?" Miriam sincerely replied, "Your smile. You've looked very sad these past 2 weeks." Karina blamed herself. It's because I hate not being myself. One day when I woke up, I found myself having hurt Periel, and when I woke up again, I found myself scratching Miriam. And one day, I even hurt myself. Miriam comforted her. "That's unavoidable." Karina gave a faint smile. "Even so, I still feel like I'm going crazy. If I were at the Count's mansion in this state, I'd be called insane and tied up." Miriam's footsteps halted. He called her name, Karina. On that snow-covered path, Karina cut him off. "It's true, Miriam." Her hand clenched over her chest. Karina spoke with frustration. "If things continue like this, one day I might not be able to open my eyes again." Miriam's voice was pleading. "Don't imagine such a thing."
Karina continued to pour out her heart, saying that she used to not be afraid to imagine death, but now that was in the past. Miriam only asked one question, "Do you want to live?" He placed his forehead against hers, saying, "As long as you want to live for me, that's enough. As long as you don't want to die, I ask for nothing more." Karina seemed relieved. Thank you." Miriam continued walking. His cheerful spirit returned. "It's nothing. Oh, tomorrow is the end of winter, isn't it? Even though we can only see the cliffs blocking the path and the dark, inaccessible mountains, but—"
Karina smiled and said, "Let's go on a date." Miriam chuckled, "Yeah, let's date." And then the two shared a passionate kiss. The oil lamp remained lit. All the research proceeded smoothly. Miriam continuously supplied magical beasts and heron. Thanks to Winston's support, I was able to focus on my research. At this moment, Periel's face was filled with helplessness as he mumbled, "But why?" Finally, agitated, Periel swore, "Damn it, but all the hypotheses I've put forward so far have failed. The price of a creator is different from other artistic ailments. There's no way to reclaim their lost lives. Does this mean the final conclusion is that Karina must die?" Winston's voice rang out, sounding rather troubled. "I'm very sorry this old man couldn't be of much help." Periel froze. He rubbed his forehead, reassuring him, "No, it's not that. It's my failing. Regardless, even as a creator, I can't find a way to save Karina. I feel darkness on all sides with no way out." Suddenly, Periel's mood plummeted, and he gradually panicked, wondering, "What if Karina really dies? What should I do? What if I can't find a way within a certain time, Winston?" The more he spoke, the more his panic intensified. I probably won't dare to face Miriam for the rest of my life, and Karina might even resent me for not keeping my promise to her.
Winston reached out and took a report. It seemed this old man was worrying needlessly. Didn't they know his capabilities well? Winston reassured Periel in his own way. "Moreover, you don't need to shoulder everything yourself. Even if it's a little, I'm also trying to help. And you are too, Sir Periel. Besides, he drew back the curtain and saw a dead deer someone had placed there, along with the wild game Hertha had just left. Periel involuntarily recalled Hertha's docile, praise-seeking demeanor after catching wild game, and felt helpless. This means I'm taking care of Heron, so you want me to feed it, right? Seeing that his spirits had stabilized, Winston patted his shoulder. Don't be stressed, sir. If you take a deep breath, you might see something different. Periel gave a faint laugh. I feel like a burden has been lifted from my shoulders. Winston smiled. Then that's good.
Periel brightened up again, looking at the papers on the table. Well then, he returned to his research. Let's try to prove the last remaining hypothesis. I wonder what you would do. Saying this, he handed over a piece of paper, surprising Winston. His eyes widened as he realized something. Periel was still speaking. If that hypothesis is correct, Winston hastily interrupted. I think we should speak with you, Sir Periel, without delay. Then he suddenly asked a question. Are you afraid? Periel was surprised he noticed. You're very perceptive. Is it due to your age? Winston said profoundly. If I may be so bold as to offer you advice as someone with experience, then as you grow older, you will realize that the things you fear are actually nothing at all. He paused for a moment and continued. That means when you speak up about something you believe is wrong and get scolded once, it's not that serious. Periel replied. Is that so? Winston smiled. Isn't enjoying the feeling of fear as a thrill a privilege of the young? Periel chuckled. You're still very young yourself. Winston teased. Someone my age is practically on their way to the coffin. Periel played along. Don't say such things. Stay with me for a long, long time.
Inside the Leopold mansion, Dahlia's questioning voice echoed, Are you really going to the north? What about things here then? Cassis replied while putting on his outer coat, I have to bring Karina back. I'm sure she's in the north. Enfrich has also been constantly telling me to go. Dahlia's tone softened when she heard Enfrich's name. Ah, is that so? I heard Enfrich is going too. Cassis continued, As a precaution, Nocturne will also accompany us on this trip. I've already hired a private doctor for Leah, so there's no need to worry. Dahlia turned her head in surprise. Son, do you know you are the future of Fatoute's house? Do you absolutely have to go? The weather in the north is very harsh, and the nobles there don't cooperate with the capital. Enfrich sighed. Mother, I can't just sit around waiting like this. Even if it's because I feel guilty towards Karina, we must meet and talk. Don't you feel that way? Dahlia said nonchalantly. Even though I also feel guilty towards Karina, what if both the head of the house and the heir are absent? The trip will last for 2 months. She paused for a moment, then added, Besides, upon inquiry, I heard that the artistic disease is not life-threatening. Didn't Karina just lie because she was angry with us? Enfrich bit his lip. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and yelled in extreme anger. Mother, I know that too, but why would Karina need to lie about that? Even if it's not life-threatening, it's still a disease that can lead to the loss of limbs or eyesight.
Dolly was stunned by her son's expression. Enfrich, Cassis rubbed her temples. Enfrich, stop it. What exactly are you saying to your mother? Enfrich also knew he had been too agitated, so he suppressed his discomfort and turned away. I'm sorry, Cassis continued. Besides, your mother is right. I've also looked into it, and art sickness can be cured if one stops practicing art. Isn't there a simple treatment to make her stop painting? Enfrich's face darkened and he thought to himself, they completely don't understand anything. If there was such a simple treatment, then why couldn't Karina stop painting? Despite that, he calmly spoke up. Everyone is missing the fundamental point. Karina cannot be abandoned, just as a knight cannot abandon his sword, or a scholar cannot abandon their books.
She wanted to paint so badly. At the entrance, Cassis, Enfrich, and Nocturne were all fully prepared. Abelia upstairs asked worriedly, Father, brother, are you two going to friend's sister? Ferdon also ran worriedly to the banister. Can't I come along, big brother? Cassis spoke up. The journey is very long and dangerous, so you cannot follow. We will bring your sister back, so just stay here and wait. Abelia asked worriedly, Will sister come back? Cassis walked over and patted her head. Yes, definitely, because we are family. Abelia's voice was whiny. I want to see sister. It's so sad without her. Cassis comforted her. Yes, when Karina comes back, we'll play together again. Enfrich remained silent from beginning to end. He seemed to be evaluating his sibling. This scene truly depicted a perfect, undisturbed family. Enfrich frowned, thinking, Sister? Is a family only complete when someone is missing? That cannot be allowed.
Karina, if you're here, do these people truly believe you'll return? Nocturne, standing nearby, spoke up. The horses have arrived at the gate. Enfrich urged, Let's go quickly. We must go quietly. Father, Cassis said, then affectionately stroked Abelia's head. Yes, let's go. Stay strong. The three of them left the mansion together. Enfrich spoke up. I seem to have heard that your teacher is also in the north. Nocturne chuckled. Ah, yes, they said they needed my opinion on something, so they called me just in time. What perfect timing. Enfridge asked again, "Are you good at riding horses?" Nocturne replied, "I've learned before, so it's fine." The three of them mounted their horses. Enfridge commanded, "From here, just head straight north." Cassus took the lead. "Let's go." The three horses set off together, Enfridge's eyes filled with determination and anticipation. The three of them continued riding north, to where they believed Karina was. In a certain snow-covered forest, a girl's figure stood there, looking around. That person was none other than Karina. She gently brushed her hair aside, carefully observing the surrounding scenery. Looking at the large snow-covered mountain in front of her, Karina couldn't help but wonder, is this the very edge of winter? In the room, there was not only Karina, but also Miriam. He walked over to her and explained, "That's right. From a distance, it looks quite majestic, but when you stand this close, it just looks like a cliff." Hearing his explanation, she moved closer to the cliff and timidly reached out her hand. "Oh, is this snow? Can I touch it?" Standing behind her, watching her, he readily agreed. "Of course. The cliff looks very sturdy." With his permission, she reached out her hand and touched the cliff face.
Then, as if sensing something, she closed her eyes, her voice full of wonder. "It's truly miraculous, like a giant dragon frozen into an ancient tree." Her words made Miriam wonder. "A dragon? Yes, I don't understand why, but suddenly I have that feeling." After a while, Karina let go of her hand and moved to another spot, asking, "I wonder what's on the other side." Following her gaze, he explained, "That area has been sealed off for a long time. We don't know what's on the other side anymore." While he was still speaking, Karina's attention fell upon their clasped hands, and she smiled happily at them. As the atmosphere gradually fell silent, Karina's regretful voice rang out, "Once we return to the mansion, we won't be able to sleep together anymore." Miriam, who had been silently listening to her words, couldn't help but feel confused. What are you talking about? Even if we return to the mansion, of course we'll still sleep together." "But," she hesitated, "every time I sleep, I feel pain." Karina recalled the previous night's image of herself writhing in pain while Miriam was frantic with worry. "I don't want him to witness this again."
His hand tightened around hers, affirming, "Karina, we are a couple, aren't we?" That's right, she couldn't deny it. Emboldened by her response, he pressed on. "What else is there that we can't do? We're even engaged." "I've already given you the annulment papers," she replied softly. At her words, Miriam pretended to look away. "I seem to have spilled coffee on it and then thrown it away somewhere." At his words, Karina panicked. "What? Threw it away where? Do you know what will happen if you throw away the annulment papers? What if something goes wrong?" In contrast to her panic, he was very calm. "Oh, come on, nothing will happen." Saying that, Miriam lifted Karina into his arms. Held in his embrace, Karina gave Miriam a passionate kiss. The two continued to embrace and kiss passionately amidst the falling snow. Even as her lips slowly parted from his, Miriam was still stunned. Karina suddenly surprised Miriam by giving him a quick, friendly kiss on the cheek. Miriam blinked in surprise, clearly not expecting such a bold gesture. Seeing his reaction, Karina immediately became shy. Miriam smiled warmly and said with amusement, "You really know how to surprise people." Embarrassed, Karina lowered her head and tried to hide her flushed cheeks. Noticing this, Miriam gently teased her. "So you already did what you wanted. Is there anything else you'd like?" Karina hesitated for a moment before answering softly. Miriam, could I have a hug?" For a brief moment, Miriam paused and thought. Seeing his silence, Karina quickly waved her hands and said nervously, "I'm sorry. If that's strange, you can ignore it. I just read about it in a book from the library." Miriam laughed lightly and reassured her. "There's nothing strange about that." He then glanced around the open field and continued, "But we're still outside right now. Let's head back first." They walked toward the horse together. Miriam helped Karina climb onto the saddle, and she let out a small, surprised sound. "Oh?" After making sure she was seated comfortably, Miriam looked up and asked with a gentle smile, "Shall we head back to the mansion?" Karina nodded, still a little embarrassed but smiling. Without letting her say anything more, he climbed up and sat behind her. Looking at Miriam, Karina was bewildered. What was Miriam saying? Holding the reins in her hand, she recalled the reason for that action. She had never hugged anyone before, but if this was the first time, she wanted to hug him. His radiant face replied with an abrupt sentence, "I am always ready." In contrast to him, Karina was so embarrassed she almost exploded. What was that? Back at the mansion, Miriam held Karina as they lay on the bed. His hands rested on her waist, his face looking up at the ceiling. "So this is what you wanted to do?" At that question, Karina, nestled in his large chest, nodded repeatedly. Well, this is exactly it, isn't it? Not wanting to make her sad, he could only reluctantly feign happiness. I wish he would hug me like this more often. That would be wonderful." Seeing his happiness, Karina secretly felt incredibly relieved. Thank goodness this wasn't harder than I thought, because I didn't finish reading that book. I kept worrying I was doing it wrong.
Karina's arms held him tightly, and his arms also held her tightly, not letting go. Holding him very tightly, Karina made a wish. Mirian, if this is a dream, I want to dream forever and never wake up. Everything is eternal, right? At that question, he didn't know how to answer and turned his gaze towards the window. If this were a dream, it would be wonderful, because it would last forever, never stopping.
His hand tightened around her waist, about to say something. Karina, But before he could finish, a familiar voice called from outside, Is Karina here? Recognizing the familiar voice, she sprang up. It was Periel's voice. Mirian, of course, also knew who had arrived, his face clearly showing annoyance. I know, so what? Ignoring him, Karina threw Mirian onto the ground and ran out. Yes, I'm here. Pushing himself up with his hands on the bed frame, Mirian rubbed his hair, a vein throbbing on his forehead. Why does this guy always pick the perfect time to show up, I wonder? Periel finally stepped in from outside, looking at him questioningly. What exactly are you trying to do with someone who's sick? It has nothing to do with you, Mirian retorted immediately. Putting that issue aside, he returned to the main topic. I didn't expect you to be with Mirian. What I'm about to say is a bit long. May I sit down? Oh, of course, no problem. The three quickly sat down at the table, facing each other. Once everyone was settled, Periel began to speak. First, Karina, if you return to the mansion, the auction money will be transferred to your name. Hearing this, she was surprised. Oh, are all the paintings sold? They're not all sold, he denied. Seeing this, she looked even more bewildered. Huh? After a brief pause, Periel finished formulating his explanation. Any work painted by the renowned artist Karina is beautiful, which has led to all sorts of bribes pouring into the Carlos family, asking them to help place orders. I'm having a huge headache trying to figure out how much money has flowed in. His spirits dropped only briefly before immediately lifting again. Of course, auctions must provide equal opportunities for all, so I've rejected them all. Seeing her painting receive such enthusiastic support, she was delighted, and I was very happy. Observing her reaction, his gaze held a hint of something quite sinister and dangerous. Of course, that wasn't all. Periel continued the conversation. Besides, I also came to talk about Heron and Karina. Mirian, who had remained silent throughout, couldn't help but flinch upon hearing those two names. What have you found out? Periel opened his mouth to speak, then thought better of it. After organizing his words in his mind for a moment, Periel's expression turned serious. What I'm about to tell you might shock you. I've come up with several hypotheses about Heron, Periel said, then held up 7 fingers in front of the 2 of them, symbolizing the 7 hypotheses. Fearing that his professional jargon might be incomprehensible to the 2, Periel had no choice but to explain in thorough detail. Normally, I would experiment on animals, but for hypotheses that aren't too risky, I use myself as the subject and test all of them. At his words, Karina couldn't believe her ears. Sir, what did you say? As for Mirian, he showed no noticeable reaction, his face remaining as impassive as ever. Periel picked up a piece of paper and read the results aloud. Among them, some hypotheses were successful, while others failed. Hearing this, Karina could no longer contain herself and stood up abruptly, slamming the table in anger. Periel, are you insane? Scolded by her, he still hadn't quite understood. Huh? Insane? You dare use yourself for research without knowing what might happen? She fumed. It's not just my body that's valuable. Periel's body is just as precious. As she spoke, she moved closer to him.
She took his hand, looked at it, then directly into his eyes, and pleaded, I thank you for doing that for me, but I don't want to make Frio sacrifice his body for me like that. Seeing the rosy scene between the two on the other side, Mirian was not pleased at all, but could only suppress it within himself. As if noticing Mirian's discomfort, Periel withdrew his hand from hers, defending his action. I know. I just wanted to conduct a specific experiment, that's all. I'll stop now. Receiving his firm assurance, Karina finally sighed in relief and returned to her seat. Seeing that she had settled back into her seat, Periel presented a piece of paper with a rabbit drawing on it to the 2 of them. But among these experiments, only one hypothesis works for the creator. Before the 2 could even ask, Periel began to explain. First, the creator must pay a price with something they can never get back. It's a price for a miracle, completely different from regaining poor eyesight or recovering lost sensation. Mirian, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. It's clearly completely different from other artistic ailments.
Periel, now facing Mirian, spoke seriously about the matter. That's right. By experimenting with several hypotheses, I can roughly predict how the heron-bearing magic beasts are born. But at this point, Periel suddenly hesitated, wondering whether he should speak or not. Due to his hesitation, the atmosphere gradually became eerily silent. Unable to wait any longer, Mirian was the one who broke the silence. Hurry up and speak. His urging made the veins on Periel's forehead throb. Truly, he lacked any subtlety. Fearing the 2 would argue, Karina reassured him. Don't worry, Periel, I'm ready to hear it. With her permission, he took a deep breath. Immediately after, a shocking piece of information was revealed.
The heron-bearing magic beasts, it seems, have already died once. Hearing the hypothesis he put forth, Karina's face showed utter disbelief. Died? As I said, heron is the source of life, he said, then pushed a piece of paper towards her. That paper turned out to be a detailed information sheet on each part of the magic beast. I think the magic beasts here have eaten something and accumulated heron in their bodies, and once a magic beast accumulates heron in its body to a certain extent, when it dies, it will be reborn. His explanation made even Miriam, who usually maintained a single expression year-round, the horrified. What?
Understanding Miriam's reaction, Periol pointed out some strange things. Don't you find it strange? Every time we destroy the demonic beasts, their corpses pile up in the mountains, yet each year they return in the exact same numbers. Unable to refute Periol's words, Miriam's memories drifted back to the days when he and his soldiers, covered in fresh blood, furiously slaughtered the demonic beasts. It was clear that no matter how hard they tried to eradicate them, their numbers always remained the same. His lack of refutation was a signal for Periol to continue. According to my conclusion, demonic beasts containing heron can regenerate. But how can they regenerate? Karina asked curiously. At first, I didn't believe it either, but after forcing animals to contain heron, then killing and confining them, he paused here, and Karina had already guessed the outcome in her mind. Could it be? Periol revealed the results of his research. Their bodies didn't decompose, and after a week they came back to life and moved. Up to 4 times. That information exploded like a bomb in Karina's mind. 4 times? Periol silently recalled marking 4 tally marks in a certain box during his experiment. And by the 5th time, it was truly dead, with no chance of coming back to life. The image of a white rabbit lying motionless in a pool of blood appeared in Periol's mind.
Returning to the present, Periol continued to inform the two about his research. After dissecting that dead body, heron had completely disappeared. Periol's previous remark seemed to have struck a nerve with Miriam, who slammed the table with a murderous gaze. "Do you mean you want me to kill her? Are you kidding me?" His words made Periol feel so helpless that he tore at his hair in frustration. "Are you treating this as a joke?" Knowing how serious this matter was, Karina placed her hand on us, hoping he would calm down, Miriam. Since she had gone this far, Miriam could only turn away, unable to stop himself from cursing. Damn it. Although he cursed out loud, he managed to calm down a moment later. After calming Miriam down, Karina turned to face Periol. "Furio, that's the best way right now, isn't it?" "Yes." He hesitated.
Even though the answer was exactly as she had guessed, Karina wasn't sad at all. She also encouraged Periol. Then, addressing Foru, she said, "You've done your best. Why are you bowing your head like that?" After much deliberation, Miriam also took her hand, his voice noticeably softer. "I'm fine," he said, "but I will think about what Foru said." Once the two had calmed down, Karina, gathering all her courage, proposed a hypothesis. "There's also a chance of failure," she said. "What if this fails and I die immediately, right?" Her optimistic attitude made him feel more remorseful than ever. Fearing he would shoulder all the responsibility, she comforted Foru, saying, "Since coming here, I have learned to love. Feeling warmth and affection, I realized what was truly precious, became an adult, and even made my first friend. Those things that seemed like mere dreams have become reality." Gazing at the clear blue sky, Karina's eyes held no regrets. Snapping out of his thoughts, Miriam called her name, Karina. She looked up at him with her big round eyes. Now Miriam began to express his feelings in a somewhat sappy way. "I'm so happy now, it feels like a dream," he said. "That's why I can't bring myself to carry out Foru's hypothetical experiment immediately. I'm sorry."
Periol seemed not surprised at all. He just sighed softly. "I understand. If you want to carry out this hypothesis later, you'll need to prepare a container." He stated the necessary things. However, at this point, Periol's confidence was halved. The prerequisite for that container is a bit difficult. Then Periol took out a small wooden box and placed it on the table, explaining, "According to the analysis results of Heron, Heron also has levels from grade 3 to grade 1, and this is a grade 1 Heron." The box was opened, revealing an exquisite purple glass crystal. Karina looked at it and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, it's so beautiful!" But Miriam seemed to know something. "It looks like Aurora." He tilted his head, stroking his chin. Hearing the unfamiliar name, Karina wondered, "Aurora?" Seeing that she didn't understand, he explained, "It's a phenomenon that can be seen in the sky when winter ends, looking like a thin, colorful curtain fluttering in the sky." Holding the box in his hand, Miriam also marveled, "But this is the first time I've seen a heron like this." Periol also agreed with that statement. "It's very small and very rare. I was very lucky to find it. The problem is, for animals of this size, it's fine, but for humans, it's different." "What size is needed?" Miriam asked.
Periol clenched his hand into a fist and pointed at it. The bigger the better, bigger than a fist. Miriam took Heron out of the box, his eyes studying it, his mouth not forgetting to probe for information. "Are there any characteristics of the magic beasts that contain this?" High-level magic beasts containing heron have many scars, and also many fatal wounds. He rummaged through his memory and offered a few characteristics.
I think the more times a magic beast revives, the more scars it leaves behind. Hearing that, an answer formed in Marian's mind. Many scars, you say? Ah, I can think of one like that. A large, ferocious beast appeared in Marian's mind. Feeling a little more at ease, Periel presented a plan. The urgent matter now is to find a level 1 heron, so we must try to find it. Marian thought of something and turned to look at her. Karina. Called by him, she didn't understand anything. Huh? I'll probably have to stay in the forest for now. You, Periel, and Winston should return to the mansion first, he requested. It seemed Karina didn't like this idea much, but letting such an intelligent being live makes me very uncomfortable. It's the one that attacked our territory. If we let it live like this, we'll regret it someday, he explained thoroughly and carefully. Knowing that nothing she said would change his mind, Karina stepped forward and hugged Marian tightly, instructing him, "Don't get hurt, and remember to bring medicine too, okay? I won't get hurt. Don't worry."
Periel didn't object because he knew what kind of person Marian was. With Marian's abilities, it was impossible for him to get hurt. But if you want to confess your feelings like that, couldn't you wait until I'm gone? Marian wasn't bitter at all when he was force-fed a whole lot of PDA. Inside the mansion, Karina held a pen, drawing. It had only been 6 days since her farewell to Marian in the forest, and she wondered if it was due to the habit of being stuck together in a tent every day, and every time she fell asleep, she felt lonely. Shaking her head vigorously to dismiss those negative thoughts, Karina quickly reminded herself, Marian promised he wouldn't get hurt and would return to me. Just then, Fang's voice echoed from outside. "Lady Karina, it's Fang. May I come in?" Karina composed herself and smiled. "Ah, yes, please do." As Fang entered, he said, "You know that around this time our north closes its checkpoints, don't you?" Karina nodded. "Yes, I know." She thought to herself, once the checkpoints close, travel to the north will become more difficult, so she had to hurry. Fang said hesitantly, "Since the conquest is ended, we should reopen the closed checkpoints." But Karina looked puzzled. But Fang looked a bit awkward. "I heard someone requested to pass through the checkpoint, and I wasn't sure what to do, so I came here to ask for your opinion, lady." Karina grew even more confused. "Me?" Fang smiled. "Yes, because the Duke is not here at the moment." Karina knew there was another reason. That was true, but why did it require her consent? Fang's gaze deepened. "It's because—"
He smiled to himself, thinking, "You'll soon be a madam, won't you? She probably won't be surprised, will she?" He spoke directly. "It seems there are people who want to pass through the checkpoint to come here and meet the young lady." Karina gasped in surprise. "Meet me?" Fang nodded. "Yes, according to the report, that person claims to be Count Leopold." His words struck Karina like a death knell. She froze. Fang, unable to clearly see her expression at that moment, continued honestly, "Or, as I recall, it seems the young lady's surname is also Leopold, so I came to ask for your opinion." Karina lowered her head, her eyes lifeless and empty. "If that's true, then that person is my father." She wondered. Father came to the north. Why? The atmosphere suddenly fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Karina suddenly asked, "Fang, you also know that my family and I don't get along very well, right?" Fang nodded. "I know a little."
Karina unconsciously said, "If Marian knew, he would surely have secretly sent them away, wouldn't he? Because he is kind-hearted, he tends to worry excessively." Fang pondered. He wanted to say something, but at this moment he only dared to think it to himself. Since when did the word kind-hearted become associated with the name Marian Pastelio? Unexpectedly, Karina had already stood up and said, as if relieved, "Let those people in. I must meet them." Fang's eyes widened in astonishment, but then he also respectfully bowed his head. "As you command." Just as he was about to leave, Karina suddenly called out, "Oh, and by the way, is there no news about Marian at all?" Fang turned around seriously and replied, "Yes, there's still no news. There's nothing serious. Please don't worry too much." With that, he opened the door. "I'll excuse myself now." The door closed.
Karina was puzzled. At most, he would send someone. Why did he have to come in person, she mumbled, to this north? Even so, she still thought, but meeting in person to talk is good. Does Faller know? Karina looked out the window, unconsciously saying, "It's for me, not for anyone else. For the first time in his life, he sought me out." Then she looked at the painting tools again, her eyes hazy, calling out Marian's name. On the table at this moment was a piece of paper, and with it her fervent words echoed, "I miss you." In the ice-covered forest, Marian exhaled sharply. The conquest officially ended. Only I, Gordon, and Hertha continued the search. But it seemed more than half the pack had been destroyed, and Captain Hertha couldn't pick up a scent. At this moment, Hertha was trying her best to bend down to the snow to sniff. Marian, sitting on his horse, had been still for a long time. He urged, "Hurry up a bit. Don't you also want to save your master?"
His words lingered, so go find something to eat instead of Karina's life force. Gordon sighed at him from the side. Hertha leaned in closer. Gordon couldn't help but chuckle at this sight. It wasn't childish, but the more he looked, the more adorable it seemed. Without attacking, Mirian also smiled, but his mouth said, "Cute my ass." Suddenly, he seriously asked Hertha, "Hey, are you using heron to prolong your life?" Hertha bowed her head even lower without answering him. Mirian was annoyed. "Don't you want to talk to me?" Suddenly, Hertha raised its head. Mirian immediately asked, "Found a clue yet?" Abruptly, it roared ferociously, and Mirian immediately ordered, "Chase it." The path ahead seemed to shorten. Mirian quickly rode his horse to catch up with Hertha's speed. He secretly marveled. Leader Hertha's heron must be really good. Yes, it must be. At this moment, his heart was more restless than anyone else's. If there was a chance to save Karina's life, he had to seize it, even if it was only 1%. Hertha stopped. It stared blankly ahead. Mirian panted. "We're here, aren't we?" He looked around and assessed. The smell of blood is everywhere. It must be here. Hidden in the cliff was a pair of sharp golden eyes. Mirian frowned. "Leader Hertha." Gordon put his hand on his sword, ready for battle. He worried. "Will you surround and capture it?" At this moment, the ferocious Hertha charged forward, opening its wide maw. Mirian's grip on his sword became firmer. "I will definitely kill you." He was more solemn than ever, "So Karina can stay." Fang was standing with Karina. He seriously looked at her appearance. He spoke. "It's fortunate that the master arrived before the young lady's family. Finally, we can meet after a week." Karina happily said, "That's right. Can I go out and greet him now?" Fang gestured with his hand. "Yes." She trotted away like a chick.
She thought, surely he isn't injured anywhere. Mirian stepped in with Gordon, and Karina happily called out, "Mirian!" He saw her and said worriedly, "Karina, it's very cold. Why are you out here?" She said, "Because I wanted to meet you quickly. Even so, you arrived after a week, didn't you?" "Because I missed you too much. That's why I came back quickly." She asked, "You're not injured, are you?" He replied, "No, but I haven't been able to bathe for a while." When he saw her hand almost touch him, Mirian said shyly, "Please wait until I've bathed, then come back." Karina replied, "Oh, all right, I'll head up now. I'm just happy to see you've returned safely." He started to walk, saying, "Wait in my room for a moment. I'll bathe quickly." He turned his head back, and with deep affection in his eyes, he said, "And be with you."
Karina watched his retreating figure and thought, "I wish I could hug him right away." She froze. Karina thought, "I've finally become greedy. Even if I follow Periel's method, my chances of survival are very slim, so I don't want to be greedy. So if only Mirian is left in this world, I will regret the things I've been greedy for. What should I do? Too many people have given me their whole hearts. It seems I've carried too great a burden for those I will leave behind." Karina was sad. "It would be better if everyone just forgot about me," she thought. "The moment I close my eyes and pass away, everything about Karina will completely disappear. If only I could take all the memories of their pain over my death with me. But I really can't leave them behind and go. I still can't give up hope." In Mirian's room, he moved closer to her. Karina asked, "Mirian, aren't you tired?" He replied, "It's fine. Have you been waiting long?" She saw his hair was still wet and said worriedly, "Yes, your hair needs to be dried a bit more." He asked, "May I come a little closer?"
She happily replied, "Of course." He quickly approached and hugged Karina. She asked, "Are you all right, my lord?" He buried his head in her shoulder and replied, But I couldn't catch him. I'm sorry. The leader of the Herta used another Herta as a shield and escaped. I can't leave the territory for too long, so I had to temporarily return. I'll go back to catch him later." She comforted him. "You've done very well, my lord. If you had been any later, I wouldn't have been able to wait for you anymore." He looked at her. "At first, I intended to return to check on the territory for a few days, and then continue, but now there's something more urgent to deal with than that." He looked at her silently. "Karina, you just need to tell Count Leopold to pass through the checkpoint. I've already received a report from Fang."
Karina sighed. "Oh, you already know. I was wondering when I should tell you. I'm sorry for making my own decision." He sincerely said, "No, you can do as you wish. But why do you want to meet him?" Karina honestly replied, "It's just that if I don't meet him, he'll think I'm an unfilial child for the rest of his life. I also have something I want to give him." She continued, "I want to end things peacefully." He replied, "It's true. You're fine. Don't worry about me." She responded, Thanks." Mirian gently kissed her forehead. He softly said, "It would be wonderful if you stayed by my side for the rest of this life." The silver-haired man said, "I have an idea. What if we try to absorb Heron before Karina's time runs out? But we are humans. We can't devour Heron like magical beasts. Mirian, would you consider accepting Periel's proposal? If successful, it could transcend the time limit." He said, Even so, I only wish you could live by my side for as long as possible." He hugged her tightly. "So even if we fail, let's create unforgettable memories together." Karina said, "I'm not scared anymore." The two exchanged a sweet kiss. "Honestly, the North has no etiquette whatsoever when it comes to obeying nobles. Haven't we been waiting outside for a very long time without being allowed in?"
"Huh? From Duke Periel's perspective, it would be very difficult for us to be guests, wouldn't it? They will certainly object to the disrespect shown at the city gate earlier. The younger man said wearily, Well, it's better to wait a little longer. Come to think of it, where has Nocturne been since we arrived? Ah, he said he had to meet his teacher privately from the very beginning. His destination was already the north. The older man thought, Anyway, nothing has been satisfactory since we started coming here. Miriam entered, saying, You two must have been waiting for a long time. The two stood up to greet her. The older man said, It's been a long time since I last saw Duke Periel. I didn't expect Duke Periel to be here as well. The younger man smiled and said, I had some business, so I came here. Then he added, You two must be tired from traveling so far, and it's been a long time since you last saw her, hasn't it? Karina followed behind the two. She called out, Father! I apologize in advance for the unexpected visit. A voice echoed in the room. Cassis spoke up, showing his displeasure. But I couldn't stay put after hearing that my daughter was being troubled here. Fang stood to one side in the back, clearly annoyed.
Miriam then retorted, Karina isn't causing any trouble at all. You don't need to worry. He then continued, So, Count, what brings you all the way to the distant northern region without a word of prior contact? Periel sat on the other side, sipping his tea and glancing at Miriam, thinking to himself, That cunning fellow. He then began to assess Miriam, noting how long it took for the man to use honorifics with him. Inside, he was seething, but he had to pretend to be solemn, to pretend otherwise. Karina merely sighed, looking at Miriam. Periel, after assessing him, calmly returned to his composure. Perhaps you've already guessed, but I've come to reclaim my daughter. Enfric sat silently to one side. Cassis angrily clenched his hand into a fist, pressing it against the armrest. Even though there's an engagement, you two aren't truly married yet, so I cannot allow you to be together. This is also unreasonable. Miriam forced a smile and said, Unreasonable, you say? Periel, witnessing his attitude, thought to himself, he's angry now. Then isn't it enough to simply get married? He blurted out unexpectedly. Cassio, full of doubt, asked again, What did you just say? Carrion also looked at him in alarm. Miriam ignored Cassis and turned to Karina. If what you say is the problem, then all we need is for me to marry Karina, and everything will be resolved. Marriage also requires procedures, and furthermore, Karina's health isn't good. Cassis spoke up, with Enfric, who had been silent until now, sitting beside him. First, I intended to take her back to the mansion or the Count's estate for treatment. Hearing her father say that, Karina froze on the spot. So I think the marriage you mentioned is still too soon. Her face saddened as she listened to him speak, thinking to herself, It's still the same. He didn't ask for my opinion even once. He truly never changes. Breaking free from her thoughts, Karina then spoke up. I have no intention of returning to the capital or the Duke's estate. Hearing his daughter's reply, Cassis was a little bewildered. What? Seeing his attitude, she repeated, Didn't you hear me, father? I said that I have no intention of returning home or to the mansion in the capital. He snapped angrily. Daughter, what kind of insolence are you speaking to your father now? Karina indifferently placed a hand on her chest, her eyes slightly weary. Insolence? I'm speaking very seriously. I don't want to go back. I'm just stating my opinion. Seeing this, Enfric grabbed Cassis's hand to hold him back, thinking to himself, This situation is worrying. I must intervene. She sighed and continued to reply, I was the one who spoke to get father through the northern checkpoint. Originally, I intended to let father return, but I've changed my mind.
Karina, with a somewhat judgmental look in her eyes, spoke up. After all, if father doesn't see it with his own eyes, he won't believe it. If I don't speak clearly, father will just assume the best again. I don't like that. Cassis, agitated, suddenly stood up. What? You've become far too arrogant lately. Enfric also stood up. Father, please calm down. Miriam and Fang both looked at him, their faces showing a hint of anger. On this side, Karina, though a little scared, still met his gaze. Didn't you come all this way because you had something to say to me? Because I once wrote in a letter that if you had something to say, you should come directly. Cassis couldn't hold back when he heard her say that. He immediately roared, Of course! How could I possibly let it go after reading a letter like that? No matter how angry you are, how could you tell your parents to treat you as if you were dead? She sat there silently, listening without a word.
Then Karina bowed her head and softly called, Father. Looking up with a bright smile, she said, I wished for you to suffer, father. Enfric was stunned by her words. Karina, I understand you're angry, but don't be like this. Let's talk properly. She replied, Brother, everything I needed to say I've already said dozens of times before. I have nothing more to add. To be honest, I have nothing left to say. Those words left Enfric speechless. Both father and mother worried about her so much, yet Karina didn't utter a single word. She had wished for that concern sooner, even if it was trivial, less affection than her siblings, even if it was just a warm handhold. Enfric stood there, looking at her with sad eyes. Karina, I'm sorry. Upon hearing that, her eyes subtly looked up. Cassis spoke in a deep, warm voice. I should have cared for you more. I didn't know. No, saying I didn't know is just an excuse. After seeing your paintings exhibited in the capital, I realized how lonely you truly were. Brother, do you remember what I said before I left the mansion?
When I bite my finger, it's not the finger that hurts. I am not flesh and blood to this family, but merely a burden. Karina, don't be like that, Karina expressed. You've always been like that. Even if you see, you pretend not to see. Even if you don't understand, you pretend to understand. Don't you know that's the most despicable thing? Because I don't want to hate you anymore. Please don't say that again. Enfrich could only hang his head now. And she suddenly stood up. There's something I've always wanted to ask you, Father. Sadness appeared in her eyes. Father, have you ever loved me? Cassis merely replied perfunctorily. You are my child, aren't you? Even if you have your shortcomings, what parent doesn't love their child? So suppose Abelia and Ferdinand left home without a word, and you heard they were gravely ill somewhere, on the verge of death. Would you act as you are now? Would you doubt their illness, take a very long time to thoroughly search for them, and upon meeting them, make decisions without asking for their opinion? She stood there, questioning him word by word. After speaking, Karina fell silent. Miriam sat there, looking at her thoughtfully. I wouldn't do that, he said, still not getting to the point, but instead evading by blaming Karina. Even if parents make a small mistake, no child would do this. You don't know how to repay the kindness of your upbringing, and yet you... She just gave a faint smile. Yes, Father. Thank you for raising me until now. You always said, Father, that you raised me without lacking anything. Father, this time I unilaterally ordered the checkpoint to be opened without asking Miriam, because I wanted to say one last thing to you.
I will return everything. The money my parents spent hiring a wet nurse to raise me, the money for my food and lodging. If you don't bring it back, I will calculate it beforehand and send it to the Count's mansion. Cassis, having lost all patience, shouted, What? What ungrateful words are you speaking? She still didn't answer, clenching her hands as she continued. And my household registration. You can just assume it's been sold or that I'm dead, she firmly declared. I no longer wish to be your daughter. Finally, please pretend you don't know the artist Karina. Karina's hands trembled with fear in her heart, and the pain grew more severe. I don't want to be involved with Leopold anymore. I have 3 things I want to tell you. Her vision gradually grew hazy. Seeing this, Cassis quickly called out, Karina Leopold. Karina, with weak, half-closed eyes, tried to say, Father, you discriminated against me compared to my other siblings, but deep down I thought differently. I had to endure it. If I faint now... She gradually lost her balance and swayed forward. That's why now, I don't want to acknowledge... Gasp. Fortunately, Miriam stepped forward just in time, extending his arms to catch her. Karina!
Periel also rushed back, turning his head to look at the doctor. Damn it, give me the medicine, quickly. She lay in Miriam's arms, clutching her chest in pain. Ha. It's happening again. Karina, please, just wait a moment. Karina, wake up. The voice urged her she was about to fall into unconsciousness, while Cassis just stood there, his body rigid. In the room now, Karina lay on the bed, surrounded by Periel, Miriam, and Winston. At this moment, he spoke up. For now, the emergency treatment is complete. She will recover soon. Miriam sighed in relief. Seeing this, Periel immediately asked Miriam, what about the Leopold Count's family? We left them in the reception room and just left. Miriam crossed his arms and replied indifferently to Periel. What else is there to do, besides getting out of my sight as quickly as possible? They have nothing to do with us. It seems Karina didn't even get a chance to finish talking. Are you trying to steal that opportunity? Hearing Periel's words, he leaned his head back, his face a little somber. Then he clicked his tongue and turned his head away. Seeing Miriam didn't bother to answer, Periel continued to babble. Right now, because Karina's in front of you, you're just pretending to be well-behaved, aren't you? It's not like you at all. Actually, you also had something you wanted to discuss privately with the Count, didn't you? Miriam retorted angrily. I am not pretending to be well-behaved.
Periel sighed helplessly. If I lose my temper now, it's pointless. Forget it. Anyway, we still have to deal with them first. Yes, Karina looked like a sleeping princess, her face currently immersed in a beautiful dream. Then Miriam gently came to the bedside, placed a light kiss on her head, and said, I'll be back soon and be by your side. Sleep well, Karina. In the study from earlier, Cassis and Enfrich were still there. He indignantly crossed his arms over his chest. My daughter fainted, and they tell us to sit here and wait? We are Karina's family. What right do they have, after all? Enfrich, next to him, put a hand to his chin as if deep in thought. Still here? Miriam's voice made Cassis stand up in surprise and anxiously ask him, Your Grace, what's happening? But I am Karina's father. Miriam replied indifferently, Even if you are a duke, you have no right to interfere. He let out a breath and put a hand behind his neck, flatly uttering a phrase. Get out of here immediately. Cassis was astonished. What? What did you say? Are your ears deaf as well? I said, if you don't want to die, get out of this place immediately.
Enrich, his face etched with worry, finally spoke up. Is Karina all right? Miriam heard the question, his face turning slightly menacing, his voice icy cold. Whether she's all right or not, what does that have to do with you? Karina is my sister.
Miriam confidently strode past the two of them. Seeing this, Cassis added, "Your Grace, do you realize how good you are being right now? How can you be so cold to a family worried about their daughter?" Rude, his steps suddenly halted. Sitting down on a chair, Miriam rested his chin on his hand. "So, barging into someone else's home without permission, yelling insults, and hurting someone I wouldn't even dare touch for fear of injuring her, that's polite behavior." His sharp eyes flicked upwards, and he continued, "Consider yourselves lucky that Karina heard you were coming. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to set foot in here, and naturally, there would be no returning alive and unharmed." Cassis stood before him, not fearful, but wary. "We apologize for coming here without prior notice, but my daughter has been out of contact for months, and I had no other choice."
I had no idea she was so ill. Piriel slowly sat down on a chair. Hearing Cassis's words, he scoffed inwardly. How ridiculous. He recalled his conversation with Cassis. It seemed Cassis didn't even know his daughter had an artistic illness, did he? How could that be? Piriel silently cursed. The person who told me about Karina's illness is right here. How can he say such nonsense? His gaze flickered sideways. Piriel chuckled to himself. Just as Karina said, he only hears and remembers what he wants to hear. Even with a family like that, Karina must have had to comfort herself, overcoming disappointment and sorrow, telling herself 1,000 times that everything would be all right, feeling as if she were alone on a deserted island, and having given up decades of her life and sacrificed her very life, she painted images of parents who could only be by her side for a fleeting moment.
She was so happy to embrace false embraces, seeking to fill the void of unrequited love. She had to brace herself and endure such hardship, with scars from hundreds of emotional wounds etched onto her chest that would never fade, yet she still tried to return. Until she walked out of that house on her own 2 feet, what was her state of mind then, with no place to turn to? Finishing his thoughts about Karina, Piriel smugly said to Cassis, "Haven't I told you gentlemen about Karina's illness? I remember mentioning it a few months ago," he said, silencing him. "That matter." He turned his face away. "Since that child is still healthy, I simply couldn't believe it." Miriam, who had been sitting silently until now, finally spoke. How interesting. I don't understand how many people can drive me so mad, Count. Ever since I met Karina, I've clearly noticed her poor health. She not only looks lifeless and can't eat properly, but she also struggles with pain, constantly having difficulty breathing and crying every night." Enfrich's face went blank as he listened to him recount her illness. Miriam looked up. If you didn't even attend the engagement ceremony, how could you possibly know about this?" That remark silenced both of them, leaving them unable to utter a single word. Cassis clenched his hand. That matter. I didn't know. If I had known the situation was so serious, then... Karina is a child with a faint presence. Of course, that made me overlook her more, but...
I thought I had raised her, providing her with everything she needed. Do you really think that simply saying I didn't know is enough to be forgiven? He looked directly at Miriam and said, "Even though I've only just found out, I will take her south for treatment and have a serious talk with her." Miriam also looked straight at him, without preamble, and said, "She cannot be taken." With a calm gaze, she added, "Karina doesn't have much longer to live. She will die on the way there." Seeing this, Enfrich panicked. "Are you saying she doesn't have much longer to live?" Winston appeared from nowhere. He bowed and asked, "Your Grace, may I explain to them?" "Yes." Enfrich and Cassis turned towards Winston. "The young lady suffers from the most dangerous type of art disease. It is a disease that erodes one's life force every time a miracle is created." His face fell, becoming sorrowful. In fact, miracles are the most certain sign of the existence of art disease. Because it usually manifests very clearly, parents are typically the first to discover it. But no one discovered it in Karina's case, and she herself didn't know what it was, so she just kept drawing endlessly. Cassis was completely silent. I remember Karina once showed me her paintings when she was little, but I couldn't recall what the painting looked like or what Karina's expression was at the time.
He finished thinking and rubbed his forehead. Parents are just people too. They can't be perfect in every aspect, and everything is a first time for them. So, before he could finish his sentence, another one interrupted, saying, "Even if they're not perfect, they should at least strive tirelessly, shouldn't they?" For Karina, this is also her first life, and you are her first unique parents, and only in front of you could she truly be a child, but you snatched that opportunity away. Count Leopold, you repeatedly ignored a child reaching out for help, and it lasted for 20 years. As he spoke, Miriam rose from his seat. Cassis's face changed color. He stammered, when suddenly a hand grabbed his collar and shouted, "Duke!" Miriam, with a terrifying expression, looked straight into Cassis's eyes. Do you know that Karina once disregarded her own fate? She even smiled and said it was unavoidable. How little must one cling to life? His eyes widened in fear, and his voice changed. She was like that? That's right. She said she was fine because she had mentally prepared for it, so it was all right. After a long time of me persuading and comforting her, she finally said she wanted to live. Yet now you come here and bother Karina with that conscience of yours? His hand loosened its grip on Cassis's collar, and he slowly said, Count Leopold, if you truly have any conscience left as a father, he gave him a warning look, then sincerely apologize to Karina and leave, and do as she wishes. Don't raise your voice anymore. If you can't do that, then get out of here. If you dare to hurt Karina one more time, I will consider you my enemy. At that point, the entire Northern Territory will become your enemy, so you'd best remember that carefully. Enfricht, standing by, listened in a daze, unable to say anything. Finally, both of them bowed their heads. Karina, please let us stay by her side. Miriam turned and calmly replied, The one who decides that is not me, but Karina. Fang, prepare accommodation for them. Hearing this, Fang obeyed. I understand, sir. I will take them to the annex. Outside the door, Nocturne's expression was quite astonished.
Winston saw him, Nocturne, and wondered, Master, what is this? He put a hand on his shoulder and told him, Come speak with me privately for a moment. Nocturne seemed to have heard Winston's words, but before leaving, he didn't forget to turn back. Ah, yes, Count. I'll be right behind you. Elsewhere, in the hallway, Winston and Nocturne were conversing. You seem to be doing very well. That's good to hear. He smiled brightly. It's been too long since we last met, Master. You seem thinner than before. I'm getting on in years now, so a little overexertion will naturally show. Nocturne heard Winston say that. Master, don't say that. He just sighed. It's already been 15 years since I took you in and raised you as my own son, hasn't it?
He looked up, thinking how fast time flew. I've always considered you my benefactor. Nocturne, answer me. Winston put his hands on his hips and asked him bluntly, Are you the personal physician of the Leopold Count's family, or are you the personal physician of the Count's second daughter? Nocturne's face looked a little unnatural. He was surprised by the question. Nocturne then asked, What do you mean? Winston calmly replied, Don't think you can pretend not to know. He couldn't help but sigh. I had hoped you would become a good doctor who fulfills his responsibilities. The image of Abelia came to mind, and he said directly, Are you afraid your precious youngest lady will be surprised? Hearing this, Nocturne quickly retorted, That's not it. Even though I don't know what Lady Karina said, But without waiting for him to finish a sentence, Winston interrupted. It's clear from her appearance that her health isn't good. There's no way you don't know that. If you had reviewed the medical records I left behind, you should have immediately reported it to the Count's family, but you didn't do that. The file clearly stated, Name, Karina. Illness, diagnosed with heart disease. Remaining lifespan, at most 1 year. Other notes, fragile chance of survival. Nocturne then stammered in reply, That's because she always said she was fine, so...
Winston then said decisively, No need for further discussion, Nocturne. You are disowned from the family. This single pronouncement from him was enough to make Nocturne panic, his eyes wide. He couldn't possibly accept it, and quickly chased after him. Master, I was wrong. Winston then reminded him of his previous advice. Didn't I tell you not to be complacent, but to treat all patients fairly? Nocturne immediately tried to justify himself. I cannot forget the moment my sister suffered and slowly died right before my eyes, and I could do nothing. So the truth is, I showed a little special attention to Miss Abelia, but no matter how much he pleaded from behind, Winston decisively turned and walked away. Nocturne, still hoping for some pity, quickly said, I was wrong, please, just give me one more chance. Hearing this, Winston sighed deeply. I have waited for you for a very long time, given you many chances. I am old now and no longer have the strength to wait. Hand over your professional license and title. At these words, Nocturne's pupils constricted, filled with disbelief. He cried out, Master! Winston continued walking without pause, and he stated directly, For the past 15 years, I have raised you as my own son. I will continue to treat you as my son in the future, but children cannot forever rely on their parents' protection. From now on, there is no more Dr. Nocturne. Nocturne, the world is vast. Go out and see it, and grow up properly. Nocturne was now plunged deep into despair. He bowed his head, continuously muttering, No, this can't be. Master, please.
A few tears fell onto his face. Nocturne complained helplessly. This couldn't be happening. At this moment in the room, Karina's voice rang out. Miriam? She weakly struggled to sit up, so Miriam Pastelio had to carefully help her sit up, and at the same time ask gently, How are you feeling? I'm very worried because you've slept all day. Karina then smiled and replied, I feel fine now. Miriam Pastelio still wanted to ask for sure. Really?
She looked at his worried expression and gently replied, "Yes, really. I don't hurt like I did before." Her hands were now gripping the bedsheet tightly.
Karina glanced at Marion Pistellio and hesitantly said, "Marion." Finally, Karina asked, "You must have been angry when you arrived, weren't you?" Hearing that, Marion Pistellio frowned and asked, "Is that a problem?" She immediately shook her head and replied, "No, it's just that you look very angry." At this moment, the sound of their conversation filled the room. Karina admitted, "Actually, I feel a bit annoyed." "Annoyed?" At this, Karina lowered her eyes and said regretfully, "Yes, I don't like showing my weak side to that person, and if I don't speak decisively, I'm just worried that later they'll say meaningless things to Marion." Marion Pistellio understood her meaning and reassured her, "Since there's no need to ask for help, you don't have to worry."
Hearing that, Karina also breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. Oh, don't tell me you've already sent them away?" Miriam Pistellio sighed and replied, "No, I felt like you hadn't said everything you needed to say, so first I've taken them to stay in the annex building." He even asked her a question, whether he should just send them away permanently, and Karina chuckled upon hearing it. Finally, she asked him, "So can I meet them now?" Hearing this, Miriam Pistellio worriedly reminded her, "Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Why would you—" Karina then took the glass of water from Miriam Pistellio's hand and gently replied, "I want to resolve this quickly." However, Miriam Pistellio said, "You need to spend time with Miriam, not with those people." His words left her stunned. "Huh?" At this moment, Miriam Pistellio realized how ambiguous his previous statement was, and, blushing with embarrassment, quickly avoided the topic. "I understand." Miriam Pistellio then cleared his throat lightly. "More importantly, Karina, do you want to live now?" Karina thoughtfully held the glass of water in her hand. She offered a faint smile. Karina confessed, "Of course, I want to be with Miriam for as long as possible." Hearing this, Miriam Pistellio unconsciously smiled along with her. That's good then."
In the quiet room, the Count and his son were anxiously waiting in the reception room, the door slightly ajar. Seeing the maid approach, Enfrich Leopold quickly asked, "Has Karina woken up?" She replied, "Yes, she instructed me to invite the guests." At this moment, Cassius Leopold stood up, adjusted his outer garment, and said, "Let's go quickly." Enfrich understood his meaning. "I understand," Enfrich replied. The image of Karina collapsing in Miriam Pistilio's arms flashed in his mind. He thought to himself, Karina's collapsed appearance just now was so unfamiliar to me. In the night, the two quickly followed the maid. Enfrich Leopold's expression became pensive. He thought to himself, the girl always seemed so healthy, yet now she only has a short time left to live. At this moment, a voice from inside the room called out, "Come in." The two then entered. Cassius Leopold politely said, "With your permission." Karina, sitting calmly on the bed, said to the two, "I called for you because we didn't get to finish our conversation yesterday." Hearing this, Cassius approached, anxiously saying, No, it's all right. How are you feeling?" Karina calmly replied, "Thanks to the medicine, I'm feeling better, Father. I believe you've already heard about the situation." She stated directly, "I won't be able to live much longer anymore, so I asked the Leopold family to handle the matter of Karina Leopold's passing, and please, don't call me by that name anymore." Hearing this, Cassius Leopold couldn't control his emotions. He said remorsefully to Karina, "Karina, please don't do this. Perhaps I've been very neglectful of you." Cassius Leopold sincerely took her hand and said, "This is my first time being a parent too, so I've made many mistakes. I always thought I was doing well, but it seems I was only thinking about my own perspective." He couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow for her. "You must have suffered a lot of pain. Please forgive me." Karina remained silent. Marion Pistellio watched, lost in thought. Finally, Karina couldn't hold back her tears. "If you had told me just a little sooner, I would have been so happy. Just a few years, if you had told me sooner." She couldn't help but mock herself internally. "Only when I'm about to die do I receive your tenderness and love." Cassius Leopold replied with a heavy heart, "I know, just like it's my first time being a father." Past memories flooded back, and Karina continued, feeling resentful. "Even so, I tried so hard. I yearned for your attention. I reflected on myself, thinking that this is also my first time living this life, and I've been waiting. Did you ever try as hard as I did, even just before I left the mansion? If you had, I would have surely forgiven you then, Count." Despite her flowing tears, Karina spoke coldly. A gloomy darkness enveloped the room at this moment. Karina weakly called his name, Miriam. She couldn't help but say, heartbroken, "Ultimately, it's my fingers that hurt more." Miriam then sat down on the bed, gently touching her face with his hand to comfort her. "Karina, my 10 fingers are all you, so don't be sad because of them anymore." He gently coaxed her. "If you're sad, I'll be very heartbroken." Karina immediately fell silent, saying nothing. At this moment, Miriam unexpectedly kissed Karina's lips.
She finally couldn't help but pour out her heart, saying, although sometimes I wish those people would be unhappy, also hope they will be happy in a place where I am not. Recalling that moment, Karina's words had stunned Cassis. She coldly told him, I will certainly forgive you, Count. Karina's tears fell, and she weakly expressed it all. I am too tired now. I no longer have the confidence to understand. Currently, just getting through the day is already too difficult, so I don't want to bother with anything else. Hearing this, Cassius Leopold quickly tried to explain. It's not that I don't love you, he confessed. It's just that it seems I cared less for you than for my other children. I only realize that now, and I am truly sorry. Karina then gave a cold laugh. Count, I will die in 2 months, so please, consider me already dead. This single sentence from her left him speechless. Karina used her last bit of tolerance to thank him. Thank you, Count. Despite this, deep down, Karina was still very sad. Seeing her sad expression, Miriam immediately cupped her small face and comforted her. Don't make that face. I'll send them away tomorrow, okay? Karina couldn't help but hug him tightly, as if grasping at a lifeline. She burst into sobs. Hoo-hoo, really? Miriam then patted her gently. Of course.
Karina hesitated a little and said to him, But Miriam, I haven't been able to sleep at all these past few days. Miriam immediately worried about her. What, are you feeling unwell? Karina stammered in response. Because Miriam isn't here. Her words made Miriam unable to help but give in. You really are. Are you testing my patience? Karina took the opportunity to make a request of him. So please sleep with me tonight. Hearing this, Miriam blushed and agreed. All right. The two embraced sweetly. After the conversation ended, the next day, my father and brother were put into a carriage early in the morning and taken out of the Northern Territory as if they were being expelled. And at a lavish dinner table, Karina couldn't help but ask in surprise, Huh? You have to leave already? Miriam nodded in response. That's right, but... She thought to herself, he only returned 3 days ago, and now he has to leave again?
Karina, with a hint of regret, said, But you said you would stay for a few days. Miriam then revealed the truth. We're almost done catching all of them, and since I'm pressed for time, Karina asked directly, When will you leave? Miriam replied, Since I have urgent business to take care of in the morning, I'll probably leave tonight. Karina became pensive upon hearing this. Just then, his large, firm hand gently covered Karina's small hands, comforting her. I'll be back very quickly, so please wait for me for about a week. Karina had no other option but to wait. She nodded and replied, I understand. Don't get injured, okay? Miriam then said smugly, Of course, whose command is that after all? Seeing Karina's gentle demeanor, he mused, You look like a startled rabbit. Just then, Miriam seemed to recall something and asked, And also, isn't it Nocturne, that peculiar doctor who came with the Count? I still saw him here this morning.
Karina suddenly remembered, and she quickly asked, Nocturne, has he arrived too? Miriam replied, you probably didn't see him because you fainted after he got here. Do you know him? Hearing that, Nugent answered, He is the Count's family doctor. At this, Miriam understood. So that's how it is. He thought to himself, it seems he has something to say to Winston. Well, as long as it doesn't harm Karina, it's fine. Suddenly, Karina became pensive. Miriam then spoke up, Karina, have I told you this yet? Hearing that, she became curious. What is it? Miriam, without embarrassment, teased her, confidently replying that she was his first love. He immediately switched to a sappy mode and continued, Therefore, all my first times belong to you. Karina was momentarily stunned. Immediately after, she quickly and shyly avoided his gaze. Yes, thank you. The entire dining table fell silent. Huh? This reaction made Miriam begin to question his existence. He thought to himself, normally when lovers hear these words, they would be very happy. He remembered Fang constantly giving him love intelligence advice. You lack sincerity. Look at these lines from romantic novels. At that time, Miriam was reading a book, but his mind kept wandering. He wondered, would one really be happy when their lover said such words? Back in the present, Miriam couldn't help but realize and think, So it's him. You're kidding me, aren't you? Suddenly, Miriam glanced at Karina and noticed something was off. He immediately called her name. Karina? At this moment, Karina was blushing. A few beads of sweat trickled down, and she nervously replied, Yes? Miriam couldn't help but ask worriedly, Why are you sweating so much? Are you feeling unwell? Karina immediately waved her hand and replied, No, it's not that. I'm fine. Miriam continued to ask, You're not lying, are you? Karina then explained, No, I'm not lying, so please sit down. Then Miriam directly asked, So what's the reason you've been avoiding my gaze until now? She stammered, That is, Karina shyly admitted, Well, because the fact that I am Miriam's first love is truly too moving. She thought to herself, I don't know why I suddenly feel guilty. Miriam was stunned to hear that. As I said before, you really can't lie.
If it's not because you're on wealth, then that's a relief. But why are you like this after all? Is your first love not me? Miriam burst out laughing as he asked. The laughter continued to echo. Ha ha, ha ha. Immediately after, there was a moment of silence. Miriam clenched his hands into fists, his words coming out with a bitter taste. Who is it? He couldn't help but feel jealous and wanted to get to the bottom of it. Which guy is it? Karina, momentarily startled by his actions, trembled and stammered. Which guy do you mean? Ha ha ha, she thought to herself. It seems like if I tell this story, Nocturne will be in danger.
Karina forced a strained smile and said, it's just that was just someone I used to have a crush on. Miriam immediately clenched his fists. Love? A fire of jealousy seemed to ignite behind him. Miriam immediately asked again, What? Seeing this, Karina quickly corrected herself. Of course, I love Miriam now. At this moment, jealousy clouded his reason. Miriam couldn't help but angrily clench his teeth. You took all of my firsts. Karina's senses were set ablaze by the words, first time. The first time. She then awkwardly explained, Oh, that happened when I was very young. Hearing this, Miriam wanted to get to the bottom of it. How old were you? If you were under 5, I'll acknowledge it. Karina hesitated, replying, You know that's an age where one isn't fully aware, right? Miriam pressed, Then 7 years old. Karina still wanted to negotiate. No, 7 years old is still a bit. Hearing this, Miriam sulked. In the north, people can already catch monsters at 7 years old. At this point, Miriam returned to the main topic, asking her again, full of jealousy. So who was it? Are they still alive? Karina couldn't help but break into a sweat. She stammered in reply, Yes, of course they're still alive. She thought to herself, not only are they still alive, but they're also in this very house. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing was the best option. Karina immediately stood up, wanting to find an excuse to evade, saying, I'm too full. I vaguely have something to discuss with Periel. Immediately after, she bolted. I'll excuse myself first. Seeing this, Miriam could only raise his hand helplessly, calling her name, Karina. He covered his face with his hand, trying to suppress his anger, and wondered to himself, who is that scoundrel who dared to be Karina's first love? At this moment, Fang calmly walked over and asked him, Your complexion doesn't look good. Has something happened? He also remarked, The young lady seems very energetic today. At this, Miriam seriously asked him, Fang, first love holds great significance for a girl, doesn't it? Fang was slightly surprised to hear this, but then replied very professionally, Yes, of course, sir. For a girl, first love is very precious, so the master should also treat Miss Karina well. At this moment, a cold aura enveloped Miriam. He coldly asked him again, I have one more question. People say one can never forget their first love, right? Fang answered without hesitation, Yes, usually. Hearing this, Miriam's killing intent flared up. He then asked, So how can she forget her first love? It's not like chopping off a monster's head and taking it away will make her forget, right? Karina would be terrified. Hearing these confessions from him, Fang could only force a laugh. He thought to himself, It seems the master has already talked about Miss Karina's first love. After thinking, he still enthusiastically offered advice. If that's the case, it's simple. Just start a new love, and the matter will be resolved. People often say that one forgets someone by loving another.
Hearing this, Miriam couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He asked curiously, clearing his throat, So what if they've already fallen in love with someone else? Fang immediately replied, Then that person has already forgotten their first love. It's even better if the two have become lovers. Miriam began to ponder these words, resting his chin on his hand thoughtfully. Is that so? Then I'll go find out who Karina liked before. Fang, puzzled, asked him, If you find out, what do you intend to do, my lord? Miriam calmly stood up and replied, If that person is still alive, and they unfortunately meet again and cause trouble for Karina, that would be a great nuisance. He then instructed Fang, Find out before I return. The conquest has officially ended, so reopen the checkpoints, and you should temporarily handle the important documents. It was then that Fang suddenly recalled an urgent matter. He hesitated and said, Now that you mention it, this morning you rudely dismissed Count Leopold and his son. Does Lady Karina know about that? Meanwhile, in an old mansion,
Enfridge bowed his head in front of Miriam and said helplessly, I've lost. Even Cassis witnessed this scene. Miriam coldly said, Your sword has fallen. Pick it up. He sneered at them. Didn't he say that if he could touch me with his sword just once, I would grant him a wish? With skills only at this level, you intend to take Karina away? Cassis, also helpless, called out to him, Your Grace, please stop. Miriam coldly asked them, Does it hurt that much? Karina has suffered dozens of times more. He directly exposed them. The child you should have protected, you abandoned. Do you think that an unseen wound is not a wound? How can someone who can protect their own child like this be so cruel to her? Enfridge immediately lowered his head, saying nothing. With that, Miriam turned and left, simultaneously warning them, talking more is just a waste of words. Don't say anything else. Leave this place before Karina wakes up. Hearing this, Cassis hastily pleaded, No, please let me stay here. Please give me a chance before that child dies.
At this, Miriam turned his aunt to look at them, and coldly replied, "It's too late, forget it, and move on with your lives." Returning to reality, Miriam slowly walked, telling Fang truthfully, "I don't know anymore, but I didn't want to say it on purpose." Fang understood the implication immediately. "I see." At this moment, Karina breathed a sigh of relief after returning to her room. She couldn't help but lament, "I didn't do anything wrong, so why do I feel so guilty?" Karina felt a bit nostalgic. Nocturne, a name I haven't heard in a long time. I had forgotten it since coming here.
Come to think of it, as the Count's family doctor, I wasn't someone he cared for in the Leopold family. From the very beginning, I never existed in our family portrait. Karina wondered, Emilia, is she still waiting for me? If it's the Nocturne I know, surely, no matter how worried he is, there's no way he would leave Emilia behind. Even if he's following the Master's orders, he'd want to return to the south as soon as possible. Suddenly, Karina felt a pang of doubt. Why would he stay in the south? She thought to herself, what's more, what if he says strange things to Miriam? Should I secretly go to Nocturne and tell him to keep it a secret? I don't want the two of them to meet. At this moment, Karina was somewhat startled. Oh, how strange, she thought. Even though I gave up on my feelings for Nocturne a long time ago, my heart always aches whenever I think of him. Karina clenched her hands into fists against her chest. She thought to herself, that wound that could never heal.
Now, even when she thought of him, Karina smiled. I truly don't feel anything at all, she thought. Currently, only Miriam is on my mind. Thinking this, Karina immediately felt embarrassed. Oh my, she thought. I think the last love means more than the first love. Miriam, you're so silly. Recalling Miriam's jealous expression from earlier, when she wasn't his first love, Karina couldn't help but burst out laughing. Miriam's sulking looked cute, but she couldn't just leave things as they were. What should she do? She sat down on the chair wondering, if I give him a painting, will it make him less angry? Then she immediately prepared to paint, and she herself became much more lively. That's right, she would paint the late winter scene they had admired together. Ah, she would precisely imagine the aurora they had seen at that time.
Karina hummed as she painted the sky, thin screens of light with many colors, and the cliff that looked like a giant dragon would be like this. Karina's hand holding the paintbrush suddenly stopped, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Now that I think about it, I wonder why the moment I saw that cliff, I thought of a dragon. It looks like a giant dragon that has turned to stone and become ancient." Karina thought to herself, dragons, or dragon as they're called, I've never heard of them in the south, and they're not as well known as other common monsters. I once heard Miriam say that beyond the gate at the end of winter, there were extinct species of dragons living there. Is it because I heard the story about those extinct dragons? But what would a real living dragon look like? After thinking to herself, Karina continued to finish the rest of the painting. Suddenly, the tip of her pencil broke, making her jump slightly and utter a soft, "Oh." Then she unconsciously thought with worry, for some reason, a broken pencil tip feels unlucky. Just then, someone knocked on the door and asked, "Karina, are you there?" She immediately replied, "Periel, yes, I'm here."
He heard her say that, so he immediately opened the door, stepped in, and gently smiled as he asked, "Are you drawing something today too?" Seeing that his complexion looked somewhat pale for some reason, she quickly asked with concern, "Periel, you don't look very well. Has something happened?" As he approached Karina, Periel replied with an apologetic smile, It's quite obvious, isn't it? I stayed up all night experimenting with heron, so I couldn't sleep." She couldn't help but ask curiously, "What kind of experiment kept you up all night?" Rubbing his chin, he gave a faint smile and explained, "It seems heron has the power to negate the miracles of art. If we can learn more about this power, then even when an artwork is completed, no miracle will appear." Fixing her gaze on him, she mumbled a guess. "Don't tell me, you experimented with that on Periel's body?" Periel suddenly bent down and awkwardly laughed as he retorted, "Why would I? By the way, what are you drawing?" "This is a dragon." "Where did you research dragons?" Karina quickly explained. "No, it's just, I felt it might look like that, so I tried drawing it. When I went to the north in late winter, there was a mountain range cutting through dense mountains, and for some reason it looked majestic, making me feel like it was a dragon." Before this incredibly vivid image of a dragon, Periel couldn't help but admire it, thinking to himself, even the people of the north are unfamiliar with the existence of dragons, yet she can draw such a clear form just from imagination? Karina's imagination far exceeded my expectations. Then a sudden exclamation, "So that's it! Are you planning to sell this piece as well?" Karina immediately denied it. "No, this one I intend to give it to Miriam as a gift." Flashback to 5 nights ago. Periel earnestly advised, "Then be careful and make sure to return safely." Karina quickly added, "You absolutely mustn't get hurt." Miriam loudly promised, "I'll be back soon, so just think of me and wait." "Don't think about that first love," she asserted, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Now I'm only thinking about Miriam. How long do you plan to keep this up? Stop it now. If you return safely, I'll give you a gift." He then unexpectedly wrapped her arms around her, pulling her into an embrace, and happily asked, "A gift?
That's wonderful news to hear. I'm really looking forward to it, aren't I? Perio crossed his arms over his chest, looked at the painting, and couldn't help but sigh with regret. It's a pity that Miriam will be the one to own this magnificent work. Karina softly explained, I wanted to finish it quickly before Miriam returns from the conquest, but strangely, I can't focus on painting today. Is it because I miss Miriam? It's only been 5 days since he left the estate. Perio gently closed his eyes and let out a faint, wry chuckle. If that's the case, then it's been a bit too long.
I just overheard a bit. It seems Miriam has ridden Hertha back here. She asked again, delighted. Is that true? Then let's go down quickly. Miriam must be waiting. He said with a hint of displeasure. You're telling me to go welcome that guy? Karina's truly cruel. Well then, unexpectedly, before the words could even finish, someone suddenly opened the door and called out loudly, Duke Carlos, Lady Karina, the Duke has returned, but because he is severely injured, you probably need to go there immediately. Hearing him say that made Karina extremely frightened and worried, thinking to herself, Miriam is injured? Could it be? It surely isn't life-threatening. I know how dangerous the monster conquest is, but for him not to be injured at all was just my hope. Perhaps I was too complacent. Rushing back and forth, the servants loudly told each other, Hurry up, there isn't enough gauze. Bring warm water and towels here. Dr. Winston, this way.
Periel anxiously inquired, what exactly is going on? Someone quickly explained, Duke Carlos. When the Hertha leader was cornered, it began to eliminate other Herthas and consume the heron within them. After consuming too much heron, the Hertha leader suddenly became powerful. I apologize, I failed to fully support the Duke. Upon hearing this, Periel broke out in a cold sweat, thinking in shock, what? Heron isn't just a simple life source? If it has other functions, what exactly are they? He then sat down on a chair and said, First of all, I understand. It seems you are also quite seriously injured, so it's best to receive treatment quickly. Karina softly called out, Heron. She then pondered, I know that Miriam collected heron to save me, but no matter what, nothing is more important than one's own life. If it's dangerous, running away is fine. No one would say anything. Sometimes I think, it's just heron, but I know better than anyone what he has strived for, so I cannot utter a word. She then urged, Periel, go see Miriam quickly.
Hearing that, Periel immediately said, he's a strong guy, so he probably isn't seriously injured. Then with a hint of worry, he thought to himself, even so, for some reason the situation doesn't look very promising. After that, he spoke up and suggested, Karina, I'm going to check on Miriam, so you just stay here in the room and wait. Someone frantically shouted, Hurry, the bleeding hasn't stopped yet, press on the side. Karina rushed off and urged, Oh, hurry up. Periel, taken aback, called out to her, Karina. As soon as she arrived, she couldn't help but think in astonishment, so much blood. Could it be? Then she quickly called out, Miriam? This is a lie. The blood won't stop. What do I do? Miriam, wake up.
Yes, that's right, Periel. Can Periel heal him? Periel said his talent was healing power with his flute. Periel quickly turned his head away, then apologized in a low voice. I'm sorry, Karina. I lied to you. Actually, to understand how effective heron was at diminishing talent, I experimented on my own body. That's why I can't use my talent now. Upon hearing this, Karina couldn't help but say disappointedly, Is that so? No, this won't do. Then Karina pressed her face against Miriam's hand, sadly shedding tears as she thought to herself, Heron truly shouldn't exist. Such stones shouldn't exist in this world. No, at least, if I hadn't known that heron was so effective, then something this dangerous wouldn't have happened. How long are you going to keep blaming heron? You already knew. Because of your greed, this love was hurt so badly. What now? Everything you love is like this. If things continue like this, they might just die. How does it feel? How does it feel to directly push the one you love to their death? No, that's not it. Ha, don't make excuses anymore. You're the one who pushed him to his death. Karina Leopold, it's all your fault. It's all your fault.
Back to the time before Miriam was injured in a snow-covered forest. While examining the monster's corpse, Gordon speculated, Sir, there's another body over here. Upon hearing this, Miriam immediately stated, That one is destroying the nest. Hearing him say that, Gordon quickly asked, This is the first time I've seen such a case. Is it all right with just the two of us? Why don't we reorganize the reconnaissance team and close the checkpoints? Miriam sternly refused. There's no time. It's already too late. But yes, this murderous aura, Leader Hertha. Indeed, it caused the massacre to feed on heron. Hertha, this time, it absolutely must not escape. As soon as Miriam finished speaking, the smaller Hertha and Leader Hertha immediately lunged at each other. Leader Hertha then let out a growl to assert dominance. Seeing this, Miriam immediately drew his sword. Then he quickly ran forward and plunged his sword into its body. Gordon suddenly shouted a warning, Duke, be careful. That one, it's heron again. We must stop it. As soon as Gordon's words ended, Leader Hertha unexpectedly stomped its foot to gain momentum. Next, it launched itself high into the air and immediately executed the smaller Hertha.
Seeing this, Gordon frowned, his eyes wide with shock, and yelled, "Damn it, sir, run! That's no longer!" Before he could even finish his sentence, it furiously charged towards the two of them.
Seeing this, Miriam immediately grabbed his sword, charged forward, and shouted, "It can't be stopped!" "Duke!" Gordon cried out in panic. "Duke!" After that, we had no choice but to quickly escort the Duke back. If only I had persuaded the Duke more forcefully. Hearing this, Mr. Winston quickly offered comfort. "Don't blame yourself. That fool was just too stubborn." Mr. Fang suddenly made a suggestion. "We will have to continue monitoring his condition, but thanks to Miss Karina's medicine, we have overcome the critical period." Mr. Winston added in a low voice, "It's a very effective medicine, but knowing how it was made, my heart feels heavy." Just then, Karina suddenly brought a pile of medicine and loudly explained, "That's wound medicine. If we run out, I can make as much as needed."
Then she silently continued in her heart, "So please, please, save Miriam. I'll trade my life to save Miriam." Periel suddenly exclaimed, "What a cruel reality!" Immediately after, she fainted and had not yet woken up. It must have been too great a shock. In the coming days, please pay special attention to both of them. Someone who heard this immediately responded, "Understood." A few days later, as Karina looked at Miriam, she sadly thought to herself, "How many days have passed already? When will Miriam wake up? What if he stays like this and never opens his eyes?" The devil within her suddenly spoke up, complaining, "Do you really expect Miriam to wake up with just that worthless medicine? How many more people do you intend to sacrifice for someone who's about to die?" She quickly shook her head, dismissing that voice, then wrapped her arms around Miriam and pressed her face against his chest, thinking to herself, "Miriam's heartbeat, though slow, is still clearly discernible. He's still alive and well, but—" Mr. Winston suddenly walked in and assured her, "Duchess Periol will be fine, I promise." Hearing this, Karina immediately turned her head and replied, "I beg of you, sir." Then, as she walked, following him, she silently prayed in her heart, "When Miriam opens his eyes, I hope he will never sacrifice himself for me again. If the hope of saving me not only leads Miriam, but everyone else to their deaths, then it's better for that hope to vanish." As she thought this, Karina suddenly stopped for a moment.
Then she mumbled, "That's right, that's it. It's the only thing you can do. Hurry up, you have to hurry." Then she resolutely thought to herself, "Miriam won't die. He will definitely recover. So what? What then? He will head towards the forest again. Then let's eliminate the reason for him to return to the forest. Chief Hertai, solve this by eliminating all the demonic beasts he leads." She picked up the brush. "Faster, breathe life into the painting. Completing this will allow you to achieve what you want. Yes, if you complete this, then I must summon a stronger being to kill them all. The strongest race is the answer. Ah, that's right, this is the answer." Just then, Periel suddenly opened the door and entered, announcing, "Karina, Miriam has finally woken up." Karina gently turned her head and replied, "Ah, Periel, I've found a way to stop Miriam." Upon hearing this, Periel immediately speculated to himself, could it be creation magic again? Then he frantically shouted to stop her, "Karina, no, don't do that!" Despite his attempts to stop her, she continued to paint and calmly said, "I just want him not to be hurt. It's the first time in my life I've had such a desire." He rushed over and yelled, "Stop right now!" She seriously declared, "He is mine. No one can take him away." Periel continued to shout to stop her, "Stop, Karina!" Calmly watching the painting take effect, Karina thought to herself, "This will fulfill my wish." Soon, the painting was gradually becoming grotesquely distorted.
At the same time, she also collapsed onto the floor from exhaustion and lost consciousness. Seeing this, Periel rushed over in a panic and cried out, "Karina!" Meanwhile, on the snow-capped mountain, prominent under the brilliant sunlight, not far away, a deer was raising its head, observing its surroundings, along with a few other deer running, creating a sense of peace amidst the desolate wilderness. Suddenly, the large mountain was enveloped in a brilliant golden light, as if a powerful surge of energy was swirling around it, making the mountain shimmer like sparkling diamonds. Then, suddenly, a mighty roar erupted from an unknown source, sending the deer scattering in fright to find cover.
Immediately after that, a creature's foot slowly approached and it let out a soft, "ah." It turned out this creature was a red-winged dragon, looking extremely majestic. As it looked up at the sky, it muttered to itself, wondering, "I thought my life was over. How strange. I can feel life force. Who revived me?" Then, somewhat surprised, it thought to itself, "This notion reveals such a brutal scene. Does it want me to eradicate all the demon beasts in this forest? It must be the wish of the one who saved thee." Then it clicked its tongue softly and muttered, "Tsk, my master is truly cruel, telling me to eradicate those who are no different from my own offspring. But it's also time for me to reclaim what belongs to me." With that, it immediately flapped its wings and flew up, letting out a mighty roar. At this very moment, in Miriam's room, as he gently rotated his arm, he commented, "I can move now. Do I really need to be bandaged up so tightly like this?" Mr. Fang, concerned, advised,
You say that because you don't know how serious the master's condition was. Though inconvenient, please bear with it for a while.
Suddenly, a very loud noise echoed, making Miriam cautiously ask, "What is that loud noise?" He then speculated to himself, "Moreover, this terrifying, murderous aura, it's not a demon beast, nor is it Chieftain Hertha. This feeling is something I've never experienced before in my life." Periel suddenly entered, calling, "Miriam!" He turned his head and replied, "Periel!" Carrying Karina in his arms, he panted, "Miriam, Karina, she's dying." He rushed forward to take her, then scolded loudly, "What are you suddenly talking about? Stop spouting nonsense, give me Karina." Seeing her somewhat unusual state, he couldn't help but feel afraid. Lowering his head, Periel explained in confusion, "Karina's art soul. No, her life force. Damn it, I shouldn't have experimented on my own body. She created a miracle, a creature that humans cannot easily imagine. She created a dragon." Miriam, utterly bewildered after hearing this, asked, "A dragon? Why would she create such a thing?" Periel seriously asked back, "You still don't understand? To her, you are an existence more precious than her own life. She said she couldn't think of any way to stop you. This is definitely the method she came up with to stop you. You, Miriam, were going to save her and recklessly rush into the forest again, so it's obvious, isn't it?"
Don't tell me you don't know. Just as you cherish Karina more than anything in the world, Karina is equally obsessed with only you. Then he sadly sighed, thinking to himself, "That's right. There's nothing wrong with the two of you. It's just that you love and desire each other too much." Upon hearing this, Miriam softly uttered, "Aye." Then he stepped forward and loudly commanded, "Continue to walk away." Seeing this, he could only let out a helpless sigh.
Someone looked up at the sky, wondering, what is that? The mountain has a hole in it. No, more than that. What exactly is that thing? Damn it, I hope it's just my unnecessary worry. Periel, is that the dragon Karina created? Periel placed a hand over his mouth and bowed his head to explain. It's not accurate to say Karina created it. More precisely, she resurrected something that already existed. Your land, does it perhaps have a dragon corpse there? Miriam replied in a low voice. Although there's such a legend, it's just a myth. Then he quickly thought to himself, the strong smell of blood reaches all the way here. Is it coming from the northern forest? How terrifying. Periel once said that the magic of art fulfills the wishes of the artist. So is that thing also what Karina desired and longed for, having slaughtered all the magical beasts in the forest? Periel suddenly speculated. Periel, if she created that thing, it wouldn't harm us, but perhaps that was her last magic. He then continued silently in his mind. She resurrected something too immense. If we had a first-class Haran, we would have at least tried to do something. Then he continued, but we couldn't get Haran from Chieftain Hertha. Miriam suddenly speculated. Periel, could that Pragan also possess Haran? Hearing that, he asked directly, Are you by any chance beating around the bush about Intention 44? He asked indifferently, So what exactly should we do? How can we save her, Periel Carlos?
He quickly made a suggestion. I will try to find a way. Miriam continued worriedly, Master, the dragon, no, that strange creature is heading this way. Soon the red dragon also flew to the mansion's entrance and was slowly descending in front of them, then let out a loud roar to assert its dominance. As soon as he saw the dragon, Miriam couldn't help but be overwhelmed, his eyes wide as he thought, That's the legendary dragon. Just looking at it is overwhelming enough, but what if the dragon actually has Heron? No sooner had he finished his thought than the red dragon landed on the ground. Seeing this, he quickly suggested to Periel, Karina first. It suddenly interrupted. Ah, is that the master who breathed life into me? Periel, hearing its question, asked with a hint of disbelief, If I'm not crazy, that dragon is speaking, isn't it? Miriam immediately confirmed, That's right, I heard it clearly too. Hearing them say that, it suddenly exclaimed with a touch of joy, Oh, fortunately someone understands my words. He unexpectedly speculated, Is Karina your master? What do you want? It didn't answer immediately, but silently recalled, I want all the monsters in the forest to disappear. All of them, please protect Miriam. Then it spoke. The human in my master's wish is you. Human, do not worry. I promise not to do anything in your territory. My master's wish is to eliminate all monsters in the forest and protect you. Miriam asked in surprise, Karina's wish? It immediately replied, Yes, the wish of the one who saved my life. But to fulfill that wish, my master is slowly dying. The price for pouring her soul into me. Well, at most 3 more days. Clenching his fists, Miriam couldn't help but wonder, have all the monsters in the forest really disappeared? Then Heron can't be saved anymore. If that's the case, thinking this, he suddenly grabbed his sword and asked directly, If I destroy you, can Karina live again? Hearing his question, it suddenly burst into a loud, arrogant laugh and replied, A mere human dares to destroy me? How interesting. Let me tell you something. My name is Ajita Haka, not something like you.
Miriam angrily pointed his sword at Ajitahaka and loudly commanded, "Answer my question." Seeing this, Periel quickly interjected, "Wait, calm down." Seeing that he was not afraid of it, it chuckled with amusement. Commendable courage, but in short, it's impossible.
My master has paid the price and saved my life. Just as time that has passed cannot be held back, this is also irreversible. Those blessed by the god of art often don't come to a good end. Hearing this, Periel couldn't help but wonder, frowning as he quickly asked, "The god of art?" Ajitaka replied, "That's right, the god of art has a problematic personality. He believes that excellent art is created through endless suffering and solitude. He bestows blessings and eternal solitude upon those he chooses at the same time, because so-called gods are rarely normal."
Miriam, hearing this, asked with great indignation, "Just for that reason they take a life?" Ajitahaka quickly spoke up to reassure, "Don't be so angry. There are still artists who end their lives peacefully. Even though blessed by the god of art, there are artists who are loved by their parents, learn to control their power, and become famous everywhere. Such children live happily, learn to control their power, and live until they die of old age." Periel, hearing him speak up to this point, asked with some doubt, "Wait, is that even possible? In any records I've found, there's no mention of creators surviving." He calmly asked back, "Isn't it that there's no need for records? They just grow up like normal children and die like normal humans. A child who doesn't receive love when needed, who cannot endure loneliness, can only pour their heart into art to be understood. Conversely, a child who receives ample love doesn't necessarily have to limit their life solely to art. Humans are beings who can stand up and move forward if they have a lighthouse. Even when they stumble or get lost, even when they fail and are discouraged, they can still get back on their feet." Periel, concerned, hesitated and asked, "So, art sickness isn't an incurable disease?" Ajitahaka quickly explained, "For the unfortunate, it's just like an incurable disease." Miriam gritted his teeth and angrily expressed, "Karina wasn't loved by her family like that. It was just a selfish family, always demanding sacrifice. Damn it, what good is it now to hear about how to prevent art sickness?" Periel sadly sighed. "It's regrettable, but that's how it is once things have already happened."
Miriam bowed slightly, hoping to ask, "Is there no other way to save Heron?" Ajitahaka asked back, puzzled. "Heron?" Periel suddenly asked curiously, "Do you know anything about that stone? It appeared when the monster was defeated." Looking at the stone in Mr. Winston's hand, it pondered and replied, This is probably, yes, that's mana that escaped when I died, perhaps solidifying into stone over time. The monsters ate it." Hearing Ajitahaka say that, Periel exclaimed in utter astonishment, "What?" It then continued, "People often say dragons are creatures about to become gods, but do you know? A dragon's body is completely incompatible with gods, so when their lifespan of 10,000 years ends, they will shed their skin, and only their spirit body will leave this world and go to the divine realm. We only live for these 10,000 years, accumulating mana over a long period to create a dragon heart." Periel immediately asked, puzzled, "A dragon heart?"
The dragon's heart carries immense vitality and is the origin of mana. The remnants of it that fall into the world are the very stones you were holding. Upon hearing this, Miriam couldn't help but secretly wonder, is it thanks to that immense vitality that creatures bearing Haran don't die? Then if I extract the dragon's heart and give it to Karina— Just as he concluded this silent thought, Ajitahaka interjected at that precise moment. "Calm down. I know what you're thinking, but even if my heart were placed into the master, a human body couldn't withstand it." Ruffling his hair with his hand, Miriam, utterly distraught, asked, "Then what on earth should we do? Right now, Karina is slowly dying, and by your words, only 3 days remain." Hearing this, Ajitahaka immediately acknowledged, "My heart would be a burden for a human body, but indeed, if it's mana of the Haran magnitude, as you call it, I can share it. However, my mana cannot restore lost life."
Miriam stammered, "That I already know. I've researched Heron many times." Ajitahaka calmly explained, "My mana is simply a source of energy, merely extending life by granting a new life force. Furthermore, the frail human heart can only withstand my mana once at most. This is a process of forcing a human heart to transform into a dragon heart. Any more than that and the body will be overloaded. And, as mentioned before, the power of dragons is antithetical to gods, so divine blessings will vanish and miracles can no longer be performed." Periel, hearing this, quickly interjected with a guess, "Don't tell me." It immediately answered, "Of course, you can still create art as before, it's just that you won't be able to witness miracles when doing so anymore." Kneeling before Ajitahaka, Miriam earnestly pleaded, "Then, if we do that, how much longer can Karina live? 3 days? Can she live longer than 3 days? Please, if there's any way." Ajitahaka immediately continued, 5 years. Even if she can only live for 5 more years, would you trade that heart?"
Miriam's eyes widened, and he asked in astonishment, "Wait, 5 years?" "Yes," Ajitahaka immediately confirmed. That's right, if we only inject enough mana for the master to endure, perhaps 5 years is the limit. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but think painfully, no matter what, Karina would die. This finally confirmed that there was no escaping that premise, with a specific time frame of 5 years being given. I'm truly going insane. He then yelled, questioning, why? Why must she die? Ajidahaka calmly explained, that is her fate, not receiving her parents' love and going mad from the blessing of art. That's all. Hearing this, Ajidahaka couldn't help but feel heartbroken and thought to himself, I had hoped she would be happy. Even if her past was unhappy, I wished for her future, a person with a kind and warm heart, to be long and happy. But the price for so many years of suffering is death. Suddenly realizing something, Pirio immediately asked, but Ajidahaka, according to you, there's something strange. Up until now, monsters have revived even if their hearts were destroyed, as long as Haran was present.
Ajidahaka let out a soft sigh and explained, it's because Haran, the heart's core, remained intact. If Haran is intact, even if the heart is destroyed, it will continue to revive. Conversely, if Haran is destroyed or removed, it will never revive again. Mirian's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, could Karina also? It immediately confirmed. Yes, the master is the same. After Haran and the heart merge, even if the heart is damaged, it will revive multiple times, just like reincarnation. If the mana that humans can receive were infinite, then one could carry Haran and live an immortal life. However, the human body is soft and fragile, which is… At this point, Ajidahaka subtly glanced in another direction and cautiously thought to itself, what was that? I feel eyes on me from afar. To its surprise, it saw a man in the distance, peeking and observing something, then suddenly turning and running away. This made it utter a suspicious, Periol immediately asked curiously, what's wrong? It replied slightly startled, nothing at all. Anyway, what should we do? If you wish, I will share my power. Mirian asked directly in a serious tone. Do we have to decide right now? Ajidahaka immediately denied. Not necessary. I will go visit the changed world after a long time. You can decide until then.
This is Haru. I've enchanted it. Just cut the master's skin and place it on the heart, and the process of turning into a dragon heart will begin. You don't have to choose right now, but you know time is running out, don't you? Periol hastily confirmed. I understand. I will make a decision quickly, so please. Ajidahaka immediately reassured him. Don't worry, I will return in time. With that, it quickly flapped its wings and left. Mirian suddenly turned and called, Periol. Hearing this, he understood and handed Karina back to him. As he lowered his head to look at her, he couldn't help but think with a heavy heart, this is the only way to save Karina, even if it's just for a life limited to 5 years. But life after resurrection will certainly be different from that of a normal human, a life where she can revive no matter how she's injured. Can you endure such a life? If I save you in that form, will you be happy?
Periol asked with concern, Mirian, are you all right? He denied in a low voice, I'm not all right. Please leave. Hearing him say that, Periol could only comply. All right. Mirian didn't reply but walked over and gently laid Karina on the bed. Then he mumbled to himself, If I had found Heron correctly, would things have been a little different? Karina, if you resent me for bringing you back to life, then with what face am I to look at you? Please live. Please, stay with me. Don't leave me behind. Then he continued silently in his heart. Karina, you must have been determined to leave alone. There's no way you didn't know you would end up like this when you drew. I can't forgive myself for pushing you to that point. At the same time, in some corridor of the mansion, someone was panting and thinking fearfully to themselves, what should I do? I clearly caught that gaze. Someone once said that if the mana humans could receive was infinite, one could possess Heron and live an immortal life. I often hear about Heron in this mansion, but no one explains it clearly to me when I ask. What is Heron? Everyone talks about it. When that maid heard me ask, she questioned loudly, why are you curious about that? We have nothing to say to outsiders.
After silently reminiscing, Nocturne suddenly wondered, but immortal? He then continued to ponder. The Duke of this mansion was also severely injured but still looked normal, and they even said they would save the dying Karina. Are they planning to treat her with that Heron? Is that a way to save someone who's dying? In that case… He then mumbled to himself, Abelius' illness can also be cured, right? If I use Heron correctly, Master will surely look at me differently. Perhaps he will return my revoked medical license. Sorry, Lady Karina, but isn't it more appropriate to prioritize a child over an adult? Master will understand me. Patients also have an order of priority, don't they? I must find Heron quickly. Would it be in Master's room? Nocturne was busy standing in front of the bookshelf. Normally, I would never dare to set foot in the main mansion, but fortunately, today there were fewer guards, perhaps because of that dragon. A dragon from the north, and it even speaks human language. At this point, his search hit a dead end, and then…
Why isn't he here? Suddenly his eyes blazed, and a voice echoed within him. Heron! I must find Heron quickly. He turned around in a panic. Why are you here, sir? Nocturne straightened up, chuckling as he explained. Butler, I'm here to see Master Winston.
But the experienced Fang didn't believe such fleeting words. What a natural liar, he thought. A normal disciple wouldn't casually rummage through his master's room. And besides, I heard you two had already severed your master-disciple relationship. Nocturne, as if caught red-handed, became even more flustered as he explained. That's some kind of misunderstanding. It's just that Master is a person who values relationships deeply, so he's reconsidering now. Fang coldly acknowledged this. Indeed, he values relationships deeply, his gaze fixed on him. It's certainly because of that he hasn't chased away an impudent person like you yet. Nocturne thumped his chest, explaining just to make Fang believe him for once. Certainly, if I cure Abelia and develop a panacea, then, he sneered disdainfully. A panacea. He nodded more and more as he spoke, trying to gain the butler's trust. Indeed, even if it's the North, if such a valuable item were to be acquired, the royal family wouldn't just stand by and watch. He crossed his arms and sneered, not bothering to care. I don't know what the hell you're talking about anymore. Nocturne, angered by him, immediately yelled, Don't pretend you don't know. It's the heron gem.
Fang stared at him with contempt. Do you know that's the only way to save Lady Karina? But he didn't care about that at all. The North can just find another heron. Lady Karina's younger sister is also seriously ill, and there are many sick people in the capital. If heron is used as a panacea, then Master will surely... But Fang didn't want to hear another word from his mouth. That's enough. What you're saying is no different from sacrificing Lady Karina. It's for Lady Karina. Nocturne felt his downfall was imminent. But Fang just turned away coldly. There's no value in saying anything more. Prepare yourself to handle this matter. Meanwhile, Karina lay still on the bed. Beside her, Marian kept a constant vigil. Finally, she was awakened by his choked sobs. Marian clutched his head in agony. Please, Karina. She glanced at him but couldn't move. Marian, why is he crying like that? Her body couldn't move. Her voice, stiff and awkward, rang out. Min, Ian. At this, he lifted his tear-stained face to look at Karina. She forced a smile to greet him, trying to ease the tension in the room. Good evening, Marian. Karina tried to move her arm but failed. But what should I do? I want to hug Marian, but I can't lift my hand. Hearing this, Marian gently took her arm and whispered, I'll hug you. He then leaned back right beside her. Karina only looked up to ask about his health. Marian, is your body feeling any better? He nodded in response. I'm fine now. I wish you'd care more about yourself than me. Her voice choked as she gently wiped away hot tears, comforting him. Wah, I love Marian much more than I thought. What should I do? I'm so sorry to have to part ways. But Marian disagreed, waving his hand dismissively. We won't part ways. You can live, so don't worry. But she had almost accepted her tragic fate. Isn't it that we couldn't find heron? He whispered, then placed a kiss on the back of her hand. We couldn't find heron, but you saved the dragon sleeping peacefully on this land. Recalling this, she was slightly flustered. Was that a dragon I drew back then? My memory is too vague.
Mirian's voice whispered in her ear, and that dragon annihilated all the magical beasts in the forest. That scene, Karina, is that really what you wanted? Mirian's voice whispered in her ear, and that dragon annihilated all the magical beasts in the forest. That scene, Karina, is that really what you wanted? Deep down, at that moment, she felt exactly as he described. Yes, at that time, I only thought of one thing, Mirian. Karina's voice, full of happiness, whispered in his ear, I think Mirian won't have to struggle because of me. Seeing her devotion, Mirian's heart also stirred. Yes, thanks to you, I am safe. She glanced at him, full of doubt. Really? But why are you crying? Her finger gently moved to touch the tear streaks on his face as he defended himself with a lie. It's because my heart hurts too much. It would be easier to be wounded, Mirian.
But I only want one thing, Karina. Please don't be like that. Don't try to protect me. Don't care about anyone else but yourself. Karina was struck by illness, but even so, she still only cared about him. It was only Mirian, the one she wanted to protect, even if it meant sacrificing her own life. Only Mirian to confide in. That's what I wanted to say. Suddenly remembering something, she hastily asked him again, What about that dragon? Did it disappear? He shook his head, smiling as he told her, It's fine. It didn't disappear. We even talked to it, and it gave his heron. But after a moment, he suddenly sat upright. It also told us how to save you, but... Karina also struggled to sit up, looking at his solitary figure. Her voice softly echoed in his ears, like a knife piercing through his heart. I was lucky to survive this time, but will I still die soon? His hands clenched the blanket, a look of unwillingness on his face. No, you won't die. Although we can't get back the life that was exchanged, if we merge your heart with Heron, you can live for another 5 years. She sighed in relief, tilting her head to look at him. That's good news, but why do you look so sad? Mirian bowed his head sadly, his voice breaking. In exchange for prolonging your life, you won't be able to use creative magic anymore. But she didn't mind too much, only happily said to him, You never liked me using magic, did you, Mirian? But for Mirian, that was truly painful. That's true, but I liked it. That's because magic was the only escape I found when I thought I would die from suffocation. It embraced me when I was sad, comforted me when I cried. It did everything I wanted.
Recalling the miracle, she smiled softly. But that was because I paid the price and made a wish, begging to be saved from loneliness. But now Mirian is with me. Even if I don't pay a price, even if I don't perform a miracle, Mirian is always there. So I'm fine. At this moment, Mirian was still muttering to himself. What should I do? I can't say anything more? And very quickly, Karina noticed this. Mirian, there's something else, isn't there? That's why you've had that look like you're about to cry this whole time. He turned sharply to look at her, stunned. She was still trying to comfort him. I'm fine, please tell me. His hand gently rested on hers, his voice trembling as if he was about to cry. Karina, if your heart merges with Harold, then before your heart shatters, no matter how injured you are, you won't die. Your body will become like that. She let out a soft, oh, that sounds like immortality, even if it has a time limit. He nodded slightly, gently stroking her cheek as he affirmed, That's right, you will live a life different from ordinary people.
But before she could say anything, he approached her again to confess his feelings. Even so, I still want you to live. I know that's my selfishness. If I say that, Karina, will you be angry with me? Her voice trembled, ringing out just as he finished speaking. Mirian, are you saying I'll become a monster? His lips parted and closed a few times before he managed to utter the next sentence. I can accept criticism as long as I can save you. Karina sighed softly. So you're going to give up if I say that? Mirian looked up, his face streaked with tears. I'm sorry, I can't. Karina just smiled after hearing it. Even if I become a monster, Mirian, you won't abandon me, will you? Hearing this, he was reassured and gently kissed her lips. Never abandon you. So live, please live. After wrestling with his emotions for a while, Mirian eventually managed to soothe Karina to sleep. His gaze wished it could be fixed on her. Suddenly, Mirian slumped onto her chest. Both his heart and mind were sensing her with every ounce of yearning and anxiety, still surviving.
It was only then, thinking of this, that he finally let out a sigh of relief. Immediately after conveying her thoughts, Karina quickly drifted back to sleep. He gently lifted her so she could rest her head on his chest, then whispered into her ear, Tomorrow morning, meet me. Though faint, the sound of her heartbeat still brought him a sense of peace. Finally, Miriam sat on the edge of the bed, deep in thought. There wasn't much time left. He truly had to bring this story to an end now. Karina had said she wanted to live, so what he had to do was... A moment later, Mr. Fang slowly appeared outside the door, announcing, Sir, everyone is gathered in the living room. He nodded, and before leaving, gently patted her hand like a soft lullaby. I'll be right there. Miriam Men slowly placed a farewell kiss on her forehead. Karina, just a little more sleep. Just a little. In the study, Mr. Fang recounted the entire incident. This has happened. How should we deal with Nocturne? At this, Winston wrung his hands in regret. It's my fault. I should have told him to leave when I severed our professional relationship as his doctor. Hearing this, Miriam frowned slightly and glanced over. Didn't he hear that without Heron, Karina would die? But Mr. Fang merely nodded in response. It seems he did hear, but he thought there would be another Heron.
Thang often handed down a terrifying punishment, banishing them from the north, and silently dealt with anyone who didn't know their place and dared to meddle with forbidden things, making them pay with their life. He then turned to Dr. Winston and said bluntly, I'm sorry, doctor, but I cannot let that person live. Dr. Winston nodded, appearing to understand. I understand. The discussion had finally concluded, so we'll take our leave. Peral finally breathed a sigh of relief. That way of dealing with the person was sufficient. Suddenly he turned and asked, So, have you asked Karina yet? Miriam nodded slightly. Yes, Karina clearly stated that she wants to live. He sighed softly. Then we must begin preparations right away. The sudden mention of a name caused Peral a slight unease, Ajitahaka. Though they didn't know when that dragon would arrive, it would return before it was too late.
Miriam looked towards him longingly. Please, help me. At this moment, Karina was in a daze. She feebly raised her thin arm in front of her. Is it morning? Her body felt heavy. It's so warm, but her eyes were both bright and dim, and his voice still clearly echoed in her ears. Karina, how much longer will you sleep? Karina's lips moved, but no words came out. She wanted to wake up, and she also wanted to say that she was okay. It was pitch dark, and I couldn't utter a sound. Karina's tears welled up painfully. Please, just this once. In the end, Miriam, still not knowing what she wanted to say, whispered goodbye.
Morning. See you then. I'll wait. Her arm brushed lightly against his hand. We said we'd meet in the morning, so I have to open my eyes, right? Even if I have to use all my remaining time, in this potentially final moment, I have something I want to tell him. But all Karina could do was painfully murmur an apology, apologizing for not keeping her promise, and yet that she was very happy to be with him. It was thanks to you that I finally understood how joyful this life could be. They can take everything away. It's fine. Just one last time. Just once. At that moment, Miriam was silently gazing towards Karina's bed. As soon as she saw him, she faintly whispered, "Miriam." He couldn't believe his eyes and rushed to her bedside. "Karina, your eyes!" But she said nothing about it, only smiled and said words of love. "I love you." In this life, Karina's voice slowly reached Miriam's ears. For the first time, I gave my whole heart to you. I wanted to live. Her hand gently rested on his trembling arm. To me, Miriam, you are the only one. Karina's eyes brimmed with tears, but they were tears of pure happiness. How joyful life could be. How happy one could be just by opening their eyes in the morning. All of it was because you showed me. Miriam was also deeply moved by her. "Karina, I feel the same way," he said. "Thanks to you, my dull life has become joyful. Thanks to you, I've thought about living life to the fullest." Hearing this, her heart was truly content. "Yes, thank you." Saying this, the two exchanged a passionate kiss. Suddenly, she fell backward, still having many things she wanted to say, but there wasn't enough time. Miriam stiffened in shock. Her voice whispered beside him, "I'm sorry, Miriam. I promised to meet you tomorrow morning, but actually, I'm afraid I can't keep that promise." He jolted, lunging down to tightly embrace her body. "If this is our last time, I was so afraid that my last words to you would be a lie." Miriam couldn't accept this truth. "No, it'll be all right. Immediately, that dragon will come, and Karina, you will return." His eyes welled up, wanting to hold her back. "So please, don't say such things." Her arm, which had just been caressing him, now tiredly stopped. Her arm slowly went limp until he realized it. "Karina!" She gradually fell asleep once more. "It'll be all right, my dear. Just sleep a little more." Miriam, tears streaming down his face, nodded repeatedly in agreement. "All right, sleep well." He placed his hand in hers, agreeing. "Miriam, we'll meet again. Oh, wait. It doesn't matter which morning. If you feel tired, just rest. Take your time. But tomorrow morning, you must. Please come back."
Karina Leopold has passed away. Only northern nobles were invited to the funeral. News of her death spread rapidly, from the north all the way to the capital and the south. Among the 4 children of Count Leopold, the most inconspicuous second daughter, Karina Leopold, was no more. In addition, news of an accident involving Nocturne, the family's private physician, also spread. The Leopold family closed their doors for a long time. Even the family's affairs and the management of their territory fell into disarray. By the time regret arrived, there was nothing left to salvage. Outsiders only knew that much. Dahlia didn't believe Cassis's words. "What? Karina? Karina is dead? Impossible." He sat on the chair, unbuttoning his shirt, and sighed. "I also wish to believe it's a lie." She didn't believe it and rushed forward, shouting, "How can this be? Karina, how could that child die? Enfridge, you even went all the way north to see her. Why didn't you say anything?" Enfridge stood beside her, unsure what to add. "Mother, Dahlia shouted even louder. "Isn't Duke Carlos sick? They said he had an artist's disease, that he was on his deathbed, right?" Cassis rubbed his tired neck, unable to comprehend it himself. "I also heard that news on my way back. I was dismissed, so I couldn't see her face one last time." She sank onto the sofa in shock, her voice gradually fading. "Impossible. She was always healthy. Just before she left, she was still—" But gradually she began to recall, asking herself, was she really healthy? Every time she sat down for a meal, she would get up very quickly. I just thought she was a picky eater. Her skin was pale, or rather, pallid.
The more Dahlia thought about it, the more something felt wrong. But if that's the case, shouldn't the funeral be organized by our family? Why did only 2 people return? His voice was full of bitterness. The girl said she would cut ties with the family. Even for the death registration, she told us to handle it ourselves. What could we do? It's all because we didn't trust her. When I reached the north, I realized it was too late to turn back. Even if I apologized, the child wouldn't look back. Cassis tore at his hair, blaming himself. If I don't even have the right, how can I organize her funeral? Her brother also covered his face, sobbing. It's our fault. The old woman's mouth fell open in astonishment. I never thought she wasn't my child. Karina Leopold is definitely my daughter, but for some reason, I just didn't pay attention to her.
I always thought she didn't need attention because she always did everything well on her own, so I didn't pay much attention to her because there were too many other children who needed care, and I neglected her. At that moment, a sobbing voice came from outside the door. Is Big Sister dead? Abelia, even Periel.
Abelia, weeping, rushed to her father's side and questioned him. Father, you promised you would bring her back. Why? How could she die? Ferdin also tugged at Enfric's clothes, demanding an explanation. Brother! Abelia pounded on him, reproaching him. She too, Nocturne too. No one came back. Why? She cried her eyes out. Father, please say it's a lie. Why is it like this? He sighed, waited for Abelia to calm down a little, then gently removed her. Karina, that girl filled a carriage with gold, saying it was payment for all the years of her upbringing. Abelia sobbed, wiping away her tears in anguish. Caxit's voice rang out wearily. That girl has changed so much.
She looks much more relieved than when she was with us, the fear gone. Enfrich pulled his younger brother into an embrace, comforting him, then said, as if reassuring himself, even though it hurts, I still see her as happy. After saying that, he turned to his wife and softly asked, Dahlia, do you remember the last time Karina truly smiled in front of us? Caught off guard, she stammered, unsure how to reply. Cassa stepped forward, closing the room door, his voice trembling as he said, As for me, honestly, I can't remember. In Mirion's room, he sat by the bed, exhausted. Mirion, the commotion has finally died down. He nodded absently. At this moment, Periel approached Mirion and said seriously, Now, just as she wished, Karina Lepus will disappear from this world, and the preparations for her revival are complete. But Mirion sighed softly, looking at her face. Even though Karina won't be gone forever, the sight before me is still too heartbreaking. After that, Winston and Mr. Fang also appeared in the room. It's all right. The god Ajitahaka has already imbued Heron with magic power. The final surgery, let me perform it. Mirion, still dazed, got off the bed. I'm counting on you. Winston smiled faintly. Then, shall we wait outside? But he merely gave the doctor a cold glance, as if unwilling to move outside. Why do we have to go out? Then the butler intervened to mediate between the two. If you keep staring at Winston's hands like that, I'm afraid he might get shaky. At this, Dr. Winston chuckled nervously. As Fang said, could the two of you please leave the room for a moment? I'll inform you as soon as the surgery is finished.
Periel finally sighed in agreement. All right, let's trust him and wait. Winston thumped his chest confidently. The young lady will certainly be safe and sound. Please entrust her to this old man. Miriam also began to stir, turning to leave. Understood. Now only Fang and Winston were in the room. Can you do it? He nodded confidently. I must do it. That's precisely why I'm here. Outside, Miriam and Periel were on tenterhooks. Miriam's hushed voice echoed from the hallway. It's quiet, isn't it? He nodded in agreement. It really is quiet. The two leaned against separate walls, muttering to each other. We need to say something to make time pass faster. Actually, this is a simple surgery, so it shouldn't take too long. Suddenly, Periel raised his trembling arm and replied, I'm so nervous, I wouldn't dare do it. But he eventually clenched his arm, trying to maintain his composure. He turned to his friend and quietly asked, Karina is back. What will you do? He simply replied with just 2 words, get married.
Periel was more concerned than that, so he pressed further. Miriam, are you confident you won't regret saving Karina? She'll just be a dying person again. He feared the overwhelming insecurity of moving towards a future already destined for separation. At this thought, Miriam merely sighed. Yes, Karina will leave us first. I will regret it countless times and be afraid every day. He tilted his head slightly. Having experienced this sorrow before, he was even more afraid. But even so, I still want her by my side, to live. I don't want most of Karina's life to be suffering. There are still so many things Karina and I haven't done. For instance, whispering sweet nothings every morning on dates, or traveling together to places like the sea or mountains. I want her to be able to do all the things she wants.
Periel, having heard this, had to admit, yes, it would be better if we could do many things in the time we have left. So Mirion clenched his arm and told himself, these are the 5 years that Karina and I greedily created, so I will live them to the fullest. After a while, the room door was pushed open. Fang slowly stepped out and respectfully announced, Sir, it's done. The two looked at each other and nodded slightly. Inside, the room was bathed in sunlight. Karina lay on the bed, her skin rosier than usual. Heron had successfully settled in her heart, and the wound healed very quickly and disappeared. Winston wiped his hands and respectfully reported all the results to him. Although she hasn't woken up yet, all functions and reactions are normal. Currently, she might not have woken up yet to adapt to her body, so perhaps it would be better to wait a little longer. Periel glanced at the doctor, full of curiosity. I wonder when she'll wake up. The doctor nodded slightly and offered a somewhat bold suggestion.
Well, if we asked the dragon, perhaps we would know, but Miriam found that unlikely. It just threw Heron and left. Hearing this, he could only sigh and drop the idea. After all, her complexion was gradually returning to normal. For now, they could breathe a sigh of relief. Then he turned to look at the butler and dismissed the two of them. Fang, take Winston back to his room. You both have worked hard. Winston picked up his tools and bowed. Yes, we will come to check on her condition daily. At this moment, Miriam could finally breathe a sigh of relief, feeling completely at ease. You've also worked hard. Go and rest. Before leaving, Fang glanced back one more time. I understand. Now only he and she remained in the room. She's just breathing, yet why do I feel such immense relief? My heart finally belongs to you.
Only when alone would Miriam reveal his vulnerable nature. I love you, Karina. It's been a month since Heron was placed into Karina's body. Time passed, the calendar turned to a new page, but you still haven't opened your eyes. But every day, without fail, he would appear on time to greet her. Karina, good morning.
Over the past period, Winston and many other doctors have come and gone. She is breathing steadily, and her current nutrition is probably sufficient. In the end, all I can do is wait for her recovery. Wait for Karina. Then wait again. Just keep waiting. Miriam sat down beside her, muttering to himself and asking, "What should I talk about today? It's almost time for the first train to leave the north." Then, as if remembering something, he shared, "Marine Ariel said that if you get better, she'll visit someday." Miriam's arm touched Karina's thin arm, gently caressing it. "You said you wanted to see the sea, didn't you? This seems like a good opportunity. I can feel your warmth, your heartbeat, and your breath." It's been a month, and Miriam's appearance had become increasingly disheveled. Today, his beard had grown a bit longer. "No matter when you wake up and look at me, I want to look dashing to captivate you." Thinking of this, he gave a wry smile. He seemed to have neglected his self-care a bit. Karina remained silent on the bed, showing no new signs. Only Miriam's voice, sitting in a strip of sunlight, softly told stories. Spring is coming soon. Even in this cold northern region, young grass has started to grow. Today I was busy, so I couldn't come during the day. I'm here now, at night. I hope you have a beautiful dream. But as soon as he finished speaking, Miriam's lips trembled for a moment. "Hey, Karina, how much longer will I have to wait for you to open your eyes? I truly, truly miss you. I want your eyes to look at me, and I want to hear your chirping voice. Even when you're sleeping soundly, you're adorable, but I want you to be awake." A moment later, Miriam gently shook his head, scolding himself. "Here I go again, being childish." He put her hand back in its place. "I believe you are slowly coming back." Then he pressed the back of Karina's hand against his cheek, lovingly whispering, "You can take your time. It's okay. Please don't stop."
A whispering voice, as if earnestly pleading, continuously echoed in Karina Leopold's ears. "Just slowly wake up. It's all right. Please don't stop." Deep within Karina Leopold's heart, she tried to utter something, but couldn't move. "I'll do it. Just a little bit." She didn't know how much time had passed. Every day she heard Miriam's voice from afar, but it was as if she was sinking into a deep sleep, unable to wake up. If this was a dream, when would she be able to wake up? "I want to wake up. Please." She didn't know how much time had passed when Karina Leopold's eyes suddenly opened wide, looking into the empty space before her. Karina Leopold gazed bewilderedly at everything around her and the pitch-black sky, wondering, what is this? She slowly reached her hand into the beautiful, slender golden thread before her eyes. As soon as the thread touched Karina Leopold's hand, it unexpectedly shone brilliantly, enveloping the space that had just been plunged into darkness. That white light gradually transformed into a large screen that appeared right before Karina Leopold's eyes. What followed was a series of memories Karina Leopold had long forgotten deep in her heart. A little girl, who was herself as a child, was happily hugging a painting and telling herself, "If only I could draw a little better, Mom would surely look at me again." Karina Leopold couldn't believe it, moving closer and closer to the screen. The first day of a miracle. I hate my sibling. Only you guys understand me. The day she envied her twin siblings, Karina Leopold countless times hugged her knees and burst into tears, feeling sorry for herself. I want to be loved too. And before that, the man she was once engaged to must have lived a free life. One last time, I also want to live freely. Karina, I like you. Me too. Tears began to fall from the corners of Karina Leopold's eyes, accompanied by a faint call. Miriam. All these were the memories she had lived until now.
Although there were many painful and tiring days, at least in this final moment, she was happy. Just then, a clear voice from behind suddenly spoke up. "How fortunate that you were happy."
Karina Leopold, instantly on guard, turned her head towards the source of the call and shouted loudly, "Who is it?" The god of art immediately appeared, cheerfully pointing a finger towards Karina Leopold, and introduced himself. "I am the one who cherishes you more than anyone, the one who bestowed upon you the magic of creation and helped you blossom and bear fruit in art. It's a pleasure to meet you." Karina Leopold, stunned and bewildered, repeated those words. "A god? The god of art?" The god of art nodded absently and explained, "That's right, humans call me that. Actually, I've wanted to bring you to the heavens for a long time now, but due to many variables I couldn't take you. Even the god of war and that damn dragon interfered and ruined my plans. What's more, you, the one I cherish most, chose to abandon your creative power." Karina Leopold looked up and angrily questioned, "Creative power? I don't need such power. Impossible. How could that be?"
The god of art suddenly came close and enveloped Karina Leopold, bringing back her memories. "You used that power to feel the happiness and beauty of art, didn't you? Your loneliness is perfectly suited for artistic emotions. That intense desire even created a conscious being, a level that not all creators can achieve. You are truly special. If not for that absurd interference, you would have lived according to the destiny I had set, an incredibly lovely child, born for art and dying for art." Karina Leopold, annoyed, angrily thought to herself, "There's no way to talk to her. Someone so self-absorbed, and she calls herself a god? Is she even worth talking to further? Huh? What is that? Is that a door? I have a feeling if I go through there, I'll be able to get out of here. Excuse me, but someone is waiting for me, practically burning with impatience, so I have to go now." The god of art turned her head to glance at her, then calmly warned, "If you just leave like this, you will never be able to use your creative power again. Can you survive without the power of creation?" Karina Leopold immediately replied without even turning her head, "Yes, I can absolutely live, because I have found something even more precious than art." The god of art seemed to be pondering, bowed her head and murmured in a low voice, "More precious than even me? That's truly outrageous." Karina Leopold suddenly spoke with conviction, "And there's more. Just wait 5 years." She then repeated, bewildered, "5 years from now?" Karina Leopold then turned her head, annoyed, and explained, "The next time we meet, you will pay for carelessly toying with my life."
The god of art was stunned, his eyes unblinking at the arrogant yet resolute words of Karina Leopold. Karina Leopold's footsteps slowly began to advance into that mysterious door. Karina Leopold's entire body then seemed to be falling from somewhere, to her anticipation.
Back to reality, Miriam Pastelio tiredly let out a soft sigh. "Phew, I wonder when Karina will wake up. And me, how long will I have to bear this burden in this state before I go crazy? But still, I have to smile. No matter when Karina wakes up, I must show her a smiling face. Karina, good night." Miriam Pastelio remained silent, his mood heavy as if carrying some terrible sorrow. Just then, Karina Leopold's familiar voice suddenly rang out. "Yes, good night, Miriam." Miriam Pastelio stared in shock at her back on the bed and called out trembling, "Karina?" Karina Leopold smiled happily at him, then continued, "Sorry for coming back late." Miriam Pastelio immediately rushed over, calling out loudly, "Karina! Karina!" He emotionally embraced the one he loved, to ease the longing he had felt for so long. Karina Leopold gently patted Miriam Pastelio, as if comforting a child. "I missed you." Miriam Pastelio, unable to control his emotions, trembled and burst into sobs. No, I missed you too. I missed you so much." Karina Leopold gently repeated to comfort him. "I'm back." Miriam Pastelio closed his eyes tightly, cupped her face, and pressed his own face against hers, gently saying, "Yes, thank you for coming back." What followed was a passionate kiss between the two, in the happiness of two people who, no matter where they were, always longed for each other.
Another new day began as the window outside seemed to burst with joyful colors, greeting its owner's awakening. Karina Leopold hugged Miriam Pastelio tightly around the neck, letting out a soft, contented sigh. The kiss gradually ended as both had eased their longing for each other. Then their lips slowly parted. Miriam Pastelio gently embraced Karina Leopold, softly calling her name, Karina. Karina Leopold looked at him and quickly replied, "Yes." Miriam Pastelio suddenly put his hand into his pocket as if searching for something. He then suddenly blushed, staring at her with a smile. Miriam Pastelio held out his hand in front of Karina Leopold with a dazzling, sparkling ring box, shyly asking, "Will you marry me?" Karina Leopold's face immediately froze, and she stood still, motionless. She looked up at him and then stammered, "But, Miriam,
Miriam Pastelio understood her confusion and immediately spoke to reassure her.
I don't care how much time you have left. Whether it's just a week, a day, or a year, the outcome will certainly still be terrifying. But even so, I still love you. Love you so much that I'm willing to endure everything." Karina Leopold called his name, Mirian, heartbroken. Mirian Pastelio continued to express his feelings. "Therefore, when your last day comes, please let me be by your side. Please allow me to accompany you." Karina Leopold buried her face deep into his shoulder and softly said, "I know you'll feel uneasy looking at me." Mirian Pastelio immediately pulled away from Karina Leopold and hastily explained, "It's okay, because seeing you will make me immeasurably happier." Karina Leopold lowered her gaze, her entire face downcast and gloomy. "I'll feel guilty for being the one to leave first." His hand gripped hers even tighter. "But you'll still be here, and you won't make me uneasy." Karina Leopold lowered her voice softly. "Mirian, perhaps we'll become tired, exhausted to the point of being unable to be happy. There will be many reasons for us not to be together. However, looking back, from the day I saw your red eyes in this mansion, perhaps I had already fallen in love." His red eyes stared at her happily, and he exclaimed, "What an honor!" Karina Leopold continued, "In a dream, the god of art told me that I had gone against fate, but now that it has come to this, resisting one more time probably won't matter." Her smiling face immediately looked up and stared at him. She extended her slender hands towards him and happily agreed, "I love you, Mirian. Please marry me." Mirian Pastelio was immediately stunned by her forwardness. Mirian Pastelio lowered his head, his cheeks beginning to flush. He softly agreed, "Yes, I am willing." After that, the two held hands tightly. When the ring was neatly placed on Karina Leopold's hand, she happily exclaimed. And then, the long, drawn-out winter finally passed, and spring arrived. I gradually returned to my daily life. Periel sobbed when she saw me. The northern nobles came to visit. Hertha, the child I created, also welcomed me with great joy. For the first time since childhood, never having known the miracle of creation, I was able to live in a healthy body. Walking quickly no longer left me breathless, nor did I cough up blood or collapse. Each passing day was so precious that I couldn't bear to waste it. In a dressing room, the maids happily chatted with Karina Leopold. "Lady Karina, you're not tired yet, are you?" "That's right. Besides the wedding dress, we also need to prepare a party dress." "Oh my, any color suits you, lady. The Duke is truly blessed to marry such a beautiful lady." They suddenly became excited, drawing out their voices and exclaiming, "Wait! She's no longer a lady now. It should be future Duchess, shouldn't it?"
"It won't be long until the weather gets warmer. Oh, this summer, my lady, you're planning to visit Miss Marina Rhea, aren't you? You'll probably need more dresses and jewelry. Do you need anything else, my lady?" Karina Leopold quickly and shyly waved her hand, explaining, No, everyone has taken care of everything. Everyone seems so excited, don't they?" After everything was prepared, Karina Leopold's beautiful appearance immediately made the maids gasp in awe. "Oh my lady is breathtakingly beautiful." She politely asked back, "Really? Thank you. I'm still not used to this new eye color." The maid suddenly cheerfully and loudly suggested, "It's fine to go out now. How about going on a date with the Duke? Yes, tell him. He'll be so happy." Their words immediately made her blush and stammeringly repeat, "Huh? A date?" The maid happily smiled and then added, "He went out early this morning. He should be back soon." Just then the butler's voice suddenly rang out. "May I come in?" Karina Leopold turned her head and immediately politely called out, "Oh yes, please come in." Vong stepped in and politely asked, "My lady, are you choosing a wedding dress?" Karina Leopold happily replied, "Yes, thanks to the maid's help, I haven't had to do much. Is something wrong?" He immediately informed her of what had just happened. A red-haired man just arrived at the mansion, saying he wants to meet the young lady. Karina Leopold, bewildered, pointed at herself and repeated, "Looking for me?" Fong nodded and continued, "He refuses to reveal his identity. Can the young lady guess who he is?" Just then, the stranger's voice suddenly rang out. "Well?" Hearing this, Fong turned around and yelled loudly at the man, "How dare you? Get out immediately." The man, however, merely touched his ear with a tired, arrogant expression and sighed. "Honestly, I waited and waited, but you didn't come out, so I came in myself." Still extremely annoyed, Fong hastily ordered the maids, "How dare he barge in like this? Call the knights immediately." They quickly ran off, as he instructed. "Yes." Karina Leopold, still bewildered, stared at him, thinking to herself, "Who is he? I've never seen him before." The man approached Karina Leopold and asked, as if he knew her very well, "Your name is Karina, isn't it? This is the first time you've seen me in this form, isn't it?" "Ah no, perhaps you've never even seen my original form." Karina Leopold resolutely stepped towards him, thinking to herself, "I don't know why, but he doesn't seem dangerous." Seeing her move forward, Fong hastily and loudly tried to stop her. "Young lady, don't go near him." Karina Leopold shot him an intense, questioning look. "Aren't you the northern noble I met at the party? How do you know me, and why did you seek me out?" The man, again amused, exclaimed, "Indeed, very brave.
You must have many questions, but first I must offer my thanks. The butler, hearing this, repeated in confusion, Thanks? What do you mean? He continued, That's right. You woke me from a long slumber. To call it a reciprocal gift might be strange, but I have fashioned a heart for you in return. Well, are you satisfied?
Karina Lep's mind was blank and confused by his words. She thought to herself, what on earth is going on? I woke this person up and even created a heart for myself. Could it be... The man suddenly chuckled mischievously. So you recognize me now, do you? My name is Ajidahaka, the Red. It's a pleasure to meet you, master. Karina, bewildered, still couldn't believe the man in front of her was just that dragon. Are you really the dragon I created? Can dragons also transform into humans? Ajidahaka thought for a moment, then honestly explained. Well, moving around with such a large body certainly attracts attention. Karina turned her head to glance at the butler beside her, then ordered, Fang, I think you can lower your guard now. Hearing this, Fang hesitated. But, Karina confidently added, after all, he's the one who saved my life. He wouldn't do anything to harm me. Hearing this, Fang finally lowered his guard. He slowly walked to the door and said, Understood. I'll wait outside. Please call me if you need anything. Karina waved at him cheerfully and replied, Thank you. Sorry, but can the matter of getting dressed wait? The maids, hearing this, replied casually and immediately left. Oh yes, of course. I'll prepare tea and pastries right away. After that, everyone disappeared, leaving Karina and Ajidahaka alone in a private room. Ajidahaka scratched his head, bewildered, and exclaimed, I don't understand why everyone is making such a big deal out of this. Karina could only close her eyes and force a laugh. Haha. Eyes the same color as mine. If you truly carry a dragon's heart within you. Ajidahaka felt Karina's gaze and moved closer to her, teasing, That look in your eyes seems very curious.
Karina covered her face, annoyed, and asked, Oh, is it that obvious on my face? He laughed heartily again. Being straightforward is good, you know. Karina quickly spoke up with a suggestion. In that case, I'd like to change places to chat a bit more, all right? Ajidaka happily nodded immediately. Sure. In the outdoor garden where trellises of flowers were competing to show off their vibrant blooms, Ajidaka looked at the lavish spread of food on the table and couldn't help but exclaim, Oh, a ducal household is indeed something else. Karina quickly assumed the role of a hostess and invited him, Please feel free to eat and drink. By the way, where have you been all this time? Miriam searched everywhere but couldn't find any trace of you.
Ajidahaka comfortably enjoyed the dessert on the table, then slowly recounted. I also thought he would come looking for me, but at that time I was busy replenishing my magic power. Karina heard that and immediately questioned, Magic power? He suddenly looked up, fixed his sharp eyes on her, then added, If the master who saved my life were to die, what do you think would happen to someone like me, resurrected by that creative power? I too would fall into a sleep from which I couldn't move. If I didn't manage to replenish my magic power before falling asleep, I'm afraid all of it would dissipate, and I would return to being some giant mountain range. Karina's voice gradually softened, and she spoke sadly. So that's how it is. I had no idea. You just woke up and came to find me. I'm truly sorry, sir. Ajidahaka again recounted comfortably, with nonchalance. Oh, I didn't come right away. After waking up, I spent a long time wandering around, admiring how the world had changed, so my mind wasn't really focused. The world is truly beautiful now. Thanks to that, I had the chance to see the world once more, which is why I wanted to come and thank you.
Karina once again sincerely bowed her head deeply before him, gently expressing her gratitude. On the contrary, it is I who should be thanking you. If it weren't for your help, then... Ajidahaka suddenly interrupted Karina and asked with concern, Is your body stable now? Karina quickly nodded and recounted, Yes, after the heart was placed, I lay motionless for quite a while, but ever since I woke up, there have been no more problems. On the contrary, I'm much healthier than before. It's hard to believe this was once a dead body. Ajidahaka put his fork down on the table, thought for a moment, then speculated. Perhaps it's because my power and the blessing you received clashed, which is why it took quite a long time to adapt. But seeing that my magic power is now full again, it seems the fusion was quite smooth, quite unlike when I nurtured the dying one back then. Now seeing you breathing normally, smiling so radiantly like this, even though it took a long time, I'm very glad you're safe.
Karina, beaming, pressed her hand to her chest and sincerely repeated, Lord Ajidahaka, thank you once again for granting me a new life. He closed his eyes, sighing, If you want to thank me, then live happily for the rest of your life. Because your heart is also my core, I am sensitive to every change in your mood. Karina, hearing this, sharply observed, So that's why, from the first time we met today, I didn't find you dangerous at all. Ajidahaka didn't know if that was the real reason. He just nodded slightly. It's quite possible. Compared to humans, my connection with you is like that of a father and daughter, quite strong.
His words made Karina, bewildered, whisper again, "Father and daughter. Lord Ajidahaka, while I am still alive, how about you stay in this mansion with me? You are my savior. I want you to live comfortably." Ajidahaka, looking eager, replied to her, "That's a precious offer, but I want to travel around the New World more. Besides, I'm afraid your fiancé won't be too pleased if I stay." Karina, hearing this, unexpectedly cried out, "Milian, no way! On the contrary, she would even be grateful." But Ajidahaka had already imagined Milian's furious expression upon hearing the news, and looked at Karina with a knowing gaze, sighing, "It seems my master still doesn't quite understand that fellow, does she? That guy, he shows no respect to anyone, be they god or mortal. He's truly a brazen fellow."
Karina's ears were still ringing, bewildered, unable to comprehend his words. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Periel exclaimed in astonishment, "What did you just say you're going to do?" Mirian retorted muckingly, "Get married. I suppose you'll bring a dowry to watch the show." Periel immediately became agitated, pointed directly at him and shouted, questioning him, "No, are you crazy? Even if she's much healthier, wasn't she still bedridden just recently?" Mirian still smiled cheerfully and added, "I proposed to her while she was still bedridden. Is there a problem?" Periel, still furious, shouted after Mirian, "I was wondering why you called me out here, what you wanted to tell me, and it turns out it's this." Mirian didn't even look at him, but still spoke casually, "I just didn't want to see Karina tell you herself." Periel sighed wearily and exclaimed, "You're truly sick." Mirian, who was infatuated with love, honestly said, "Love, after all, is like a disease." Periel then asked again, "Are you serious? Have you had a drink?" Mirian didn't answer his question, just slightly turned his head and irritably exclaimed, "Too noisy. Anyway, I've already made it clear."
Periel still sighed sympathetically for the country. How can someone with such pathological jealousy be the Duke of this country? Mirian heard this and immediately flared up. "You're insolent." Periel then seriously inquired further, "So when do you plan to hold the wedding? Preparing from now will take quite a bit of time." Meanwhile, Mirian was busy choosing from a pile of perfumes on the table. "Give me this one, and that one too. I plan to do it this month." Those words agitated him even more. "What? No, isn't that too rushed?" Mirian glanced at Periel, emphasizing each word. "Every minute, every second is precious." Karina also said that instead of a lavish wedding, she wants a simple ceremony and to spend more time with me. Periel suddenly closed his eyes tightly, then bowed his head and chuckled softly. He exclaimed in disbelief, "You hateful guy, do you like it that much?" Mirian happily and cheerfully retorted, "Is there any reason not to like it? The person I've longed for all this time now belongs to me." Periel glanced away, crumbling to himself. "Before you said Karina was yours, and now you claim to belong to Karina. Indeed, the saying, 'everyone in love becomes a fool,' is absolutely true. When you have a specific date, send someone to let me know. I'll prepare a generous wedding gift." Mirian, still busy with the perfumes, happily exclaimed, "This truly is good news."
Periel spoke up again to announce, "Well then, I'll take my leave and return to the mansion. It seems I should prepare a new mansion in the north." Just then, Miriam suddenly called out loudly, "Periel!" He impatiently turned his head and snapped, "What now? If you have something to say it quickly. Don't beat around the bush." Miriam struggled to utter a few sincere words. "Thank you. I have always thought there would be a proper occasion to say thank you." Periel immediately turned away and quietly sighed, "How boring. This is the first time I've heard you thank me in my life." Miriam, returning to his cold-faced version, uncomfortably questioned, "Why have you been acting like you want to pick a fight this whole time?" Periel playfully teased him, "Just an illusion. Well then, Before he could finish his sentence, a maid suddenly exclaimed happily upon seeing them, "Oh, your grace, are you here?" It turned out Duke Periel was also present. Miriam saw the maid and approached her, asking in confusion, "I heard she was going to choose a wedding dress today. Why are you here? Or has Karina gone for a stroll?" The maid honestly replied, "She was supposed to go, but a man came to see the young lady. She is currently entertaining a guest at the mansion." Her words immediately shocked Miriam. "What? While I was away? Could it be someone from the Count's family? No, that's impossible. They wouldn't dare to return. So who is it? I must return to the mansion immediately."
Periel hurriedly ran after Miriam's footsteps, calling out loudly, "Miriam, slow down a bit." Miriam paid no attention, only irritably questioned, "You said you were going home, so why did you follow me all the way here?" Periel happily watched Miriam's retreating back, then cheerfully exclaimed, "Well, you looked as fierce as a yaksha, so I thought something interesting was bound to happen." Miriam irritably muttered, "There's nothing interesting about it at all." Periel quickly added, trying to quell Miriam's anxiety and irritation, "Anyway, calm down. If anything had happened to Karina, Fan would surely have sent a telegram by now. There's been no news at all throughout the journey, has there? Stomping like this, you're going to put a hole right through the carriage floor." As soon as they arrived, Miriam immediately leaped out of the carriage and rushed into his own mansion.
He flung open the door, urgently calling, "Karina, I heard you were here." But the harmonious scene of Karina and Aradaka before his eyes made Mirian freeze, stopping dead in his tracks. He stood motionless, his eyes wide with shock, not daring to move.
That harmonious atmosphere and the two holding hands left Mirian stunned, softly calling Karina's name in disappointment. Karina. As soon as she heard his voice, Karina immediately turned her head, then excitedly exclaimed, "Mirian! Oh, Periel! Ariel are here too!" Periel also cried out, "Oh, you're here!" Mirian furiously strode towards them. He suddenly wrapped an arm around Karina's shoulder, then fixed his murderous gaze on him, demanding, "Who are you?" Periel slowly approached, then exclaimed, "Good heavens, he doesn't even care if there are guests anymore? As expected, it seems he doesn't care. A dangerous situation." Karina, but having an affair right here in the mansion? How audacious! What a suspicious atmosphere! Karina, hearing this, also cried out in panic. What? What are you imagining? Mirian, still sulking, buried his face firmly in her shoulder, muttering to himself, "It's absolutely not like that." Ajidahaka, on the other hand, cheerfully exclaimed, "Adultery, another new word learned." In a panic, Karina tried her best to calm down and introduce Ajidahaka. "Oh my goodness, don't joke like that. Mirian, this is the dragon who helped me." Mirian then calmly looked closely at the man in front of him and exclaimed in surprise, "A dragon? Ajidahaka?" Ajidahaka also cheerfully greeted him with friendliness. "Long time no see." Karina quickly added, "He is transformed into human form so as not to attract attention. While I was sleeping, he also slept, which is why he's only just arrived. Now that I'm well, I thought we could chat a bit." "Hey," Mirian still grumbled irritably in her ear, "but don't hold another man's hand." Ajidahaka suddenly got up from his seat. He walked closer to the two of them and then exclaimed, "Another man? Ha ha, that protective attitude towards your partner is very commendable." Mirian looked bewildered when someone suddenly patted his head, while Karina happily burst out laughing. Periel, on the other side, also chimed in to break the strange atmosphere. "It's truly surprising that you can transform into human form. This is the first time I've been treated this way. Of course, your very existence is astonishing enough." Ajidahaka proudly boasted of these praises. "This is as easy as pie. I am the mighty and renowned Red Dragon. Red Dragon, how about that? Do you feel awe now?"
"Oh dear, it's time. I've met everyone. I suppose I should go." Hearing this, Karina regretfully asked, "So soon? You rarely visit. Why not stay for dinner before you go?" But upon hearing this, Mirian excitedly put on a look full of animosity and said, "Oh, that's truly heartwarming to hear. Good riddance." Ajidahaka quickly added, "But I will visit the master often." Before I go, I have something to say. Come here for a moment." Despite his annoyance, Mirian obediently followed him. "What is it now? How troublesome?" Ajidahaka leaned in and gently whispered into Mirian's ear, "Time spent with the master is but a fleeting moment for me, and it's not long for humans either. However, if you've chosen to walk together, never let go. Artists blessed with creativity always yearn for the love of others, so winning their hearts isn't easy at first. But if they once become disappointed and turn their backs on others, you understand without me having to say it, don't you? Not only will others abandon them, but they will also abandon themselves and once again immerse themselves in their frenzied art."
But anyway, I don't think you need to worry. His protective attitude towards his partner is excellent, and more importantly, he's someone who can naturally enter the other person's heart. Someone like him is very suitable for my master. Then Ajidahaka walked to a seat and took out the cloak from behind it. As if suddenly remembering something, he asked, "Oh right, that demon beast down there was also created by the master, wasn't it? Can I take it with me?" Karina was also bewildered by this. "Hertha? Why?" Ajidahaka then casually remarked, "If the master sees that demon beast, it will just disappear." Karina slowly agreed upon hearing that. If Hertha agrees, then you can take it." Only then did Ajidahaka nod in farewell. "All right then, I'll see you another day."
Periel also followed immediately after. "Let me see you out. I'll be going now too. See you again." Ajidahaka saw this and happily exclaimed, "What a truly warm reception. I won't stand on ceremony any longer." After that, the gate slowly closed behind the two of them. Mirian at this moment tiredly let out a long sigh and leaned against Karina. That was truly dreadful." Karina admiringly said, "He's a very generous person, you know. But seriously, what exactly did you misunderstand? You weren't suspecting me of cheating, were you?" Mirian suddenly gave Karina a soft kiss, then said affectionately, "I love you." Karina blushed and lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. She complained irritably, "Are you trying to dodge the question again like that?" Mirian, like a small puppy, wrapped his arms around her waist even tighter. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. How are you feeling?" Karina quickly replied with excitement, "I'm fine now. Sir Ajidahaka said there's no problem, so don't worry. He was just checking my condition earlier." Mirian felt somewhat relieved upon hearing this. Although he didn't particularly like the existence of dragons, if that was truly the case, he was very happy.
Karina looked up at his face, then excitedly exclaimed, "So we can go traveling now. The beach or the mountains, either is fine." He was also incredibly excited about Karina's idea. "Traveling, that sounds great. But first, let's have the wedding." She widened her eyes in bewilderment and asked again, "Is it really this month?" Miriam's eyes welled up when she asked that. "You don't like it?" Karina quickly reassured him. "No, I'm always ready." Miriam then happily kissed her hand. "Then it's decided."
The two embraced tightly, creating an incredibly romantic scene. Karina secretly mused, "Time is not infinite, everyone feels that, but I feel like time is passing much faster." The maids continuously praised Karina as she stepped onto the aisle, looking incredibly radiant and beautiful. Truly beautiful. Perfect. She carried her gentle beauty and a fresh bouquet, standing before the mirror, admiring herself. Karina shyly looked into the mirror, used the flowers to cover her face, and softly said, "Thank you, everyone." A maid nearby saw this and approached to remind her, "Oh, don't cover your face anymore." Karina was startled and replied, "Sorry." Another maid enthusiastically ran over and offered, "Let me reapply your lipstick. Please sit still." Karina wondered aloud, "I wonder if Miriam will like it." The two maids heard this and sighed helplessly. "Our lady never knows how to appreciate herself. Of course he will like it." "Oh, the Duke is here." Karina heard this and immediately panicked. What should I do? I'm so nervous." Miriam suddenly spoke up. "Karina, are you ready?" As soon as he saw her, Miriam blushed, stunned, and stood motionless on the spot. Miriam gazed deep into her unique eyes and marveled, "How beautiful!" Karina was equally captivated watching him, then murmured, "Miriam too. Our wedding day has arrived." Karina stared thoughtfully at the bouquet, thinking, "My heart is beating so fast, it's as if everyone will hear it." Beside her, Miriam gently took her shoulder to comfort her. "Karina, don't be too nervous." His words seemed to hit a nerve with Karina, who quickly denied, "I'm not nervous at all." Miriam just chuckled, saying, "I've always told you, you're not good at lying." Karina tried to explain, her face flushing, "But this is my first time getting married." Hearing this, Miriam took Karina's hand and replied, "Me too."
At this moment, Karina's voice was a little softer. Only Miriam looked calm. "I'm so embarrassed." Immediately, the other person quickly grabbed her wrist and asked, "You look quite comfortable, don't you?" Karina was pulled closer to Miriam. He half closed his eyes, his face slightly bowed. "It's just that ever since I saw you, I've been trying to hide my wildly beating heart." Upon hearing this, Karina gradually felt less awkward. "So we're the same." However, Miriam didn't reply, only gently urged, "Let's go now," and Karina immediately agreed. "Yes." The scene shifted to a banquet hall filled with vibrant fresh flowers. A solemn voice slowly announced, "The bride and groom will now enter." Immediately, they slowly walked forward side by side, and below, countless whispers and murmurs began to erupt. "Look, they're so beautiful." A man and a woman in luxurious wedding attire, looking incredibly tense, slowly made their way towards the main stage. The space grew quieter, and the dignified voice spoke once more. "In this noble and sacred place, the bride and groom." At a corner of a banquet table, Periol mused, "There's no sign of rushed preparations, is there?" Immediately, Winston burst out laughing and continued the conversation, having heard that all the servants had stayed up all night preparing. How pitiful. However, Periol showed no sympathy. Pitiful? Not at all. Everyone is as happy as if it were their own affair. Just look at their eyes and you'll know how much they cherish their master. Thanks to Karina, Miriam has also become a human being. Hearing this, Winston looked at the person beside him with a hint of curiosity and asked, "I wonder if Duke Carlos's household has any good news." As soon as he finished speaking, Periol once again stroked his chin and said, "It's probably still a bit too early to talk about that. Oh, by the way, Winston, I heard you've decided to stay permanently at the Duke's mansion?" Upon hearing this, Winston answered frankly without hesitation, "Yes, because I always want to be by Lady Karina's side to support her. I don't want to yield my position as her personal physician to anyone else now." As soon as he finished speaking, a thought popped into Periol's mind. "This is excellent. From now on, it will surely be nothing with good things." In another corner, Ariel watched the two main characters leave and said, "They said it would be a simple event, yet look at all those fresh flowers decorating the place."
Rare flowers from the north? This place must have cost a fortune. With so few guests, it's quite modest, really. Beside them, Clymer spoke with a hint of sarcasm. After all, it was Duke Periol's wedding, yet not a single noble from the capital had been invited. These words made Ariel hesitate slightly. Well, just being invited was an honor for the family. Winston, sitting next to him, quickly chimed in. "Honestly, ever since I heard you were getting engaged, I've been quite worried. But you found such a wonderful partner." Hearing this, Clymer looked at him. "You sound like an old man." Winston didn't object. "Compared to you two, I really am an old man." "Oh well, there's probably nothing to worry about.
Look at them. Anyone can see they look like they have the whole world in their hands. On the platform, the man in ceremonial robes looked at a book and spoke. Finally, it's time for the vows. Groom, Duke Mirian, do you swear to take Karina Leopold as your wife, to love and protect her for all your life? Immediately, Mirian slowly replied, I do. The man then asked Karina, and you, bride, Karina Leopold, do you swear to take Mirian as your husband, to cherish and love him for all your life?
And she quickly and gently replied, yes, I do. After that, the ceremony was completed. From this moment on, I declare you officially husband and wife. The two walked past the banquet tables back to the resting area. Fang stood in a corner, wiping away tears with a handkerchief. Congratulations to you both. Seeing this, Mirian quickly reassured him. There, don't cry anymore. Meanwhile, tears continued to stream from his eyes. If the previous Duke and Duchess were still alive, they would have cried even more than I am. Hearing this, Mirian softly replied, thank you. Fang slowly blessed them. May you both live very happily from now on. At the same time, Karina's heart also felt more at ease. The one who once had no hope for tomorrow could now look forward to the future. Even if she carried a sentence of not living long, in that finite time she had realized there was more happiness and anticipation than despair if she could be with Mirian. Meanwhile, sunlight streamed into the room through the window. A man and a woman were still intertwined. They were bare-chested, covered only by a thin sheet. A moment later, Mirian gently stroked Karina's hair. Is it morning already? After yesterday's wedding, we had a small party. Karina looked very happy. Then we immediately returned to the mansion and were together.
At this moment, Karina also gently rubbed her eyes. You are awake? Immediately, Mirian looked at the person in front of him and asked with concern, did you sleep well? How's your body feeling? These words made Karina a little startled. My body? Well, suddenly her entire face unexpectedly flushed red. Meanwhile, Mirian, smiling brightly like a flower, said, after all, yesterday was a bit too much. Before he could even finish his sentence, Karina interrupted, I'm fine. Immediately, Mirian looked at her affectionately. My wife is truly cute and adorable today. Hearing this, Karina shyly avoided the other person. And Mirian, why was he so handsome so early in the morning? Mirian, on the other hand, said very confidently, well then, today you'll just have to fall for me all over again. But Karina seemed no longer shy. I already fell for you from the very beginning. Afterwards, they couldn't help but giggle with each other. Outside, the mansion was enveloped in a strangely peaceful atmosphere. In the bedroom with white curtains, Mirian was staring at Karina lying beside him. Suddenly, she slowly opened her eyes.
It was then that Mirian, as if deflecting, said, Good morning, Karina. I'll pour you some water. Hearing this, Karina rubbed her eyes and replied, Yes. Immediately, Mirian slowly placed the glass of water into her hands. After that, Karina continuously tilted her head back and gulped it down. Seeing this, Mirian rested his chin on his hand. You're always so beautiful in the morning. As soon as he finished speaking, Karina shyly replied, Mirian, you're really... Suddenly, she unexpectedly fell silent. Then Karina unconsciously spoke up. Why does it feel like a dream? Which made Mirian a little confused. What? Karina showed a grateful expression. Every time I open my eyes, I see Mirian always by my side, and also the fact that I'm still alive. And it's hard to believe that this leisurely life has lasted for several months now. Hearing this, Mirian placed his hand on the back of her hand. It's not a very busy period right now, so it's fine. Is there anywhere you'd like to go? Let's take this opportunity to go together. Karina immediately thought of Ariel and replied, Then I want to go to the North Sea that we couldn't go to last time. Maureen also invited us. As soon as she finished speaking, Mirian, lying close beside Karina, immediately agreed. Okay, I'll discuss it. She replied with great delight. Thank you. At the same time, her stomach, rumbling with hunger, suddenly growled loudly. Karina gently said, I think I'm starting to get hungry. Without hesitation, Mirian sat up abruptly and said, I'll have them prepare a meal.
Let's bathe together and then come down. But Karina shyly ran off. No, if I bathe with Mirian, I'll always get swept up. I can't do that. I'll bathe and get ready, then come down later, she decided, leaving a dejected Mirian behind. The scene shifts to the bathroom. As water continuously dripped from above onto the floor, Karina let out a comfortable sigh. A thought crossed her mind. It felt like only yesterday they had their wedding, yet several months had already passed. Perhaps I should visit the capital once, she mused. She had rarely had the chance to visit the capital before, and despite receiving much help from Farian, she had never once visited. The capital. Karina curled up in the hot bathtub. She continued to lean back, lost in thought. Now she couldn't use her powers anymore. She could no longer witness life sprouting, which was a little regrettable. In exchange for giving up her creative magic, she had gained good people and Mirian. Considering what she had, it wasn't such a huge loss after all.
Besides, my hands are still intact, so I can paint. Now I couldn't be happier. At the door of a room, Fang politely extended his hand and spoke, You're awake, my lady.
The Duke will also arrive shortly. Immediately, Karina was a little flustered. I'm still not used to that form of address, Fang. He chuckled. You'll get used to it. Madam is the sole mistress of the Visterio ducal family. How are you feeling today? Hearing this, Karina slowly looked up and replied, The same as always. Lately, even after eating meat, I'm still hungry. As soon as she finished speaking, Fang quickly understood. Seeing that Madam has been craving meat lately, I've prepared steak as today's main course. Karina smiled gently after hearing this and replied, Thank you. It's strange lately. I suddenly crave more food. Could it be because of Heron that my appetite has changed? Originally, I preferred light and simple food. I especially dislike undercooked, bloody meat. At the same time, Fang, standing nearby, added, Speaking of which, Madam has also been taking a lot of naps lately, hasn't she?
Karina didn't shy away but frankly admitted, perhaps it's just because the weather is so nice, and summer in the north isn't very hot anyway. Actually, there's nothing to do at home, so it's not strange to feel sleepy all the time. Does Fang think there's something wrong with my body? All I do is eat and sleep every day. Meanwhile, Fang, with his hands clasped behind his back, confidently stated, Having an appetite is a good thing. It also indicates a healthy body. However, it would be best if Madam allowed Winston to perform a health check. As soon as the words left his mouth, Karina immediately looked awkward. Recently, due to his research, he has had to travel back and forth between Ferio Manor in the north, and he looks quite tired. Thinking about it, I feel so guilty. Fang immediately reassured her. Please don't think that way. If Madam feels guilty, Winston will only be more upset. Suddenly, someone unexpectedly approached and interrupted. What are you doing standing out there? Karina unconsciously looked towards the source of the sound, then at the person in front of her, calling out, Marion. He walked over, took her hand, and said, You said you were hungry, didn't you? Let's eat now. Hearing this, Karina unconsciously replied, Yes.
A moment later, the food was served. Marion slowly introduced the dishes. Today's breakfast consisted of mashed potatoes, chicken breast salad, spaghetti and meatballs, with steak as the main course. Seeing this, Karina looked excited, exclaiming, It's so delicious. Marion, sitting opposite her, also chimed in. It's all meat dishes today, isn't it? Meanwhile, Karina continued to put meat into her mouth, savoring it. Her cheeks flushed. The meat just melts in my mouth. At this point, Marion became a little worried. Karina, it seems you're eating too much. I'm worried you'll get a stomachache. Eat slowly. These words made Karina's eyes widen. Am I eating that fast? Marion's eyes subtly deepened. Having a good appetite is fine, but lately Karina's food intake has increased significantly. If it were simply due to being healthier, wouldn't she have been eating normally a few months ago? If this change in eating habits is related to Heron, then I'll have to confirm it without Yudaka. That damn dragon has disappeared without a trace. It's not easy to ask him. This time, hurry back. Beside him, Fang spoke up solemnly. Master, from what I see, the madam isn't eating too much. It's just that she used to eat too little. Immediately, Miriam blurted out, Karina eats even less than a goat. I must have been mistaken. Eat as much as you like, Karina. But she seemed hurt, her face darkening. When he saw Karina put down her eating utensils, Miriam called out, slightly panicking, Karina. Karina, however, furrowed her brows tightly. No, I'll just have dessert. Miriam grew even more anxious, sweat continuously breaking out, his face turning pale, as if all the blood had drained from it. Did I just say something wrong?
Miriam looked at the girl in front of him, pondering, why is she suddenly so sad? Why? For dessert, what would you like to eat? Hearing this, Karina slowly replied, Fruit, please. Immediately, Miriam lowered his voice and ordered. Then, no, that's right, bring the fruit right away. Meanwhile, Karina continued to look gloomy. A moment later, a plate of pastries was placed in front of her. Across from her, Miriam was extremely worried. Did I just say something wrong? What did I just say? Karina, you seem to be eating a bit too much. In truth, Karina ate even less than a goat. She could eat as much as she wanted.
Are you upset that I still don't quite understand you? We should change the subject. Hey, Karina, when do you want to go to Count Ariel's place? I'm planning to let him know right away. No sooner had he finished speaking than the other person slowly said, sticking their fork into the dessert, Is that so? Meanwhile, Miriam was still trying to change the awkward atmosphere. Next week, around this time, how about it? I think we can stay for about a week. Upon hearing this, Karina slowly brought food to her mouth, her tone subdued. All right. Immediately, Miriam relief, as if a burden had been lifted. Good, then I'll tell Fang to prepare. What a relief. It seems you're not upset at all. I never thought there'd be a day I'd be grateful to Ariel. Be grateful every day. Suddenly, Karina unexpectedly spoke up. Miriam, I'm sorry. I was a bit irritable just now. Upon hearing this, Miriam seemed somewhat relieved, so it turns out she really was angry. It's all right. At this point, Karina sadly confessed, Lately, I've suddenly become very irritable. I wonder if it's because of Heron's influence. This made Miriam constantly reassure her. No, you haven't done anything wrong. I'll be more careful. As expected, I'll have to track down that dragon's whereabouts. Elsewhere, in the study, Fang's voice slowly echoed. Master, the dragon's whereabouts have been ascertained.
But
It's not because of Heron, so he won't be coming immediately. Miriam leaned back, slightly puzzled. It's not because of Heron? Lately, Karina has been taking naps frequently and eating significantly more. I thought she might be feeling unwell, so I kept a close eye on her, but I didn't notice anything unusual. If that's the case, then could it be— Just then, there was a knock at the door, and he immediately ordered, "Come in." Immediately, Winston slowly stepped in and announced, "Duke, I have completed the examination of the Duchess." As soon as the words left his mouth, Miriam quickly inquired, "Is that so? How is Karina's condition?" Upon hearing this, Winston seemed a little flustered, raising a hand to his chin for a moment. Then he frankly admitted, "The Duchess is pregnant, likely around 3 months along." Miriam, however, showed no surprise. As expected. Seeing this, Winston asked, utterly bewildered, "Duke, you don't seem surprised at all?" Miriam slightly lowered his gaze to the table. "No, I am surprised, but I was somewhat prepared for it. A child. It will surely be as lovely and adorable as Karina, but with her limited remaining time, the child's existence would become her deepest concern. Winston, how much strain will pregnancy and childbirth put on Karina's body?" Immediately, Winston clasped his hands in front of him and affirmed, "The Duchess's body is now as healthy as any normal person's. However, even for a healthy expectant mother, childbirth always carries inherent pain and danger." As soon as the words were spoken, Miriam once again sank into gloom.
A quick thought flashed through his mind. I've always thought about having children, but to demand another child from her right now, wouldn't that be selfish of me? It's useless for me to think about it alone. No matter what she chooses, I will be with her. The most important thing now is Karina's happiness, and I will be the one to tell her. The scene shifts. Karina, utterly surprised, asked, "What? I'm pregnant?" Miriam replied without hesitation, "Yes, it's been 3 months." Hearing this, Karina looked bewildered. I also knew about the signs of pregnancy, but I still thought it made more sense that everything was due to Heron. Miriam, for his part, gently asked, "You're very surprised, aren't you?" "I'm sorry. I should have realized sooner and called Winston. To only find out after 3 months, I'm truly foolish." Beside him, Karina quickly reassured him, "No, not at all. The obvious symptoms only appeared recently." Miriam's eyes were deep with worry. He slowly added, "If I said I wasn't happy to know you're pregnant, that would be a lie. But I don't want to place a burden on your shoulders," which utterly astonished Karina. "A burden? Why would you say that?"
At this moment, Miriam's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. This was clearly good news, something precious, but at the same time it would hold her back. Upon hearing this, Karina turned away in protest. "That's not true. Even though I'm a little flustered, I've always wanted to have a child, because it's our child, yours and mine." However, Miriam still felt uneasy. The child would become her regret, and the remaining time would no longer be entirely her own. What if it became a source of suffering? Meanwhile, Karina continued to comfort her. "But putting all that aside, don't you want to raise our child? I want to hear the truth from you." A moment later, Miriam slowly admitted, "If I don't think about anything else, then I truly want to raise it with you. It will surely be adorable, just like you, and it will be our happiness." Hearing this, Karina shifted her sitting position, crossing her legs, and replied, "That's good then. As long as one day, if you're ever alone, Miriam, you won't feel lonely. No, actually, I yearn to have a family. Of course, you are already my family now." These words made Miriam quickly stand up in alarm. "Are you really okay?" And Karina didn't hide it. "Yes, I want to give our child the love I never received from my parents."
"I want to have a family like that." At this, Miriam immediately took her hand. "All right, then let's build it together, the family you've always dreamed of." "But wait, shouldn't we postpone the trip to the beach? Is it really necessary to go to Marquis Ariel's place right now?" However, Karina insisted, "But I think the baby in my belly would also be happy to hear the sound of the ocean waves." As soon as she finished speaking, Miriam sighed, advising, "Ariel's place is not good for pregnancy. She's rude and her actions are boorish," which made Karina cover her mouth and chuckle. "Are you already starting to worry like a father? Don't worry, as long as the whole family is together, we'll definitely have fun." Unable to dissuade her, Miriam immediately changed the subject. "All right, if there's anything you want to eat, tell me." Immediately, Karina excitedly suggested, "Peaches, please. Strawberries are good too, and I like cantaloupe. And grapes too, and then... Before she could finish, Miriam burst out laughing. "I will scour the entire the entire empire to bring you all kinds of fruits. And then we will embrace a small miracle, quietly, in a time that seemed to have ended."
Amidst the group, an excited voice rang out, "The wind is so pleasant." Hearing this, Miriam, who was sitting next to her, quickly asked, "Indeed, are you tired from the journey?" Immediately, Karina unconsciously replied, "I'm fine. On the contrary, leaving the mansion makes me feel excited, like I'm starting a new adventure. Of course, I don't mean to say I hate the ducal mansion." Meanwhile, Miriam gently lowered his head and thought, "It's good to see you healthy. Sitting in a carriage for too long isn't good for a pregnant woman." As soon as he finished speaking, Karina couldn't help but let out a weary sigh. Oh, stop nagging. You've mentioned that 3 times already. I've had plenty of rest along the way, and I slept well at the inn, so I'm truly fine. Besides, the sea... Beside her, Miriam gently spoke once more. We're almost there now. So, what are your thoughts on seeing the sea for the first time?
Upon hearing it, Karina burst into a delightful, radiant smile, her laughter boundless and seemingly merging with the sky. The bustling street scene, with countless rows of closely packed houses, came into view. Ariel was already waiting, waving happily. Oh my, who is this? Welcome. Karina slowly walked over to shake hands, saying, long time no see. As soon as the words were out, the other person quickly gave a gentle reminder. Don't use honorifics, it sounds too stiff. Even though you two are married, I'm not used to calling you madam or anything like that. Please spare me. From behind, Miriam, a little worried, said, that's really not good for the baby. At the same time, Karina replied, her eyes wide, just call me normally, it's fine. Meanwhile, Miriam, to everyone's surprise, put on a disgruntled expression and with her arms crossed asked, you said you'd come all the way to the mansion, so why are you still coming out to the estate gate to greet us?
Immediately, Ariel replied without hesitation, since this is Karina's first time seeing the sea, I came to personally guide her. On the way here, you've had plenty of time with Karina. Now it's time to let us 2 women have a little private time, Duke. Suddenly, Miriam's tone hardened. No, Baroness Ariel, what do you know? While the other person gently reminded, when women are together and a man rudely interferes, he'll be disliked, won't he? Come on, please return to the mansion first. At this, Karina also turned her head and added, listen to Marin, please go back and rest first. Hearing this, Miriam said in a whining tone, I want to be with you too, which made her blush incessantly. But all the way here, I was so worried about you that I couldn't sleep at all. Marin's territory isn't dangerous, and even if something were to happen, you know, I'll be fine. Miriam seemed about to say something, Karina, about that, but she immediately understood, touching his cheek to reassure him. I promise I'll be back before dinner.
Miriam quickly kissed Karina's palm. All right, if that's what you want, I won't force it anymore. I'll head back to the manor first. Karina gently replied, yes, I'll see you later. The carriage wheels slowly rolled away, and the 2 girls standing behind watched it intently. Suddenly, Ariel leaned in and praised, Karina, you're really good, which made Karina a little confused. What do you mean? Ariel immediately explained, I've known him since he was a tiny child. The North, as you know, is quite social. Hearing this, Karina's face lit up with a smile and sparkling eyes. Miriam must have been so adorable when he was little. Ariel, however, laughed sarcastically. He's only adorable if he keeps his mouth shut. He's always been a pain, then and now. Since he was little, he never cared about anything except his parents, and he didn't have many relationships with anyone. He was like a machine. Isn't that strange? His tone is clearly cold and rough, yet I never expected him to be able to like someone and even marry them. These words made Karina extremely embarrassed. Perhaps it's his straightforwardness? Beside her, Ariel continued to tease with a laugh. It's quite something if you call that straightforwardness. Anyway, I've been truly surprised by him lately. Honestly, although he's very responsible as the head of the North, I never thought he was someone who could be devoted to anyone. He's become more human because of you, Karina. Thank you. Here we are. This beach is where you can get close to the water. I've wanted to bring you here for a long time. At this, Karina also showed an excitement she had never displayed before. She gazed intently ahead and praised, it's truly beautiful up close.
Hearing that, Ariel confidently continued, see, I knew you'd like it. This is my favorite place, even though annoying pirates occasionally drop by. The sand here, walking barefoot on it, feels amazing. If you want, I can take you for a boat ride sometime. Meanwhile, Karina, a bit bewildered, asked, would it be possible to paint on a boat? Ariel, just as enthusiastically, said, if you don't mind the rocking, then probably. No sooner had she spoken than Karina, her cheeks flushed, declared, one has to try it to find out. They both walked together on the sand, tiny sea waves lapping at their toes. Suddenly, Ariel unexpectedly turned to the person beside her and asked, Karina, is it true that you won't live much longer? Karina, taken aback by the sudden question, looked a little stunned. After a moment, she slowly replied, it's true. Ariel quickly picked up the cue and replied, I see. I figured it was better to ask you directly than to keep worrying by myself. If my question made you uncomfortable, I apologize. Karina, however, just sighed. No, I never intended to hide it anyway. Besides, I've already promised Marion. At least for those around me, I want to tell them about my condition myself. And just as I need to prepare for our parting, my loved ones also need to be ready.
At this moment, Ariel suddenly put her arm around Karina's shoulder. She was always so composed. The scent from the other person's body continuously wafted into Ariel's nose, so she kept sniffing around. Karina, you have a very nice smell, which made Karina extremely flustered. What? My smell? I showered thoroughly before coming. Immediately, Ariel quickly explained, not that smell. The marine family naturally has a very sensitive sense of smell. To become an heir, one must know how to control all 5 senses. But Karina seemed very worried. Anyway, there is a smell, right? Ariel, however, paid no mind and continued to deduce and speculate. This smell, how should I put it? It's like the distinctive scent of a pregnant animal. Could it be that you're pregnant? Upon hearing this, Karina quickly praised. Marine, you're really good. How embarrassing. As soon as the words left her mouth, Ariel, looking excited, said, Congratulations, Karina. I want to be the first to congratulate you. Karina immediately replied, Ariel is the first. The smile on Ariel's face grew even brighter. That's wonderful. I hope the baby born will resemble you more than him. Karina laughed along with the other person and asked, What are you saying? The other person then whispered into her ear, Don't you believe me? I'm telling the truth.
On the beach, bathed in the golden glow of the evening sun, a man and a woman were strolling together. Karina said with a hint of excitement, Today I'm so full I could burst, absolutely stuffed. Beside her, Miriam, with his hands in his pockets, gently added, We can order fresh seafood at the mansion too, but the freshness when you're right by the sea truly is something else.
On the table was a plate of large, plump, steamed blue crab. Karina clapped her hands, utterly delighted. Today was truly wonderful too. Miriam, on the other hand, was a little worried, thinking that at this rate it was like they were practically raising them. Meanwhile, Ariel, sitting opposite the two, cheerfully invited them. Enjoy your meal. Karina couldn't help but laugh and asked, Right? And Marin even personally selected the ingredients with great care. Miriam, however, felt a little uneasy. For him, this was the first time he had been welcomed so warmly. Returning to reality, Karina became a little pensive. It was hard to believe they had to leave tomorrow already. Seeing this, Miriam quickly chimed in. It seems like a great pity, doesn't it? Karina replied without hiding her feelings. Of course. I wish I had come a little earlier to sightsee. That would have been wonderful. After hearing this, Miriam immediately took her hand. You can just come again next time, he said. And that time, it probably won't be 2 people, but 3. But before that, we still need to give Miriam a proper answer. At this, Miriam's face turned pale. His eyes became extremely sharp. Just now, she dropped a huge bomb, he thought.
Memories flooded back. Ariel, sitting at the dining table, asked frankly, Though this shouldn't be said during a meal, if I don't say it now, I might not get another chance. Miriam, putting food into his mouth, sarcastically and wearily thought, What nonsense is she going to say now? Meanwhile, Ariel stood up solemnly. Won't your soon-to-be-born child need a godparent? If so, who could be more suitable than me? Immediately, Karina's cheeks flushed with excitement as she asked back, Ariel, you'll be the godmother for our child? Ariel, hearing this, continued, If Karina agrees, I would be honored. As soon as the words were out, Karina didn't refuse, saying, It would be an honor. Then Ariel, leaning her hands on the table, asked Miriam, So you'll surely allow it too, won't you? Hearing this, he fumed inwardly, gritting out each word. Godmother? No. Terrible. Absolutely detestable. But to set aside his petty jealousy and ego, Karina's smile was far more precious. At this moment, the two were walking on the beach. Karina asked with a hint of sadness, So you don't like it, the idea of Ariel becoming our child's godmother? Miriam, however, was very attentive to her wishes. No, as long as it's what you want and it doesn't put you in danger, I will always respect your wishes. Hearing this, Karina couldn't hide her joy. Really? And the other person didn't hesitate to indulge her. Of course, from the very beginning, you're the one who has the right to choose the godmother. Immediately, Karina quickly ran to hug Miriam's neck. Thank you. And the other person, seeing this, quickly reminded her, Be careful. The sun is slowly setting behind the horizon.
Karina picked up a random seashell from the sand with her hand and admired it. This seashell is so beautiful. Miriam immediately suggested, Bring it home, dry it, and you could even make a necklace out of it. Karina suddenly pretended to cry and complained, For the past week, I thought you were getting bored of looking at the sea. This made Miriam a little puzzled. So, are you tired of it? However, Karina seemed to have pulled herself together. No, not at all. I never get tired of looking at it, especially where the sky and the sea meet. It feels so strange, as if the sea turns into the sky and the sky becomes the sea. It always looks magical. Beside her, Miriam looked into Karina's eyes and exclaimed, Just like your eyes. Looking into your eyes, I see both gold and the sea coexisting, especially when night falls. You are the only lighthouse guiding me through the darkness. These words made Karina a little confused. Is that strange? Immediately, Miriam gently touched her face and replied, Not at all. I just wish you would always look towards me. If your eyes can always sparkle, bringing life towards me, then I need nothing more. My greed just keeps growing. The more I'm with you, the more I love you. The more I feel your warmth.
Karina, whenever you're free, let's go to the Winter Mountains. Aren't you curious what's left of where the dragon once lived? After hearing this, Karina slowly asked, is there really anything left? Meanwhile, Miriam silently kissed the other's hair. Karina, utterly bewildered, looked at the other's face and called out, "Miriam." On the sand, their silhouettes were clearly etched. They kissed passionately, oblivious to the turmoil in their souls. They gently shared a loving kiss. After a while, sounds of heavy breathing began to emerge between them. It was then that Miriam slowly admitted, "Every time I see you, I feel happier than before." After hearing this, Karina unhesitedly admitted, "Me too." Miriam slowly added, "Only you make me laugh, make me cry. You are the only happiness in my life. Even if this moment fades with the years, I still want to cherish this present with you." Elsewhere, in front of the grand mansion, everyone was busy.
Ariel looked around, marveling. A week has truly flown by. Beside her, Miriam adjusted his gloves, smirking. For me, it's been far too long. No sooner had he spoken than Ariel quickly resorted to physical force against him. Seeing this, Karina slowly intervened. Miriam said the same thing. He's just embarrassed. Hearing this, Ariel put her hands on her hips and let out a frustrated sigh. Honestly, you really know how to pretend to be well-behaved in front of Karina. This made Karina slightly surprised. Pretend? Immediately, Ariel exposed the truth. "It's clear you don't like the idea of me being the godmother, yet the moment Karina said something, you immediately nodded in agreement." Karina stood behind, placing a hand on the other's shoulder to dissuade her. "Marine, stop teasing Marion." Seeing this, Ariel smirked and raised her hands in surrender. Well, who wouldn't want to make a good impression on someone they like? I get it. Marion, however, still vehemently denied it. "That's just nonsense."
At this moment, Karina gave a strange smile. "But those were sincere words," Ariel interjected once more. "Just thinking about being a godmother makes me so excited," Karina slowly announced, her hands placed over her stomach. "Marine, next time, we'll come back with 3 people." As soon as the words left her lips, Ariel joyfully replied, "Just hearing that makes me look forward to it already." "Before leaving, I have something to give you. Hold out your hand. Here, this is called a conch shell. Put your ear to this opening and listen." Karina slowly placed the object to her ear, and then she immediately showed a stunned expression. Karina asked in bewilderment, "There's the sound of the sea? How is that possible?" Immediately, Ariel quickly explained, "It's not from me. It's a gift from nature. Consider it a gift that holds the moments we shared together here by the sea." The two chatted happily for a while. "Thank you. I will cherish it. Every time you listen to the sound of this shell, don't forget, I'll be waiting here by the sea. Until we meet again, please stay healthy." After listening, Karina slowly said, "You too, Marine. Goodbyes always bring a little sadness, but now I understand. A farewell with a promise is still truly gentle." Thank you for watching today's video. Our story continues with many exciting developments ahead, so don't forget to like and subscribe to support us and not miss the latest episodes. We wish you relaxing and enjoyable moments. See you in the next video. Thank you for watching.